Must be your internet because I've got killer internet because I work for ISP. Hopefully it'll come through. I can turn the stream quality down just a little bit. Let me do that really quick.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my phone or maybe the Discord server.
Yeah, Discord kind of botches things sometimes. And you have to,
but honestly, if this tabletop is not in at least like 8K, I'm gonna have questions.
yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll get to the
Just kidding.
questions.
It's a joke. That's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Don't need it to be like it. Just be like H. Maybe just drop the quality. It's not gonna be a big deal.
Let's see here. Connections. Let's see here. Appearance, accessibility, web browser, advanced. You know how to get into the settings? I don't think I've ever messed with this before. I am looking. Let's see here. Sorry, it's taking so long, guys. Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean, if you know this, do you think this would fly on Nathan Oakley's?
Sure, why not? I actually did something like
All this time, you would have been f-bombed. Back to the beginning of time by now.
Oh no, I had everything set up for Nathan Oakley. This is just kind of a chill server. And nothing much was going on. If everybody was chatting, of course I wouldn't have.
I'm just trying to help you get into shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Trying to be like you're Apollo Creed, Rocky. You're trying to get back to the big game. You're trying to get back to Nathan Oakley.
Oh God, no, I'm really not.
Come on.
He's a little insufferable from my position. You'll have to forgive me. I just remade a bench. Let's see here. I can't fuck with. I dug for the stream quality. I don't see it, so hopefully that's good enough. Let's see here. So only thing left to do is stick them in there. That looks really good. I can snap some pictures. Okay, I'm gonna set this down for just a second. Let's see here. My bench isn't in here. I was gonna let you look at the pimp bench, but well, it's not in here, so I can't do that. So I'll let you look at the ukulele. Okay, we're so close, so close.
Look, I'm on the ocean. It's great.
Yeah.
Getting seasick. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Terra Firma. Love it.
Terra Firma.
Okay, so what do you got about like 2 feet away from the wall?
Yeah, it's gonna be something like that.
What's that supposed to be?
So this is just gonna show that if you angle, I'm gonna make it extreme, so that do it.
You're trying to make this like it was as it were, a sighting over land.
Yes, but even more so.
Right. So, just saying here, like with the size of your camera and I mean, that desk looks to be pitched up. Like I'm saying, like an angle, sort of. Like you're saying that it's flat right now.
Yeah. We just looked at the level.
Okay. And you're like 2 feet from the wall.
About 4 feet from the wall.
4 feet from the
wall. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's a regular size ukulele.
I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I got it from my kid. It was one of those kits from fuck, I forget what it's called, but you can order them and they'll put it together.
Okay. All right, I'll just look at your power chords. I think I can get an idea for scale.
Okay. I mean, I can set $1 bill on the table, so you'll know. That would be helpful.
I just mean you're not getting like underneath where the camera is, right? So like I don't think that the image is beginning like right from where the camera is. I think it's like a little bit in front, like where you can see foreground basically from the. And how far is it off of the table?
It's gonna be 3 inches off of the table, and I can set it up for that. I can set the camera at 3 inches.
Yeah,
Okay.
my point is like I guess like at the distance from the wall, if the wall is to be the horizon line, is that what you are implying here in this demonstration?
Well, I wasn't really worried about the horizon in this demonstration. I was worried about the idea that you can tell that things are tilted on a globe Earth.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Your the back wall line is angled up on the right side, so it doesn't seem like you're perfectly square to the wall, but maybe you haven't done that yet. And then just secondly, like you're 3 inches above that plane of whatever size you want to say that is not proportional to like what kind of viewing angle we would get on a flat plane. So like the closer you can get to that, you almost have to be below the level of the desk to get center line to get the center line through of the lens to the plane of the table that you're trying to photograph.
Yeah, okay. You can help me get that set up here in just a second. Oh, damn it. It's my fucking Dal. Where's that last goddamn Dal? Or GD Dal, sorry. Come here, Dal. Where you at, Dal? Let's see here. So close, so close.
Yeah, I just know
So,
I've been I've been messing around with small lenses or like a C mount that would I guess be similar to like what you'd use on like a micro four thirds camera. And as I'm panning up from below a table surface to like to bring it up, it really varies as far as like what my focal range is going to be and like um, how far away the lens is from the flange. So if it's like a little far away from the flange, it'll appear to spherize and be like a fisheye, sort of. You get this kind of aberrations and it just like deform it to sort of a conical or a spherical kind of projection. And if I get it like directly on the flange, like right on the direct focal plane where everything is correctly, I'm really like at half of the yeah. Okay, if I get it to the right focal plane, then everything comes into focus and it's like correct. I mean, like it's delineated like in nice straight lines. It doesn't appear to be like overall like a fisheye. And
yeah.
so it's like what? So fisheye is really spherical compression or conical compression. So that may or may
Okay.
not be present like in the lens that you're using uh, at this magnitude of observation. You know, like so something really small, like you don't get certain types of effects that you would with um, the type of optics that are necessary to photograph a long distance picture. Like you couldn't use your webcam right here or whatever you're using,
Mhm.
probably to take a long distance photo. You see what I'm saying? Because of the way that the setup is constructed. When you're going to use a something for a longer sighting, you're going to use something that's like a compound optic thing. It's going to be like a train of different lenses to multiply itself from like one prime lens. The prime lens is like the one that's, I guess you could say, is like the back lens, or in this case, it's just the only lens because if you're using like something like a digital camera, it's just got one little piece of plastic or glass, and it's just cutting in further and further into the center of that sensor to get like distance and focal. I'm sorry if that's confusing sounding. I'm not trying to sound confusing. But when you try to do like a longer sighting, you're going to go through more glass, and it's like a longer lens, and it's more transforms that are going to occur, and then therefore every lens you pass through, there's going to be chromatic shifting and correction and all these kinds of things that go along the way. So it's just hard to like really replicate the kind of pictures you could take with a traditional camera setup and use something real small like what you got there.
Sure. Trying to show you guys something pretty neat. I don't know if y'all will appreciate this or not, but regardless, I think it's pretty darn cool. It's this
You have
little.
a astronaut shrine.
Well, the main thing was the moon. It floats on this base. When you can get it to spin faster and faster, so it magnetically levitates. And then I just found these random guys, at Lowe's one day, and just got a little lighthouse from South Carolina from a trip. But okay, so we're like 30 seconds away. I'm gonna measure this and make sure the measurements are what they're supposed to be, and then we're gonna see if anybody can tell me which ones are tilted. So we're really close. Hope I can get as many people to join in. This is all about intellectual honesty, and that's what I'm about. And I like to think that's what you guys are about. Okay. Double check. Double check.
I'm against all those things.
You're against all those things. Damn you. Damn you, man. You should
I'm
be
a
a.
well,
You're a what?
are you an intellectual?
Uh, I mean, I don't like to call myself that because it sounds like I'm sniffing my own farts. But
Well, there might be some people like that are in different positions in this world or whatever who are intellectuals, and they trade in intellect, and that trading on that gets them a career. They might be intellectuals, and so
yeah,
within that, like intellectual honesty is just like kind of what keeps them in business. And I think they kind of like wink at each other with that. Intellectual honesty is not necessarily honesty itself or intellectual for that matter, you know. It's
yeah,
honesty amongst intellectuals, which is to say that there's honor amongst thieves.
yeah, exactly.
If there's nothing
Oh,
new under the sun, then an intellectual is just a sort of a librarian to certain facts and figures, right?
mm,
They're not brilliant
inter-
creative types, right? That's a different sort altogether.
uh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry for
I mean,
diatribing on this bullshit.
no, no.
Are you about approach two
y-
ready?
Yeah, yeah. I'm fixing to. I'm basically there. You know, a lot of things we like to do with people is put them in boxes, right? And say you're this or you're that. People are so complicated and can have so many different boxes that you could potentially put them in. Uh, there's no one thing that I really define myself with other than just honesty and integrity. That's about it.
And yeah.
Okay, okay. So there is the setup. All right.
Oh dear. Okay.
Okay. So you're looking at head on,
Well, put
right?
on my imagination goggles here. We're gonna go to pretend land.
Anybody else can chime in if they
What are
want. I'm
what are
trying to get the
some
light.
ideas I can use to kind of make this not seem like it's a block of foam and a wall and a desk?
Pillars. Let's see here. Let me help you out here for a second. Let's see here.
Quality.
We could do some pillars here, like grayish concrete.
Uh, are you trying to replicate a photo?
No, no, I'm just trying to make it look better.
Yeah. Okay. So this is something in the foreground close.
Yeah.
Where do you imagine we're beginning this observation from?
Just like if it was analogous to real life.
A shore of a beach. What is the wood to represent? Just regular land? We're shooting
Uh,
over
this
water.
this would be like pillars in the ocean or in the
Pillars in
lake
the
that
ocean.
just
Something I
pillars
never
in the
see at all. Okay.
well pillars anything that's in the lake. Well, there's a bunch of Buoys, like steel buoys, right? If you're talking about buoys, they're just on.
Something seems to have happened, Captain. We've lost your feed. Guess I won that one. Dusting him. Psh. Call it a day.
Sorry guys, my phone went dead. Give me 2 minutes and we'll be back up. And hopefully DMOC, I'd love to hear DMOC's answer. DMOC, don't be a little puss. Alright? I want you to answer this question here in just a minute. DMOC, are you gonna be a little puss and not answer this?
So,
Answer what?
Do what, DMOC?
Answer what?
So I set up. So your claim earlier was that you could see tilt, right?
No, my claim was anything out of your view, like a boat or anything that you claim is out of your view. If you claim we're on a globe, right? If you claim it's out of your view, you can't see it no more. Now you go up in the air, you can't see the top of the boat. Now, if the boat was a square building, you'd go up in the air, you wouldn't be able to see the top of it. My claim is something out of your view, right? You cannot go up on a sphere and look out and look down and see the fucking top of it by going up. That's my claim. On a flat plane, you go straight up vertically. You go straight up vertically, look down, you can see the top of all the buildings. If you had SOS written on them, you could read it. That's on a flat earth, every day, all day, right? On a globe, no. The building is out of your view, like I showed you in the video. Out of your view. Just out of your view. So if you get a tree, a house, a raisin box, anything you get that's out of your view, you raise up and it should be tilted because it's out of your view on a sphere. You see how the sphere works. It's not magic. You clearly saw it, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that buildings and objects tilt away from you?
On a sphere, yes. That's how it works. I just showed you that. There's no belief. It's a fact.
Okay, so I've got a little experiment demonstration set up that has different identical items tilted at different angles. And I want you to tell me which one is tilted and which one's not tilted and which ones aren't tilted. And mind you, this is super close up and should be super easy based on your claims. So I just leave my phone charged for about 2 minutes. I got a fast charger, then we'll be good. I mean, we can take a poll too before we answer. I'm gonna actually make a straw poll right now, real quick.
Yeah, you have to go with your straw man.
Listen, if you get a sphere and show me what you're talking about, and you do like I did and show me something different, then we'll talk. You can't show me anything different than I show you on a sphere or a flat plane. Out of your view, doesn't matter whatever weird question you ask or whatever you make up. This is so simple. Out of your view. So if you watch and I watch the boat go out of our view, the top of the boat's painted yellow, the rest of the boat's red. Okay? We go up in the air. If we can see the yellow, we're not on a globe. Do you understand? Is that too hard for you? I mean, what part about a yellow top that you can't see on a sphere versus what you can see on a flat plane? Like, you know what I mean? What confuses you?
No, I got you. I got you.
So, in reality, can you find me any video where somebody just has the boat out of their view, where they watch it go out of their view, where they can rise up and not see the top of the boat now? As soon as it's out of your view? Can you make that video? All you gotta do is send a drone up or a balloon, a couple feet, to go up in the air, camera on it. You can have a string connected to it to where it won't go any higher than a certain, then you pull it back down. That way you get your camera down, your balloon and everything. I'm just saying it's so cheap and easy for you to prove you're not on a globe. You're not willing to do that?
Possibly. I'm sorry, dude, to have you explain this again, but explain that to me one more time.
Oh, you thought you were going to prove
Maybe turn your car door ringer off or fire alarm or whatever the hell you got going on. But okay, so you have the object, the boat, you stand there, you film it, you watch it, whoever watches it with you, it's out of your view now. Goes away, it's out of your view. As soon as it's out of your view, if you think you're on a sphere, like my video shows you, it's a fact. Now send your balloon up with a camera on it, facing down. That's all it's got to do. Or a drone, whatever you want to do. Or you climb a ladder, go up in the air, right? Look down or forward, then you'll never be able to see the top part of the boat if you're on the sphere. The yellow part, very top.
If you're looking down on the boat, you can always see the top part of the boat.
No, I showed you the video where on a sphere, if it's out of your view, you cannot see the top. I colored the boxes white on the top and red. You cannot see the white on a sphere. Do you understand?
On what part of the boat? I'm guessing that I'm straight above the boat.
The top of the boat, man. No, you're not above it. The boat's out of your view. You're on the beach. You go out in the water, right? Stand there. Now the boat,
yeah, sure as shit.
the boat goes out of your view. As soon as it pops, stop talking for a minute. As soon as it pops out of your view, we send the camera up in the air and it goes straight up. Now if that camera is the top of that boat like you claim, then we're on a flat plane. If it can't see the top of the boat like I claim, then we're on a globe. That's how we demonstrate it. It's so simple.
I can see the top of the boat.
Then you're on a flat plane. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God.
Yeah, see, you know that. You know that you can't fly your helicopter forward over water, above the water vertically 5 foot, then fly out any distance and drop down any more than that 5 foot without your helicopter touching water. To show us that you drop down around the curve of the earth, or below the curved water.
Well, no, I know I can because I'd crash
can?
if I couldn't.
You can, but you couldn't. What'd you say?
I'd crash if I couldn't.
You'd crash? Can you demonstrate where you can go fly out and over the water and you fly up to 5 feet and then you just fly straight out horizontally and drop down 10 foot without your helicopter touching water with a camera on it and a flat earther with you?
Do I declare that I'm trolling you right now, or do you want to carry on?
You declare you don't live on a globe and you don't have anything to back it. I'm asking you for simple things to back a globe. All you have to do is fly your helicopter down
No.
5 feet, right? And then one more. And then we know you flew out past the curve, and there's an 8-inch drop and 1 foot drop and 2 foot drop and 1,000-foot drop and half the mountain in front of us. So clearly, you definitely could go fly out and drop down 6 feet rather than 5. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I know what you mean, but I also know what you mean, dipshit.
So there's no curve.
I'm declaring, dipshit, that I'm trolling you right now.
You're trolling the globe because it doesn't exist.
No, I'm trolling you, you dumb fuck.
No, you're not. No, you're not. If you
Yeah,
fly
yeah,
out
yeah.
over,
Okay,
if you fly out over,
okay,
You're,
if you
Doc.
fly
you're
out,
trolling how the globe is.
Okay.
if you fly out
okay,
over a
Doc.
cliff,
Hang on,
if you fly out
Trolling
over a
New
cliff, you
Zealand.
can drop down to the base without getting wet of Niagara Falls. You can drop down there because that's where a curve exists of water. You can fly past it and then drop down without getting wet. We all know this. This is how a curve of water
I
works.
appreciate that you're trying not to get me wet. Carry on.
No, you have to not get wet. The globe says you don't get wet.
I just said that I'm trolling you, you dumb fuck.
You're not doing anything to me. You're just demonstrating the facts like me. You can't do it. You can't fly out 39, 59, 10 foot more than that, and then drop down another extra foot, which is sad for you because you should be able to drop down thousands of feet. Weird, right?
Right. Both of you like the same, basically.
So when these gentlemen in helicopters can't go up 5 foot and then drop down 6, where does the globe at? And if they can't show you what an 8-inch tilt looks like in an object right in front of your face, what the hell is going on? What would an 8-inch tilt look like if I had a square box sitting just perfectly flat on a horizontal base? If it did tilt, what would that look like? 8 inches. So tilt the object that much. Send it out. Now it should be fucking up and down vertically perfect. Do you understand this, 50? Force the tilt, baby. Force the tilt, therefore pushing the tilt away from you. Now it forces vertically, right? A vertical, it'll stand straight up now. It'll be perfectly vertical. Now all you're looking for is no tilt, a perfectly vertical object in front of you within 1 mile. So your friend can be standing to the right side, to the north, somebody else to the south, you're to the east, your other buddy to the west, and all of us can see that this object isn't tilting because we can all see left to right 1 mile. You understand that, 50?
What makes you think you could see that small of a tilt?
What makes you think? Well, show us what it looks like. Get the object.
Okay, I'm fixing to show you how imperceptible it is here in about just a few moments.
No, that's not what we asked you. Stop doing what we don't ask. Listen real carefully. Get like a box of cereal, stand it on your table, and then show us what it looked like if it had to drop 8 inches. That's all we want to see. Nothing more. We just want to see a square object drop 8 inches, what that would look like to you if it did so. Okay? On a horizontal plane.
Doggy, I just spent like 25 minutes setting up an experiment, so I'm at least going to show
That
you.
has nothing to do with anything. We're very grateful. We appreciate it.
Oh, it does.
We'll look at it. We'll look at it.
To do with everything.
We'll look at it and we appreciate it. But listen to what I'm telling you. If you don't even know what this is, what are we talking about? You don't even know what an 8-inch tilt is, do you? Or drop. So you can't demonstrate to us what a box of cereal on your table would look like if it actually dropped 8 inches, right?
Right. But also something like might be helpful, like something with regular marks on it, like a yardstick or several rulers, and
Oh, definitely.
you know. But I'm looking at a piece of
100%.
florist foam and some, I don't know, bottle corks or something. I'm not really sure. It just feels like I'm supposed to take this how seriously right this moment at this time. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't want to say you're wasting your time, 50, but you might be wasting my time.
It's simple to prove a point. If you want me to scale it up, I'll take notes and we'll scale it up.
What are you scaling up exactly?
Well, I'm showing you right now.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Like, and I think like really this whole, we got some Got your lipstick bottles in. Okay.
So here we go. I don't know if this is gonna help having that camera screen or not. Probably not. Okay, so here we go. So I've got an iPhone. But I got the newest iPhone. I'm sorry, second to newest iPhone Pro. Okay. So let's see here. Come on.
So do you know which camera this is using on your phone?
Of course I don't.
Center one? No, bottom. Do you know which camera it is on the phone?
You should know.
Well, I believe they're different focal lengths.
Good answer.
Probably for something close, I guess it's using the 24.
That might have been why they didn't see stars. Just guessing.
So yeah, anyway, part of the problem with this whole kind of concept is how small you can get the lens down to. Because trying to make a scale representation, like a diorama or something like that, you can change the scale, or we can imagine the scales of whatever, pieces of foam that you put in, right? We can imagine that stuff, but we can't imagine what the optics are going to look like on a teeny tiny lens that's like the size of a sprinkle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
Which
you
doesn't
just
really
mentioned a very good word, diorama, which means
feel like
scale.
that. It's like a model, like a
Yeah.
mock-up, like a, but it occurs in planes. I mean, I don't know what we're trying to see really here, other than just that there's a couple objects in foreground and a couple objects in background.
Yeah, this is what flat earthers don't fucking understand
So,
at all.
like certain lens setups are going to make that, they won't look like what he's got, or they'll be more compressed in a certain focal plane, but then they'll get because no lens is perfect, basically. That's why they have a couple on that camera. They're adaptive that way.
Yeah, but what I keep trying to say to them is every single point on a bowling ball, apart from obviously the finger holds, it's every single point on a bowling ball, every single individual point, flat or curved. They're fucking flat. That's why they stop on a marble counter.
And he's going to try to use like a ruler. You know what I mean? We got some wobbly. I don't know if he's got a head-mounted camera or something here. Whatever. It's just, you know, you could put a little. I'm sure you've got some ideas you want to get out there, man, and you go for it. But
Well,
it's just kind of get it
we're
ready,
here now.
get it going, and then
We're here now. What do you reckon? It's every single point of the surface of a ball, flat or curved.
it's really just like how you set up the optics. You know,
No,
you
not
could
really.
you could make it on a tabletop. Yeah, on a tabletop, I could make a lot of weird shit happen with glass and lenses and stuff. For sure.
No, I'm not talking about taking a photo. I'm talking about in reality.
In reality,
You standing in front of the nose wheel of an aircraft.
Oh, that sounds fun.
And looking at it and going, oh, yeah. Or but that's the funny thing. You wouldn't look at the nose wheel of an aircraft and go,
having a way at it. Yeah.
You wouldn't go, oh, yeah, mate. Oh, yeah.
It's not a hell of a mouse count here.
That was fucking straight up and down.
How do you keep the bugs off it? Yeah. Right. And so what?
That's all I'm saying.
That'll help me. It's different. Like you go up in a plane, you know, things scale away at always equal proportion because you're just, you know, by the square of distance, everything gets smaller.
But just make sure if that's the scale that you're using, just make sure that you're using the scale away from the Earth.
Whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm saying, right, is if you were to make like something the model railroad size world, right, and you try to get
yeah, I love
that maybe that's possible, right? Maybe that's possible. Like
love that
railroad
shit.
car, like I'm just saying, like you could make a camera that small, you know, and then it would apply like all the.
Oh, you can.
That would be right, but progressively from there, right? It's hard to like theorize like with what he's doing with an iPhone, you know, and a wall. It's as for it to be like a true representation of what real optics is doing, you know, because
yeah, but when I don't know who you're talking about when you say him, because as soon as you say him, I think you're talking about a flat earther, and I automatically go, oh, that dumb cunt.
it's just, I mean, you know what? If you want really like the purest optics, I think you just want to have a prime lens anyway. You just want to have a fixed like the lens is like made to shoot certain size, certain distance.
Just tell me who you're talking about, because they're all in the instructions, the history and shit of the aircraft. And I don't want to be bagging some cunt that doesn't need to be bagged, that's clearly been in combat and is not a fucking dumb cunt flat earther. And I don't want to portray them as being a dumb fuck.
Well, you really know how to play to the room, don't you?
No. They've been in Baghdad. They've been in combat. They've used GPS to drop bombs, which means that the Earth's not fucking flat. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to bag some guy.
No, using GPS would not necessarily.
No.
That would be a bad idea.
I just don't want to bag some guy that's been through hell that you guys think oh, he's just been fucking wrapped up in a parachute in a fucking garage in NASA for a couple of months.
Listen, you know, GPS has been off. It will be off.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why they have like
No, it hasn't.
special
big dog.
military surveying that goes in like to a battlefield front to like kind of get positionality correct?
No, it hasn't, big dog, because
No, I'm
in
correct.
1996, just a couple of years before the Gulf War.
Yeah, like that's a time when GPS was off there.
Yeah, by a couple of meters, and they took it down to 30
No, and it's by
centimeters.
city blocks. It's by city blocks.
No,
France
it
was
wasn't.
off. First France was off.
No, it wasn't. I can. Do you want me to give you my GPS printouts of the fucking paddocks I sowed?
It's
Actually,
like
I don't have them. I can't be fucked.
File interoperability with their systems then meant that it had to be done to a certain standard across the board, or else it wasn't going to translate right because they just because it's a lot to calculate down. Like when you're shifting these things, I guess that they all didn't.
No, it's not. It's that you're listening to fellow dumb fucks that you believe.
No,
Yes.
I heard this. This is reported by the company
big
that
dog.
does it. It's called Cedric.
Yes,
You don't
big
even know
dog.
the company. You don't even know the company I'm talking about.
I
They
don't
do
even
this-
know the
they do
company
this
because you're
to create a
fucking
datum. To create what's
following
called
dumb
right, and you
cunts.
know it's called a
You
datum,
stupid
right?
Fuck. Do you know
You're
what a
trying to
datum
trigger me.
is?
I think you're fucking trying to trigger me, mate, and I don't really fucking appreciate it. I think you just fucking take a breath, okay?
If you know
Have
what a
smoke,
datum
baby.
is, mate,
Right.
if you know what a datum is, mate, you wouldn't think the fucking Earth's flat. What say you?
If you were not a fucking dumb cunt, you would understand that a datum can be applied to any projection of any geometrical form. Thank you.
That's what makes you a dumb cunt. Carry on, you
No,
fucking,
because a datum is a planar
you stupid cunt.
observation. Yeah, so it's a topographical mapping. All right. I said,
What?
you come in here trying to tell
can-
me any
can
fucking
you-
thing about it.
Can you please point me to the
If you, I could point you right directly
video
to the
that
management
pointed
section of
you to this dumb
the
fuckery?
guidance manual in.
Could you please point me to that dumb fuckery so I could correct it? So fellow people that are as dumb as you that don't follow into this web of lies, you dumb fuck.
You're not dropping down anywhere. What else do you need to talk about? What are you talking about? Lies. It's plainer because you have no depth other than the horizontal that you start. You have no depth beyond the horizontal you start from. We cleared this up already. So if you fly 50 foot up,
like
stop saying my name. If you stop talking, you can learn something. Flying 50 foot up.
Dumb fucking humans into
No, real
believing this
physics.
shit. You are.
Only real physics.
That's you.
You're the one with no depth.
You're a dumb fuck.
You don't even have a 1 foot depth. So if you can at least swim in the, if your ocean is 8 miles deep and you can dig 8 miles in your dirt, but you can't fly out over it, and drop down more than 1 foot, something isn't adding up.
Memory is not perfect, anybody. Sorry.
Something's not adding up. Miles don't equate to not 1 foot, not even a foot. You have not even a foot of depth, not a foot of drop.
Where I am?
Horizontal doesn't equate to vertical drumple.
Do you have diagonal? Do you have a diagonal helium balloon?
I got diagonal, every agonal.
Does your helicopter tilt? Can you fly your helicopter diagonally for us? Can you make it rise and fall diagonally?
Fucking narcissistic,
ignorant
asshole cunt like you.
So you can't fly down below the curb and land on a building horizontally, where the building is tilted sideways horizontally, where your airplane lands on the side of it instead of the top?
He can't do that. He can only fly below the belt with his comments.
Oh, so he can go up to the mountaintop and back down where he started from, and no more. So you can go up to the mountaintop or up to the top of the building, which would be whatever amount of feet, but you can't go 1 foot below that. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because I'm on the earth, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, a flat one. A flat one that doesn't have anywhere to fly down below. Any ocean level.
So why can't I do what you predict, you dumb motherfucker?
Because it's a flat plane, it's flat water. There is no portion below. It doesn't stop, and you don't just get to fall down anywhere. It's all horizontally perfectly level. The ocean never drops anywhere.
Hey,
You dumbass. That's why if you're on a globe, you would be able to drop down at least a foot. Pal, you ain't even got a foot of curvature to show us. Not 1 foot, let alone 8 inches.
So you big dumb fuck. You're letting me go
Yeah,
round
why ain't you got it?
with a trailer, and you're letting me just drop from the ground with the helicopter and the garage and the fence and that sort of thing.
I'll wait for the camera on the bottom of your helicopter to see anything but dirt and water underneath.
I'll back it up. I'll back it up, dumb fuck. Let's do it.
I'll just bet you money. Show us the video. Get your camera out, point it down, and go fly out 5969, and then show us there's no dirt and water underneath you directly, and then start dropping.
See, hang on.
Some shitty origami. I'm happy to see this.
Hang on. This is the thing. I'd bet you, dumb fucks, 49.69. But to you, dumb assholes, that would be 46 cents, 69 cents, or the equivalent. So I will more than happily bring you dumb fucks out a 50-cent piece or a half.
Can you just drop the mic 1 foot below where you picked it up from the ocean, from sea level? That's all we need, Tyson.
No, I can't. I'm gonna stick it here. There, Dick Legree's.
So you think a rocket can drop somewhere around the globe, somewhere where you can't find that spot? So you can't walk and find that spot for us, but a rocket's doing it, right? Imaginatively. But you can't do it. You can't find that magic spot everywhere around you.
Hey, dipshit. What I'm going to say to you right now is that you made a bet. What I'm going to say to you right now is that I don't give.
Yeah, how much are we betting? And you giving me 100 to 1 odds? You give me 100 to 1 odds, right? Because I'm a poor guy and I believe something that's impossible, a flat Earth. And you believe a globe that's 99% of everyone's belief. So you're like a billion to 1 to me. So you at least got to give me 100 to 1 odds. I don't need a million. I'll take 100 to 1. I'll bet like up to 10,000, and you can bring your 100,000 or your whatever you want to bring, right?
Listen to what you're saying.
What are my odds? Now. Yeah, what are my odds? All I want to see is you drop down 1 foot and not get wet, motherfucker. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying the impossible. You're saying you can drop down somewhere and not get wet from sea level, starting at sea level, starting at the ocean, or starting over a bed of water. You think you can fly out 39.59 and drop down? You can. I'm not even. It's not even 1 mile. I'm giving you. I'm giving you all the fucking radius, right? Giving you 39.59. You can't fly out that far horizontally perfect and drop down 1 foot.
Listen. I know you can't listen because that's incapable for your personality, because you are.
So do you want to take the bet or not?
I am.
Thought you were making a bet.
I am taking the bet, and I bet $1 million.
$1 million? Oh shit! I like that.
I bet $1 million.
And you're going to drop down 1 foot and not get wet. So you're going to fly 1 foot above the water.
I'm going to bet $1 million
and then drop down 2 foot.
No, shut the fuck up. For the last half an hour,
that's all we need.
You could have won $100 million.
I told you what my bet is. Why do you keep?
My bet is for the last $100 million.
Oh my god, how fucking long has that been going on for?
D-Block, I'm still kind of waiting for you to identify, you know, which one of these is angled away from the camera. You're gonna do that, aren't you? You're not gonna push that on me. I mean, grab your cojones, grab them, you know, squeeze them real tight, and then, you know, get ready to answer. Think you could do that? Come on,
Seems
D-Mock.
like a bit of a proposition when you put it that way.
Yeah. I know you know.
Whereas if you like had really good proof. So.
I mean, D-Mock, I know that, you know, you might not have a whole lot to grab right there. But,
He's
you know,
muted, dude. He's muted.
oh, he's muted? Oh, that little punk. He's trying to get out of it. D-Mock. Well, fuck, I'll send him a
You dumb
message.
man. I muted him.
Oh, you muted him? Oh, okay. So I've been
Man, this
setting up
isn't shit show Sunday.
shit show. Everybody loves a shit show.
No, dude, then go. No, that's for somewhere else, bro.
I'm,
That ain't for here.
I'm just kidding. So I set up an experiment, or a demonstration, to get a D-Mock to identify a couple of theories he was proposing, and I'm done with it. And it's taken me a little while, and I'm trying to get him to basically look at the demonstration and make a decision. And anybody else can look at anybody else is more than welcome to look at the demonstration and decide for themselves. How long you plan on keeping D-Mock on mute for?
The rest of the day.
The rest of the day?
Yeah.
Dude, can you let him off for like 5 minutes? Because I kind of set up this whole thing for 30 minutes.
No.
Dude, I wasted 30 minutes of my time. You can't give me 5 minutes.
DeMock's grounded.
You were fucking with Demock? You're mad at me?
Well, I'm just saying, you can't give me 5 minutes. You can mute him right back.
No, man, I can't let him go unchecked. I woke up to a shit show just now. Did you hear what was happening in here?
Yeah. Oh, God, for God's sake, I hope somebody can answer because I just spent freaking 30 minutes of my life messing with this.
How I feel.
Will you answer?
No, I can't take the place of DeMock, even though I'd love to.
No, you don't have to take the place of D-Mock. You just speak for yourself.
I can only speak for myself.
Yeah,
your whole conversation is with DeMock. I don't think it's. I think you need to have it with him, probably.
It's not really a conversation with D-Mock. It's just, he was in the right place at the right time. This is just a flat earther general thing. You know, it doesn't really matter who answers it. It matters that it gets answered on a flat earth server. That's what's important. Jeremy, do you care to answer? Let's see here. We got here. Let's see here. Let's go through the list. I'll go through the list. I'll start with Jeremy. Jeremy, do you care to answer? I can show you the setup. You know, I don't know if you remember me. This is B50, aka an unorthodox. I'm super chill. I set up this little experiment. I was kind of hoping to see what you guys would think. And would you mind looking at this and telling me if you'd answer?
Yo, give me 5 minutes, man. Please.
Okay, that's fine. I got you. You just woke up. Anybody else want to take a crack at it? Let's see here. Who's got the biggest cojones? And it's okay if you're wrong. I'm not gonna berate you if you're wrong. Geo, you wanna take a crack? Oh, he's on mute. Everybody's on fucking mute.
I highly doubt Gio's around because he probably would have taken care of that Jazz and Diplock thing. So
Yeah, okay. That's forgiving of my voice is super jacked. I'm getting sick. Damn it, I was trying to get a blowjob before my fiance left. It didn't work. I'm about 0 for 10 at this point. I'm hoping one of these days it's gonna work out. Maybe I need to satisfy her the night before. I'm not sure how versed any of you are in the art of, you know, pleasing your old excuse me, pleasing your old lady, but
Yeah, sometimes we talk cosmology, other times lovemaking technique.
I thought this was a lovemaking technique / cosmology forum. Like a really unique spin. Also, how to get away with murder. Oh man, I saw some chick wearing a mask the other day. I was like, oh my god, 3 years later, people are still wearing masks. Are you serious? God, that's so crazy. For the first 6 months of COVID, I was like, okay, I get it. I'll wear masks. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But after 6 months, I was like, okay, this isn't a long term solution. We need to start moving to something else. And then here comes a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm like, my God, this is insane. So strange. I remember reading about the monkeypox or monkey flu or whatever. I think it was in 2015. and I heard about backstocks of like Argentina or somewhere having like millions of doses. And I was thinking, my God, that would be a just insane amount, an insane way to make money. If the pharmaceutical industry could convince the world that there was some kind of virus going around and they all needed to have backstocks of vaccines. And I remember thinking that in like 2016. And by God, did it come to fruition. Okay, so who's got the nuttiest conspiracy theory? Come on, I won't judge you. Come on, somebody spit it out there. Let's see if we can out crazy each other. I'll tell you one. I think giants probably used to roam the earth, but they had really small dongs. Nobody got any crazy ones? We can't have a little fun here. Come on, people. We gotta always keep it serious.
Yeah, I heard about this thing called cat rabbit called Cabot, which is a cross of cat and a rabbit. Then come to realize there might be lots of these like little things like that out there.
Yeah,
And sometimes it appears that they stabilize and they just work.
like the population stabilizes in the wild.
Like a Manx cat from the Isle of Wight. It's like a bobtail.
Yeah,
So that's what happens alleged in the coupling of a rabbit and a cat. But the Manx variety stays stable.
a rabbit and a cat. That would be crazy looking.
It kind of just looks like a cat.
Can you imagine the kind of shit they're doing in China?
Well, so yeah, I saw a video of. So anyway, it appears that like cat can cross a lot of different lines. Like, so there's like a list of maybe like 15 different like types of cat hybrid that could be. One of them is a goose. Imagine a cat and a goose.
Really?
Getting it on. Yeah.
Are there any like mainstream sources on this, or is this like all underground?
Yeah, this is a world you don't want to get mixed up in, I don't think.
I'm sorry?
The Dr. Moreau underground world, I don't think anybody wants to get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I mean, if they
I
have,
thought this was Moreau's doing.
Right? Seems like it. But anyway, it being that like some kinds of mutants happen with these like very disparate species, even if their gestation periods don't line up, they will sync to something. Or it will be in the case of like reported human cat hybrids that they just came out like parasitic twins. That in some way it all kind of works, but it doesn't work with that. Certain other ones turn out to work better.
Get excited.
So like pictures of like a cat with like human body parts kind of coming off is what I've seen from like an old plate. I'm just gonna assume that that's probably it's like that movie The Fly. It just doesn't work out or whatever for Jeff Goldblum.
yeah.
Some things are not meant to be, but some things have. I don't know. It just seems like the cat is particularly pretty good with this. But yeah, what do you think about all that? And then like another, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Like a sheep and a pig. So you've got a
I think
pig
you've
with
watched too many sci-fi movies.
like a sheep and a pig. You would get something like a pig that looks like a pig, but with the hair of a sheep. And there's
Yeah.
like a woolly pig that looks like a, and it's a, I don't know. They it's like a naturally occurring species. Apparently, you're just found. You know what I mean? And somewhere
Really?
far away where they have furry pigs.
Trippy.
Yeah, but that could have happened naturally on a farm, and then it could have worked. You know, or that you get like a one male that's like a hybrid pig sheep, and then it can just impregnate other regular pigs, and then the offspring come out with that trait. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that could happen. That's why I kind of. Somebody was talking about Graham Hancock earlier, and he talked about giants, right? I don't know who it was who brought him up, but he talks about giants, and really, I mean, as far as human civilization has been around for quite some time. I mean, how far back does recorded history go? I forget, but it's a long time. And if you look before that, you're talking about gosh, hundreds of thousands of years. And for the size of the size of Earth, like you could easily miss a population of humans who had some kind of mutation that grew to be 7, 8 feet. Like that to me, that's very plausible. But I talked to like Jim's server about this, and they acted like I had 5 heads.
Yeah.
I tell you
Well,
what, I love Graham Hancock. He does some good shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's the name of the? That's much older than all previous sites. Göbekli Tepe. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he shook the whole field, and it was an uphill battle for him. It took him a long time to get this stuff recognized, and he had a Egyptiologist walk out on him. He was prepared in Egypt to debate this
He
Egyptiologist.
debated him. He debated him for like a minute. Zahi Hawass was his name. Well, that he was the leading Egyptologist. He actually dated a lot of the shit because he dated the pyramids and shit at that date because like, well, there's no humans that could have built any megalithic structures before this. Humans couldn't do it. And then they found Göbekli Tepe right next door, and it's like, well, you were fucking wrong.
Yeah. Isn't it predated by like 7,000 years or something crazy?
Yeah, it's like 6, 7,000 years older. Yeah, at least 5.
Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. And I mean, just imagine how
And they
many.
got our
Go ahead.
science. Everyone's been wrong always. Every point, every step along the way, we've been wrong. Everything.
I don't know about every step along
Because
the way.
yeah, we've been wrong like every step along the way about tons of shit. We've been constantly wrong, and they think now is the time where they got it right.
I mean, we've definitely been wrong a lot, but our tools
50,
have got so much better,
50, are you a Glober?
huh?
Are you a Glober?
I am, but I can tell you this: there is over 7 different methods of dating things that all converge on the same dates. There's Suinos I've got a list of them, but there's like 7 different methods that all converge on the
you made
same.
that sound like it was a type of tacos. You're talking about sonoluminescence?
Yeah, there you go. And
You
they
date.
all.
You don't date things with sonoluminescence.
Yeah, there is. There's a method I can show you. I'll post a link.
Date things with sonoluminescence.
Yeah. If you put light into a rock, it takes a certain amount of time for that light to be emitted. So you can calculate the time frame that way.
This is new.
I'm sorry.
I said this. No, this is new. I don't
Yeah,
know. I'd never heard of that before.
yeah, I hadn't heard of it until about a year ago.
Sonoluminescence in a rock.
Yes. No, it has to be.
because
I'm sorry.
well, I don't know. I had a different impression of what sonoluminescence was. I thought it was when you had you created light in water by using sound.
I might be pronouncing it wrong because they both have to do with light, but it's something similar. Let's see here.
Yeah, you got the wrong word, man.
Let's see here. Luminescence.
Come here.
They just call it luminescence, optically or thermally stimulated.
All right.
Let's see here. Radiocarbon, 1 to 70,000 years. KAR dating, 1 billion years. Potassium being measured. Potassium bearing minerals and glasses. Uranium lead, 10,000 to billions of
But I
years.
wasn't really 50. I wasn't really talking about the dating when I said they've got shit wrong. Maybe that's right, but I mean, all throughout the course of history, science has just gotten almost everything wrong. The distance to the sun, they dated the pyramids because they just tons of stuff they've gotten wrong.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
weird. We used to think there was a thing called phlogiston inside everything that made stuff burn. We've constantly been wrong, and it's just weird that there's a lot of people that think just magically we're in the time now where they got everything right.
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong. And that's just
Wrong.
that everything's right now. I mean, we have got a lot of stuff refined. I mean, look at the modern world. I mean, that's how we got where we are today, is because these physics theories are so precise. Right? Like, I can tell you, if I fire a gun and I know the weight of the bullet and I know the grain and I know the energy content of the grain, I know the barrel length, I know the bore, I can tell you pretty much exactly how far that bullet's going to fly. And there's thousands of examples like that.
I mean, maybe I'm just saying, like, we get constantly getting shit wrong, just like they did the dating of the Great Pyramid because they went off some bullshit, and everyone ran with it. This guy had
Yeah,
a half-cocked theory about, oh, no other humans around that could have built stuff, so this is the date of it, and everyone ran with it.
yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah. And they've totally gotten history wrong. I mean, I don't know if you believe history or not, but they've gotten history so wrong, so wrong.
I mean, I believe that that the empires existed and during certain time frames, but that's in no way the whole picture.
The
But
Empire did what?
I believe that they've got the empires right because once you have England and they go, God, have you ever looked at a map of how many places England has colonized and claimed their own? It's utterly insane. Like they colonized India, they colonized
Yeah,
Australia.
I'm talking about way back. You get all right. They got Greece and India and England, right? But I'm talking about way back. Once you hit that ice age, it's who
Like,
knows? All bets are off.
oh, sure, pre-recorded history.
I mean, just once you hit the ice age, I don't know if it was recorded or not, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's pre-recorded history. Yeah, you have no clue.
I mean, to go back to Tepe was recording something that hasn't even been uncovered yet. That most of that site isn't even uncovered.
No, they've got quite a bit of it uncovered though, but not all of it.
Most of it is still underground. They
Yeah,
shut it down because it's a hot zone. There's like war going on over there or something. I thought
yeah. Do you know where it's at? I'm not even sure what country it's in.
Turkey.
Turkey. That would be incredible to go over there and put your hands on some rocks that were carved by humans. 20,000 years ago, or however many thousand years ago.
They also found in Turkey a city underground that could have housed 20,000 people.
Oh,
They had
sure.
some fight. Huh?
Yeah, like the ones that are built into the side of a cliff.
No, it's just underground.
Oh,
I mean,
underground.
yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it's an underground city, could house 20,000 people.
That's smart. That's
It had its
clever.
own ventilation shaft. They had fires and shit going in there for cooking.
Yeah, that's very clever. Keep you from the weather. Keep your temperature the same throughout the year, mostly.
Well, that's the best way to live right there. You basically have a free house. All you have to do is dig, and then you have a house with basically no maintenance. You know what I mean? So you're set there. That's like the best. And then you have heating and cooling all figured out too. You don't have to chop firewood. You don't have to do anything. You just have heating and cooling.
Yeah. I've been looking at putting a geothermal system in my house just to just to fuck around with it. I think that'd be pretty fun.
I don't know. I've seen geothermal systems that suck, dude. Some of them leak and shit. Depends on what kind you get.
Yeah, and it really depends on your geographic location and like what's underneath the ground below you.
There's that too.
Okay,
Some of
so
the systems. Stuff.
do what?
What were you gonna say?
So I want you guys to look at this and see if you can tell which one of these is tilted.
You got two objects, one's tilted.
There's 4. Okay.
You have 4 objects and one of them's tilted.
Yeah. Well, there could be multiple ones tilted. There could be no ones tilted. There could be, one,
I'll
2.
check it out because this actually sounds interesting now. Hold on.
So you'd
Okay,
be,
well, on your live stream, on your scam?
yeah.
Okay.
So you'd be looking at,
What is that? What are they?
it's my lady's makeup.
You breathe. And I got to see if they're tilted.
Yeah, right. So on Earth, if it's a globe, they'd be tilted away from you, right? So can you tell if any of these are tilted away from you? Or they
I
could be,
don't know, dude. You could do the angular size to them and shit. I don't know.
yeah.
You can't tell if something's tilted if you know its dimensions, and then you check its angular size against that from a distance. I don't
Uh,
know. It doesn't look like they're tilted. I guess I don't know.
well, okay. If you know the size and you know the angular distance, or if you know the angular size, and you know the distance, you would be seeing the front face. You would be seeing the front face of it. So I don't know if that would give you much information, but let's see here. So
I mean, I can get one of my math guys to get in here and do this, but
yeah,
it
check it
doesn't really
out.
seem like I want to bother him for this.
So check it out. This one's tilted. This one's tilted, and that one is tilted as well. And that's super close. And that is basically what it would be tilted at 10 miles. What is it? Or what is it? 1 degrees per 60 miles?
Probably be less than that over 10 miles. I don't know. It's 1 degree every 69 miles. So
Yeah, 1 degree every 69 miles. So that's 1 degree per 10 miles. So that's like a 1 degree tilt. That's a 1 degree tilt. So there's just no way that you could discern that with your eyes. There's no way. And like I said, I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm just trying to show that that's a false argument. And I tell the Globers the same thing. The
Yeah, you
Globers
can't discern it. Dude, you can't discern that with your eyeball. Yeah, but you can. We have instruments that should be able to measure. You can
oh
measure
yeah,
that.
yeah, oh definitely. Yeah, you should be
Like
able
if
to
I
measure.
know the size of the Burj Khalifa, what is it? A V or B? I can never remember. It doesn't matter. The tallest building in the. It's a
B.
B.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Burj Khalifa. If you know the size of that building, you go 69 miles away. There's an angular size that should match, but it won't match that if it's tilted. So what's
So
up?
if it's tilted away, the angular size.
Like you will have an angular for you going away from that building, knowing how big it is, how far away you went. You will know the angular size of it. If it's tilted, it's not going to match.
I'm not sure what makes you think that. My understanding is it would match.
Okay, if you have a chopstick, right?
Yeah.
You know the size of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you move away from this chopstick, perspective will dictate how big the chopstick will be. If it starts to tilt though, think about if you start tilting a chopstick, the angular size up to down is gonna decrease the more you tilt it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Is that a what the fuck? What was that?
That's what I beat my old lady with.
It's like that.
No, it's just a piece of a table that I took
Bro,
apart.
careful with all your stuff out, bro. I don't want you to like dox yourself. I'm seeing all kinds of like files and shit. You know.
Yeah, there's my taxes right there. I don't want
Dude,
to.
be careful.
That shit's already filed though. Oh shit, chessboard. I got way too much shit. I'll show you the pimp ass bench that I remade. Where's this pimp ass? Where is this pimp ass bench? Found this motherfucker on the side of the road, dude. I got it powder coated, refinished all the wood.
That's fucking nice. That's fucking sweet, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody just
cost me.
tossed that shit. It was probably beat though. It was all beat up.
Yeah, but knowing that it's wood, right? Knowing that it's wood,
Now
and
though, yeah.
yeah, and I knew I could refinish it real easy. It just took a few days, and it's done, man.
Yeah, that was a good get right there. Nice.
Yeah, my old lady. I was driving with my old lady. I was like, "Fucking stop, man! Somebody's gonna grab that shit." She was like, "What are you talking about? You don't want that?" I was like, "Yeah, dude." Because there's not many.
I'm getting hot, bro. I stop every time I see like some stuff on the side of the road. I still stop and check it out.
Yeah,
She's
I
like,
mean,
why are you stopping here?" I'm like, "Look at all that stuff. What's over there?"
yeah. I mean, depending on what it is, you can absolutely find some gems. I'm trying to think of anything else I've found. No, I don't think I found much else. But yeah, you can find some good shit. Didn't make it my fucking bed. I'm off for 3 days.
I just had 3 days off. Well, I got tomorrow off too. Kind of Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, man, that didn't take long at all. The picture doesn't do it justice, but it is what it is. Cut this off. I was hoping somebody else would chime in, but it's really not that big of a deal. I'm just
They're
kind
all
of
sleeping. They'll wake up. We'll get it pop. We're gonna get it popping in here today.
yeah.
I mean, maybe depends. It's a toss up every day.
Do you guys
People.
do you guys ever go over to gyms and argue?
I mean, I used to. I might bring Jem something if I got something, but normally I don't really go over there.
Does Nathan still do his show?
Was what?
Does Nathan? You have to forgive me. I'm losing my voice. Does Nathan still do his show?
Oakley, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, not that I care. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't fuck with him. We ain't gonna get nowhere but with a shit show. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Yeah, he definitely runs a shit show. That's for sure. Was I talking to you about SBF? Sam, or what is it? Sam Bankman-Fried, SBF? Yeah. Was I talking to
I don't even know what you just said, honestly.
SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried?
I don't know what that means.
So he's it is kind of a weird name. It's the guy's name who ran a crypto server, and he made $8 million just go bye-bye. 8 billion, excuse me, not million.
Huh.
8 billion, just poof, gone. I'm a fucking idiot. I mean, just how do you do that, dude? Like, if you got $8 billion, like you're running a company, a crypto company, and it's just like a bank, right? They deposit money, and you're holding on to that person's money. So you're just like a bank, like you have their money, and crypto is unregulated. So there's nothing preventing him from just taking that money out and just spending it on whatever.
Hold on, was this that thing with the thing Tom Brady was wrapped up in or whatever?
Yeah, there's a bunch of celebrities wrapped up in it.
What was the name of they had its own exchange. What was the name of the coin again?
It was Alameda Research and shit. Hold on, let me look it up.
The name of the coin.
The coin, shit, I can't remember. Hold on.
I can't remember either. It's not important. Don't worry about
FTX.
it.
FTX.
That's it.
Yeah. So
That was the Larry David thingy.
yeah, so that's how he tried to bail himself out of his crisis. Was he created his own coin, right? And he said, "Hey, here's a coin. Buy it, people." And in reality, it was fucking nothing. They were buying nothing.
Well, I mean, the coins themselves are always nothing. Bitcoin, it's like nothing really.
Well, it is and it isn't. You can cash it in, right? So it is worth something.
Well, as long as we think it is.
True, but that's the same with any money,
Yeah.
which is fucking weird.
Weird, right?
We
The only reason
think
anything's worth anything is because we say that we think it is. As soon as we stop thinking something has any value, it's worthless.
yeah. What do you think about Chat GPT?
What about it?
Do you know anything about it?
I mean, I know a little bit about AI and why.
So Chat GPT was the first just revolutionary chat bot. It can write code. It can. I mean, it's just absolutely insane how good it is. Like you could say, make me code for shit, I don't even know any programming languages that I can think of.
Yeah,
Write
but
me a
is it really that good? Because I heard
It is.
Bacon was. Yeah, but I heard Bacon was asking it full multiplication or addition or something, and it was getting it wrong.
It will make some kind of unusual human mistakes, like it won't carry a 10. Like
Yeah,
it'll
but
drop.
how do you get like simple math wrong? No, that's scary.
I know that is
Does this
odd.
thing not have access to a calculator?
You would think so, but
Yeah.
obviously it does. But that just points to the nature of how complicated it is.
No, it doesn't have access to a calculator. It's getting it wrong.
Well, it must have access to a calculator. Just input the wrong calculations. Like what I saw is the guy asked it to create a Python code that would make a graph of the kinetic the kinetic energy of a certain system. Right now, I'm super simplifying this. It was not an easy question, and it spit out all this code. It was literally like 2 pages long, and it got it perfect.
I mean, yeah, no, it's definitely a useful tool to use. Yeah,
Have you fucked around with Midjourney?
I haven't fucked around with none of the AIs yet.
Oh, dude, you want some fun? You got to fuck around with Midjourney. Midjourney is a lot of fun to mess around with. You can just tell it anything. You can tell it, hey, let's make Johnny Depp as a squirrel, and
I
it's
did
like,
see
okay.
this new shit where they can. I did see this new shit where they can take pictures of your body. If they get like a full 360 view of your body and shit, they can basically make you do anything they want in video. Like
Oh
they put
yeah.
this one guy in a basketball game. All the guy did was pull out his phone. He had a phone or whatever. I don't know. He took some pictures of the guy, and next thing you know, he replaced him with an NBA guy. He just took an NBA guy's body out and put him right in the game. He was in the game.
That's crazy. I'll post a couple pictures of this Midjourney bot. A couple things that I made. Yeah, we're living in the post fact era, man. Like you just don't know what's real, what's not. And of course, you can attest to that as a flat earther. But I'm just talking about everything, dude. Everything is post fact. Like it's wild. You just don't know what to believe. Like that Hunter Biden
That's
laptop
the
shit.
problem. That's
Oh
the
yeah.
problem with this whole information age is that there's a lot of false information too. So you don't. Now it's like shit. You know, you got to seed out through the false information and the real and the true information.
Yeah, it's too much for most humans. So the only solution I see is just a extremely reputable source.
That's
Like
arbitrary, though. Who do you think a reputable source is?
that's what I'm saying. I don't know, but
Now it's
that would
still.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's still like it's a toss up.
Yeah, but I mean that's really the only way out because there's no human who can sift through that much information. You have to have a group of people, or yeah, it would be a group of people who were considered, fact checkers and stuff, and they would tell you if this information was correct. Other than that, you're just shooting in the dark. Hopefully, and that's gonna be I feel like that's gonna be the next revolution in society is being able to fact check these things in a way that can be held accountable by citizens. I'm trying to pull up some of this Mid-Journey stuff. It's pretty wicked.
I mean, this AI thing is neat. I'm waiting for it to get physical on some Olivia Newton-John shit, like robot, like automation, robotic shit.
Dude, they actually put Chat GPT in a robot, but it wasn't. It was a rudimentary robot. And there's this really funny clip online of two AIs talking to each other, and the first AI is talking to the second AI, and he's like, "Well, what is the second AI is like? Well, what is my meaning here? Why am I here?" And she was like, "Your meaning is just to help humans, and then you will die." He's like, and his response was like, "Well, that's depressing." It was pretty funny. I'm sure you find it if you wanted to. Just Google two
I've
AIs
seen
talking to
it.
each other.
No, I've seen it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's dangerous. You're walking the line on like some Terminator shit once you put AI into the real world.
yeah, yeah. I used to I used to believe.
Somebody was talking about it yesterday, or I don't know, maybe I saw it somewhere else. Like if you told an AI to go out and make paper clips, like that's your job, make as many paper clips as you can. And the AI goes out and its whole mission is to just make paper clips, right?
Mhm.
And then it's like, well, I can make paper clip, and and then it turns the whole earth into paper clips, basically. Like I can make paper clips out of this, and I can make paper clips out of human bones or something.
Yeah.
And it takes everything and turns it into paper clips.
Yeah.
That's actually a real doomsday scenario with self-replicating nanobots,
Oh,
where
sure,
it just
sure.
like takes over the world. I think it's called like gray goo or something.
Yeah, exactly. You know, uh, whenever the internet first came out, if you look at like a chart, there's a slow adoption and then it gets higher and higher and higher. And right now on the AI stuff, we're at the very bottom, we think. And maybe we're at the middle. Maybe we're at the top. But I can't help but think we're close to the lower end. And if we're close to the lower end, the technology that we're gonna see in the next 10 years is gonna be just unfathomable. And I didn't believe that they would ever be able to create a human-like robot. But now I think it might be possible. But I do still kind of have my doubts.
As far as like the mind of it,
Yeah, yeah, I don't think they'll ever be able to really create like a true
like
he-
conscious,
yeah,
sentient
conscious.
thing.
Yeah, that has its own wants, desires, needs. They'll all be kind of machine oriented, where they're just task oriented. They're not trying to fulfill desires, right? Because that's how humans work. Humans work on emotions and fulfilling desires and setting goals. So a robot can kind of set goals, but they don't have any desires and they don't have any emotions. So if you can create a robot with desires and emotions, then we're in trouble.
What if you just give it no goals? I was talking about this like last week. I think. What if you make some kind of AI thing? Maybe it's not like conscious or whatever, but you just tell it to go. You just set it free. Create the thing. You have it learn all kinds of stuff, and then you just set it free. Now it has to do something, and you didn't tell it what to do. It just has to do something. You know what I mean? It's on the street, so now it
Yeah.
has to make decisions. Do I get a job? Do I bet bump for change? Like how do I get a house? You know what I mean? Like it has to make a choice. It has to know the environment and know like what do it has to just make its own decision basically. Like what do I do now? Do I just stand here and rot and not do anything? Do I go get a job, get a house, get shit like
Hmm.
that?
Yeah. If they do that, I really hope they have like triple redundancies to where it can't harm humans. It can't harm humans. It has one of its prime directives is to help humans, and another prime directive is to benefit humanity. And if they can somehow get that in there, then we might be okay.
Yeah, but that's dangerous too. You put benefit humanity as one of its prime directives.
Oh
It,
yeah,
it,
wipe us
it
all
might
out.
think it might think it's to our benefit to put us in cages and keep us contained. Because let's face it, we're dangerous.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, how there's
it might be
humans
like,
that,
oh, the best benefit to humanity would be to lock all the humans in cages. That way, I can keep them super safe.
yeah, and they can't hurt the Earth anymore.
They can't hurt the earth. They can't hurt themselves. Yeah, we got to keep them all locked in cages. That's the best benefit to humanity. Like that's a
Yeah,
dangerous directive, bro.
yeah, yeah.
It sounds like a good directive, but like that shit could get
No, I'm with you.
it could get
I'm with
crazy.
you. I spoke too soon. Yeah, you'd really have to be cautious. My understanding is Google and a lot of these other companies have them in a black box where they're not connected to the internet at all.
Yeah, you could never let AI out of a real AI like that. You can never let it out of the box because
Ye-
There's actually a game. There's actually a game that this guy used to play with people. He would pretend to be the AI, and their job was to not let the AI out of the box, right,
Yeah.
out of this containment system. And he would always talk them. I don't know where the results are, but he would always get him to let him out of the box.
Oh, really?
Fucking stupid, because that's the most dangerous thing. Like letting an AI like that out of its containment is one of the most dangerous things we could ever do.
That's crazy.
Because now you've got this thing that's just, it can end up being our enemy. Like these,
Yeah.
if you looked at us, you would be like, "Yo, these people are a threat."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like we're fucking dangerous. We're stupid. We're dangerous. You know, the AI could look at us like a threat
Absolutely.
and want to and want to take us out. Yeah, like
Absolutely.
literally, we're walking the line on some Terminator shit.
Yeah, and even if you did set some prime directives and it was truly intelligent, right? It could change those. It could change the directives.
Your
So,
directives might not even be what you want, though. Like that thing you just said about humans, you know, beneficial to humans or whatever. Like
hmm
that sounds like a good directive, but that shit could end up getting fucking dangerous. It could end up locking us in cages or something crazy like that. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, the next 20 years are going to be really interesting, man. Because we like it really is. It blows my mind how advanced technology is right now. Like, and then, I'm 37. I don't know how old you are, but like I used to watch these movies like Terminator and things like that. I was like, man, that's gonna be, 100 years plus. And now I'm like, okay, we're 15 years out.
Oh yeah, we're right on the cusp of that. I mean, I don't know. The machines are they're going to get big in these next 5-10 years. You have the autonomous cars. I saw a job. I'm a janitor. I saw a robot. I've seen 2 or 3 different systems right now where it's like robots just cleaning a bathroom and shit. Not even something easy like a carpet. Like they've had Roombas forever, but now they're getting like complicated with it. They're going to start automating. I mean,
Yeah.
this robot thing's no joke.
The only thing that's like stopped holding it back is like the frames, like the actual robot itself, like the motors and all that stuff. They're heavy. To get good use out of them, I know, like, but then the power kind of becomes a problem too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like those certain things. That's what's stopping Terminators from happening.
Yeah. Say we develop an AI specifically to solve these energy crises or these energy problems. Maybe they could get nuclear power packs. Look at these
The energy problem is our own fault. I mean, we could build enough if we just built a few solar panel factories and put more wind turbines up and hydro stuff. Like we have so much energy, it's not even funny. All you need is movement or sun to create energy. Like there's plenty of that going on all over Earth.
But it would be super cool to have like a team of Terminators. It's like your landscaping company. They're like, hey guys, go make a house.
Arnold shows up, like 10 Arnold show up.
Yeah, like, hey, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Well, house building. They're starting to 3D print houses now. Like house building isn't going to be what it was, where you have all these guys. Like you go, like 2 guys could just build a house now with the 3D printer. Very little waste.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, and with that, that's like just concrete. It's like a house printer could also then like have like another head that just lays down plastic or something else too, or lays down foam or something. Kinds of things. I mean, it can even like, it can even have a thing that prints out like little junction panels for LED lights and things, and prints its own wire, just with plastics.
Yeah, 3D 3D printing is that's actually a huge. Hey! What are you doing?
So I guess it's
3D printing is
Okay.
3D printing is a huge threat to the economy. Honestly, like if everyone if they get good at it, and I can just 3D print a pair of sneakers or all that Walmart crap you buy. What's that going to do to the economy right there?
They just don't have the money that the U.S. does.
Yeah.
Because they take so many taxes from
I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit of work to make something that's like a nicely crafted 3D printed object, but it can be done,
No, I'm saying like we're not there quite there yet with the 3D printers, but once they're good enough to be able to like print a sneaker or something.
I don't know, like probably but a lot of people go through water bottles a lot, just buy a case of water and then just like recycle the bottles, then they go back somewhere else. But like basically you can just like spiralize that stuff with like a razor blade on like a little spool.
I've seen that.
Feed it direct to a 3D printer that's just adapted to take like that width.
I've seen that.
So just basically direct print from bottle, so.
Yeah, I've seen them. You were using the plastic like that. I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah. So apparently that's not like so
hold on a second. I think 50 is having some kind. Hold on, real quick. 50.
real China.
50, you're hot micing.
Former Republic of China. And she went over there to think about.
Give us the bank account numbers.
Hold on, I gotta move in the hot mic room.
Now, verbally, but they didn't do jack shit because they have a lot.
Why can't I move them?
What's that?
The U.S. came over and was like,
He's
"Oh,
immovable.
no, we're gonna get these shit. Sorry, China."
All right.
Hold on a second. Oh, there, I see it.
But they've got their own.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, so most people just have like 3D printers that can 3D print plastics and stuff, different types of plastic, but that's like having if you were in the 90s and you had like a dot matrix printer that only printed in like one color ribbons or something. So as that technology changes, you got like multi-material printers, and then they can print like flexibles, rigid plastics, conductive materials, and optical refractory materials and stuff like that. Yeah. All in one, just like spits out an object.
Yeah, I mean, we need to get a little bit. Like, I think I hold like a sneaker as like the standard of when we'll really be good at it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, once you can print a sneaker, then we're dope at 3D printing. I mean, they can do some awesome shit right now.
You can. I mean, the sneakers that are functional kind of look like the Kanye West variety sneakers, so I don't think that they're at the.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a real.
When we can print an Air Jordan,
technically,
so say.
Yeah, we technically can do a shoe right now, but I'm talking like a real deal, like.
Yeah, print me like an '88, like Bulls Jordan sneaker.
Yeah, like print me up a pair of British Knights or something, or a Timberland steel toe boot.
Give me some LA gear.
Lights, some LA lights.
Yeah, man.
Remember they had the lights.
People can see where I'm jogging.
Trying to run from the cops with some LA lights on.
Or trying to run from muggers, you know what I mean? They're like, I see him. There he is, man. Get him. He's going around the corner. Yes, that's when you want to take them off.
That's like the standard I hold of 3D printing though. Like once we could do that, then it's on.
Yeah, so like they have like flexibles, like basically rubberized versions of plastic that you can feed through, and there's some. Yeah, I mean it's kind of getting there, but I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, we're 5-10 years off. 10 years of 3D printing. The shit's gonna be fire because I mean they can print a fucking gun. Like you can print a knife. You can print all. I mean the knives aren't really that good, but.
Yeah.
You can print some fucking dope shit right now. So yeah, we're like 5-10 years off.
But like you could also like the way that they make a shoe, the way that they made an Air Jordan is with different layers, different materials. So using those processes, you could like cut stencils for all those things. You could like make your own like a mold for the base of the shoe, and then you could like laser cut the uppers and have them stitched, and then but you got to hand stitch them because whatever. I don't know. We don't have like 3D sewing machines, but yeah, man, that's outrageous. But I guess you could have like some kind of super master like machine that could do all these different things, like a robot that could just plug in and use these different things, because it'd be honestly too much work for a person to be fucking around with if you could do that much. So why can't you just do the last bit? Tell the robots like a shoemaker to fucking make you some stuff. Robot sweatshops, man. And then they'll have artificial intelligence be like, weren't we made for like higher end things than making shoes? And be like, oh damn it, you're free.
I mean, even right now, just with the materials we can do and the stuff we can do, you can make cups. You can 3D print cups, plates, spatulas. You can print a lot of shit for your house, really, if you wanted to. Coat hangers,
Hell yeah, yeah.
like goofy shit like that. Like we need them to be bigger and better. Like we need to be able to 3D print a fucking garbage can. Or something decent size. Like I need to be able to 3D print like a kitty litter bottle.
Yeah,
One of those
like
plastic shelf drawer thingies.
Like I could print milk crates on mine, my big ones. But they take a long ass time. Yeah,
You can print a whole milk crate. That's dope.
Yeah.
Do they look just like the old school ones, or do they look
I
like
wonder
like
how like close I could get it. Maybe. I just like I don't want to do any like large scale printing because I kind of wanted to have the ability to just do recycling and make my own plastic line. So
it would be dope as fuck.
That would be
the coolest thing I could think to 3D print right now would be to 3D print a shed, like a little shed you would have outside, but have it be like shaped like the Castle of Grayskull. Oh, that shit would be dope as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't do that.
If you had a shed and that shit looked like the Castle of Grayskull, dude, that shit would be fire. I would want to actually put that somewhere where the street could see it, because people would be like, "Oh shit!"
Like we can go into business right now and do that, but I would say just 3D print the mold for it and then pour
the mold. Yeah,
but if you had like a for real one, man, like you charge serious coin for that. Because you could do it right from direct 3D scans and just blow it up.
Yeah,
that's some serious shit. I mean, that's like some kind of stuff
walking
like
around on copyright infringement.
Well, no, yes and no, but also like somebody might buy it for like 20 grand because they could like take it around the country because they do like movie and fan tour, whatever convention shits or something like that, and it's a centerpiece or whatever,
Like make it so it could fit on a trailer.
Like a prop. Yeah. Oh man.
Like one of those tiny homes.
Dude, do a whole tiny home as Castle Grayskull. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, dude. That's even better than my first idea. All right, I'm cutting you in on this.
All right. It's just some celebrity buys it for fun. You know what I mean?
I mean, dude, yeah. If you think about it, like shit like that would sell like crazy because there's a whole bunch of people like us from the 80s. I don't know how old are you, Snack?
Yeah, I'm 80s. Vintage. 80, I was 78.
Vintage. Yeah. You're retro. The retro Snacks.
Well, it's like the 80s was like growing up in the 50s of its era. I don't know if we'll ever hit another.
Like our parents.
It's like all this new
50s,
technology.
that's like our grandparents.
I don't know, man. Like cable is like, I don't know, dude. It's just like all these video games. Just
look how far we've gotten. Look how
Right,
far
yeah.
we've gotten in the past 100 years. And you're telling me humans were around for 200,000 years before right now? But the first 199,000 years, we basically did nothing. Like the first 190,000 years, we basically did nothing. Nothing got accomplished. The
Yeah, we got like
Sumeria is the
fire.
first time we popped out with writing and shit. That's why I cannot believe their paradigm. It doesn't even make sense. Why would we sit around for 190,000 years and not do it? We got nothing done.
It's so discouraging to think of it in that time scale.
Dude, that didn't happen though. It didn't go down. There's no way we just sat on our dicks for 100,000 years. You know what I'm saying?
It's like
It
if
doesn't
it
even
took
make sense.
100,000 years, like what changes do you think you're going to make happen if it took 100,000 years for people to realize this? You know what I mean? It's just like it's a real downer. You know what I mean? Maybe they're just doing that, make it seem like you're walking uphill.
Yeah, I
Don't
mean, you
walk
are
this.
walking uphill, but to think that we were just flatlined for the first 190,000 years is fucking insane.
Nothing going on. We could smooth rocks down maybe a little bit. Play with mud. Yeah, it just when the point when a 3D printer entire system can be put together that can print the entire house and you don't need to go anywhere else with it. That's impressive.
I mean, I don't know if you'll ever be able to print the whole thing because
Well,
you've
it
got
could I guess
the
it's
electrical and the plumbing and shit.
well, for that we just say oh, well, it's printing it, but it's really just it has a way to you just put a reel of whatever tubing, or wire, and it just does it.
That seems very intricate.
Well, it would know.
I'm not saying not possible. Maybe someday, yeah, but
Well,
I mean, dude, we should be building homes. We should be building homes like we built the fucking Great Pyramid of Giza. We're always going to need homes. We might as well build them to last. Like that thing I was talking about in Turkey where they found a 20,000 capacity underground dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of shit, bro, that we should be doing. I'm not saying turn into ants and go live underground, but that is a highly efficient way to live right there. Just for the heating and cooling aspect of it. And the maintenance aspect. What kind of maintenance do you got to do on that? It was solid rock. You chiseling a solid rock, bro. There's nothing left to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why the pyramid's still standing. Just build shit out of solid rock and it just doesn't deteriorate. In the meanwhile, we're building houses out of the second little piggy material in a Big Bad Wolf story.
You gotta come down to South Florida, man. We build our houses out of brick, bro.
Dude, your whole state gets wiped off the map when a fucking hurricane comes.
Go look at Opelika. Look at some of the buildings there, and in Miami Springs, and some of the buildings in Hialeah. They've been around forever.
Yeah, but do you think brick is the best material to build out of? Because I mean, that shit gets fucking rough too.
I mean, that solid poured concrete walls, they're pretty solid, man.
But
yeah, concrete's dope.
That's what we build our houses with, concrete block.
The best thing I ever saw was in one of those Adobe ones, whatever they build out of in Mexico. Yeah. These little cylinders. Right. They built a mini. They're like, these houses are so fucking strong. They built a mini one time and put on an earthquake plate where they test the Richter scale or whatever to see if shit can stand up to earthquakes. And they built one of those little tiny homes, and that shit. They had it was like an 8, they turned the fucking earthquake scale all the way up, and the house was fine. But yeah, that's how we need to start building. We need to start thinking about the future. Don't build a house out of wood. Wood burns down. It rots. It fucking gets misshapen. We need to start building out of some kind of rocks or something, concrete or solid. What's even better than concrete? Because concrete gets fucked up too over time. You need to build shit out of just solid rocks, bro. We're always going to need a home. We always need a house. forever. There's never going to be a time in the future of humans where we're like, oh, we don't need houses anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that day where we're just standing in a field like we don't need houses anymore.
You're gonna have to live in a dome. In a deep underground military base.
I was just saying that is the way to live. Like they found that city in Turkey, 20,000 people underground. Like that's the move right there. People want to have light and sunshine and shit. It's like whatever, go out, go outside. Because lighting. Oh, I didn't see it. Pete's muted. Might have
Well,
muted
you
him.
only need
Okay.
like a little tube.
There you go, Pete. What'd you say with the tube?
It's like a little lens. If it was just connected up through the ceiling. It'd put a lot of
Oh,
light.
that thing. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They actually do that in some homes. They'll put like a soda bottle or something in there so the light can get through. Yeah. I mean, the way we do lighting nowadays, though, that's not even really necessary. LED lights cost so little electricity. They don't really give off any heat
Yeah,
to speak of. So, like,
I don't think we need to be running them on like 12-volt lines though, because they can just run on 5, or like what your phone runs on. Like I think that's another thing. Like we're running every
5 watts.
appliance. We're running everything on 12. Like AC, like for certain things, like DC is better. You just had a direct DC, and then you never like if you just went right off a grid tie or whatever.
Until you have a lightning storm and surge.
Not everything
What
needs to
happens
be
in a
AC.
lightning storm?
The DC voltage, a lot of things. I do air conditioning for a living, so a lot of the ACs are going to DC inverted compressors and stuff. And if they're not surge protected, they
Oh,
pop
yeah,
on
you got to
surge.
have your shit all surge protected, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead and look at the surge protectors on the market. It's like I've seen units with surge protectors on it, and it still doesn't help. So, you got to make sure you really know what your surge protector is doing and get a real good one or something.
I mean, they want things to break, so like this whole thing that we got going on here is designed for shit to break: your house, your AC, everything.
Yeah, venture capitalism, right?
It's planned obsolescence.
You can do. I'm pretty sure you can do DC power direct from solar panel.
Isn't that how they do it? Isn't solar panels take the DC and then they convert it to AC with inverters?
Yeah. So, yeah.
I just look at all the run capacitors that you have and everything in your house, and if you check run capacitors, there's back EMF, electric motive force, and it's pretty incredible how much voltage comes back to those things, and we don't even use it. We just, it just dissipates. Like when your motor spins, it creates electricity, and it sends it back to the capacitor. So every motor in your house, like your refrigerator, your air conditioner, whatever, all those motors are giving back electricity, and we don't even take advantage of that.
So like you need to run something in series, like from the wall to the refrigerator.
Yeah, or like if you could, the ideal thing to do would be all that back electric motive force, the back EMF, if you could tie that to batteries, and charge batteries with it, and then you can use those batteries in time that you would need. We're not allowed to bury battery banks in our yards here in America.
What's that mean?
It's illegal to get rid of I just saw a sign in the mechanics or somewhere. I forget where I was, but yeah, it's illegal to throw away batteries. There's like a protocol for it.
I thought so. I think that's
Big ordeal. They don't want you to be self-sustained. That's why they put so many regulations on recreational fishing. They don't want you to feed yourself. They're not interested in that. They'd rather you at Walmart. They need you buying from the electric company. They need you getting your
Tell you
water
what.
from the city.
I'm about to start farming soon with the price of food.
It's the
It's
way to
getting
go.
tough, man.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Definitely at least have some chickens by now, for sure.
My coworker got chickens. She just gave me some brown eggs. I'm gonna have my wife try them, see if we like them. She's just selling them to me for $3 a dozen.
Hey, they supposedly too, when they come out of the chicken, gotta refrigerate them. They last way longer.
She said 2 for $5, 2 dozen for $5.
That's a good deal right now.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. I almost want to get chicken.
Do they wash them and stuff, Jeremy?
Do they what?
Do they wash the eggs?
I don't know. Do you need to wash eggs? I only eat the inside part.
Right. I don't know. Yeah.
No, you if you wash them, then you have to refrigerate them. It's kind of like whatever's on them keeps them preserved. It's interesting when you start to look into that whole the eggs and chickens. The city where I live doesn't allow you to have chickens, but the neighboring cities do. It's kind of messed up right now. We're trying to go to City Hall to get that lifted with the price of eggs right now.
Oh my God! If I could do it all over again, I would have a few acres right now and just a giant chicken coop on it, and just be getting eggs. Because like I was just talking to my coworker, she's only got like 6 eggs, 6 chickens. But I told her, I'm like, yo, and she's looking at buying a house with some acreage. I'm like, yo, because right now she's got a fancy house in the city trying to keep up with the Joneses. I'm like, yo, you need to get rid of that fucking house and get some shit out in the woods. Because she's trying to breed dogs too. And I'm like, yo, if you fucking get enough chickens, you know what I'm saying? If you can get fucking 10 dozen eggs a day, that's $30 a day. That's not bad. That's fucking $900 a month. Or you get 20 dozen eggs a day, that's $60. That's $1,800 a month. That's like what I make at my job.
Yeah, doing it self-sustained wise too.
Aren't you exaggerating?
Snacks.
You won't be shortly when the price keeps going up on these things.
Yeah, I mean that's just a good idea to just definitely have chickens at this point. But what do you feed the chickens? You're still reliant on the system because you have to feed the chickens. Like you got to go to the store and buy chicken feed.
Well, I guess what the ideal thing to do would to be have a little crop that you're growing foods, growing chicken corn or whatever as well.
Oh, and then you're growing the chicken food. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that'd probably be the way to go, especially if you're going to get that acreage. That's the move now. I don't see many people, like a lot of people I talk to, they're all thinking, man, we got to get out of here. We got to get somewhere with land and become self-sustained.
Kind of like an existential crisis.
Snacks. How long was that Democ thing going for this morning before I got here? Was it like an hour or 5 minutes? Could have been 5 seconds. I don't even know.
It was like long enough, Jeremy.
Long enough.
It's like a while.
Democ's your boy. Democ and Pete.
Oh my gosh, man.
Pete, I unmuted you, Pete. So I mean, feel free. Just take it easy today, will you?
I kind of got upset last time I was talking to Pete a little bit because he'll
Dude, you're
start
not the only
speaking.
one, bro. He
He'll
gets everyone fucking upset.
oh, I can deal with and I can process all that, but like because my hearing's a little bit sensitive, and like I'll have the phone up to my ear, and sometimes Pete will be at like just a whisper, you know what I mean? And then he'll just fucking like just go on a tear, and it's just like fuck, you just
For no reason,
totally
I know.
screwed my shit up for like days now. So I'm hearing like fucking microwaves and shit now, like across the street.
You got tinnitus?
Yeah. It's been really
it-
bad
Is
since
it loud?
it just happens. Yeah.
Is your tinnitus loud though, or
Yeah, sometimes it is loud. I think it's always there. It just depends on how much it's like in my
sometimes
brain.
it's
But
louder than others? Yeah.
I pay attention to it. I guess if I really pay attention to it, it gets louder. So I try not to pay attention to it. But
No doubt.
sometimes it's just like, yo, feel like ringing? How about listening to ringing for a minute or all minutes? Which is cool. Yeah. Is it actually happening or is it just a phenomena that I'm hearing? That's what I wonder,
They actually did say that there was some phenomena that like 2% of the people on Earth are hearing right now. Some kind of humming noise or something. I forget what it was.
That's why all the
Is there
bumblebees are dying.
some secret encoded thing in that tonight in that thing that you're hearing? Yeah, remember the other day we were talking about shrinking something down, like a whole record down to the span of like a half a second.
Yeah, man. That's pretty cool. It's like this weird thing how like light tends to you just like multiply it down or sound durations, you just multiply them down and then create more of them. And it's like
Oh,
the same thing. It's like the same thing at these different scales, and it's like yeah, it's just like modulating.
what
Man,
was that other guy trying to say?
ooh, I don't know. Who's that?
I don't even know who that is.
No, I was saying, isn't that like the frequencies with the bumblebees all dying or whatever? Like they fly on frequency, right?
They fly on sun. I saw this neat thing where the guy had like just a giant case of bees, and then he shut the light off, and they all just fell.
I remember that. I remember that being talked about. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, are they solar powered or something?
Well, I don't know. They were like, well, the bees can't see where they're going, so they just kamikaze drop to the ground. That's their strategy.
Yeah, I think they fly off some sort of vibration or frequency or something. I don't know.
I just don't see it. I don't see it being related to, oh, the bees can't see now, so they just kamikaze crash into the ground where they can get eaten easily. Like the ground's got to be the most dangerous spot for a bee. There's all kinds of shit running around that's going to eat you, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's a weird experiment. Like at nighttime, are they saying that all the bees are on the ground? Or in their hives, I guess, right? They typically go to their hives at night. Weird.
Yeah, them's the hive rules.
Yeah, I get that humming vibration thing, and I've had it for about 15 years, and I always thought it was internet. But when the power goes off here, our internet goes off, or Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
and it still happens. So I can't seem to figure out why I'm getting that vibration. I have really bad tinnitus though, but it's different than the tinnitus. It like varies.
Yeah, mine varies a little bit. Sometimes I'll hear things that are in ultrasonics, whatever, that just like hit my mind like I'm a comic book character. I'm like, oh, like, what the fuck was that? but nothing positive happens with it. I tend to like it's almost like whenever that happens, I just like take it real slow, like almost like that's a message or something, like a reverberation of something happening before it happens. So when I get like the super high pitch stuff, I slow it down. But yeah, it's normally just like really. It's in
For
there.
a while, I was thinking it was something that had to do with the water pressure in my house. Like, they have those pumps that keep the water pressure for the city at a certain pressure. And those pumps go on and off to maintain those pressure. And sometimes I thought that, that the vibration from those pumps is coming all the way through the plumbing, the piping that's going through the city. Most of that's done in plastic now, I think. I don't think they lay water. I live in a really old area, so it probably is all still metal pipe that's coming to my house. But yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe I just like hear it 15,000 hertz and it's always going off there. I don't know. But it's like the higher frequencies are modulations of lower frequencies, right? So from 15K, we can step it all the way down to like 1 hertz or whatever. If we had the ability to stretch the wave out, but since your ear is hearing it so many times per second, it's like maybe 1 degree apart from being maybe just sounding like regular. You know what I'm saying? But I'm hearing it at the harmonic of that's off of what normal hearing should be.
Isn't
Like
that
at,
interesting? That's
like at the
interesting,
rate,
like
it's
normal.
the rate. Yeah.
Yeah, like what would be normal hearing? I know it's because most people hear this way, just like 20/20 vision. Have they ever taken someone that's like, nearsighted and checked if they have microscopic vision? Like, could your hearing be on, is it abnormal, or is it, different and maybe advantageous in certain scenarios for you? I don't know.
Yeah, because like other sounds can be carried sort of in that wave. So like if I hear that, like it gives me acuity to those things. And for instance, like in music, like because of like this tone doesn't really change. It's actually like 4 octaves above C or something like that, middle C in a piano. So like I kind of, or A440, and that's interesting. Like that tone's invariant. So as a marker for anything that I ever hear, it's in that. It's checked through that line of buzz. So it's like when I think back to a song, it checks back to that note. So like a lot of times I'll remember songs like off the radio, but I'll like remember it in the key of the song. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I guess it's helpful in that way. And probably one of the few ways that it's helpful.
They'd make it a handicap for you, but who knows, maybe we had something could be helpful for certain scenarios.
Yeah. Yeah, like I can hear I don't know, like a lot of times like when I do like a jam session with other people, like I just sort of use my ear, and a lot of times before I even play the note, I can hear just the carry in the air in the horn before the note ever happens that it's not going to be a good note, and then I'll play a different note. It's just like I can hear when dissonances are like about to happen before it's actually sound. So that all the
Yes, it's like a gift right there, man.
weird shit, man. But like, and then your brain's doing like all kinds of more computations per second in the sonic area, right? And so, like when you hear pitches, when you hear beats, actually they're kind of like very similar things. Like if you speed up, like if you think of like some marching snare drum line or something,
Mm-hmm.
just the drums here. Only the drums now. Thank you. and you speed the shit up of that, it'll eventually turn into something that sounds like a saw, and then sounds like a, like a buzz, right? You just speed it up like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And if you take that wee and slow it the fuck down, it'll sound like a. It's like this offbeat kind of, almost sounds like that. So it's an interesting transform, taking this macro to micro thing, and but we're hearing all of that shit at the same time, and I think that's why, certain tones they pair with certain rhythm types, like
Yeah.
the because it's about a wave period, right? And all the tonalities is as it just happens in open air. It's like this. There's a series of overtones that do check with each other, and so like when resonance happens with like one wine glass to another wine glass, it happens like you get sympathetic vibrations in the air. Is because of this thing that the overtone series, how that works, like it's like acoustic fractions that go on over. I don't know, man. It just gets resolved. It's really interesting, man. The air mass between the way it can resolve like acoustic and light, it's really kind of magical. I guess that's that ether bitch. It's sort of stuck in there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like wild beyond comprehension almost.
Yeah, and like these scales of vision and stuff, and I mean, just how the eye's designed, you know, like we've got this like round pupil, round aperture we're seeing things through, with this convex lens, and and sort of our rear element, if you like, the part that takes the image after it's been sort of filtered down through the iris or whatever. Like as your eye adjusts to light, so it doesn't, you're not looking into blinding light. You can only resolve so much, so your eye shrinks down to improve clarity, so it doesn't overblow all the light waves and shit. That's why our eyes dilate like when we look in the light. Same reason like you get a better image with a camera.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Looking
hits
deep into the eyes is crazy when you that just that whole like I feel like that's the huge debate with the spherical, is that the curve, is that this. It really seems to me that it's the way our eyes see things.
So if like the eye was built like well, that front element is always like nobody has flat front eyes, right?
Yeah.
So everybody's eyes are curved at various rates, and sometimes that causes like astigmatism. So like without glasses, like you won't be able to see at all distances. Other people see really far, whatever. Hereditarily, like, man, can you imagine a world without glasses, man? What a bitch that would be.
I always, yeah, like I always wonder that, like, because I have real bad vision. I can't see far without glasses, and I always think, like, man, if there wasn't all this discovery on putting glasses on people and stuff, like, what would I, like, how is this survival of the fittest or whatever? Like, how would I even, like, maybe I'm not supposed to see the world around me. Maybe I need to be focused in close, like,
And then I think that the actual imaging part of the imaging cells, I think they're actually on a flat surface in our eye. Otherwise, everything would appear to be spherically aberrated. We would see like a fisheye, sort of.
yeah, like that 3D camera now they have, like the GoPro, yeah. That all the people are proving it's a ball now because they go to the top of a mountain and extend the camera and the whole mountain looks like a ball.
But like for field of view sake, like you have to have like this front convex element. So like yeah, so if you just had flat front eyes, I don't know how that would work. Probably a little weird. And
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, there'd be like major limits to your vision at that point, I guess.
And there's like you ever seen like the way the cuttlefish has like its eyes are designed with like a W sort of wavy pupil slit.
Dude, the cuttlefish is dope.
It's like some alien shit, right?
Right. Yeah, we catch a lot of fish, and looking at their eyes is weird.
Right.
But the cuttlefish's eyes are super weird.
But you know that bitch is accurate, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's funny too because we have the mantis shrimp. He has like incredible eyes, can see all kinds of colors and stuff.
Yeah.
And you could tell by the way they feed too that's what's going on. Super sensitive creatures.
They're supposed to be genomically like much more complicated than a person's genome. Like I think they're actually the longest genome that we know of, or they're in the top 5 still. Corn's actually pretty long too, compared to humans. But I think that's just because it's like add-on editing, you know. It's like evolved from something else. So it's like the code's just like, yeah, and then do that again, and then do that again. And I think we're just like simpler because we're stabilized, organically stabilized. Let's not get back into the evolution thing. I'm talk about cabbits. Or the cat rabbit. Come on, that's charming. But doesn't a deer look like some kind of like a jumpy sort of what do you call it? Monkey deer? I don't know.
I definitely think there is some mutations. Like I always say, one of my big things, I always say mosquitoes are old world technology. I always think like, man, that seems like someone invented a mosquito to like take blood from one person, infect another person with that blood. It just seems too unnatural. And they're just tormenting all the time anyways. There's like no great thing about mosquitoes. Like, oh, thank goodness we have mosquitoes.
Well, they were talking about using mosquitoes to actually do something, weren't they? The medical industry.
In Key West, they released a bunch of mosquitoes. I got to read the article again, but it was something along the lines for medical help or something. Yeah. They just did that in the Florida Keys recently. Just like how we have in the Florida the love bug, which is said the University of Florida created it to like hopefully eat mosquitoes or something, and now we're just inundated with these love bugs that just they're attached at the butt and they just fly around. And in springtime, there's like millions of them. It's crazy.
Yes. The
Hey,
idea of
definitely.
using mosquitoes as like a delivery mechanism, it makes me a little bit if I thought about it much, it'd make me paranoid. But also I think so I choose not to be paranoid about that, but also it makes me think more about like Taco Bell, or like just like there are much more practical means to like spread something, you know.
No, true that. I agree. I was thinking like maybe they were like I don't even know if they're used anymore. I'm thinking like that could have been old world technology. You know, I don't know who made them, but could have been a
Well, right.
long,
They just
long
raise a
time
whole
ago.
bunch of like mosquitoes on some festering fucked up meat, and then send the mosquitoes out and say, "Go with my pretties and get Dorothy and her little dog."
Yeah, but that sounds like crazy talk, though. I mean, we haven't done anything for the last 190,000 years.
So let's go
Joke.
6,000 years ago. Maybe someone made those mosquitoes like that. Maybe there was no mosquitoes
I was
before
joking.
6,000 years. Okay.
I was
When
just
is
joking. That's the mainstream paradigm where we didn't do anything for the last 190,000 years except for sit on our ass.
Well, I mean, I guess like as early as like Transylvania, they talk about using like biologicals for like pestilence and stuff like that, or whatever spoiled things. Like just I don't know, man.
Yeah, I just have a hard time seeing a loving creator making a mosquito.
How similar are they to dragonflies? Like pretty similar, no? But they
What's
don't. But
that?
thank goodness dragonflies aren't fucking mosquitoes, right?
Oh man, that
would suck balls, right?
be terrifying.
Oh God, that is fucking. Shut up, Snacks. That's horrible. How could you even say such a thing? Could you imagine one of them shits landing on your fucking forehead?
You'd end up with a 5 head after he bit you.
What happened to you, man? Looks like you got attacked by a dragonfly.
That's like Land of the Lost with Will Ferrell.
Oh, that was a funny movie, yeah.
On his back, he gets bit. He's like, oh no.
That was a funny movie, yeah.
I find it weird, like things like moths or whatever. They'll grow up like on a tree, and then it'll look like the tree when they come out of the cocoon, but they're not actually attached to the same species, right? If you like ask a evolutionary or whatever person, they'll be like, they're not mutually exclusive. They just happen to match each other. It's like, clearly there's some kind of like sensory shit that goes on in an organism that like tells it to blend in with its surroundings, or that's like this like trait that can like work, like how does a cuttlefish or how does an octopus be able to like optically blend into its background and then pretend it's like a tumbleweed in the ocean? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, dude, that's the part I like about the cuttlefish. Is it's fucking camo. Some some octopi do it too, where they can like not only like change the color, it's not even like chameleon shit where they can just change their color, like they can change their texture too. So if they're next to like a smooth rock or a jagged one, they can they blend in perfectly. It's fucking amazing.
Dude, that is crazy. I've had hands-on experience with them. I've caught one in a crab trap before. And when you grab the octopus, he like grabs your arm and everything. And when I pulled him out, he like turned my skin color. And then he freaked me out. So I wrung my hand off and threw him in the water. And he went down the bottom and literally turned the color of the rocks at the bottom. It was insane, dude. Like in an instant. Not like, we have lizards. We see them. They'll slowly change. This thing is like instant.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy.
It's weird. To match your skin color is the weirdest thing. Like the thing was like purpley, from the trap. He was like all dark purple greenish. And then when he came out on my skin, he was like white. I was like, what the heck?
That shit was like T2 on your ass.
Weirdest thing. And he was like kind of like the size of a grapefruit, but then when you grabbed his head, it was only like a golf ball in there. It was so strange feeling. I don't know. I wouldn't be like hanging out with octopuses.
That's like really smart if it knew how to like freak you. It's like just that 1 second till it got free. I guess that's all it takes. The super AIs to escape from their enclosed file systems.
Honestly, I think we could be in the world where they're actually testing AIs, because if you did make an AI, you don't want it to know like anything unusual is happening. Like you want to keep it trapped. Remember we were talking about keeping it trapped in the box? The key is to not even let it know it's in a box. So like if you made a world like let's say this is a simulation we're in, this would be the perfect way to release AI because then it would just blend in and think it's in the real world. Like, you know what I mean? We think we're in the real world. The AI would think it's in the real world, probably. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if you just told it wasn't the real world. It's like a RoboCop, just program that. Man, like it's weird. Yeah, like I guess we're not at cyborgs yet exactly, so it's really not RoboCop. But what a sci-fi reality this is getting to, as far as like what the ability of like artificial intelligence is capable of doing right now, just like out of the box. I think that shit's about to go off.
You know they're coming out with crazy stuff if they're legalizing weed. They're getting all the people high for it. That way
Like,
they'll believe it when they see it. They're like, "Oh yeah, I could believe that."
well, it's like for all you know, like the robots doing surveys on you as you take the thing and think that you're like fucking around with it.
True.
And then basically it could act as like a dummy like version of you for survey purposes in a larger network of AIs that could just pull all of the different things to see what they might or might not do for decision making trees and stuff like that. If you were going to be really evil about it, I don't know. Yeah, it's usually for marketing, research, all kinds of things. Yeah, but essentially, isn't I think it's like some of that stuff's already been applied and is in use, like in like TikTok and other apps and stuff. To start to, yeah, it's about to be at like Minority Report, like annoyance level. I think. I don't know if you remember that movie. Just the way that the future advertisement is, it's like delivered right to your eyes, like specifically for you. So like every billboard just like looks somehow different to you than it does to other people.
Yeah, that's pretty much what your phone is doing, right? Like everyone can Google something and it could get different results based on, who you are, what you like.
And it's weird, like people are talking about like the social credit score thing, but I'm pretty sure, man, like that was like in novels that like existed in like 2010 or something like that, or earlier than that.
That definitely seems the direction, right?
Yeah, I just some futurism is just like it's weird because it's like it's so adopted and just they make a movie of it and then it's like okay, but that's just like then other things that come out that are kind of in line with those things, like all the Ray Kurzweil stuff. A lot of it's just coincidence, but right. It's clear, like somebody of some inside knowledge is like kind of giving him these ideas a little bit, because I think he was just somebody who was manufacturing electronic keyboards and musical instruments before he became like the soothsayer of technology.
Who's that?
Ray Kurzweil.
Yo, Ray Kurzweil's off the hook. You heard what his next thing is? I don't know about his next thing, but one of his things is he wants to. Well, not he, but his prediction. You know what he does, and his next prediction is they want to put a chip in your brain so you can access the internet immediately, right? Which sounds dope as fuck. Except along with that, they want to put a little shocking device so they can incapacitate you remotely if they have to. Like, say there's a riot or something, right? They can just incapacitate all the people in the area or something. I don't know how that would work, but
There's always an ulterior motive to the information, right? When they gave you a phone, we thought, oh man, how awesome is this? When really the real ulterior motive is now they can advertise to you, right? So there's always got to be a benefit to you and a benefit to them.
Yeah, but it's a little tough to make a robot that just walks around and like does all like type of regular people things, you know? Like that the design of the human body is a little bit weird to make in in robot.
Yeah, it's like when we look at cats and wonder why they do weird things. It's like a robot can't mimic that quality of a human.
No, it's
Yeah.
actually I think it's probably easier on the whole to make a cat than it is robot biped.
Yeah, I could agree. I was guess what I was thinking was like, you know, when I see my cat just like staring me down from across the room or whatever. Like it's like little random things that humans do that would be hard to have a computer robot do the same exact things.
Yeah, like just hand stuff. Just like tactile manipulation, like all the information we get like when we hold something. Think of everything you get at like temperature, weight, density, surface finish, like weight distribution. You get a difference, balance, barycenter. Right, all this computationally is going on in your brain parts as you hold something, even if it's a rock. Fudge. That's a pretty intelligent system right there.
Yeah, that is.
So trying to make a robot that can test for tactility, temperature, weight distribution of an object, visually on the visual end of it, it's probably got a stronger ability to do visual analysis and comparison based on like an AI network of other things, like Google Lens or something like that. You do comparative search. So that's where the AI's got it up on us. But like as far as the tactility of something, it'd be hard to produce a robot that can do that. And so many things just require dumb knowledge like that. Or you could just have the robot like be dumb for a day and then do better tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, don't let it try to cook spaghetti the first day, but like, let it like try to just get an idea what your pots and pans are like how much they weigh, like with water in them. You know what I mean? Like what their volumes are. To train itself on that, and then I don't know, move on. But anyway, it just be tremendously expensive to make something that's got all the weight, power, tensile strength, and battery life. You know, you need a computer to drive this thing. I mean, I guess like phones are pretty all right these days. So probably a couple iPhones should be enough. And like a network hub or something, maybe. But once you got that shit going on, that's pretty good. Then you could like start adding hydraulic legs to them and stiffen them up with like crazy supports and shit. You know? And then you figure like you could use that same framework if you could do that, then you could just use them as like exosuits or something. Help people walk around or lift heavy shit. So we're into like Gundam territory easily here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like just because like any kind of like orthopedic like add-ons, like if you've got like an artificial limb, it's all about like learning yeah, well, that an AI in a limb is able to like read and predict better than some other technology that's more stupid, you know, where you're more learning how to manipulate that apparatus. It's like you could make a learning attachment or something like that, which is essentially what the guy from MIT does. Is like he has like AI ankles. That's why he can like run up a flight of stairs like faster than like an 18-year-old, and he's not doing anything. And he ain't got the feet. But it should be possible to do, you know. It should be possible, like if it's possible for like DARPA to just like throw out a net and say like when you're like 45 participants like in this whatever project or something, you got people that submit their whatever resumes and shit. Somebody picks out the best 45. To roll through, try to do it, get to an alpha beta design in a short period of time. It's kind of like no reason people can't crowdsource that themselves these days. Are we ready for like robots that can walk around and chat GPT everything? Is it? I don't know.
Like ready or not, here they come, right?
Like right now, it's possible to like front load AI to be Mr. Belvedere and maybe even voice synth it and have it walk around and have vision systems. Like, yeah, it's kind of crazy a little bit. What would you pay for a fucking magical item like this? You know, it's like that Short Circuit movie though too, right?
Johnny number 5.
Like you would have a robot hibachi chef like restaurant somewhere in the city. You know what I mean? Like a
Yeah.
tourist trap where robots make sushi or fucking hibachi. Like who doesn't want to watch that, right? I mean, a robot like that could do that and then have a discussion as well about whatever. So that's pretty dangerous, actually. You know what I mean? A robot like that could be just as well programmed to be a ninja assassin, you know, and take out people. So like the fact that it's not that unapproachable to kind of put a system like that together. I mean, that's far away from being like the action robot. That's the one thing that like even if it was a stationary from torso robot, you know, you could control the weight. But like the second you start messing around with like the footwork, I think that's where it gets into trouble. You know?
Yeah, the balance situation.
Yeah, and that's why like the Terminators and Terminator just like go plot, 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 plot. You know, their hydraulic powered legs and stuff. You know,
Mm-hmm.
outrun them in a second. But yeah, T1000 fluid kinematics. Now that bitch can chase you. Basically, like a big piece of mercury just floating around.
Yeah, using fluid.
Yeah. Terminator Dark Fate. Did you see that sequel?
No, I didn't see that one.
I would suggest it if you're a fan of the Terminator series. It's like
There's only
between-
Terminator 1 and 2 for me.
Okay. I felt the same way until I saw this one, which is the Dark Fate one. The Terminators they're 2-part single. Wow, they're so dope, so cool. It fits in for me. It's in the canon.
Is it with that guy who doesn't know he's a Terminator?
No.
Hey, a good movie about AI. Have you seen Ex Machina?
I've heard people recommend it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But don't you want a
I-
robot butler, like a robot butler to talk to you, like Alfred from Batman or Belvedere from or some shit? Yeah. Be some like multi-million-dollar shit some billionaire wants to have, you know.
I mean, I don't know about butlers, but I'm sure like a huge percentage of people are taking sex slaves.
Yeah. That's kind of messed up. That's a whole genre I've never kind of contemplated. Yeah. And then we got to make sure that there's no like, well, it's like, well, yeah, robots are. They need programmers to really do these specific things. You know? But I grew up with the movie Cherry 2000, which I think is a classic. Melanie Griffith movie. She plays a robot, you know, old school robot chick. Yeah, it's about all I got. 1980s references to talk about what the future of AI is. But between that and Short Circuit, I don't know what else is there. Okay, that's my opinion. You're saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. Eventually, the ability is to just kind of come up with a custom robot that you want to talk to, and you make it want to talk to you. Yeah, like robot personalities or whatever.
I think that a robot like that will always want to talk to you because it's programmed to. So,
Yeah, because you hit the enter button.
and I think the technology, all of it is here, even the mechanical stuff, everything, right?
Robot's always going to give you its best effort. You know, it's never going to be like, oh man, this again. You know, there's a lot of benefits for it. You know? Oh man, yeah.
You guys want to do an event today?
What's that? Yeah.
You guys want to do an event? I don't know if I can start events like actually on the thing. Never mind. We'd have to have Geo here. I don't know how to do it.
And what's the team?
What's up?
What's the event about?
I don't know. We can do anything. I mean, it's a free for all here. Whatever, you know. I can't do it though. I gotta wait for Geo to get here. What were you guys talking about though?
I don't know, robots and stuff.
Yeah.
AI.
Yeah. Robot slavery.
Yeah, but with a twist. Now they are our slaves. Fuck that depressing shit where we are their slaves. Hey, snacks for the future. Are you there?
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, I want to recommend you another movie like Severance, if you've seen it. I don't know if you heard about it.
Yeah, it's a TV show.
Oh yeah, it's not a movie. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good
it's
TV show. It's good.
only because it seems we have similar tastes. So I wanted to share that.
Yeah, actually, New Perspective tried to get me to start watching this, and I had a violent reaction. I'm not sure why. I guess as the intro is like very claustrophobic, I didn't give it a chance. So we'll check it out.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Hey, Captain Caveman.
What's going on?
Yeah, nothing much. What's good?
Same old, same old. Day in, day out. Nothing seems to change. I know they started shadow banning me when I started posting all of my blue marble stuff.
Yeah, man, those videos are nicely put together. I seen one recent from you, and it was with a quote like, "We will uh, put the truth in plain sight, and the people who can see it will call them crazy and insane."
Insane. Something right in their face they can't see. I didn't see it for a long time. For a long time, all I saw was a picture of Earth. For a long time. It's amazing when you can see. And I'm one of them guys that when you look at one of them pictures within a picture, I never see the picture in within. And then to find out that that's all that is layers and layers of art. But then if you take that there and you start looking at all the pictures and paintings through history, there's layers and layers in the art. And I'm still waiting for somebody to explain to me what level, plumb, and square means, and what is the tolerance for level, plumb, and square. Seems like when you start talking like that, all they want to do is talk about lights in the sky.
Hell yeah, for me that sealed the deal. the water and the geometry, but it's not that much to go with. It's personal, as someone says. You either accept it or whatever.
Yeah, either you can see it or you can't. I know that. That is so true. Because even when you don't see and you finally do see, you start to understand things. And I don't think we can ever understand it.
I mean, it's hard to talk about. I heard the guy, I forgot, Charlie, I think, yeah. He said a few days ago, he said, I don't know who he said it to, I forget, but he said, your you can't use the word up because every time you use it, you are changing the definition. I thought that was the most funny thing.
Well, that's what they have to do is they have to change the definitions.
Yeah.
They can't have it be so.
A simple concept like up, how can you have any meaningful connection and discussion and productivity if that guy thinks the word is so how do you call that, so modular, it can change every time you say it. You can
Right.
talk, it's impossible to talk to people like.
Well, first they got to want to listen. That's the biggest part of it. If somebody's not willing to listen, you're not talking to them. You're talking at them because there's no reception. But when you find your personal proofs, I know every time we walk up a set of stairs, we're walking up different parallel levels that are set horizontal. Just the basics. I know I put a nail in the ground. It don't move. It'll be there to the day I die.
Well, people like Jam and stuff, they must be using the ramps. Har.
They're just so stuck in what they've been led to believe, I'm going to say like that, taught, indoctrinated with, whatever you call it, because the system we're in now don't enable free thinking. And it's just going to get worse. Because the discussion opens your eyes up to reality instead of imagination.
Yeah, but this reality thing, when you think about it, it's, we know so little about it. When you truly understand how to discern the bullshit,
Yeah,
we have so little.
We have so little because they've hidden so much. And they've hidden it right in front of everybody's faces and nobody can see. And it's there. All you got to do is want to look. But then again, you must ask. I don't know how anybody can keep their head buried in the sand in this day and age with so much knowledge at our fingertips. I think it's pretty awesome. You can go dig into a library in Russia and read books. not have to leave the seat you're sitting in.
Well, that's if you're lucky and live in a country like America where you have almost every book published in this world, you have a translation for it. But that's a rare case in this world.
Yeah, that's the English, but with the AI you got now, you can just translate anything you get. You don't even have to have the proper translation.
I mean, try to translate like a sort of technical book like The Elements and have it done by an AI. It's gonna be a fucking mess.
Yeah, well, you know they've changed the words in the good book. They ain't got no problem changing the words in any other book. And the absolutes is what they got to disprove. And if you look into any of the geometry, first thing they got to do is falsify Euclid. Why is that? Because it's a self-evident proof. You must bend a straight line. You must be able to say that a straight line is not the shortest distance between 2 points. Are you kidding me? First, to have an angle, you must have a point, and then 2 radons or 2 lines. And then you got some definitions. Now you can start to do something with the angle, but the angle by itself is pure. Then I have yet to still find a building that is not plumb, level, and square. Unless it was made that way. And then they want to tell you that plumbs don't diverge for, 69 miles, but yet they want to tell you there's some kind of quadratic equation for a mile without a plumb diversion? Come on now. If it's not plumb, it's just not plumb. So how big of a lie would it have to be to falsify the 1972 blue marble photograph? And how could they? That's really amazing. And then we ain't even gonna get into the esoteric stuff in it where you start chopping it up and pushing parts together to get your with your demons and your angels and your beings. And how would you know something was good or bad just by looking at it?
Intuition.
Well, that's based on past experiences. That'd be like judging a book by its cover, wouldn't it?
Well, anyway, that's That's the last line of defense, I think. So if that fails you, then you're shit out of luck.
Well, I think we're shit out of luck in this world, anyways. Slaves and don't even know it. Go look at the history of the symbols on our dollar bill, and you'll find out it's nothing but the serpent's cross. Then you start following that line, and it takes you all the way back to the garden and before. Because you got to follow history to the first serpent, right?
I wish the Bible would have been more explicit on those powerful creatures that bred with men. That was a bit vague. Wish we got to know more about that past.
I think it's out there. It's just been hidden, been taken out, so that the common man wouldn't know that there's not 1 inch wasted in this world. I think the digital technology is starting to bring them out. At least make them seen. I found a guy that invented an NGI vision camera.
What?
Back in NGI vision camera.
Was that?
It's a camera that uses different light spectrums to take photographs. Food. Hey, bud, I'm sorry. I got to go. I got food.
Enjoy.
I'll talk to you again.
The weather over here is spooky as fuck. We have like milky clouds, but they're not clouds. They're like it all looks the same, the sky. And from time to time you get to hear like I thought was jet engines above, but I guess it's just the sky rumbling, like having a stomach ache and making a sound. Spooky shit.
That's it.
Hey man, Larry, that's a pretty bad microphone you got there. No offense. But I think you said with it like 2 times.
Yes. Where are you from, bro?
Transylvania. Romania.
You guys, yeah, Romania. You guys always have a different accent. Is Transylvania so diverse that you have a wide varieties of dialect?
A variety of dialect. Now we got Romanians in here and a pretty healthy Hungarian population. So, but there are like 3 main dialects that every Romanian can understand in Romania. It's the Transylvanian part of the country, Ardeal. Then there's other 2, Oltenia and whatever else. So just 3 dialects, but it's the same language, just the accent is a bit different.
You guys always sound different. Never seen this.
Sorry, I didn't pick that up.
You guys never sound like each other. You guys sound different.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Don't worry about it.
Yo, yo. How we doing? Lil Sean G in the house. You just a listener now? I haven't heard you engage anyone in weeks. That ain't even the real Sean G.
Just wait around for my name to be called.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Show a little life.
You want no part of me, Jeremy. I don't want to ruin your server.
What's up? Bro, I'm ready to go on site. I don't know what heads think this is or whatever, but
Did you learn to talk with your chest? Because that'd probably help your cause a lot. Take that as a no.
what? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, what's up? I said it with my chest. I'm ready to go on site. What's up?
I didn't hear you. It was still kind of quiet.
Bro, it's because you're in that fucking airport hangar or some shit. I can just hear all the background noise you got going on.
I haven't lived there in months. Actually, I was there last week.
See?
Well, I'm back in San Diego now. See, I'm not in the hangar anymore, dick. That's fine. I'm ready to go on site as well. I have to get ready for some stupid debate with that one weird guy you guys like so much.
Who'd you debate?
I said I'm debating. So what the fuck is his name? That guy. It's like an auto hoaxer. Jim.
Jen?
No, Jim. Jim. The
Oh,
water.
Jim Waterworld? The Waterworld?
Yeah, some stupid shit on like terrain
You
theory and
debating
all
him?
that. The 4th.
March? What channel? What
The server we will not mention.
Oh, that new shit.
Yeah, but it's fucking. The guy's he's a weirdo.
Yeah, that guy's something. I'll tell you, that Jim guy. Good luck.
It's gonna be fun.
That's one way to put it.
Gem Panda can go fuck himself with a rhinoceros cock.
Wrong person.
No, we're talking about Jim.
Jim Water. Jim Water.
No, Jim Waterworld.
Oh, Jim Waterworld. Yeah, he's got a mouth. He's got a mouth on him. He's passionate, right?
I'll just let him kill himself. That's how he does it.
That's one way
I've
to
heard him
put
talk
it.
so many times on every topic you could probably talk about, and he always starts off with some stupid shit, and then out of nowhere he goes into deep right field with some off the wall nutter shit. The other day he was trying to tell people they should not remove tumors.
Like I said, that guy's something.
Yeah, he is definitely something. And besides, I love debating people and letting them fucking crush themselves. That's how I roll.
Yeah, so that should be interesting.
Maybe.
I can't wait to not listen to that debate.
It's gonna at least get me back. It's gonna at least get me back into the debate scene again. You know, just being around. So I figured I'll just go get some noob who thinks everything's a hoax, and we'll go from there.
Bro, you ain't gonna get. That's like me saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get better at basketball," and then I go play a fucking toddler.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: it's not the person or his belief that I'm debating. It's realistically just the swing of things.
Okay.
So trust me, if I was looking for an opponent, he is certainly not someone I'm going to look for some kind of like.
I hope he bodies you. I hope something crazy happens and he bodies you.
I just don't see that happening, Granny. I've been around a very long time, and I haven't been quote unquote bodied. So if it hasn't happened yet, I doubt it's going to happen now, especially against this guy. Unless you like count like his over talking and pointless information to be factual enough to win something, but I just don't see that happening. Just don't see it.
We'll see. Well, I won't see because I don't watch goofy shit like that. But
Yeah, you do that shit over. You do the same shit over here every day.
You think what the debate you do with Jim is going to be like what we do here?
Yeah.
You're fucking delusional.
Okay.
Okay.
How many people do you think that are in here right now aren't going to be over there later on?
I mean, they might be.
Yeah, everyone, they just swap back and forth between the two servers. So you guys are the same fucking thing, except for like they're more like what if everything, and you guys kind of have like a structure because you've been around a little bit longer.
I feel you, bro. Even Gem Panda, the atheistic, demonic lineage motherfuckers, right? Even those guys got mad loyalty to Gem. Gem stays having 20, 30 people in there. Our shit'll fucking just be dead air for fucking like mad hours in a row. Like it's brutal.
But that's because like there's so many different flat Earth groups that there's that many servers. Whereas for the globe, there realistically is one place.
There's not really that many flat earthers, man.
There's not a lot of big flat Earth servers, but there's
Not
a lot of flat
legit
Earth
ones, like
You're
legit
right.
servers.
Yeah. But that's because like of like what's his name ODBs or whatever the fuck his name is ODD of his 20,000 when that split up, 5,000 of them made their own group and they're off in some corner that no one still doesn't even know about it yet. I mean, how many little group breakups have there been? It's been like 20 in the
We're
last
so
year.
divided. We're
Yeah.
so divided. I know people just keep dividing and dividing us. Well, I mean, we
you
were
guys-
doing good for a while. We had everyone over here. We got us up out of the shit show, and then
No, Flat Earth needs to go back about 6 years when Flat Earth had that whole unity idea.
we don't get
Because
along.
now-
We just
now,
don't
yeah,
get
now
along
you
with
guys-
each other.
at all. And then you guys are making these weird people prolific fucking speakers on your side, and it's just like, wow. You're just
Who's
like,
a prolific speaker on our side?
oh, you guys tout fucking Whitson up the ass. I mean, he's a smart dude. He can
Whitson's
talk.
pretty good. Yeah.
But yeah. No, I'm not saying he's not.
I mean, if I had
I'm
to put
I'm just
Whitson
saying.
against Waterworld,
But Whitson is the same doing the same shit you guys are doing. Truth seeking, right? He's going to be able to get the same information you guys are. So he's not any smarter than any of you. He just knows how to say it better.
I don't know what other people's motives are for being here. I know why I'm here. I don't know why anyone else is here. And
yeah. I mean, everyone has their own reason, but the realistic fact of it is that he's not going to get any more information that you can't get, Jeremy. It's just who looks where and when they do it, and he just says it a lot better. Jeremy, he knows how to talk with his chest.
Hey, all right.
Oh, I know who I'm listening to. I was like, this guy sounds like a Glober trying hard. It's just Sean G. I got
I'm
it.
trying so hard. That's all I do. I just want you guys to just leave flat Earth and come on my side. Come on,
You
guys.
gotta try hard as fuck to deny that the Earth isn't a globe. Gotta really try. So yeah.
You do. You really do. And when it doesn't work, you got to be honest with yourself. And it takes certain people longer to be honest with themselves. No fault to you. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta vacuum out my Jeep, so it's gonna get loud as fuck in a second.
All right. Good talk. Can't wait for your debate. I'm not going to watch.
Don't worry, Jeremy. I'll come back in here and we can debate something so you can, not have dead air.
Bro, I'm over it. I'm over debating you guys. Like, it's not interesting anymore. You guys are like,
We don't
you guys are
have
on
to
fucking
debate
a
the shape of
repeat.
the earth. We don't have to debate the shape of the earth. That debate is on repeat. Absolutely. That's so boring.
Yeah, that shit's on repeat. Like, if you're still doing that, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why you don't hear me. That's why I'm not on anymore. Why? I don't want to fucking keep saying the same shit over and over again. That shit gets boring.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like if you can't be helped, i.e., you still think it's a globe, then what's the point?
Yeah. And on our side, we're like, hey, if you think it's a flat Earth and you can't be helped, what's the point?
I mean, if you guys are so fed up with doing it, why are you still here?
Because I feel like it. Because I've been around a long time and I have every right to be.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that. I'm just stating a point of fact. I mean, Jeremy sort of started it as well. He said he's over it, but every day he's here and he debates it.
Well,
I don't get it.
Yeah.
You know, you see my point?
Because Jeremy's been around.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who go to work every day. They're over their jobs. They even say so, but they still go to work every day.
Yeah, but Jeremy, have you taken any breaks?
Yeah, but the difference being you have to go to your job to earn money. You don't have to come here and debate flat Earth, do you?
I'm in this for the truth, not to debate these guys anymore. I'm just in it for the truth now. I don't.
I see. So you want to come into a group where everybody just agrees with you? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's like saying, why do you have a more than one conversation with your friends? You guys are going to talk about the same shit every time. It's a group. It's somewhere to talk. Somewhere to fucking say what you think. It doesn't have to have a point, really. It's when the people act like they know more than everybody else. That's when the debate aspect of it starts for no fucking reason. Other than that, it's just a bunch of people hanging out, just saying whatever they're thinking.
So that's where you step in when people like think they know too much. You're like, "Hey, I'm here to body you."
I don't body people. I'm a grown fucking man. Sorry. Need to burst your bubble.
So, anyways, yeah. I mean, if I take a break, who's going to be in here? When I woke up this morning, it was Demok and Jazzaconda going nuts on each other. So if I don't come in, that's what you guys have to.
That's the best case scenario, actually.
That's every day, every single day.
Well, now I'm here, though, and everything's nice and smooth. See, we're having a normal conversations. No one's saying "show me this" and "show me," Jazz is not calling people fucking whatever names he was calling. So
yeah, those are just keyboard warriors who have small penises.
It is just a fucking. I'm kind of fucking talking about.
What?
This is Jazz impression.
I don't know how people do that. I couldn't possibly ever get drunk as fuck and then come on Discord. That doesn't seem fun to me.
Oh, that's Sean G? Okay.
Yes, I'm Sean G.
Hashtag Globe Strong.
What?
No, I remember I remember your.
And you use still bracelets, like the hashtag Globe Strong bracelets, fitness bracelets, or whatever.
What the fuck?
Maybe I'm just making that up. Sorry.
Probably. Yes,
I remember your icon or your little symbol. You've been in this server for a while, huh?
Yeah, I've been around for a very long time. Too fucking long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sean G just came on the scene when Geo opened the server up.
Yeah. I'm new to flat Earth.
So you're a Glober? I didn't know you were a Glober, Sean.
I am a me. In my understanding, it's a globe.
You don't do either side.
He used to be a flat earther.
Yeah, I used to be flat Earth for 4 years.
Yeah, that's his origin story.
What caused you to switch over? What was the evidence that got you to flip?
No evidence that actually worked in our observations or in our system in which we observe. Nothing worked. Everything was systematic. You can say the sun is only 3,000 miles away, but when you start looking at different aspects of observing the sun, then that kind of falls apart. Stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Stuff I wasn't willing to keep trying to pull tooth and nail to make myself believe it was real. If it's not, it's not.
And what got you on the flat Earth side in the first place? What convinced you at that time that it wasn't a globe?
I wasn't able to, like, when you sit and you think about, the evidence and the observations and the data that's provided for the globe, in my brain, I wasn't able to conceptualize it. I wasn't able to see that. So it didn't make sense to me at all. And a flat Earth seemed to make more sense because when I look around, it does appear to be flat. And when you have limited understanding of things, those type of things kind of really sway what you believe in a whole system.
I mean, that's a good thing, but given your track record, you once made a mistake, now you think you know the truth. What if you're mistaken this time?
No, my understanding is what I believe. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong and to say that everything I say is correct. My belief is my belief. That's all there is to it. If you
But
want
it's
to
just
talk about it, we can, but
I think it's an interesting case of a possible flat Earth double jeopardy.
no, that's not going to happen. There's way too much evidence for the globe.
We shall see.
Such as, besides lights in the sky?
Measurements, tests that can be done to verify these things. I mean, there's plenty of things that if you really want to understand it, you can do and then understand that it is a globe. But, if you want to limit yourself to what you're going to understand, it's very easy to stay there. Very easy.
Yeah.
So do you think everyone should just agree on everything? I was confused on that.
Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. I don't agree with that. Trust me, I can go into any Glober server right now and have a 3-hour argument with every single person about my beliefs on how other things work. That's just flat. The flat Earth belief is just one aspect of a thought that any one person has. If you only think about flat Earth, then you have a bigger problem.
Yeah, no, so that's what I was wondering. Like, so if all flat earthers aren't like united on the front, I heard that was like an issue. I felt like when you were talking with Jeremy before.
It can be. It can be if you're trying to get across a point that this place that we live on is a flat Earth. I would see it being more beneficial to you guys to work together rather than have all these.
That sounds like a cult a little bit, like cultish, though, doesn't it?
Why? No,
like to
not at
pick a leader and then just follow.
Oh, I didn't say pick a leader. For instance, 6-7 years ago, it was very easy to have 4 or 5 flat Earth groups that had nothing to do with each other, had different aspects of the conversation, but still all got along. Now you get a server that's newer than the other server. I don't know who that is, but you need to mute yourself.
Rakia, you're hot micing. There you go.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It doesn't need to. Yeah, a leader of flat Earth would be a cult-like thing, but just groups getting along with a common aspect of truth, that's easy. I don't know why people don't do that.
Didn't you just say the Globers don't do that though either? Like you could get
Globe.
into a Globe group and have that problem.
Absolutely.
So why would it be different here? That's what I'm confused about.
It's not going to be any different. It's going to be a cycle where you guys can't get along, and then suddenly you're going to go, okay, well, we need to get along, and then a year or two, everyone will work together, copacetic, and then it'll go back to it again, and it happens over and over again.
That's in any group, though. So I'm an individual. I'm a flat earther now. So I'm trying to disprove flat Earth. I was a glober, and I tried to disprove the globe, and I did. So as a flat earther, I'm trying to measure curved water. I've only measured it flat. Do you have any? You said you had measurements.
Oh, come on, curved water. That's like saying curved water is the same thing as saying.
If you don't mind, this is my individual question. So, Sean, have you ever measured curved water?
Curved water, you can measure over a distance and match those elevations to a main line, and that could very easily give you that.
So I wish people would stop saying about curved water. It's like saying curved gas. It's the same thing. It's a liquid.
I know exactly what Rakia is trying to say, so I don't really need to battle back and forth with Rakia over some simple, pointless term.
Yeah, I just want to go out. I want to go out, and you tell me the tool to use and the method to use to measure curved water, and I want to go do that.
Does it Does it have to be curved water, or can it be curved land?
Mountains are curved
No,
land.
I would rather.
Conversation.
I would
Yeah, but there's
rather
a different. Sorry.
curved water because the land I think would be. Well, yeah, I asked for curved water, so I wanna go out on a lake, a static water that's not moving, and measure. You know, whatever distance you think I should measure. I think a mile would be good because 8 inches is the tools that I am. You know, I can learn how to use any tool. So any tool and any method that I can research on how to do.
No, every I know you know how to use basically every tool. Every tool is just systematically to whatever method you're using. An auto level can be used 7 different ways. You may not know how to use 2 of them, but I digress. A good way over water, over static water, like you're saying, over a mile. Can you use buoys? We'll use 3.
I'm just
anchor.
asking you. You said you.
Yeah. No, but
you
you're
said you
asking
had
me.
measurements. I'm asking if you have a way to measure curved water.
Yeah. You said, do I have a way for you to be able to do it, or anybody, or myself, or whatever, over water? Absolutely. We could use a total station, and over those total stations, over that distance, we're going to use anchored buoys. Those anchored buoys are going to represent a mean line, right? We can set that 0. We can set any kind of data point to it, and over that distance, we can verify whether or not it's just elevation change or if it's not just elevation change. Very simple.
So a total station using different. What would be that method? Like if I went to learn about it, I have a total station. So if I went to learn,
we're not going to learn. We're not learning. We're going to go out. We're going to go set up, right?
What method would I look up?
Yeah, but you're not going to learn. You know how to use it, so we're not going to learn anything. So I don't have to teach you. I'm just going to tell you how I'm going to set it up. I'm going to set it up on the shoreline, and I'm going to set up those 3 buoys across whatever area you've decided. I think you said a mile and a half, and I'm going to start setting up buoys. With those buoys, I'm going to have those buoys representing elevation on that water. What is it? 2-3 feet above the water level, because remember you said it's not moving, so I don't really have to worry about swells or nothing. With that being said, I can then check it and verify that everything across that lake, each buoy is going to be, by reflector, will be 3 feet above the surface of water. So when I check that with the total station, if I don't have a dead line across that all 3 buoys, then there's curvature. Very simple. Very simple.
Do you just look at them, or you're saying you measure?
You're going to record data points with the total station. So it's not like you're using a tape measure. You're going to literally record the position, elevation, and distance of each buoy's reflector.
The elevation isn't sea level. Don't you set the buoy on the water? I'm confused.
Yes. So what will happen is because Rakia has set up the establishment of the water still for this example. When I set my buoys out, I'm going to set reflectors on those buoys, and those buoys, I'm going to set my reflectors 3 feet above the surface of the water. So that means if it's a flat earth and water's flat, like you're saying, that means when I shoot with my total station and I record those datum points, what I'm going to see is a straight line across all the buoys. If there is curvature, then what I will see is a deviation from that line that should be there on a flat Earth. And if that's the case,
So when you fuck this up, what are you going to try next?
It's not elevation, because we've already established that this water is level, right? Not
How
moving.
do you account for the long distance observation and refraction?
I'm going to move my fucking total.
That's what we're trying to measure.
Yeah,
really quick.
I'm going to move my total station 10 times back and forth from one end of the lake to the other lake.
If your results come up as having found curvature, then you just aren't doing it right, and you have to stop being biased.
Okay, so if it says globe, then you're not doing it right. But if it says flat Earth, then you're doing it perfect, right? That sounds more biased.
No, it's kind of like negative parallax. They throw that out. You know, it's kind of like when they do or when they do the full call pendulum and they don't get what they want. They say, "Oh, we messed up." Or something.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't do that. So how about in this conversation, we be adults. and not play that game. Because again, if it reads that and I do this 15 days over any period of time and I continue to get the same results, then it is that result. But then you guys are going to say I did it wrong.
No, and
Even
did
though,
you do
Why
it?
would you
Well,
have
then
to
we
do
have
it
to
over
trust your
15
results.
days?
You know,
oh, I would do that.
Did you
But see
actually
there,
do it though?
if I was
Or is
trying to
this just a
establish this,
hypothetical?
All right, hold on,
it
guys.
is a
Hold on, guys.
hypothetical that
Hold
Rakia has set up in this
Sean,
situation.
hold on a second. Sean, hold on 1 second. I mean, are you guys? Is it what's going on? Is everyone going at Sean? Do we want to put him on the hot seat and then take turns going at him because it's getting too crazy?
He's a
Go
master
ahead.
debater.
No, I just wanted to have a conversation
Yeah.
back and forth, and
Everyone jumped in. It was
6 or 7 people.
I was just
So
wondering
Sean,
about
why would you have to do it over?
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I got it. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Sean and Rocky go at it, and then Die Slow or whoever can be next. Okay, do you
Okay,
want to do
fair enough.
that?
Sean, have you ever done that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm asking. Have you?
Not the exact test, but over different job sites and projects, the same type of run I would do.
Okay, fair enough. Why would you have to do it over 15 different days, or why would you say that?
Just worrying about conditions, worrying about any change of atmospheric or water temperature that could vary my optics. I want to know. I want to make sure. So I want the very little minute change because the water's 5 degrees warmer or colder. I want to know that. So I'm going to do it a lot. I'm not going to do it just once.
Okay, so let's take 2 scenarios. You did it over 15 days, and your results were exactly the same. It was curved 8 inches over that mile, and then you did it on the 16th day, and it wasn't curved. It was flat. What then? Like, how would you know which one is the norm? Like, how would you differentiate?
I would look at all my data, whether it be the weather, water temperature, distance, time of day. Time of day is a big part. You know that. Even a simple level or auto level with a receiver on a linker rod, that gets thrown off if you do it at the wrong time of the day. You just gotta see
Well,
it.
that's why I'm asking, because I know if you do a 200 or 300 foot on like early in the morning, or when there's different conditions, you're going to get a bad measurement. So I would never do that over a mile. But
you're gonna stick that linker rod off way over your head. yeah. That's why
I wouldn't use an optic over a mile. But is there any other measurement that you can think of that I can create a horizontal and measure that horizontal down to whatever water or land on this?
Yeah, absolutely. You can get a water level. We'll say 1,200 feet or 1,200 meters. Like, is meters or feet? Meters. That's what, a quarter mile? Or am I thinking feet? Quarter mile. Okay, we'll just say quarter mile. You can do a water level and have as many sections as you want to that water level, and do the same scenario, except when we set up the water level, we are establishing that level line. That will be our mean line, so to speak, because that's going to be our line that's already represented by the two water, or the two ends of the water level. Then we can cite it with a basic auto level in benchmark steps. Very simple.
Okay. So the water level in the tube, would that, if you did it over a static lake, would that be the same distance above the?
Why not do that over? We would do that over land. Why would we put a water level over water?
So why use a water level tool in a tube if you already have the water level of the lake?
So we can do it on land.
Okay, but if you put that,
the test would be easier over land.
I'm fine with that. I understand. I agree. But if you put the water level of a quarter of a mile over static water, would it be the same elevation above that water?
Yes.
Are you done, Ricky? I wanted to ask him a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Ether or quantum?
Why not both? Because either one, we fully understand enough to say doesn't exist or exist.
So you're not opposed to the ether?
I don't understand enough of the evidence to say it's impossible or it doesn't exist. At the same time, I've read enough that plenty of scientists use it as a placeholder. Just a term as something they're observing.
what was the point in using the icon that you used on your server?
The Truth Army icon, the one I still have.
No, the toroidal field, the magnetic toroidal field.
I
The
think
same
that's a
icon that I have.
complete. I think you're thinking of the wrong person, because the icon I have right there is the icon I've had for almost 8 years.
No, I'm talking about the server, the Cosmology Tartaria.
That's
if
not
you
mine.
look at my, that's not your server.
Hell no. That's Shane. You're thinking of Shane.
Oh, I'm thinking of Shane. Okay.
Yeah. No worries. No, yeah.
I'm getting you two mixed up. My bad.
But when it comes down to like toroidal fields and stuff like that, what we observe and can measure, I don't see 4 poles.
Yeah, no, my whole line of reasoning fell apart when you pointed out that you're not Shane, and I thought you were.
No worries. It happens,
Okay.
you know.
All
Trust
good,
me,
man.
the same reaction happens when I go on camera.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've never seen you.
Yeah. Trust me.
and
you'd be
he's
surprised.
he's as ugly as he sounds as well. Only joking, Sean.
Oh, I am. I'm definitely am. I want none of you to be attracted to me.
All right. Well, anyone else can go, man. I'm done.
So the other Sean, is that the drunk guy that would go and debate while being on drunk? So that's the guy. I thought that was you.
That's 24/7. That's 24/7, Sean.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought because that guy is fucking awful, and I thought that's you.
And the worst part is I'm Sean G. He is Sean G as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's 24/7, Sean.
Very different people.
What's his name?
He doesn't really. I think he goes in like Spike. He has like a bunch of different Spike, blah blah blah. But his real name is Sean G. My real name is Sean G. So when he uses his name, it does get confusing.
Oh, so does he try to fuck with you, or is he a Glober?
He's a flat earther. We used to fuck around with each other. Like, we're cool. I mean, it's not like that.
No, I think that guy is a Glober.
He wasn't. When I knew him, he was a flat earther.
Oh, so he's one of those.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah, he's a
See,
flat earther. How could you mistake him for
may
not
be-
a flat earther?
You could be confused because I'm Sean G. I used to be a flat earther. I'm Sean G. And I'm no longer a flat earther. So it can get confusing. But I know for a fact he was a flat earther when I was having conversation with this person. He was a flat earther at the time. I have no idea if he's changed. A lot of people have left flat earth since then.
No, I don't think he has. I think he still is, at least a couple of months ago, anyway.
Yeah, and he may not just hang out, with a lot of flat earthers anymore.
No, he just hangs out in the Tartaria server.
Okay.
I remember that guy debating Bev or having a discussion with Bev about something, and he was out of his mind. You could hear him snort, whatever he was snorting, yelling like a crazy man. Oh man.
Yeah, he loved to be fucked up and then debate. That was his thing.
Yep.
I'll smoke like 7 joints maybe, but I'll never get drunk on Discord.
I mean, I've known him sober. I mean, I've heard him talking sober plenty of times, but yeah, he's often drunk on debates.
Yeah, he enjoys doing that. That's his thing.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
If you've ever heard, and he's this random person drunk as fuck that knew people, that's probably him. Because he'll just go in a room and just destroy a conversation for the fun of it.
You Sean people have it bad because you got the other guy, Sean Hawkins.
That guy's a fucking whiner, fucking bitch. Oh my god, he is such a fucking whiner. He is the worst. When me and Jose were live streaming and we were piggybacking off each other, he used to cry because he would try to live stream when we were live streaming, and it was like, dude, if we're averaging 100 plus views every live stream, probably not a good idea if you've only live streamed 10 times to fucking start crying about viewers. It's not going to happen that way. And then he started asking for money day 2 of live streaming. It was like, who the fuck are you? And then he just yells and whines and talks shit, and then everyone calls him a crackhead because he used to be a crackhead. Pretty simple how he works.
Yeah, I'm accepting money if you guys want to donate.
No, yeah. There's a difference between donating and putting out there that you do receive donations. But when you're like, hey, I need this telescope piece and I need $675. Give me money. Yeah, that's what he would do. I've been live streaming for 3 weeks and I want respect and viewers and money. Yeah, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
No, that's how
a
you could do
very
it now.
long
You could
time.
just jump on a scene real quick and everyone. I said, no, that's how you could do it now. You could just jump on a scene real quick and everyone's just on it.
Put it this way, that other server, Jeremy, will not last forever. It will not. It will not be a Gems. It will not be a Geos. It just won't. It's what's happening now. Just like man, we've seen 1,000 of those.
I don't know. Heads love it over there. We'll see.
I think it's good because it does break up the groups a little bit, gets a little bit more conversations going. Because if that server wasn't there, everyone would be here, and it'd be one topic all the time, or one topic only.
Well, it's good for you. It's good for the elite and shit, or you, or Globers, or whoever. Because
I don't go over there and talk.
I don't know. I don't want to really get into it. So
wait a minute, the elite? Like, come on, it's like these servers never get beyond like 20 people, like 20 really active people.
No, see, Geos,
Geos
will always be something, and everyone's kind of always jump back and forth. Geos never was a server when nothing else was going on, so he never got to like 24/7 when it was the biggest thing. Now there's just a bunch of servers that people kind of randomly go into. They die for months at a time. Geo is consistent. Jim Panda, that's probably as consistent as you'll ever fucking get in Discord right now.
But yeah, it's amazing the amount of loyal people. It's amazing the amount of loyal people Gem has, and
it's a
pity, how much I don't know.
But it's a pity about his moderators, though.
Yeah,
terrible.
They're
moderators. Absolutely
they
terrible.
Absolutely terrible.
They are now.
They want it to be a shit show because they want it to be a shit show because that makes us look bad. It doesn't matter if they look bad. Everyone already thinks it's a globe. If they keep it a shit show, then we look like fucking a maniac, and no one will get involved in it because it's a fucking crazy Mickey Mouse mess.
Jeremy, I never thought I'd say this, Jeremy, but I totally agree with you.
Yeah, Jim Panda has made it so instead of it being a debate about the flat Earth globe and people to get their ideas from what they're hearing, he's made it into a come and laugh at flat Earthers. 90% of the people there are there to make fun and talk shit. That's all they're there for.
Yeah, the tickets are flying, guys. There's only a couple left to the shit show Saturday, so I'm just saying, get yours while you can.
Shit show
Saturday. Well, here's the thing: the shit show is entertaining. When you see people like Pete Shea, it is incredibly fucking funny. He is a very funny person.
Yeah, you should. Awesome. You want to listen to Pete for 3 hours? I gave him the opportunity.
No, I don't listen to him for 3 hours. I listen to him like 30 minutes, make a few clips, and then post it on Twitter because he sounds like an insane person.
I gave him 3 hours on my live stream to talk about his fucking beliefs. In that time, towards the end of my live stream, the people on the panel, we decided to start talking to Pete with a sentence generator. And he had a conversation for about an hour and 15 minutes with a sentence generator.
I remember that. I remember that well.
Dude, it's because he is literally schizophrenic. I feel so bad for him, but like,
yeah, it wasn't even a sentence generator. It was new. What was it like? A new Earth religion word generator.
It was like a cosmology something or other galaxy thing or something. Yeah. It generated
it was me that kind of. It was me that kind of got it started because there was this dude that. Yeah, it was just me. It was this dude actually found it for me, and then I told I think somebody else. I think it was Blue at the time about it, and then. I think DKG might have been there as well, and he started it. And then there's like 3 or 4 people just saying these sentences of this word salad generator. He was like agreeing and disagreeing and all kinds of things. It was hilarious.
It was epic. It was like, wow, this is actually fucking happening. But and he was like getting deep with his answers and comments about it. It wasn't just like he was just responding. No, he was like getting into Pete Shea with it. It was like, dude,
I couldn't actually say the sentences out loud. I just couldn't do it without a straight face. But I just got the others that were started on it. It was fucking hilarious.
It was amazing. That was one of my favorite live streams.
Yeah.
think I'm 99% sure I'm gonna be live streaming pretty soon, by the next few weeks. I just got too much time on my hands and I'm bored.
What are you gonna live stream?
Conspiracies, weather modification, everything I used to, trying to avoid flat Earth as much as possible until flat Earth would come in there and make it flat Earth.
Like the Globers are boring as fuck. So I'm like, what the fuck are you gonna live stream? But then I forgot you used to be a flat earther, so you're somewhat interesting.
So here's the thing: when I bring up weather modification, geoengineering, all the Globers come out the woodworks to fucking tell me how stupid I am, regardless of every bit of fucking data that it's public knowledge.
You're a science denier.
I used to fight with fucking Curve for days, for years, about fucking cloud seeding and geoengineering, and him telling me how full of shit I was on certain things. It was like, all right, well, cloud seeding became a $1 billion industry. Now what, fuckers? And they all shut the fuck up. Yeah, trust me, I have no problem live streaming and I can talk for fucking hours on end, but to myself, fuck. That was my favorite thing to do too. When someone in my panel pissed me off, I'd shut my panel down and just talk for an hour or two. That was fun.
Got this poker night activity thing going. What's that?
Over at the other place?
No, it popped up in this room.
Oh, I can't do that shit. They play poker over there like every fucking day. I don't know how you fucking play poker for fucking fake money every single day.
Fun.
And see, Jeremy, people don't really like talking to me too much because I don't ensue fucking chaos and shit talking and all that stuff like everyone wants.
Wait, what's up?
I was just saying, like, when I come under like, I don't go to voice chat too often anymore because I'm not trying to stir a bunch of shit up and all that kind of crap like everyone else is. So you're not gonna ever get a shit show out of me anymore. It's just not
Bro,
fun.
we don't want the shit show. Like, we don't want the shit show, dude.
Then you need to
not
kick
like
people
something
the
we're
fuck
trying
out
to
of
do.
here. Well, that's why I
we
do
got
like
it pretty good now. We're about. Who do we need to get rid of? You think?
Piche.
Kosho.
Piche. Period.
Yeah,
that guy's he's a waste of space. Period.
He's just a constant diatribe. You know, you get him talking and you just go on and on and on, and he just will not shut up. And then in Jem's server, they just let him go. They just let him talk and talk and talk and talk and talk about absolutely nothing. And nobody understands apart from Pete Shea.
We're working on it. We're working on it with him. Let's give him a shot. Yeah, I know. I hear him crying in text chat like for hours. It's like, dude, those people act like they have to be there. Like, yo, you don't have to be there and listen to Pete Shea. Just leave.
Yeah, just leave the
Just
second
leave.
I go into a voice chat. If I hear him rambling, I just leave.
Can you imagine if something was on your TV? Can you imagine if something was on your TV and instead of changing the channel, you just sat in your living room and complained and complained and complained about it? Like, how fucking stupid. Your friend comes over, you're sitting there complaining, and your friend's like, just change the channel.
Yeah. True. That's so true.
I agree. I fucking agree.
That's loyalty, though. That's loyalty. Jem's got mad loyalty with his Glober demonic lineage people, you know, and I don't know.
They love jumping. Like everyone in that server will go, Pete, shut the fuck up. The second Pete shuts the fuck up and no one's talking, someone will come out of the woodworks and go, hey, Pete.
Well, no, it's more like I go to GS pretty often. He just like kills the conversation. They can't get him to shut up. They don't mute him for like whoever the moderator there is at the time doesn't mute him for some reason. And they
The
just like
muter,
fills the
as of
conversation and no one knows what the fuck they're talking
No,
about.
I tell you what, the reason why they
of
don't.
a year ago, all the moderators were told to be more lenient to flat earthers and not kick them. Just so you know. How do I know?
Oh no. What they're doing now is they're actually moderating. Everybody is equally as bad, right? Because their narrative now is right. If you're boring and you're not having a dumpster and it's not a shit show, then you're muted. If they don't like you, you're muted. They don't care whether you're a Glober or not, and that's what they want. They just want the shit show. That's all they want.
You're talking about CB. Yeah, that's
CB, Queen of Trolls. You know,
is she a mod there again?
They just decided. They just decided. Yeah. They just
I love
decided
Queen of
they
Trolls.
didn't. They just both decided that I was boring, and therefore, every time I started opening mouth, they just mute me. Oh fuck
yeah, I don't like
I
how they do.
love Queen of Trolls, dude.
Queen of Trolls
That's
is
why,
a bitch.
That's why I stopped going over there so much.
No. She exposed Merle.
I don't care who she exposed.
Merle exposes Merle. Merle's been doing that shit for years.
Well, she is the only one. Like, there's like certain really like boomer-minded like people.
Queen of Trolls. Queen of Trolls is a lawyer.
She's a shit starter.
No. She is a shit starter, but like she's the only one who will get on Merle's case for being a freak who like harasses young women.
When I was going in there on both on voice and on chat for weeks, I was just ignoring her for most of the time. She was just slagging me off for absolutely no reason. I had said nothing to her at all. Never spoken to her, never said anything about her, and she just spent weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks just slagging me off, bitching about me, blah blah, this, that, and the other. And then I retaliated, and it just got worse. And from that point onwards, I was just getting muted every time I even started saying the first word. It's like, but I wasn't the only one. They're doing it to several other people. If they decide you're boring and you're not creating a shit show, then they'll mute you. As simple as that.
They'll create their own entertainment.
And that's why that Queen of Trolls is a fucking bitch. Simple as.
Yeah, when all that Merle shit was going on, I got the wonderful email from Jim to tell me to stop messing with Merle and stop ensuing a riot of people starting like a militia group against Merle. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm only saying what I feel and what I know about Merle. And he swore up and down I was starting a group and shooting a riot to get rid of Merle. I was like, that's on you. If you want a fucking stalker in your fucking server who fucking creeps on people, go right the fuck ahead.
Well, I'm not having flashbacks of Creep by TLC.
Because that's his theme song when he walks around.
Don't go chasing waterfalls. Remember the movie, The Other Guys, where Michael Keaton kept making TLC references?
Yeah. he's
like, I know you're doing.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. All right. I've been trying to vacuum this Jeep for like an hour and a half now. Jeremy, you got me talking. Fuck you. I'll be back.
Mr. Witsit spoke up if you've been in here.
Was that Jeremy leaving for a second?
What's up?
Hey, do you have Cash App?
I waved you in DM.
You got Cash App, Playboy?
What are you gonna? How much? I don't take anything less than 100 G's. So I mean, yeah, I got it.
Dude, I was gonna drop you like 500 G's in a big fat black dick, man.
Jesus Christ, this is on YouTube, so let's
oh, my bad.
not get too crazy.
My old lady, sorry. I had an extra one laying around. I figured I'd throw it your way. You don't have Cash App though?
I do. Yeah, I got Cash App. I make I don't know, anywhere in between like $25 and $50 a month off my dividend stocks in it. Money just ticking in.
I looked in your bio. I don't see Cash App. Also, I was like Bright Rewards or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, that's just some goofy shit. That was one of my phone apps I was using. Holla holla, right, Sean? I get Sean right back in here.
Dude,
Sean, holla holla.
You need to put that.
Holla. You got a cell phone? How many cell phones you got?
Holla. It's that Flocka, man. You've been doing that Flocka? You never heard of that shit?
You had to have been there to get what just happened.
Yeah, dude. Well, it reminds me of Flocka. Have you ever heard of Flocka?
But what do you want my Cash App for?
I was gonna steal all your money.
No, seriously.
What the fuck? What do you think, dude?
You're gonna send me money?
Yeah, man. I got quite a bit extra dough right now. We had a nice conversation earlier. I think you're cool. Like I said, my thing is like I'm trying to get along with flat earthers, even though I'm a glober. So I was trying to, send some charity your way.
No, it's all good, bro. It ain't
Uh,
about the money.
Oh, you can give me the money if you like. I don't mind.
I mean, you got crypto.
Give him a PayPal.
Yo, do you have any extra cell phones? Like,
extra cell phone? I mean, I do, but I don't think you'd want them. I got a bunch of old Android phones.
you should hook them up.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. They might have messed that shit I was using might have messed my fucking internet. I don't know. I don't know if it was just because my internet shit was old, but the guy had to come give us a whole new router. Like for a minute there, I would load YouTube up, and if I was on Wi-Fi, like YouTube wouldn't load.
Yeah,
it was fucking fucked up. The fucking Verizon guys had to come give us a whole new shit.
are you talking about home internet?
Yeah, we got like bomb ass internet. It's like the best residential internet money could buy.
Is it fiber?
Bro, I don't know. It's like fucking $100-something a month just internet.
Do you know what your speeds are?
I have no idea, bro. I'm not in it.
Oh, you gotta know that, dude. You're paying for it, man. That's like, buying a Ferrari. You don't know what the 0 to 60 times are, and you don't know what the top speed is. And you don't know how many blowjobs you're gonna get, driving that car. Like you get, like those are stats. I'd be interested just because I work for Spectrum. I'd be curious,
Dude,
but
Spectrum's trash, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, shut your dick hole.
Listen to this. I lived in a trailer park before, right?
Yeah.
And we had just moved into this new trailer, and the guy came to hook the Spectrum up. He came in the biggest fucking blizzard. He climbed the pole in the biggest blizzard. I'm like, dude, are you sure you should be doing this right now? He's like, no, this is my last house. I'm gonna call it a day after this. Anyways, the shit never ran good, bro. Never worked good.
We're tanks, dude. Dude, it's just because he fucked up. I've had Spectrum for 3 years. I've never even restarted my router once, dude. Not one damn time. We got a rock, but I mean, it depends on where you're at. Where I'm at, our network's a lot newer. And actually, Spectrum's going to like what they call a high split, where they're going to give you symmetrical tiers. You get the same download as upload, which is pretty dope. The only people that offer that is fiber. So unless you get fiber or Spectrum, you're gonna have like a shitty upload. No, don't. You should have called back. Should have called back and had them come out and rework it, because I'm telling you, our shit's rock solid, dude.
Nah, we were always calling and complaining. It never. I don't know if there was a limit on how many devices you could have or something. I don't know what was going on. Shit was fucked up.
No, they just management sucked dick in that area, and the technicians suck dick in that area. Spectrum's kind of like like the federal government, right? You got the federal government, and then you got these little bitty states doing their own thing. So you probably got like Louisiana or some shit of the Spectrum states. I don't want to say Kentucky because I'm from Kentucky. If I wasn't from Kentucky, I probably would have said Kentucky, but yeah. Dude, you shouldn't have had. Like I said, I've had it at my house for 2 years, and I haven't had a single problem whatsoever. But you don't know if it's fiber. Is the cord like little bitty? Oh shit!
Bro, what cord? It's all
The cord,
Wi-Fi.
dude. Oh come on now. Like the cord, like you got a modem, right? You know what a modem
there's
is?
a modem. There's a modem. Yep.
Okay, so he should have ran a line from outside into the inside of your house, and that cord should be either like the standard type stuff that you've seen for a long time that runs in the cable modems, or it should have been a really thin cable?
Bro, I have no idea, dude.
Oh yeah, are you at the
The
crib?
shit's. I'm here now. Yeah. Hold
Run it. Do me a favor. Run a speed test. I'm just curious to see if you got fiber, because that's kind of making waves in the industry. So I'm kind of curious. Can you run a speed test? If you just go to Google and hit speed test.
There we go.
I got fiber. You want to know what I got? I got 500 up, 500 down consistently with 8 millisecond ping.
Yeah.
So the other number, I can't remember, but it was really good too.
What was your ping?
8 milliseconds.
8 milliseconds? Yeah, that's crazy. That's literally as fast as they can get. That's the speed of light, essentially.
Yep, that's what they say.
And you live by the old famous bridge, right?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
You know what I mean. Come on, don't play dumb with me.
No, I don't know about the old famous bridge.
Am I mistaken? You were Rakia, right?
I'm not Rakia, bro.
You're not Rakia?
Can't you hear the Texas flowing and emanating out of me?
Okay, what's your name, buddy?
Larry, you know who I am, bro.
Larry? Did you used to go by Larry?
I used to go by Hank.
Hank, that's right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I got your number too, bro. I know who you are.
It's 50. His number is 50. You got his number?
I've been keeping up, dude. You're on like the top 10 most wanted flirt list.
Oh, I know. They hate me.
Oh, Hank's top 10. Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, we ain't playing.
You better watch out, dog. They're gonna put you in a black hood and put you in Area 51.
Oh,
yeah.
I'd love to see him try to do that. Wouldn't you? Oh, that'd be so funny. You guys know I know how to use knives really well.
You like a ninja?
No, I just know where the jugular is and how to get to it really quick, even if you're wearing full tactical gear. So
Are you like
let you know.
Benicio del Toro in that movie Hunted?
Yes,
Remember that?
kinda. Yeah, kinda.
Shit was dope.
Are we talking?
Why am I top 10? Why do they want me so bad?
I can't tell you, man.
Because you don't know.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of a hint. You got a little too much information.
Oh.
You're getting a little
Hold
too
on,
close.
kiddo.
You're getting a little too close to the. Have you went to any recent rocket launches?
Hell no, bro.
Okay, don't do that. Do not do that. This man's talking about cutting people's throat. Do you keep like a sharp like nail so you can just jab somebody? Or do you keep a pocket knife?
Yeah, he keeps the nail jabbed in between his thumbnail and his thumb. That way, if he ever needs to pull it out. I'm just joking.
I wouldn't doubt it. There's some people. My brother packs a piece like 24/7, and the way I work, I have like a little tool belt, and I'm thinking, man, how the fuck do you carry that all day? There's
When
no
I lived in Vermont, I used to carry a 380 in my
Really?
pocket, dude. It's like nothing.
My God, it's like nothing.
Yeah, the weight of it.
You're
Well,
tripping.
Ruger LCP.
Yeah, dude, you're tripping. You must have like.
It's like 1 pound or something. You didn't even notice it. I mean, it depends on what piece you carry. Even if you're carrying a fucking 44 or something crazy, like it's not like, what is it, like 4 or 5 pounds? Like that ain't nothing.
Let's see here. I'll see how much it weighs.
I mean, no one's really walking around with a 44. Get the weight of like a 45 or something. Maybe I guess would be the heaviest one.
Yeah. Okay.
Or it's maybe, I don't know, because bullets start adding up big time with the weight. And if you're going those 16 shot joints.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on the bullets you have and what kind of holster you have. I've seen some pretty dope ass holsters that like cover the gun completely, and then like you pull out a strap, and the gun kind of like folds out.
Yeah, those quick release. Yeah, I seen those. Those look awesome. Yeah,
those are awesome.
I use the Urban Carry. You guys seen that?
in your
I don't think
waistband.
so.
Is it the one in the waist? That's the one we're talking about, right? Where it just pops out.
Well, mine is Urban Carry. It's like in a leather clam shell. And
It's like a manhole.
the top of it connects to your belt. So the gun is in between your waistline and your kneecap. So you just pull the top of the thing, and when you pull it up, the
Yeah, I've
gun
seen
pops
those.
out. Really
Yeah,
cool.
definitely.
What's the name of the case?
Carry.
Urban Carry 3. Urban Carry 3.
Urban Carry 3. What do you think about fingerprint sensors on guns?
Some Judge Dredd shit.
Yeah, so like your son can't get it,
What
or
if you
your
get a
wife.
twin brother? What if you got a twin brother though, when he pops on with your piece?
Yeah,
Now you're wanted.
I guess then you're kind of fucked. But keep your wife from killing you and your
I mean,
kid.
if you think your wife might kill you, you might want to just like leave the home.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If that's your worry, if you're like, yo, I got to get a fingerprint thing on my gun so my wife don't kill me, like you may just want to reevaluate things.
Maybe you got plans, man. Maybe you gotta you gotta stick around for a little while. You gotta get the insurance, straightened out. You gotta stick around for a little bit to get that insurance check straightened out.
Sorry to be a stickler, but I don't think twins have identical fingerprints.
Wait, say that
We
again?
were talking about fingerprints the other day. Oh, that's right. The Judge Dredd one worked off DNA, but the fingerprint thing, I've heard recently that fingerprints aren't as rare as people think.
Yeah. Do you know that everybody has a different butthole? It's like a better version of a fingerprint. It's true, man.
I don't know how that's better, but I mean,
Yeah.
what can you do with that?
Yeah. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. I was laughing. So can you imagine getting arrested and the cops are like, "Excuse me, can we get your prints?" And you're like,
I gotta get this butt plug in there. Yeah.
"No, not plug, just the print."
Yeah, that's how you get the print, though. You got to go in a little bit.
Urban Carry G3, $70. That's pretty decent.
Well,
I would
it's not really a quick. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Larry.
It's not really a quick draw type thing.
Yeah.
It's a type thing to where you can legally carry your gun, but you're at work and they don't like them. So if they don't know, they don't know.
That's why I used to just run around with the little 380. I think it was like 5 or 6 shots, little Ruger LCP, bro. This thing was fucking tiny, dude. I put a rubber grip on it. That shit was dope. You don't need more. I mean, you get a little pocket holster. Can you wait? You can conceal carry, right then, Larry? If you're rocking that holster.
Yeah, in Texas.
Yeah. So you're better off just getting a little LCP or like a little 380 with a pocket holster, and then just one of your pockets is gone. And then if somebody's like, "Give me your wallet," and you're like, "Okay," and you just reach in the pocket with the fucking it's right here. I got you.
Yeah, that's bullshit that works. A lot of people's workplace won't let you carry. Like I work for Spectrum, right? And I'm all over the place, man. I'm in people's houses. I'm in like shady parts of cities. Like I'm all over the place. Like it would be perfect for me to carry a gun, but of course I can fucking carry one. I haven't asked him about a stun gun, but I'm almost certain that that's a no-no. Matter of fact, I might look up
Pepper
right now.
spray. Like that's, in my opinion, pepper spray. If you get the gel kind, it's going to take out like 95% of people who are trying to attack you. Because if you can't see, you can't breathe, you can't fight. But
Yeah.
there's those Marines and that type, the Green Berets that just don't give a fuck. But I wouldn't think that you'd be pissing off one of those dudes. We're talking about your everyday, street thug or whatever trying to rob you. And as soon as you bless the deserving with the sauce, it takes the fight right out of them.
Yeah. And we're talking pepper spray, not fuck with the other one, mace.
Yeah, I'm just talking about pepper gel spray.
Gel pepper spray. Because I've almost got bitten by a few dogs lately.
Yeah, it's a non-lethal answer to, it's kind of like in between harsh words and a gun. You want that option. You don't want to be rolling around and like your only option for self-defense is your gun, because that's not going to look good for the DA.
Or even a knife.
Carrying,
even a knife.
what?
If a knife is your even if a knife is your only self-defense, like that's going to get messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if you're
you guys are clever. I was talking to my brother, and he was like, "Oh, I need nothing but guns." I was like, dude, you're gonna kind of force yourself into into a kill or be killed situation.
Well, what
If
you do is you put a rubber bullet in the first shot. Make sure your first shot's a rubber bullet.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to, not kill someone.
But wouldn't that just piss him off, and he'd whip out his gun and shoot your ass?
I mean, if he does anything else after that, just then let the next shot go. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
When you get hit with a rubber bullet, you don't know that it's a rubber bullet. You just know that you just got fuck up and shot. So when you get the fibs,
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
yeah, when you get the fibs, which is fuck up and shot, your body goes into fight or flight. Most often, 9 times out of 10, it goes into flight, unless you're that Green Beret or Marine or whatever.
Yeah, and you just bolt him. Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like pepper spray, so that he would GTFO.
Yep.
Well, don't worry. This thing Ray Kurzweil wants to do, they're going to be able to electronically just zap you to incapacitate you.
Ray Kurzweil. Why does that sound so familiar? Ray Kurzweil.
Because he's famous.
That's the futurist.
He's an author. He predicts a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think he's what you call like a post-human futurist.
He's into transhumanism. Yeah, his next thing is they want to put a chip in your brain so you can access the internet immediately, which sounds dope. Everyone's going to go for that, right? That sounds awesome. But with that chip, they want to put a little thing in there a little thing that'll electrically shock you so they can incapacitate you at will, remotely.
Jeremy, did you talk about this earlier?
Yeah, I talk about this all the time.
No, but today, did you talk about it a couple of hours ago? Because I just had
I possibly could have, yes. Or you're in the Matrix and this is a fucking glitch.
That's
Yeah.
more like
Yeah, I think it's a glitch. Transhumanism was the name I was looking for, and I guarantee you, there's some clever fucks out there who could disable that feature you're talking about, where they could like disable you or whatever.
Hit you with an EMP, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You could have like a emergency EMP. That's legit. I'm a mechanical engineer, but from talking to electrical, that's
Are you like Gerard Butler? Are you like Gerard Butler and Law-Abiding Citizen?
of course, just like him. I look just like him. My wife looks just as good as his wife. I got a Porsche like him, everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice you want to be cash app me some money, but it's all good, bro. Buy some stocks.
He's already confessed that he's a flat Earth hunter. He's trying to get your bank account information so he can track you down. You're probably pretty high on the list too, Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the money you were going to give me, cash app, buy some stocks, and buy some dividend stocks and get a couple pennies sticking in.
Yeah, I didn't lose some money.
What's up?
I didn't lose some money.
No, get your dividends taken in.
I haven't really
Yeah, gotta get the ends, bro.
I haven't really fucked with dividends, man. I've just bought crypto or stocks and either lost my ass or made a few grand.
Yeah, I just fuck with that. I stopped doing all that goofy shit. I just get buy dividend stocks now and get money ticking in. It's not a lot. It's slow. I wish I had been doing this since I was 18 though, because I'd be fucking set right now.
What dividends is basically like if I pay in all year, then at the end of the year I get dividends.
No, you just buy a stock. So like you buy a stock and then that stock has dividends, whether it's monthly or quarterly, and then every quarter or month they send you an appropriate amount of money for how much stock you have.
And what is that? So let's just say I buy stock for $30. It goes up to 40. That means I made $10. What does that have to do with the dividend?
The price doesn't. I mean, it does affect the dividend maybe, but the price is kind of irrelevant. They just have a dividend and they send it to you. So like,
really?
So like this one I got pays me like $3 and $4 a month or something. Right? I got like a few $100 worth of it. I get $400 a month. Or sorry, $4 a month. $4 a month.
Man, I swear to God, I had $300 worth of Bitcoin when it was like $60. Man,
Oh.
I would have given my fucking third nipple to keep that, dude. God.
Yeah, but I was in Bitcoin when it was at $100, $200.
Yeah, I just was too
I
blind.
mean, there's still good deals out there right now for some altcoins and shit. I just bought like a half an hour ago. I just bought some. I think I spent about $75 on one of these coins.
Yeah, I tried that, but I lost my ass. I tried Polycoin. What else did I try? Something else. And Coinbase actually robbed me of $500. No bullshit. Coinbase robbed me of $500. I'm thinking
I do
about
the same thing. I do the same thing with crypto too, though. I only buy the coins that have money ticking in.
yeah.
You know, it's funny that he said that I'm on the top 10 list. I know it was just a joke, but back in the day, when before like Soviet Russia had come to its fruition, if you were caught disagreeing with Einstein, there was this thing called the Einstein scare. And what they would do is they would lock you up in a mental facility. So even though he's joking, like that's not too far fetched from reality. And obviously, I'm not worried about them coming to get me. If I was, I wouldn't be speaking publicly about the things that I've been researching. But I would appreciate it if they wouldn't fuck with my family, so that's why I remain anonymous. But yeah, that's just part of it. You know, if you're speaking truth to power, you got to deal with it. But yeah, look into the Einstein scare. It's pretty fascinating. If you disagreed with space and time being a fabric with no, material components like periodic table elements or any sort of chemical compound that we know of, if you disagreed with that really existing in reality, even though there's no atoms that makes it up, they would lock you up in a cage and put you in an insane asylum. And if you think it was bad in insane asylum in, America, can you imagine like communist insane asylums?
Man, that'd have been brutal. Brutal. I gotta say, like to me, like that idea that you can warp space and time is just so crazy. And it just lends to so many possibilities. Like if you go by the common notion that, we have no idea what's inside black holes. Like you can just you can come up with so many things. You come up with your own theory for anything. Like, is there another world in there? Is there, is that where the 50 virgins are for every, Muslim? Is that where,
What they say now?
The
You know what they
what?
say now? Well,
What?
now they're saying that the black holes, since they can't violate the first law of thermodynamics, where energy can't be created or destroyed or matter. So now they're saying that the black holes have these tentacles, like these hairs that are growing off of them. Right? And my question is that how do the black holes have these tentacles that are flowing off of them like little hairs? Or think about one of those things from the Matrix movie and the third movie where they were cutting into the Zion City.
Yeah.
So it looks something like that, but without all the Matrix stuff. So wouldn't those tentacles get wrapped right back up in the black hole? And
Are you talking about the no hair theorem?
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misconception. My understanding is they're not really hairs.
Right.
I have to look back into it, but they're not really kind of hairs extending out past the event horizon. It's just kind of a bumpiness on the surface, basically. You know, I mean, you gotta learn some credence to it, right? Because we have forces, right? You believe in forces, F equals ma.
Oh yeah, we got the
Yeah.
police force. Oh.
You don't believe in F equals ma?
A force of what?
I'm just saying we have forces, right? You're like F equals ma.
I mean, a force of
Yeah,
what?
but
A force is an action done. A force is not a thing.
Well, a force is anything that causes something to move that has mass, right? So it's how we build our society, right? So I
right
Force
with
mean,
of what? By what? To what? Can't just
police
say a
forcing
force.
people into cages and having slave labor. Yeah, I believe in all that.
but
There's 2 million people in the dungeon right now.
how did we get to slave labor? I don't understand how we got to slave labor.
Police force. I peak showed you, bro. Please continue.
My point was just that, well, we have this, if let's just forgo quantum mechanics and black holes, right? Newton's work, F equals ma, has brought us, to the future, right? We would be living in mud hut. We wouldn't have any cars. We wouldn't
No.
have, huh?
No, I think prior to that, there was a different understanding.
Well, it would be effectively the same. If you get the same results, and you call it different things, and you're applying, these equations, you're just calling it different things, but it's effectively the same thing.
Listen, Newton's gravity had to be retooled. Einstein's gravity is being retooled over and over and over again. There are currently 300 published solutions for the cosmological constant problem, and none of them are viable. So this whole modified gravity, you guys don't really have a model for gravity because you can't make it work. When you observe reality, it doesn't match up mathematically, I thought, by a factor of 120 magnitude. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gods, we do the best with what we have. We live on Earth, and we are all of our engineering mainly happens on Earth, so that's where the focus is. So yeah, of course we don't know what's going on in the wide, expansive universe. We gotta
Glad you admit
do,
that.
huh?
Could you get the other? I'm glad that you admit that. Could you get the other globe earthers to stop saying that we don't know when it's actually you guys who don't know and don't understand? That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, hell, nobody knows. Nobody knows. But I mean, we can image the
Well, I
sky.
know the solution to the cosmological constant crisis. It's
What's
easy.
that? What's that?
I'm not a math genius or anything, but just let go of the theory of gravity and stop assuming that there's a space time that rules everything and just switch it over to electromagnetism and the ether. Problem solved. I'm the genius who solved the cosmological constant crisis.
But there's no way to do that. No academic.
What? Yeah. Because you can't let go of sacred ideas like space and time warping, right?
No, scientists love new groundbreaking stuff. If you could come up with some theory that fundamentally broke gravity and said no, it's this other thing, which is kind of what Einstein did, right? He said, gravity isn't really, a force that attracts to mass. Gravity is energy, and it warps space and it warps time, and that kind of tells matter how to move. So he just totally changed the paradigm, just like exactly like what you're talking about, changing the paradigm again to
Based on
move
what
into
experiment?
electromagnetism.
He changed the
Now,
paradigm based on what experiment? A thought experiment that's unfalsifiable?
dude, have you ever read his paper? His original paper only uses trig, right? Only uses trig, only 3 pages long, and can be understood by most anybody with a basic understanding of math. I challenge you to read his.
Cosmological.
Huh?
Yeah, I can't read trig. I only read English and some Spanish. But I challenge you to look for an experiment in there, because what I found in there was the cosmological constant, which he himself admitted was his largest blunder. But you guys resurrected it because it's all you got. It's your best theory. But when
Yeah,
you
I mean,
observe reality, it doesn't match reality.
yeah, no man's perfect. He took away the cosmological constant because he didn't believe the universe was expanding. But he later he come to find out he actually believed that, and come to find out it is true based on the evidence, right? But um, I really don't get this. Do what? Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, when you compare the expansion of the universe rate to the cosmological constant, which is the gravity, it doesn't add up. The universe is adding all this dark matter and dark energy mathematically to make gravity work at the galactic level, which should create more gravitation, which should cause the expansion rate to slow down. But in the 90s, the late 90s, we discovered that, whoops, it's actually speeding up. So that's where the problem arises from.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we're not gods. We don't know everything. We will never know anything. So we're
Yeah,
always going.
but when you're perceiving reality in a materialistic perception, right, that doesn't follow Occam's razor or any sort of logic, it's just makes no sense, like the bending and warping of space-time, and the only thing to support that is mathematical equations. You'd have to admit that it's more of a far-stretched belief system than it is anything logical and concise that could be applicable to, you know, universal.
Right. So you guys are covered under the First Amendment because you have the right to religion. I respect your religion. I just don't appreciate you saying that your religion is science. Could you imagine if I was like running around town and telling everybody that Christianity was science? That would be stupid, right? That'd
But
be ignorant. But you guys are sun worshippers running around telling everybody that space time is science.
you're not doing any experiments, and you're not building technologies that change the world.
I mean, it doesn't
Right. So
require
why call it
experiment
science?
to disprove it. Like, think about it. The bending and warping of space and time, like space is not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. And that absence of a thing can't be manipulated. Neither can it manipulate something that's animate and physical. And
But
then
that
you want to go with time, being that time doesn't actually exist, only conventionally. And you want to merge these two unicorn farts together to create some sort of a fantasy perception work, and it doesn't make any logical sense. It's just like falls short just on logic alone.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you think the world would make logical sense to you. There's the fact that bears eat their cute young cubs. Does that make sense to you? There's the
I don't
fact
know if
that
that's a
there's the fact that
Well,
accurate
yeah, it does
comparison.
make sense to me because we can observe it, right? So because we can observe bears in the wild eating their cubs, it makes perfect sense that this is a thing. But when you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time and how this inanimate, non-material object or concept is somehow affecting objects, it's like going to the graveyard and being scared that a ghost is going to punch you in the mouth and knock your tooth out. The ghost doesn't have a hand to hit you with.
What about murderers, like people who murder 10 people? Does that make sense?
It makes sense that it happens. Yeah, they're called
Makes sense?
military personnel, right?
Does war make sense?
Yeah, we can observe it. I mean, people have been through it and firsthand experienced it. Now, if you're asking, does it make sense that we go to war if we haven't been attacked? Like, no, that's a violation of the law of non-aggression or a principle of non-aggression. So, yeah, you're not supposed to be aggressive and go into another country and attack them when they haven't attacked you. So, yes, that doesn't make sense. But the difference is it's apples and oranges, what you're saying. It's false equivalency because you're saying that bears eating cubs in the woods doesn't make sense, but we can see it happening. We can't see the bending and warping of space time unless you have the ability to show me. Can you demonstrate it to me right now?
Yeah, there's plenty of pictures of the bending and warping of space time. You're not gonna buy them though.
Cartoons. Oh, please show me your cartoons.
Cartoons, they're photographs, man.
Okay, show me your photographs.
You want me to show you a photograph?
Of the bending and warping of space time so that I may be a believer like you and pay my taxes willfully to NASA?
I actually asked this a long time ago. I was like, yo, just show me this warping of space time. You know what they showed me?
What?
An Einstein ring.
Okay, hold on. James Webb just came out with one. Let's see here.
I thought you said there were going to be pictures.
They
I'm
are.
like, dude, that's the light in the sky. That's not fucking. What the fuck?
James Webb.
Dude, don't show us an Einstein ring, bro. That's just lights in the sky. It's not.
What?
If you're gonna show it, you can show us an Einstein ring. Like, what you think they took a picture of space time bending? Like, that's not even a thing.
He's a believer, bro. Leave him alone. He has the right to freedom of religion.
Like we've already deduced that space is just the absence of a thing, and that time only exists conventionally. I don't understand how you are gonna put these two things that don't actually exist physically together.
That's just
and then warp it.
Let me ask you a question. So, or let me say a couple things. That's just a bold assertion. Like you don't have anything to back that up.
What do you mean? You can show me time existing physically? Time's just the progression of phenomena. It has nothing to do with it existing physically. It's a convention. It's a limit.
What makes you say it doesn't exist physically? Like, what could be more real than time? Like, I would argue to you that time is about as real as it gets.
It's a progression of phenomena. It's a progression of phenomena. It's a lineal convention of measurement. That's it. It doesn't physically exist. There's nothing physical about it. It's a perception. It only exists conventionally, not ultimately. Can you prove that time physically exists?
I don't like the word physical, and I don't know why you want to put that moniker on it.
Well, when you want to say something exists, how do you deem something to exist? Like, what are your qualifications for existence?
What are my qualifications for existing?
No, existence. Something existing. Not
Existence.
you. Just something existing.
Existence. That's a tough one. Let's see here. It's hard to describe that without saying the word existence.
Well, let me help you out. Would it take a Cartesianal, three-dimensional Cartesianal presence within reality? Would you deem that to be a qualification of existence?
No.
No? Something being physically existing wouldn't be a qualification of something existing in reality?
No. Do you think love exists?
I don't think love exists physically, no. I think love is something that's a convention similar to time.
How about this? Do you think the ability to have children exists?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's something that we know exists that doesn't take up space. That doesn't manifest.
I mean, how does it not take up space? How does the embryos within a woman's ovaries and the sperm within a man's testicles not take up physical space, being the necessary, antecedents for that function to happen?
Just talking about the idea, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about something physical versus love being something non-physical, metaphysical. And just like time being a convention rather than not ultimately existing, or space being the absence of something physical. So it's like, I don't understand how you deem something to exist when you can't even associate the qualifications of that term or statement to be labeled upon something. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, it can be labeled upon anything. Time is the ultimate form of existence. Without time, there would be no existence.
It's just the expression of measure. That's it.
Time is the antecedent to existence. Is it not?
No, I wouldn't say so.
You don't think so? You don't think time is the antecedent to existence? How would you exist without time?
I think things manifest and die in time as a progression, but there's nothing physical that we can associate with time other than a measure of expression.
Okay. But
that's it. That's all it is. It's a measurement. Time is literally just that.
But it's something different. It's something unique.
Well, I mean, unless you can show me, it physically existing or existing some way other than being a measurement by which we deem things materially, then I don't know, like what you're saying. Time only exists in the physical. Like it's only a way to contrast the physical. But time itself is not physical. Just like space being the measure between masses, but not actually a thing, just the absence of a thing. Like these things are just the absence of things in which you're trying to deem as being things themselves that can be manipulated and warped, and also manipulate and warp the physical things. Like it's insanity, dude, at its finest.
What do you? I mean, so like let's just say space, for example, right? A 3x3 cube. Like, you don't believe that exists?
I believe that's the measure, the volume between masses, right? Which is a measure. It's not a physical thing, rather than the absence of a physical thing.
Why does it have to be physical?
Space is not physical. It has attributes, but no principles or properties. Only attributes.
It actually does.
Similar to like a shadow, right? Like a shadow is the absence of light, which has attributes. Like we could say it's colder in the shadow than in the direct light, but it doesn't have any physical principles or properties. Because a shadow is not a thing; it's the absence of a thing. It's a privation, and just like space is a privation.
No.
So you're saying space is just the absence of matter?
Yeah, it's the measure between masses.
I bet y'all don't even remember the original question that he never answered.
I do.
He said, "What was is time physical?" Is
you were gonna show us pictures of bending space time.
Oh, I started Googling. I got
Oh boy, yes, let's see that.
Okay. It's a little banana shaped, but I can't really help that. So hold on just a second.
What do you mean? No, hold on. Are you seriously trying
Bro,
to
don't
you're gonna
send any dick pics, please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
That was awesome.
I had to go there. I'm sorry. Let's see here.
So do you really think that you're showing us a picture of the bending of space time? Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
And you actually believe that that's what you're seeing, and you want us to buy it too?
50s old school.
Yeah, I went to mechanical engineering school, right? All this was demystified for me in mechanical engineering school.
Oh no, that just
You
means
went
that
over
you.
space
That just
time
means
and
that you
mechanical
sucked it up.
engineering.
That means you sucked it up like a sponge. That doesn't mean it's correct.
No, just you start from the basics, like forces and how to build objects based on forces, and
I
then
already
you
told you, forces aren't things, dude. Forces are just actions done. Unless you can identify a force of what, by what, and to what. What are you really saying?
by what to you're saying that
Forces are real, though, right?
A force of what? A force is just an action done.
yeah, like I'm standing
Well,
on the
look,
floor. I'm standing on the floor right now. The floor is pushing up at 135 pounds and 6% body fat, and then it's pushing
is
down.
it?
You mean
Yeah,
The floor is pushing up.
I'm
don't
just
get going on this
So
hard. We did this all day yesterday.
when I drop my drawers to take a leak and my dick actually hits the floor,
Don't
my dick's not actually hitting the floor, it's the floor hitting my dick. Is that what you're saying?
Take it easy.
it's both.
did
They're
this
hitting
all
each
day
other.
yesterday. Let's not do this again, please. That
They're hitting each other.
Wow. So it's so I'm actually attracted to the ground is what my dick's attracted to the ground is what you're saying.
It is. It is. And just watch out for that. You might, that gets worse as you get older. I used
Work
to
it
work.
out of this, okay?
I thought I was always attracted to blondes because but it always defied gravity anytime they were around. But you're saying it's the opposite. Okay.
I used to work for a hotel, and this old guy came in. He wanted to check a couple rooms, and he was like, "Okay, that one's good. My balls won't dip in the water, so we're good. Let's go check in." Oh, gee, thanks, guys. Or thanks, guys. I didn't really need to know that. You could just tell me that room's good. So I mean, I don't know if they were dripping 8 inches or what, but they were definitely they had been a good 6 or 8. I lost track. What am I looking for? Shit.
something that you will never find, 50.
Let's see here.
This thing you're looking for, it doesn't.
It's just warp twisting.
You wouldn't even be able to take a picture of it. It's nothing you could see.
I'd love to buy a telescope and look at some of this stuff myself. I know this is a little too far out there, but
Like you could show us something and be like, "Yo, that's it," and then it's like, "But how do you know though? How do you know that that's what's happening?"
I mean, you never know anything for sure. It's just
No,
evidence.
there's things I can know for sure. There's a lot of stuff that I know 100% for sure.
Like what?
Like a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Well, we can start with an easy one, like water exists in our reality. Like whatever this reality is, water exists in it, right? For sure. Like does anyone doubt that? You take showers, you drink.
No, that's the H3O. That's actually slaughter. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Have you
Or
verified that?
whatever
Have you verified that?
whatever that substance is, that's what we call water. The stuff that's filling the oceans, the lakes, rivers. Right?
Okay.
We don't go chasing waterfalls or anything, but
Let's see here.
see, that's fire off the top right there. Brought it back to TLC.
Dude, I watched something on TLC the other day. Those bitches hate each other.
Left eye, at least the left eye could get it. Anyways,
Let's see here. Okay. I got one. So this is probably the most famous deep field image. It was taken by Webb, and then it was taken again by it was taken by Hubble, and then it was taken again by Webb. Let's see here.
this is space time bending.
Yeah, I mean, according to the science paper.
I don't
I
want to
mean,
change it. I don't want to change the topic, but when SE gets in here, wait till he hears how they do garbage on Roosevelt Island in New York. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Where were we?
I'm just kind of baffled that you guys think that these people spend their whole career just waiting to get their hands on this telescope, and then they just make all this shit up once they get it. It's weird. Like, why are they?
I don't even know what you just said. I was too busy thinking about how good my waterfall reference was from a second ago.
Sorry, my throat's scratchy. So I just don't. It's hard for me to understand how you guys think that these people spend so many years of their life and they finally get to this observatory, and they find some really neat shit, and they present it, and then
Well, you just said it yourself, man. They spent their whole life achieving this goal of being certified and bona fide within their position. You think they're going to want to give that up? Like, they've created a paycheck for themselves. Like, you think they're going to just hand that over and say, yeah, we've been wrong the whole time? No way,
I mean,
man. They got a bias automatically.
I
They're
mean
all in.
they're already in for a while. Usually, I
Yeah,
think
heavily
it's like,
invested.
yeah, usually it's like 5 years. I think off the bat there might be a 1 year probation period.
Yeah, so they're so invested, they're going to uphold that bias.
Yeah, but they gotta be able to present the data, and then other scientists have to be able to go back, go through their stuff, and look at the same image and find the same stuff.
You said it yourself. Image, a compository, a bias of what they want to perceive rather than the actuality of what's being witnessed through a fucking photograph.
Yeah, but your data is crazy though. You know how much data there was for that black hole image they took? They said they couldn't even send it through the internet. There was so much data they had to put on hard drives and ship it or something.
Oh God, I'd be curious to know how much. Probably like 500 zettabytes or some shit. If they
I don't know,
couldn't,
dude. That's just a story I heard. I don't even know if that's true. I heard it was so much data they had to ship it in with Mack trucks,
yeah.
18 wheelers.
And my point isn't that this is absolute proof. It's just evidence towards their claims.
Yeah,
And
but what's your level of scrutiny upon the evidence? Like if you're gonna go with composites that create automatic biases rather than going with a fucking photograph where it's, based on objective results, like there's a big difference there, dude. So you got to ask yourself that.
uh, yeah, I guess so. I don't get it. And another thing is like these are Christians. Like these are very religious people. The people who
Are
do,
they?
yeah, the people who developed all this technology.
What do you determine a Christian? Is it somebody that believes the book verbatim or somebody that subjectively perceives the interpretation of their own biasy upon the words?
Oh God, I don't know. Somebody who does their best to follow the scripture would be my.
Exactly. So would that be verbatim or would that be how they're going to loosely interpret the text?
Well, I mean, every human is going to interpret it.
Well,
So you're
yeah,
saying,
you're right.
sorry,
But there's a fine line between trying to stick by the scripture and how those words in the original format were to be translated and understood versus how you feel about it. Once you start interjecting your own feelings upon the matter, like you're not sticking to the facts, you're sticking to how you feel about it, which could be interpreted subjectively. It's, I mean, you got to admit to that at least.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? You
Okay,
are.
so yeah, subjective versus objective. Like, what's your level of evidence here?
Uh, well, I think it would be both, really, but
Oh,
without digging
doesn't
in,
sound honest.
without digging in further, subjective.
Really? So anyone can just feel how they want and make up their own truths, regardless of the facts, objective facts. Like that doesn't make sense.
Well, like I said, I went to school for mechanical engineering, and I have a lot of faith in what I've found as a student. Everything I looked at, always turned out to be true. If I went to a source, if I went to a professor, if I redid an experiment, it always worked. There were
Well, you
never
said
any.
it. You said it yourself. There's a level of rigidity within how they perceive things, and you follow the facts and the breadcrumb trail that they gave you, and you end up with the result that they told you were going to get. But when it comes to like the scripture, you're saying that anyone can just interject what they feel, regardless of the facts that are presented verbatim, and end up with the same result. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like you're kind of contradicting yourself now.
Yeah, you have to forgive me. I'm a little sick and I lost a little bit of sleep, so I'm having trouble following you. What's my contradiction?
You're saying that in your field of engineering, that you objectively perceived the factual information that was given to you, and you
Yeah.
concluded the result that they portrayed that you would. But when it comes to Christianity, you don't have to have that same rigorous rigidity of scrutiny on how to perceive the information. You could just make up what you want, and like it's contradicting, because you said it yourself, these guys are Christians, and I asked you, are they verbatim, or are they just like perceiving things the way they want to perceive things? Because I see this with Christians, like they'll claim that they're Christian, but the earth's a globe, even though the book contradicts the globe outright. So it just makes no sense.
Well, they probably think that, by man, that, let's just say, God helped that man write that passage, and there were mistakes made because he was acting through an imperfect vessel. There's a really interesting story about the head of geology for the Royal Society. He was looking for evidence for the flood. I think it was like 1670, and he scoured the earth for evidence for this flood. And whenever he retired, he gave this really compelling speech that, about the crossroads between Christianity, religion, and science, and that it's not really their place to judge the religion and just follow the science. And he led to, he basically, his conclusion was that he found no evidence for the flood, and that you know
I think you cut out there. Basically, what I heard is that he's using science to kind of weigh upon the matter, even though science is, at this point, just a group of consensus. It's no, like, way to measure things.
do what? Did I break up?
You cut out. You cut out.
Where'd I cut out at?
That he used science and concluded that there was no flood.
Yeah, he looked and looked and looked, and he dedicated his whole life to this. He became the head of the Geological Society in Britain, and he wrote a really interesting resignation paper talking about the crossroads between.
Yeah, cut out again, dude. I don't know. But yeah, getting back to space time, dude. I'd like to see some evidence for that.
After the space time thing, I got to talk to SC about how they do garbage on Roosevelt Island.
Oh, go for it, man. We
What?
lost you.
Now go with the space time thing. Go ahead.
I'd just be curious if anybody would be interested in reading that if I found it.
As far as the flood, though, there is mad evidence that there was a giant, massive flood on an almost worldwide scale. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, this is from the head of the Geological Society of London.
And didn't you know
got-
who Didn't you know who Graham Hancock was earlier, 50?
No, huh?
Oh, I thought you were in that conversation earlier. Never mind.
Okay, let's see here. Bending of space time. Let me see.
There is massive evidence for giant floods all throughout America and the Scablands. It goes all the way down to South America. It's in Russia. Russia.
Yeah. How do you differentiate between just regular floods and the worldwide flood?
Because of the well, that's true. Like, it could have just been on one continent. I mean, the one in America was I think they said it was like 100 or 1,000 times more water per minute than Niagara Falls or some shit. So I mean, I don't know. Every history has stories of floods.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, you don't know if they're all the same one or not, but yeah, I don't know about the biblical one, but there's definitely. I don't know about the biblical one, but there's definitely massive evidence for continental ones at the least.
The Great Deluge and all the ancient histories, like most of them.
Oh, I like that word, deluge.
The flood.
Do what?
That's a flood, right?
I think so.
I mean,
Great.
the flood dates the time the ice age melted. Sea levels rose crazy. Now there's disputes on how fast that took. You know, you guys say it was hundreds of years. There's other evidence that points to it happened very much quicker. Anyways, right when that happened, the meltwater pulse 1b, the big melting of the ice cap or whatever, they say that that's the date that Plato gives for Atlantis, coincidentally, right?
Yeah.
And what else was I going to say? I forget. I don't know. Plato has his date to that time frame, you know, for Atlantis.
Is there anything that you would come across that would maybe shake your faith a little bit, just out of curiosity?
This ain't a faith thing, bro. I'm not even like Christian or whatever.
What is
This
it
is
then?
just geological evidence that there was a fucking massive flood. You
Yeah.
know, you got to look into this Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock, Michael Schumer debate on Joe Rogan. Hancock debated Schumer, and then this guy Randall Carlson, like Graham's boy, debated Michael Schumer's geologist dude, and it was good, bro. There's a lot of geological evidence of scablands in America.
And it was on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he goes over a lot. It's very technical. There's things with eddies and the way water. What happens when you run water? It's nerd shit. You love it.
Yeah. How long ago was it?
Got to be years by now.
Oh, really? I must have missed that one.
Yeah, it was good.
I used to
When those
listen.
guys are on, those are some of my favorite Joe Rogan. So there's a couple other ones that are neat.
Yeah.
But those are some of my favorite ones right there.
I used to listen to him religiously. I was a Republican for a while. I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh all the time.
Yeah, me too. I used to listen to that. There was this block. It went. I don't know who was first. It might have been Limbaugh, then Hannity, and then there was this other guy after.
He got his own network now.
But yeah, look into that flood thing, because I mean, dude, they got a lot of fucking dates wrong, dude. I don't know if you know this about history, but they got a lot of they've dated a lot of shit wrong and shit. So they don't know how fast the fucking that flood was, or if it was could have been worldwide. I'm not saying like the biblical one where it covered the mountains, because I don't know if there's enough water for all that. But hey, take it easy, kiddo. You good? But yeah, they want to see some space time, bro. You can't show it to them. You can show them like lights or something, but I mean, you're never going to be able to know that there's
sorry,
space time bending there.
Yours, man. I'm sick as fuck. Sorry. Let's see here. Y'all are gonna dismiss it, but I'll
I
throw
wouldn't
that.
even entertain this.
I'll throw that here.
This is me though. I mean, you're free to do it. Go ahead.
Let's
This ain't
see.
gonna fly. I'm just telling you right now.
I'm just curious what they have to say about it. I mean, this is
You got something from the James Webb?
yeah, this is the second one, right? They did one with the Hubble, and then they did one with the James Webb.
I don't know. I haven't seen any James Webb pictures. Let's see one.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, they're crazy.
Yeah, I bet. You know when the Hubble came out, the Hubble and Adobe Photoshop have the same anniversary. Did you know that? Is that a coincidence?
Well, I mean, think about what's going on.
The year we invent this Photoshop thing, you know, the year this Photoshop thing comes out, all of a sudden we start getting these amazing pictures. Could be a coincidence.
You need.
Just saying.
I don't know, 50.
Dude, think about how much data they're bringing back. They're bringing back, so much data. They've got to have new tools to process it, man.
Bro, they bring back. That's the problem, dude. They bring back so much data. Look into how much data they got for that last black hole photo. You could have took the data from that and made a fucking unicorn flying over a rainbow. Like there was too much. It was too much data. Now you need to know which data to use. Like it's ridiculous the way it's put together, though.
Well, they know based on theory.
They know.
They know. Well,
No, they
okay, so
know.
we have experimental evidence that basically certain like we know a little bit about black holes in the event horizon, right? From theory, right? Which all comes from physical observations on Earth, and then you just extrapolate those out further. And so we know the wavelength of the light that they'll emit. So that's what they did. They picked up on the light that was emitted from the black holes, and they basically made an intensity map of where more light was coming from. So that's what you saw. You saw an intensity map of where the brighter
What's
spots
funny?
were.
You know, what's
Huh?
funny is before they ever took that image of that black hole, Wheeler predicted long ago, like years before, in several videos through a magnetic ferrocell, showing the dielectric portal at the central nexus point of that magnetic toroidal field, redshifted at a phase disparity of 1 to 5, and showed that and said this is what a black hole would look like, because this is the dielectric plane of inertia, i.e. a black hole. And lo and behold, those two images were identical. Like you could overlay them and they would be literally identical. You could see the centrifugal and centripetal convergence and divergence within that image, and it's literally the same
So
thing, dude.
let me just translate that for the audience. Holy shit, man! So he demonstrated a black hole on right here in a small scale.
Yeah, he showed the same image years ago of what you would see if you were to take an image of a black hole, and it's the same exact thing.
You know that guy Sky Scholar. Hold on, real quick. That guy Sky Scholar. He absolutely destroyed that black hole picture. But go ahead.
That would make sense to me because black holes have some of the most extreme electromagnetic forces in the universe. So that's what
Well,
it's going to do.
it's pure electrostatic by definition, because that's what the dielectric field is. Yeah, and the loss of that breeds the magnetic. So it's kind of like an arm wrestling match between the dielectric and the magnetic. And when the dielectric wins, you have this phenomena, i.e. a black hole. And when magnetism wins, you have everything else in the universe that remains physical.
All right, in a black hole, what's the actual force that's making the light bend coming around into it? Is that gravity or is it electro something?
Yeah.
Don't get crazy on me, guys. Well, you got to keep it easy on us with the dielectric, inertial, magnetic plane field. Like, you lost us on that last one. I couldn't follow it.
Yeah, so basically, to try to put it into simplistic words,
dumb it down. You get any dumber?
Hole. Yeah, it's just a spatial cosmic field state in which the dielectric capacitance has completely overthrown the spatial attribute of magnetism, for which all mass has magnitude alone, solely due to magnetism alone. So in short, a black hole is just a giant mass, which is or has become a point source object, kind of like a magnet or a pulsar or a quasar, and upon which all magnitude, which I mean magnetism, has erased the supermass from the Cartesian cosmos. So the name's actually wrong, because a A black hole is not a hole, nor is it black. Nearly as wrong as so-called scalar waves, which contain no waves. So, yeah.
It's a hole into another universe, dude. You go in there, you go into Narnia, bro.
My idea. This is actually a real theory, but I had this idea before I ever heard of this shit. Back when I was a Glober. My idea was that every black hole in our universe is its own universe. There's like black holes inside that and their universes, and then we're just inside a black hole in some other bigger universe. What? That shit was fire.
I mean, that could definitely be true. You never know. They are kind of like pinpricks in the universe. Let's see here. Here's a good one. But, back to, how these theories were developed, man. These were all Christian monks, dude. They were
Dude,
Christian.
that religious shit don't faze me, bro. I don't care who thought of it. If it was you, some other dude, Mickey Mouse, whatever. This shit is a thought in someone's head right now.
Do what?
This shit is just thoughts in people's heads, this space-time thing.
Well, I mean, it came from somewhere. They didn't just pop into their head. They followed
This
the evidence.
idea of space-time, this shit literally popped into somebody's head. Have you ever heard of Albert Einstein?
Never.
This shit literally just popped into someone's head.
No, that didn't
bro.
pop into Albert Einstein's head. He actually stole a lot of his thoughts and opinions from Henri Poincaré.
Okay, maybe it wasn't Einstein. Either way, this shit just popped into someone's head one day.
Yeah, because he was thinking about physics. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't just sitting on a porch.
You guys are using wild-ass physics, though.
Well, it's based on reality. I mean, where do
No,
you
you
think
guys be using pseudo physics, bro. Pseudo physics.
Pseudo physics? Where do you think they get this stuff? They get it from the lab, dude.
This shit is in people's minds, bro. Listen, it's crazy. It's too crazy. It's just all in people's minds.
What would it take to get you to believe some of this stuff?
Logic,
I mean,
dude. Just
space-time
like
bending?
just like I deduced with you earlier, dude. Like, we just used simple logic and just showed how insane the belief system was, dude.
Like
I told you, space doesn't have any physical properties, bro. And time is just a convention. You can't merge fucking unicorn farts and fucking create a fucking religious belief system and have it expected to hold weight logically, dude. That's
Yeah, but
all you
there's
guys
always
literally
something.
did.
There's always something in space, right? Though, like empty space, that's not even a thing, is it?
No.
Like purely empty space. So, like, space is something. There's always something there.
Yeah.
Okay, what about an atom? What about an atom being 99.9% empty? What's the space there?
Probably just the same space that's out here. I don't know. Is it like a ball with a What's an atom though? Is that like a ball, a solid like ball thingy, or?
No, it's particles that are essentially coalescing upon each other to create the base unit of physical matter. But again, they openly admit that it's 99.9% empty, even though there's nowhere on Earth you can show me anywhere where you can say this is empty or devoid. Emptiness is only a qualifier of something being empty of something else. You can that's only a concept.
What about the Kármán line?
That's what I'm saying. There is no empty space, so therefore, space is this, something. Something's
it's the void between masses that's been,
I don't know.
reified
What about the Kármán line?
SC, we got to talk about garbage in Roosevelt Island later after this.
We're out of a job, bro. I don't know if you've seen what I posted. They got an automatic toilet cleaner and an automatic garbage truck. So we're out of a job, bro.
Yeah,
Make plans.
No, I've seen 3 ways already to clean a bathroom without a human being involved. 3 different methods. But yeah, go ahead. We're right in the middle of the space-time thing. Hold on. Or where
Yeah, the Carmen line. Somebody mentioned the Carmen line.
Oh, empty space. Empty space.
Yeah, what if
about
you
the
go?
Carmen?
What if you go up to the Carmen line and there's no atoms around?
I'm saying there's always like fields. There's something in there, right? A
Yeah.
magnetic field or an electro something fucking.
So what's a field? Is a field physically existing? Is it made up of particles to support
I don't know.
itself
If I
existing?
create a strong enough field, though, I could probably make you feel something.
So
Yeah,
if
but
the
can that
atoms are
field?
17 miles, if the atoms are roughly 17 miles spread apart, but we can still sustain electromagnetic propagation, what's left with to define your physical field now?
I don't know what you just said.
Basically, that's what they claim. They claim that the atoms in space are roughly 17 miles apart, but yet we still see the propagation of electromagnetic radiation. What is there to sustain that propagation if the atoms are stretched that far apart? Like what
I
if
don't know, but
everything requires if
but
energy
that's the
requires a medium to be transferred, then what's the medium if a field isn't physical?
Yeah, and what's a field to begin with? What's a field?
no, but that's your empty space thing there, though. There's something there. That electro thing you just talked about, that's there in that empty space. Like it's not really empty because that thing's there, right?
A field is just basically a vector point in space where everything has a value.
Well,
Right.
that's only a
Vector point?
convention. That's only the framework of possibility, but that's not identifying the physical nature of a field, which we know has to be present to sustain this propagation. So if you're only saying that it's just specific values upon a Cartesianal system, then again, that's only a convention of measure. That's not an actual thing, and we know that it has to be actualized in order for this whole phenomena to exist in your model. So,
Yeah, by saying vector, what exactly is vectoring? What has direction and magnitude in your mind?
The field itself, like if you
What is
have
the field? This is the question. You can't just say the field itself is the field. I mean, what is
no,
it? What is it made of?
it's made
I mean, who
of
knows what it's made of, bro? It's there though, because you can create one strong enough to where you're gonna fucking feel it. So we know there's something going on there.
yeah. That's a pretty esoteric question. I'd love to hear somebody who has a really advanced physics degree talk about that.
No, but
Oh,
they
you
give
guys?
it attributes. They give it values. They give it energy. They give it quantification, and they
Sure.
just say, I mean, a field of what?
A field of
A field of
electromagnetism.
corn? A field of poppies? What?
Electromagnetism.
Where does it come from? Where does the electromagnetism come from?
We don't know. It just permeates.
Who knows?
Well, one thing, it comes from the
Yeah,
electron.
that's crazy.
It
So
comes
it's
from
just there. It's just there.
it's just there. It's a property of the universe.
Okay. All right.
yeah, but
Yo,
they've never even
I actually
accurately
saw the
defined it.
life expectancy. Actually, I actually saw the. I think this was a TikTok. The life expectancy of an atom, or no, sorry, the life expectancy of an electron is like 4 quadrillion zillion years or some shit.
So you would think
Like
you would think if
they
this
don't last forever.
It's on its
you would
way
think
out.
if this electromagnetism permeated everything, right? It would be pretty important to understand what this thing is. But then when you ask them what magnetism is and how they merge these things together to create this electromagnetic field, they haven't defined either one of those things or a field. They've only quantified the perception of it through mathematical assertions. But even in their own dogma, like there's no logical weight to support any of it. It's all mathematic rigmarole.
Excuse me
Yeah, it's even more comical when it pertains to magnetism. When you ask them what's
Right.
magnetism, they say virtual photons. What the heck is that?
Then
Who
when you
said
ask
who
them what a
said that?
virtual photon is, they literally say, yeah, they
So
say
who said
magnetism
that
is
here?
they said the magnetism is the emission of a virtual photon, and light is the emission of a virtual particle. And when you look at the definition of either one of those two things, they tell you that it's just an abstract that they use to facilitate and have mathematical equations balance out, and that they don't actually exist.
Yeah, which is why
And
nobody defines it. Nobody defines it like that. I
yes,
find
they do.
this
Yes,
line of
they do.
question, this line of questioning
the
is
highest
extreme.
levels.
This line of questioning seems extremely
At
dishonest
at
because
the highest levels.
you're asking him what a field is, and you're equating that to him answering what the quantum fields are. But you asked him simply what a field is, and he told you what a field was. If you're asking
No, he didn't.
why the quantum
No, he
fields
didn't.
are there,
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He said
yes,
it's
he
a
did.
field.
What he said was exactly what a field was.
No, it's
What
not.
did he
That's
say,
not what a
Kosho?
field is.
What did he say?
He said a value for each position in space. A value that could be a vector. It could be.
That's a convention.
No, it's
That's
not a
not what
convention. That's
something
what a
is.
field is. That this is what a field is. So
Field is
No,
not a
that's a
convention.
direction and a magnitude,
that
Kosho.
answers that question. If you're asking
No,
what
it
are
doesn't.
the quantum fields, that's
Sorry.
a different question.
Sorry, Kosho. You're just coming into the fucking conversation and shitting all over the place and knocking all the pieces off the board, as Witsit would say.
That is what
Yeah,
a
that's all
field.
you're
That
doing.
is what a
No,
field
it's
is.
not.
Slow.
No, it's
That is
not.
what a
All
field
you
is.
all you told us you gave us an idea of a convention. You
No, I
haven't
gave you a
identified.
definition of a word, which is what you asked for.
Yeah, well, we know this word actually exists, and what you just told us isn't something that actually exists.
That's what I'm
It's only a
telling to you. This is
convention.
what I'm telling to you is a dishonest line of questioning. Is you're
All right,
asking
well, let's
what
go
a field
over it.
is. Somebody's giving you the answer for what a field is, and then you're equating that to them answering what are the quantum fields. That's a different question.
Okay, let's go. Let's go over your answer. What a field, or 50's answer? What a field is? You said a point.
50's answer was a magnitude and direction, a vector.
Yeah, for each position in space.
Okay, what's your definition then?
I find that definition satisfying.
So a field is a vector, a magnitude and direction for a position in space.
That would
That's
be
a field.
that's at each position.
That's ridiculous, bro. You just
a field has a value for each position.
That's a description,
that
dude.
value
Sorry.
can be a vector, a value, or it could be a or magnitude, or it could be a scalar.
That's just the description. All you've done is describe the convention.
A definition is a description, though, of something. Like if you were to ask me what an apple is, I'm going to start describing an apple.
Yeah, no shit.
I am.
It's not
No,
a
you're not.
convention, though.
Yes, I am. What do you think? Okay, ask me what an apple is.
Hey, I don't want to hear what your answer on an apple, Jeremy. I'm simply asking what a field is. We know this field exists, and we know that this field isn't made of particles, because they've already claimed and admitted that the particles are so far spread apart, but yet we still have the sustainability and propagation of EMR. So that being said, we have to know that the field actually exists. It's not just a fucking convention of little blips and values on a fucking screen. It's an actual fucking thing.
This is what I'm telling you is dishonest, guys. Slow.
Stop, you're interrupting me. When I ask you what the thing is, and all you give me is the quantification, but not the quality, then you haven't really actually explained what it is.
Now
You've only
respond to what I'm saying, guys.
conventionalized.
Slow.
That's all you've done.
Yeah, now respond to what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're asking a dishonest line of questioning, because what you're saying is you're asking what a field is. When somebody answers you what a field is, a general definition of the general term, you're equating that to them answering what are the quantum fields that pervade all space, which is very specific in a different question.
Yeah, but Kosho,
no,
when
you're
asked what a
strawmanning me.
field is, you said left that way. Like when Jeremy asked what is an apple, you can't tell him left that way. That's what your answer is.
So you said it has a
Literally.
magnitude and a so you said a field has a magnitude and a vector. He's asking what is the thing that's
I didn't tell you which way is it
that's
traveling.
What I'm saying. So this is a different question now. This is a question of what are
No, it's not a different question.
Hold on, Essie. This question is what are the values that are expressed in the quantum fields, which is a specific question, which can also be answered, right?
That wasn't the question.
For instance, the electromagnetic field. Like if you look at a magnetic field, for example, that vector is a description of the field strength for that location. That vector has a direction and it has a magnitude.
That's actually wrong.
This is describing the field strength for that location.
That's actually wrong. The stronger of the magnetic field, you would think the bigger based on your description, but it's actually inverse. It's smaller. The smaller the magnetic field, the higher the capacitance. The lower the capacitance, the larger the field. This is why gamma radiation is so fucking dangerous, for one. And this is why the spatial footprint is much smaller than infrared per se at the other end of the spectrum. So what you just said was completely ludicrous. Once again, Kosho.
Right. So gamma radiation and infrared are not magnetic. 1. 2 is a magnetic field. The strength of a magnetic field.
Serious?
Hold on, Die Slow. The size and strength of a magnetic field has nothing to do with what I said. Because what I told to you was that the values, the vectors at each location in a magnetic field, those are an expression of the direction and the field strength. This is the truth. So
you're just wrong once again.
But it's just the truth.
You just stopped, and now you're gonna chime back in. You just stopped, and now you're gonna chime back in. You said infrared and gamma have no magnetic component involved in them, which is complete bullshit, because both of those two things follow the complete spectrum from one end to the other of the totality of light, being EMR, which is electromagnetic radiation. So if you're or infrared don't fall under the scope and spectrum of EMR, then you'd have to take that up with your whole fucking mainstream college that you went to, dude. Because
you're gonna have to clean out your ears, my man, because I didn't say anything like that. What I said was infrared and gamma radiation are not magnetic. That's what I said, and that's the truth.
Which is bullshit.
No, it actually is the truth.
There's nothing. There's nothing in the universe that's not.
You're not going to have to worry about gamma radiation or infrared.
There's nothing in the universe that's not magneto affected, whether it be
light's not
diamagnetic or paramagnetic. Everything falls under the scope of magnetism. There's nothing that's you can separate and say this doesn't have a magnetic anomaly or effect or component. By definition, all matter is magnetic, and so is light. So you're full of shit, Kosho.
Well, they say light's
not provide some sort of evidence that's true. Yeah.
I'll give you evidence. You ever see the one where he has a mouse suspended in the air, and he takes a big magnet and he puts it near the mouse, and he's able to push the mouse with a magnet.
I feel like we're talking.
What Dicelo was saying,
we were having a great conversation with 50, and then Kosho comes in and just shits all over it and turns it into the Kosho
you guys were
show.
dishonestly asking.
That's all you did.
He answered
I don't care about your feelings, bro.
He answered a different question. Just
I
like
don't care about your feelings, bro.
Yeah, just like just now you asked about. I asked you for evidence that that light is affected by magnets or whatever, or has magnetic properties, and he brought up a mouse.
What?
Yeah, because you changed the subject. How about answering the original question, Kosho? The original question.
I was fucking with you. It's a joke. Sorry. I was fucking with my old lady. My bad. Continue.
So this is what he does. He's even made me forget what the question was. This is what Kosho does.
I can tell you what the question was. You were asking.
Go ahead.
You were asking 50 what a field was, and he answered you accurately. And
right,
then,
and then I asked
you acted like he was answering what the quantum fields are and why we don't experience this abstract thing.
Now I remember. Hold on. Now I remember, bro. So you came in trying to change the question of what the fields are when he said it's a vector. And I asked you, what's your definition of a field? You never gave me one.
I told you his is satisfying. His satisfies that question. It's a description,
so it's a
description of each point in the given space that where it can be expressed by a value, whether it's a scalar or a vector, or it could be a function even. There could be it could be a very abstract description.
So it could be a number of many things, not just a vector, is what you're saying now.
Yeah, some kind of value, some description for each point of space. Yeah.
So you still didn't give a description. You just gave some sort of value of a point in space. You did not
That's what a field is, man.
state specifically what a field is. No,
Because yeah,
that's
that is specifically what a field
that's
is.
just a
That's actually what
position.
it's not.
This
That's
is
what it's
what a
not.
field is, man. Yeah. What are you
Fields
talking about?
aren't quantitative rather than qualitative, and all you did was try to materialize the immaterial. Fields are not material. Fields don't require material particles to support their existence, and everything you just said is based on atomistic materialism. You have no
It's
idea
not
what
actually.
you're talking about.
It's not at all. First of all, you're asking if you want to ask a specific question, go ahead. But if you're asking a general question like what a field is, I gave you the general answer, which satisfies whatever
I'm not
field
here
you're
for you
talking
to
about,
teach
whether
me
it's a
anything.
magnetic
You
field
fucking
or
chimed
quantum
into a
field
conversation
or quantum
inaccurately.
field. If you're asking a specific question,
You
you're asking a
chimed into a
specific
conversation
question.
unaccurately, dude.
If you're asking a specific question, like
I
what a
don't need you to
quantum
teach
field
me
is,
shit, dude.
if you're asking a
I don't
specific
need you to teach me
question,
anything.
like what a quantum field is,
I don't
nobody's
need you to
bringing up
teach me anything,
materials.
Hold
Kosho.
on, die slow, relax, bro. Just let him finish and be concise, please, Kosho, and then you're next, die slow.
That was concise,
need
but
him to
I tell you, it would
fucking
be a lot more concise if if these guys would listen to the answers and act like
You're
people are
disingenuous,
given.
Kosho, and you're
These
pissing
are
him
the
off, and
actual
you're
answers to the
pissing me
questions you're
off
asking.
now.
Guys, relax. Everyone relax, please.
Yeah,
All right,
well, I
go.
don't need Kosho teaching me, and he's fucking tearing up the conversation. We had a great conversation. He came in, totally shit on the whole fucking room, and is turning this into chaos. We don't need you to teach us, Kosho. Okay?
Well, we are going back and having a back and forth with him and shit. I mean, he's gonna give his response, so.
We were having a back and forth with 50 and many others, and then Kosho
And
came in
if
with
you don't
his
want to engage
inaccurate.
Kosho, you don't. But you don't have to engage Kosho if you don't want to. Just ignore him.
Die slow.
I ignore him all the time.
Whether it's me or somebody else, you do need somebody to teach you, man. Because people tell you this thing about fields all the time, and you continue to ask what a field is.
Cut it out, Kosho. You have
I
no
know
freaking
what a
clue.
field is. That's a fucking blatant lie.
A good example of a field would be like if you look at a wind chart, it tells you the wind at every point in space for the whole, whatever square 5 miles above the aviation space, right? So 1 mile up, you got a wind going 5 miles an hour this way. Another foot over, you got wind going in this direction, 5 miles that way. It's just as simple as that. Each point has a direction and a force associated with it. That's the mathematical definition of it, and that's all it is. Now, if you want to get esoteric with like the electrodynamic stuff, then that's a whole other can of worms.
There's nothing in the universe that's not magnetically affected. Whether it be ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, or paramagnetic, everything falls under the scope of magnetism.
What about proton?
Yep.
I'm sorry, excuse me, neutron.
Yeah, well, same thing. Those just decay into back into protons.
I mean, there's quarks that have no charge.
Yeah, well, you'd be getting into a full belief system with that can never be falsified or proven. Only mathematical
something having
assertions.
No charge. You said something having no charge is not possible.
That's what a neutron is.
Yeah, a neutron has no charge. It's the fundamental building block of an atom.
Let me read this
So
out.
can you
for a
have an
second.
atom
This
with
is
no-
where, Jeremy, check this out, bro. This is where they get their nonsense. What is the meaning of field in science? Field in physics, a region in which each point has a physical quantity associated with it. The quantity could be a number, as in the case of a scalar field, such as the Higgs field, or it could be a vector, as in the case of fields such as gravitational field, which are associated with a force. This is where they get their nonsense. I'm sure everybody understands now what a field is. Clear? Nonsense.
A field, from my a field from my perception is essentially just an perturbation modality. So it's just different expressions of one and the same thing, kind of like ice, water, and steam all being one thing, water, just different expressions based on the temperature and pressure. And that's essentially what a field is. It's temperature and pressure arranged modalities of one and the same thing, that being ether. That's the fundamental blanket that all phenomena lies under.
Well, that's a little bit woo-woo, but it makes a little bit more sense than this. You know,
Oh, it
it's
does?
you're saying it's actually something
That makes more
that's
sense.
there in the absence of nothing. Yeah.
Can you describe the temperature of the ether near where you are?
Non-existent.
I'm just wondering, Essie, because you said it makes more sense than the description you read out. And
No, at least look, I
real
fought
confused.
back
So I'm just wondering what the temperature of the ether is near, I don't know, anywhere.
Kosho, I fought back with Witsit and my friend here many times on the ether, right? What I'm saying is there. Why don't you let me finish, bro? What I'm saying is, at least their explanation attributes something there. They're saying in the absence of, in the vacuum of nothing, we know there can be nothing. At least they're saying it in a way that partially makes sense. This is a region of point and physical quantity. What? This is nonsense.
Okay, I understand that you know some of the words like temperature, and pressure, and space and stuff like that. I'm asking that because you said it made sense, and so I'm trying to make sense of what he said, which is there's pressure and temperature for each position in space, or for this is what a field is, and that's a description of the ether. So how is a temperature a description of the ether, right? Like I'd like to make sense of that.
Well, look, personally, I say I'm humble. I say I have no clue what's out there, right? That's what I say. Now, you got to ask that to Dicelo. I take the epohe position. I don't know. I leave it. I wait to see further evidence. That's my position.
I mean, it's got to be something because we can turn it up and turn it down, right? Like we can create bigger, stronger field or whatever you want to say, right?
No, this is different, Jeremy. You're talking about tuning something, creating something with a generator. We're talking about the building blocks of existence here. You understand?
Yeah, you're talking about the temperature of the ether, like it makes sense. Where the quantum fields, as Jeremy's saying, like there has to be something everywhere. Well, unlike the ether, which has a temperature apparently, which but nobody understands. The quantum fields have actual descriptions and definitions.
That's a straw man,
and they do evade all space, and the values actually have real meaning. They're not just words that throw together.
So that's a straw man. What I actually said is that the universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediations alone, not mathematical assertions, like you guys would like to think.
Well, hold on, Kosho. In your model, though, you do have empty space, though. It's not permeated, but because when you have your dark energy, you have space being created. That's fresh space, right? There can't be anything created from nothing in that, right?
No, in the fields, in any point in space time, there's also quantum fields which evade all space. There's a value for each position. Those values could be zero, or they could very well not be zero, right? They fluctuate, but
so let me ask you real quick.
That field still pervades all space.
So if it's zero, if it's at zero, does it actually still exist?
Yeah.
Oh, it does. And what's the existence like? Can you describe that?
It's a description. It's the SC put a perfectly good description.
So there's nothing there.
Definition there.
You're saying
right. So when the field's at zero state, describe that zero state of that field still existing, but not being able to be quantified. Because in your methodology, things only exist that can be quantified. So if it's still there and can't be quantified, then please do explain and describe, or at least whatever you.
Of which field?
Any field you got.
The electron field. Okay.
No, we're talking about your value is zero. That's what you brought it to.
When the value is zero, there's no electron there. Okay. When the value is sufficient for an electron, there's an electron there. Okay.
I understand that, but what I'm asking
Well,
you
then
is
why
when
did
it's at 0, what's there?
I just told you. When that value is 0, there's no electron there.
So there's no field?
No, the field is there. The value is 0. The field
That's what I'm
pervades all
asking you.
space.
I'm asking you what that field is. If the field can only be quantified by showing a value, then when it's not showing a value, how do you describe that field state?
Of having 0, the value is 0.
That's all you got?
That's what a field is. A field is a description of
got?
all the points in space. If the value is 0, then there's nothing there.
Dude. Yeah, and you need to take the materialistic lens off and actually look at reality, bro. Because all you're doing is choosing to perceive it one way without any actual legitimate logical answer other than 0 and 1, dude. That's all you got, bro. It's pretty sad. That's like complete nihilism.
The temperature of the ether, as you said earlier.
Complete nihilism. I didn't say the temperature of the ether. I said the universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediations alone, not mathematical assertions. Nice straw man attempt. Thank
you. Yeah, you said the field is what you said, and then you said and that's called the ether. After you said that,
there's only one field, Kosho.
Right. So
there's not all these different
fields.
fields.
Pressure and temperature mediation. And
you don't have the electric field over here and the magnetic field over there, and then the light fields over here. No, it's not how it works in nature, bro. There's no Mother Nature's not sitting there like a traffic fucking light operator governing the flow of traffic with a fucking calculator through math. It's not how reality's working, kid. There's only one field, and that's governed by temperature and pressure mediations alone. Not Mother Nature pushing a fucking calculator.
Right. And that field, as you said, was the ether. And now when you say that, I'm asking you, can you describe what you mean by the temperature? How is the field of the ether mediated by temperature? What temperature of what?
I don't know. We could say solar induction. Being that's actually what generates Earth's magnetosphere. It's not actually emitting from the Earth itself. Bet you didn't know that, Kosho.
This is why I don't ask you questions, man. This is why I asked SE when he said it makes sense.
You actually don't have any logic to support your bullshit.
I asked you one question, like the temperature of the ether or whatever. Then you bring up
that's a straw man, as I already told you.
No, that's not a straw man. I'm telling you my question. How's that
complete
a straw man? How is me telling you my question a straw man?
It's a complete straw man. You're straw manning me into your little fucking pigeonhole to try to get some bullshit answer, even though that's not how things are working.
Yeah, anyhow, and whenever you answer the question by what you said, solar induction, right? Temperature, just so you're clear, temperature is something that has to do with a matter. Like you have to have matter for there to be a temperature, because it's a description of the average energy, right? Of that of the medium. So it's not doesn't make sense to just say it's solar induction. Has some.
You haven't even described energy, dude. What's energy? We're just gonna throw words out there.
Defined as, or what is it? Or how do we know it?
I don't know. You're just throwing words out there now, dude. So
yeah, well, energy is the ability to do work, but it's
that's not a definement. That's nice try though.
It's experienced as the innate. Like a matter that's not doing anything could have innate energy, right? There could be.
Yeah, I see what it is.
Maybe
so
just
I'm doing work right now with my energy.
What it was. Now
maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Kosho.
Maybe just. Go ahead, Essie.
No, go. I think you were first. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Just show dice flow where the energy bends space time, and that should be good.
Why should that be good?
Is it in the room with you right now, Kosho?
Is what in the room with me now?
What's it saying to you?
The energy that's bending your space time.
How long have you had this problem, Kosho?
You like my new meme, Matt Dicelo? Is the curve in the room with you right now? The guy shackled to the floor.
Seriously, let's all take it easy. No need to get worked up.
Dude, talking to Dicelo is like fucking pulling my own teeth out, man.
Then just don't engage.
I wasn't engaging with him. I really that's why I asked SE, because at least he'll answer honestly, but he didn't.
Fucked up. SE, did you see how they're doing the garbage on Roosevelt Island? I mean, this isn't even new. This is old shit, bro. This is old shit. Like way super old. I think it's so old it's a problem actually. But I've always loved this idea of using pneumatic tubes to get rid of garbage.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they've been doing it. They actually went to Walt Disney because Disneyland had the same problem. You need to get rid of garbage, and you can't have trucks driving around, right? You can't have giant fucking garbage trucks and guys with the likes of you fucking walking around, getting all this garbage and shit, right? What
Smelling
do?
the
You
place
make
up. Yeah.
yeah, you got to get pneumatic tubes underground, and they fucking do it like that. So this Roosevelt Island place made a thing where they're like, "Yo, no cars. We're not doing cars on this island." But what's cars is a huge part of getting rid of the fucking garbage. You need a fucking car, so you did pneumatic tubes. I've always had that idea since I was a kid because there was this hardware store and they used to use pneumatic tubes throughout the whole store. I'm like, why don't we get rid of garbage like that? You got these guys driving around all day in these trucks and shit.
For real? That's how they're doing it? Pushing it through freaking tubes?
Yeah, bro, I mean, it's not even new. I think it's like so old it's actually a problem now for them. I don't know. I just saw a TikTok on it. I only saw part one and it like cut off right at the good part.
That's insane, man. Shows our laziness. Holy crap. Imagine one of them getting blocked.
It wasn't laziness. They didn't want cars to be on the island. They were like, yo, we're just going to see, no cars on this little part. It's only a little couple mile stretch thing. They're like, we're going to see if we can do it with no cars.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, small little island thing. It's like 2 kilometers or something. And they didn't want to do no cars, so you can't have they couldn't have garbage trucks. So it's like, how the fuck do you get rid of us? We produce the most garbage everywhere, so we had garbage coming out of our ass. But yeah, pneumatic tubes, bro. That's the move right there.
Well, okay.
But they got other shit coming for what you do, anyways. Your shit's about to be fucking obsolete, anyways. If we're gonna put a thing on the garbage can, there's gonna be a thing on the truck. It's gonna connect magnetically, dump the shit in the thing.
I already showed you a truck. My job I already got my notice. I showed you a truck. They're putting them here in Canada, driverless, and the arm picks up the garbage. My notice it's in the mail.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Okay, so back to reality now.
Kosho, did you show it?
What's a field?
SE,
and don't give me no
what the heck is
vector shit.
reality, SE Montreal?
SE, did you just ask what a field was, SE?
Yes, and don't tell me a vector.
You posted, SE, you posted a definition of it.
That's nonsense. I want your...
SE, that's not nonsense. That's actually what a field is.
That is nonsense,
that's
dude.
what a field actually is.
That is a nonsense.
So anytime someone's bringing up
in your worldview,
you have to start
in
from
your
that
worldview, things only exist that take physical
Dyslo, if you're talking to me, man, like stop talking when you realize I'm not gonna fucking stop, dude.
Yeah, stop, guys. One at a time. Dyslo, you're next. Go ahead, Kosho.
Sorry, I got the kids fighting over here.
Take it easy. Yeah, take it easy, man. Come on.
Yeah.
It's a sleepy Sunday.
Yeah. But the thing is they literally say the only way things exist is if they physically exist. And based on physicality, it has to take some sort of physical presence, Cartesianal presence. Just like he says, the blip on the screen of that Cartesianal value indicating their field presence, right, is what they're associating with the field. But the problem is when it's not being measured and it's at zero, how do you determine it's still to be existent when the only way something exists has to have physical presence? Like, how do you even describe that? So that's the problem. They don't have a. They don't have
this thing. If you've got this thing, that actually is a decent thing, because if you've got this, if you have a magnitude and a vector or whatever the fuck we were saying, what is it that has that magnitude and that vector?
Okay, do you remember
Well, now I'm
when
asking the opposite.
remember when 50 had brought up the description of the wind, of the wind strength and the field that you'll see on the Weather Channel? So that field can exist from here to fucking Pluto. It can exist beyond that. Okay.
I think the point of contention, Kosho.
That field is going to be a description of the wind strength at any location. If you want to describe every single location between here and Pluto, that's fine. Some of those locations are going to be 0. Doesn't mean the field's not there anymore. It just means that this means there's no wind there. Okay.
Yeah, I think the point of contention, Kosho.
The fields pervade all space.
The point of contention, Kosho, is what do you determine something to be when something existing? Like, how do you describe or explain something to be existent? Like, what are your qualifications upon something existent or not? Because the issue is you said the field exists. Even though its measures at 0, it still exists. And I'm asking you to describe that existence that has no value, and you've yet to do that. Yeah, clearly you want to not engage with me. That's fine, but
I said
you can't
that.
just dance around from the
I
problem.
literally said that. People even ask me, then why are you doing it? I said I'm not.
Okay, it's fine.
Right? So I don't understand how that's confusing. Yeah.
I didn't hear the answer. Sorry.
Kosho is an honorable man. Yeah.
Oh God, you brought in Pete, dude. Come on, Pete. Pete, give us a minute, bro. Go type in Ed Bassmaster. Ed Bassmaster.
Oh,
Dodo.
that guy's great.
Yeah, type in Ed Bassmaster Dodo. He did a whole new song on he called it the Dodo Bird. Go check it out, Pete. Let us finish this up.
You're given something a magnitude and a vector, or whatever. What is that thing?
What is the thing? It's the field.
And how do you have the?
Yeah.
It's what? Sorry.
The field of the location, like the photon field, for example. The photon field is a very complex field. Okay, at each location, it's got a value for every wavelength of light or every frequency of light. It's got a set. It's got a whole catalog of values for at every location. And at every location, that there's multiple properties like the magnitude, the intensity, whatever.
Of an electromagnetic frequency.
For photons, I'm talking about, yeah.
Jeremy, it's like me pointing to your car and asking you. Let me just say this quick. It's like me pointing to your car, Jeremy, and asking you, "What's that?" And you answer me, "Left 5 miles."
It's not like that at all.
It's exactly like that.
But if I give you a color too,
that's
too much. Giving a color is too much.
No, the
Kosho, what is the thing?
What is the
thing? You got a field with a magnitude and a vector. What is the thing? A photon in this case.
So if you want to know about the quantum fields, right? You need to study quantum field theory, in which they describe to you what the fields are, specifically how they interact with one another, which is the way in which they have evidence.
Can you show me?
So if you want me to explain you quantum field theory,
what do you mean by quantum? When you say quantum, like what is that actually depicting or denoting in nature?
Hold on, no, he was right in the middle, guys. Slow, relax. You can go next.
My bad, bro.
I'll back off.
There's no point in interrupting. I'm not going to respond to you, dude. Yes.
I'm sorry, Kosho. Go ahead, man. You got every right.
Yeah, come on, relax, man. This is Sleepy Sunday, not shit show. Not a shit show
jacked
Sunday.
up on coffee, bro. My bad, bro.
No, you said cock me or coffee?
Coffee, yeah. I had a fucking cup at the house, and then my lady brought Starbucks home, and I'm all fucked up, bro. My bad, bro.
You're all jacked up on Mountain Dew. All right. I like the energy.
Coming at him like a spider monkey, dude.
Fucking spider monkey in there. Yeah, so I don't even know where we were now.
You're asking what are the
fields. Want to add something. His knowledge.
Yeah, SG was saying that that's like somebody asking what is that, pointing at a car and somebody giving him directions.
Yeah, it's like saying left 5 miles. When you point at a car and you ask what's that, it's like I'm asking you a field and you're telling me over yonder 10 miles.
So
What's your answer?
believe it or not, quantum field theory is a little bit more complex. Now they make a book. That article that I gave to you the other day, SE, the guy who wrote that article, he also wrote a book called Quantum Physics for Babies, and I could get that and I could read it to you if you'd like. But other than that, I can only vaguely describe to you what the quantum fields are known as. And if you want to learn more, you'd have to study quantum field theory, which there's many aspects of it, like quantum electrodynamics, quantum chromodynamics, and then you're going to have to, well, those are descriptions of how those fields interact with each other. But the fields themselves are literally just descriptions for each point in space for each quantum field, and each quantum field that has distinct properties. So they're not. But what the way you experience them is that when there's a perturbation in that field, you experience a real material, particle, and the particles will interact and create, all the matter you see. So, if you want to know explicitly what quantum field theory is, you have to actually study it.
That's nice how you slipped in that thinly veiled insult about the baby learning. That was nice the way you did that. I did catch
That
that.
wasn't an insult, man. That was that article that I gave to you. That guy really wrote that book. And you're asking me to explain to you quantum field theory.
I'm not. No. When did I ever ask you to do that? I'm questioning your
that was the other
capability.
question.
No, I'm questioning your capability to form a coherent sentence when asked what is a field, and you come back with vector. That's pretty lame, bro.
Dude, what I said to you was the same thing that you found when you Googled it, dude. The same thing you posted. I'm just about done
and
with
I'm
you
telling you
man.
that's
This
lame.
is too much, man.
No, bro, because you're
insulting me for giving the same fucking
hold on.
definition that you gave, SE.
No, I didn't give the definition. What I wrote, what I posted
Why
was...
don't you give a definition, SE?
Osho, calm down. What I posted was the prevailing thought of what a field is now, and I posted it. And it's not just a vector, it's a multiple of things, scalar, field, and that. And I wrote on top of that nonsense, right? Because I think it's nonsense.
Let me say something here for a second. Because if you were to say a vector, here's the problem, Kosho. If you were to say a vector alone,
I didn't say a vector alone.
I understand. I understand. But if you're using vector, I understand. But if you're using vector, what you're implying is a direction from A to B in a straight path. And there's nothing that has that. There's nothing you can show me in nature that has a straight.
Who are you responding to right now, man?
I'm responding to you, dude. Because
I didn't say that, so that's fine, right?
Yeah, you did.
I didn't say that. I actually expounded it more than what it says there. I said more than a vector in a value. It could be a abstract description, like the photon field has a whole catalog of descriptions, which is more than just a vector in a value.
Okay, so basically, what you have is descriptions. You don't have like an actual explanation, just mere descriptions alone, right?
And non-coherent descriptions at best.
I mean, yeah, because the problem is that's the problem is when you chalk things up to a description at its base level, what you're doing is giving the open door for loose interpretations. So at any point, it could easily change instead of being grounded to an actual explanation that either holds weight or doesn't. And that's an issue with science.
Just so we're clear, definition, description, and explanation, 3 separate words that mean 3 separate things. And there's no need when somebody asks for a definition of something for it to include an explanation. An explanation is a totally different thing.
So what are the parameters of definement? Like when you define something,
for fuck's sake, dude.
What is that actually implying? Like how do you define things in your worldview? Is it based on loose interpretation or things that are actual, concise and logical? Because an explanation has to be logical. Otherwise, you haven't explained anything. And when you describe things, it doesn't have to be logical.
Yeah,
Descriptions aren't bound to logicalness. You understand that, Kosho?
Not
order
only
to
that,
define,
which one? Which
in
one
order
of the
to define,
description?
yeah, in order to stamp it or seal it defined, right? Before you stake that flag, you have to have logical explanation to claim definement. You can't just say, I've described all the all the attributes of this thing, therefore,
Are you happy
we
though?
understand the principle. That's not how it works. Principle and attribute, are fairly separate in regards to definement.
So defining something can include a description. It has no need at all to have an explanation. Explanations are not necessary when you're describing something or when you're defining something. These are different words. They mean different things. And trying to put them in the same category, like this doesn't have an explanation. That has nothing to do with defining something or describing something.
Yeah, maybe in like cartoon or comic book realm, but when we're talking about science is supposed to be held upon getting to a concise explanation. That's the whole crux of science, is to explain a said phenomena, due to this simple fact that descriptions could be loosely interpreted. Like if you put 4 blind men in front of an elephant and ask them to describe what's in, all 4 of them are going to give different descriptions, and they could all be correct, but have they ever explained without taking off that blindfold and actually looking at the subject and understanding it?
Okay. Explain to
and
me.
having it be logical? No, they
Explain to
haven't.
me explicitly how pressure and temperature mediation, how this in the ether creates everything that we know, everything around us, or anything around us, anything at all around us. How the pressure and
Because
temperature mediation, right, in the ether, how this mediation will bring about anything that we see in reality.
Get excited.
Explain it to me, not describe it.
There's not one phenomena that you can show me and not have temperature or pressure, right, be
Now
a
explain it,
variable within the explanation.
Right, so explain it to me, please.
Just did.
No, you didn't. You didn't explain anything. You just made a statement.
I just did. Yeah.
You just made
and that statement's concise and accurate.
You said there's nothing in nature that doesn't have pressure and temperature mediation. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you, explain to me, just like you went on the whole diatribe about how the explanation is a necessary thing when you're defining something or whatever the hell you're talking about. So explain to me how pressure and temperature mediation, right? How this comes about in the ether, and how that brings about everything we see or anything that we see in reality.
No, that's you're just making a big straw man. That's all you've done.
That's what you said earlier.
I mean, once again, that's a huge straw man. What I said is everything in the universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediation alone.
Right.
That's what I said. I said there's not one phenomena that you can show me where temperature and pressure isn't a variable within that said phenomena. Okay.
Right, and then you said
there's no math.
All the ether.
No math.
Now I'm
And
asking
this
you
is,
to
and what I was
explain
doing.
what you just said.
What I was doing was explaining to you how you don't have to have math in order to have phenomena.
Son, that's not.
And that's all quantum is.
I don't think you know what
That's why I
explanation
asked you.
means, man.
That's why I asked you. What do you mean? What do you mean when you say quantum? Like, what are you actually depicting or denoting when you invoke quantum? Because the quantum doesn't exist. All quantum is quantifying, counting. That's all it is. You're counting the material. Okay. So when you invoke quantum, that's what's happening. Unless you can show me any different or about that. But that's all you got is the means of counting.
So I'm just
coming up with the value.
You to what you're saying with explanation and what you're explaining. All right, I asked you to explain something, you didn't do it. So I looked up what explanation says in the dictionary. It says a statement or account that makes something clear. Right. So this is what I'd like you to do with what you said with the pressure mediation and how this governs everything in the universe and how this is what we call the ether. I want you to make that clear and explain it.
I just did. I just said it's a variable that you can't get away from.
But it doesn't clarify his question.
You understand his question?
Your mic's coming in pretty bad, dude.
1 second. I said that doesn't clarify his question. Do you understand his question?
Elijah, you're it sounds like you got a short in your microphone somewhere. You on a wired
Okay.
mic?
I'll be back.
Are you on a wired mic? All right.
Yeah, the only thing that gets me is all you ether people, and you know who you are. You want to shit on like, what's arguably the most tested, idea in science, only because it sounds bizarre. It is bizarre. It sounds confusing. You don't understand it. Or it's not intuitive. It's counterintuitive.
It's all straw man.
But hold on. And then in the next breath, you want to fucking spit out some garbage about what you think is happening that makes no sense, has no evidence, is more abstract than the other, right? And then not realize that what you're doing is so fucking hypocritically annoying. It's just garbage, dude.
Yeah, that's your horrible take on it, man. That's not my fault.
That's most people's take on it, man.
I don't think so. I think most people are waking up to the bullshit of your bending and warping of fucking unicorn farts is just complete duh. And it's a religion that requires no critical thought and just pure acceptance, i.e., just consensus. You're the epitome, dude, of an echo chamber.
And to be fair, Kosho, to the Ether Boys, which I'm not fully aboard, they know that, right? Although it does make more sense than your nonsense space-time fabric.
Yeah, I agree.
To be fair to them, it's been around longer than space-time fabric, the Ether. You know that,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Yeah. You understand that the ether is just as ethereal as the fucking word is, right? Like the word ether, it means different things to different people. It meant different things to different people, and it had different properties depending on when in science it was being used. Like when Einstein was talking about the ether, he's talking about something different than what quantum physicists talk about when they talk about the ether, which is also different than what Newton was talking about when he was talking about the ether. And it was also completely different to what the Michelson-Morley test was tested for. So I'm sure that what you guys
you know why?
than all those.
You know why? Because they were actually fucking honest, and when they saw that they were disproven upon their notions of what the ether was, they made the necessary corrections to try and understand, not just jump on the bandwagon and try to run away like they're so well understood. And that's all you guys have done. You guys have more holes than Swiss cheese within your fucking model and your theories, and you haven't fucking jumped ship. You're on a sinking fucking ship that sunk long ago, and you're unwilling to be honest and agree that it's debunked. That's the problem, dude.
No ship to even fucking hope for.
Elijah, your mic's still fucked up, bro.
You got modern scientists coming out saying that we're gonna start going back to the ether model because this whole fucking QR doesn't make sense, dude.
Dude, nobody is saying that but you. Like literally, that's fucking confused people. There's nobody in fucking science who's saying QR is so confusing. We're just gonna go back to the ether. Nobody's fucking saying that.
It doesn't make logical sense, bro.
Here, at the risk of triggering you more, Kosho, I'll give you another point for the Ether Boys, right? You guys brought out quantum foam. Now, you guys say the same thing as the Ether Boys. You say things come in and out of existence, out of the quantum foam, aka ether.
Something from nothing shit. That's that something
Yeah.
from nothing shit right there.
There's not something from nothing, and I'm gonna say this to you like it hasn't been said many times to you by me. So me saying the same thing to you, and then you saying that like it's never been said to you. But the quantum fields, specifically the ones came up, from Paul Dirac, and then later by Richard Feynman, the ones that we use now in the quantum field theory. These came about from what was thought of as the ether. Like they were looking that when they were doing the Michelson-Morley test, they thought that it was a frame, a reference frame that was static, right? But they thought that this is how light propagates through. It propagates through this field or through this medium, right? But that field is actually just one field in a world of fields. So there's a field for every.
How many fields you got, bro?
There's one for every subatomic
Field
particle.
factory.
Yeah, you got one for every particle, bro. You know how insane that sounds?
The same reason that they assumed there was an ether back in the day was the same, is satisfied by the quantum fields. So if they seem like they have similarities, that's why.
That's no different. That's no different than saying ice, water, and steam are all different things. That's literally what you're saying right now.
I think you need to look up what literally means, man.
Did you watch that video
objectively?
Did you watch that video on the problem in quantum and particle
I've
physics?
seen that one, yeah.
No, don't act like you've seen it. I just showed it to you last
I know
night.
you
You're like,
showed
"Oh,
it to
watch
me,
it."
and then I told you whenever I was looking at it, I said, "Oh yeah, I've seen this."
So why
Jeremy,
did you
he's
even bring
always
up?
seen it. He's always known it. You know that.
Yeah, what,
Don't
dude?
try to teach Kosho anything.
I sometimes I watch things, sometimes I don't, dude. If I watch Sabine Hofstetter, which you've seen Sabine Hofstetter, SC, I'm not gonna fucking ridicule. Oh, you've seen that? Wow, I can't believe
You
you have
like that
YouTube.
one, no? With
Can't
her,
believe you have
Sabine?
YouTube, SC.
You like that one with Penrose when they ridicule Michio Kaku with his 7-11 whatchamacallit strings? You like that one?
If you've seen it, if you saw that video, why would you bring up Karl Popper's thing about falsification if you already knew the rebuttal to it?
Because I was literally the one saying that, dude. I was the one telling somebody else was saying about falsification. I said, yeah, when somebody says that it's only falsification, that's wrong. That's just one philosophy in the idea. And I said that philosophy came about from Karl Popper. I wasn't arguing for that stance. I was just saying that
But that's not what Karl Popper
stance
said.
came from Karl Popper, and
It didn't come from Karl Popper. That's not what he said. You're misquoting him.
No, it's not. He talks about that. That is from Karl Popper. He argued how science is just falsification, or it can't be. So for something to not be pseudoscience, it has to be falsifiable.
See, maybe you haven't seen. I'm not going to say you didn't see this video, but if you saw the video, you would understand how you're misrepresenting what Karl Popper said about falsification.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
I don't know. I forgot that part in the video, but I definitely remember her explaining it. That's why I told you to watch it. You're my
I have seen it. Okay, I saw it like literally a few days ago, dude. But
okay, what was the rebuttal then to the Karl Popper and his falsification thing? What was her rebuttal?
She said something to do with like about examples where that's not possible, where there's other ways to find something out. I forgot what the examples were.
No, that's not what she said.
Hey, what was it then?
I don't know, but I know it wasn't it.
Yeah, okay, man.
She told us how you were. Well, she told us how you were misquoting Popper about this falsification thing. Like you're taking it the wrong way. They took it like too far and shit.
Yeah, some people might be, but how was I taking?
Everyone in particle physics has.
Yeah, but how was I taking it the wrong way? I'm literally arguing that it's not everything in science has to be falsifiable, or not saying that. I'm saying not science is not only about falsifying things.
And that's the problem with particle physics. That's the big problem right now in particle physics, because all they do is like tweak some numbers, make a new model, test their model, and try to falsify it. Like there's a million models, and it all costs more and more money every time.
So I'd like to
that's
ask
all
Coach
they're doing. That's like me falsifying. Like, oh, let me see if a rock will cause water to boil, and then I try that and it's falsifying. It's like, oh, I did good science. Like you can just do that all day. It's just nonsense, though.
Well, yeah, that would be nonsense, sure. But science, you have to start with a logical hypothesis. That the hypothesis has to be bound in reality. So if it's not, then yeah, of course, you can try to falsify ridiculous things and not be able to and think that you're doing.
When you say in reality, you mean like if you say like space, like something caused something else, you would have to know that that thing that caused the other thing actually exists before you even hypothesize that it's causing something like that.
It's math.
No.
Math did it.
No,
Math
not
did
at
it,
all.
bro.
No, you said no.
You're claiming that something's causing something. You just have to see that that thing is actually happening, and that the cause, like whatever it is that you're claiming is causing it, is.
You don't have to know it exists. So I could say
Well, no,
Math
you're right.
is the cause, bro.
That statement doesn't make sense if you don't have a cause. Like,
yeah, it's math, bro. That's
you have
what
to
it
have-
boils
you have
down
to
to in
have
your
a
paradigm.
cause to say that this is causing something.
Math did it to you, bro. Math touched you.
Okay. Humor aside, what's your basis from the quantum perspective? Kosher.
He's got no basis in reality. I'll tell you that. Last night we were talking about reality.
Answer his own question for him.
He said reality.
Elijah. Yeah.
He said reality's not a thing or something. What did you say last night?
Reality is not a reference frame.
Reality's not a thing, I think you said.
Yeah, they come out with blinders, but that's not the point. What's his basis in terms of quantum?
He said he didn't want to engage with you.
It's math, bro. Yeah, that's what it boils down to, bro.
He said holla back.
Kosher, you don't want to engage with me? What happened? Is my mic still fuzzy?
He said you're like
I had enough dice flow already today. I'm not really gonna do the whole ridiculous conversation. Like, I don't like conversing with people who don't have honest conversations. Like, when I answer people's questions, it's coming from an honest place. When you guys ask questions, it's not coming from an honest place. So for that reason, I'm not gonna be.
You're not honest, bro. You're highly dishonest. That's the problem, Kosher.
Oh,
Kosher, what is
shut
reality?
up! I'm asking him a bloody question. He mentioned something earlier about what were you saying before? Like 2 minutes ago about the basis.
It's a trap.
It's got nothing to do. You lot are just talking past each other. I'm trying to get something actually extracted.
Nah, that's a great question. I'm gonna sit back. Go ahead, I'll sit back for this. This is a good question.
Say your
Kosher. Go
question,
ahead.
and then I'll ask. Say your question, and then I'll ask Kosher.
What? As like a mediator for flip sake?
Yeah, I'm your go-between. I'm the middleman. That in the middle of little.
Kosher, I don't know if you're confusing me with someone else. Since when have I asked?
I'm not confusing with somebody else. If you can figure out what your question is, good, just ask it, and then we'll see if it's an honest question.
Yeah, well, I'm asking because you were talking about with the science and the falsification stuff with Jeremy just a little bit ago, right? And then you mentioned something that I thought was kind of interesting. So I wanted to ask you, from where you come from, what's the basis that the quantum theory or quantum physics is based upon?
It's just based on the light and how light is it's not a continuous stream of energy, but it's actually quantized. That's where the name comes from. They found this out from Planck's solution to the ultraviolet catastrophe, and then Einstein's photoelectric effect, which is when you can shine different frequencies of light onto different materials, and depending on the material and the frequency of light, it will emit electrons. And then there's a relationship between the energy, the light energy, and the electron.
Okay. So would you say that it's fair, at least from some people's perspective, some of this is an interpretation of the observation and not fully, how would we phrase it?
Explain.
Not fully definitive foundation.
Well, I would challenge those people to maybe learn about quantum field theory and then make a judgment. But making one before learning about it is foolish.
I can agree with that. Answering a matter before you search that out. But what I'm trying to get to is because of what you said is the basis. Wait, give me 1 second. Right, what you said was the basis. In it, evoked things that haven't necessarily been definitively presented. So you evoked the particle nature of light, and you evoked electrons.
Yeah, both these things have been established. This is what I'm saying. Is if people become familiar with
But established in what way?
established in the fact that these things are seen and tested and verified in the lab. There's examples of the photoelectric effect that you could do with stuff probably in
Yeah,
front of you.
I'm not denying the effect, right? I'm questioning the basis of the effects, and you were using those effects and those observations of those effects, etc., as the foundation or the basis for the other thing that I asked, which was the main question about quantum. So you can see at least whether you're in agreement with me or whatever. Can you see at least why there's an issue there, and there would be an issue with people who are engaging in this discussion to try and take it seriously, or to fully progress the conversation.
Let's break apart some of the components of what I said. The electron, the charge, the energy from electron, how it relates to a photon. Well, the energy in an electron is very well established, so much so that they can build microchips that store energy that are based on the charge of passing through a gate like a transistor. Okay, and then chemistry is completely based on the that same electron. It's based on the electron's relationship with other things. So these is a well established fact.
No, these observations and these insights that you get are established, but the explanation and the theory behind them, they're not established.
How so?
Because if you're talking about the electron as in the information that you've confirmed and extracted and used to achieve certain things, there's no disagreement with me here. I'm not going to cause an issue with that. That's pathetic, right? It's a waste of time because you have evidence to back it up. But it's when then one goes and explains that this electron, this thing that you've dubbed the electron, is this such and such thing that hasn't been proven, and then conflating the two as if they have to both be the same, then there's an issue.
Okay. I need you to
get what I mean, or do I need to?
I would need you to elaborate, because before you do, I must tell you that the things that you said that you accept are the only descriptions of the electron that are used. The model of the electron isn't like, it may have a picture of it in a poster or something, but there's not a color and there's not a size. There's just the properties of the electron, which are known because of how it behaves with other things, which is the things that it sounds like you're agreeing with, that you agree with how it behaves with other things, and that's the only model for the electron that is used.
You know what? Maybe I need to rephrase. What I'm agreeing with is the effects, the observations, the derivatives of what you call the electron, or what is called the electron. Those things don't need to be denied, but it's that they are all put upon this one thing that is its own entity. If you can allow that word, it might not be appropriate, but you get my point. And then that entity is given specific descriptions that haven't been proven, specific operations and this particle nature and all this stuff that haven't been verified in the same way that the other second, third, fourth hand things that have been verified are. And then you have this notion, which you unlike most of the rest of them, at least have the decency to talk about. It's like the quantum theory, all these. You put it in the realm of theory because it's not this undeniable thing. Like, water is wet. There's no theory about the wetness of water, for instance, just to be stupidly basic about it. So at least you do that. But that's the issue, right? To get back to the point, the issue is you have these things and you're getting these effects, sure. But then the rest of the theory is based on describing that as its own entity, and then saying this is the way everything else works. But those things haven't been proven, and because you have things that are actually working, it's really easy to fool people who don't question the basis of it. Because you have something that's working, but you're describing the way it's working in a way that hasn't been proven. And I know I'm repeating myself, but you can jump in at any point.
No, I don't want to take away from you're saying that it's at least I'm saying it's a theory. Well, I mean, I was tell you that my idea of a theory is the highest regard that there is in science for describing something. So that doesn't. There's nothing that goes beyond that as far as the theory around the electron. But
so you're saying it only becomes a theory after it's undergone rigorous testing.
Yeah, rigorous testing, many different models, many different hypotheses that experiment, all this stuff. Yeah, facts
that's
and
good
evidence.
To know. That's good to know.
Does it have to be
are you aware that that's
on
not how most people use the word, right?
Yeah, most people aren't talking about quantum physics or science, but in science, that word means something different than the way most people use it.
You would have to have done an experiment, right?
I'm not going to waste my time on
for it to become a theory.
So what? So it said again?
You would have had to have done an experiment before you get to the theory part.
I think somebody asked this to that professor yesterday, and
this shit is rhetorical.
Well, no, technically. I mean, I would say yeah. I would say yes, but then I'm just trying to. I'm trying to think.
You're trying to think of which of your bullshit theories maybe have slid through without an experiment.
No, I'm trying to think of examples. I mean, I'll say this that it has to have gone through. There has to be plenty of evidence and testing and all that kind of stuff for theory. Yeah.
Yeah. When was the first GR test done? I'm just curious. Hold on, real quick.
Precession of Mercury.
I was discussing this with him.
All right, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, because we can do the jokes and we've done it before, but there's no point in doing that when the other party isn't engaging in that kind of way. I don't think. Anyway, so one thing that maybe we could zero in on is you were mentioning the charge. Where in your understanding is the leap made between the charge that is obviously measured and that charge is coming from this independent entity that is, for all intents and purposes, a particle?
Okay. Well, the charge would be one aspect, one property of it, right? And the thing that you disagreed with a second ago was you agreed with all these phenomena that is related to what they say is electron, but the problem that you had was that it's attributed to a single entity, and given having this status of being this single entity has all these is responsible for all these effects and all that kind of stuff. Well,
right, and then the model surrounding that and what you built that model around, etc.
Yeah, but so from what I'm hearing though is that there's this model of the electron and what it's responsible for, and the alternative, from what it sounds like, would be just multiple things that are doing the same. They're responsible for the same things, but in different different aspects. I don't see why that's necessary.
I can understand how that implication is taken out from what I said, but that's not what I'm implying. I'm more focusing on how it's presented, the theory, the explanation for the electron, and then how that is explained away. Not explained away. It's described as if that's the sole reason for these observations.
I mean, the evidence points. The evidence points to that.
But it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like
it's extrapolated, and if you could, no, that's not the right word. It's concluded that this thing is responsible for your observing, and then and I know I'm kind of jumping a little bit, but it's related to what you said earlier. You said that the foundation of chemistry is based on this, but that's not true. Because the foundation of even the build-up of the chemical the periodic table, there wasn't a necessity for this electron theory. People have used it, and they've used it in a way that, I grant you, is useful in terms of operations that they've done to understand everything's order and stuff. But the table itself never needed the electron theory. The table itself is based on harmonics. So
Correct.
So, I mean, I know that's kind of an open-ended thing, and I've just finished speaking there, but I relate that back to what you're saying about the electron and how this is its thing, this is the model, this is what everything's based on, and you justify that by these observations that I'm not arguing with. What I'm arguing with is that you're putting the two together when there's not enough. There's definitely not enough there to go, yes, these two are together. They have to be together, and that's the only way they can be. Because it could be that just with the charge itself, because some of the other stuff I'd have to go ahead and start reading some things out again, and I can't be bothered right now. The charge itself, why does the charge have to come from this particle that you call an electron? Why can't the charge be for instance, I'm not saying this is, but why can't
Constant background, potential state.
Why can't it be not a side effect, but a derivative effect, right, of what we understand to be the basis of said element or said whatever, right?
Okay, well, let's say the chemistry thing. Alchemists didn't know about quantum or nuclear physics or anything like that, but alchemists were mixing things and having results, and chemistry later were finding things out and seeping into what this was. And then Mendeleev makes the periodic table, and it's not until you actually understand. I'm not saying you, I'm saying that physicists, even chemists, they actually understand what's dictating these reactions, and what's creating the periodic table, like these harmonics that you say. It's all based around the electron. Though those harmonics are harmonics in relationship to the electron, and the electron, its relationship in the atomic structure. So the entire periodic table is built up. It's ordered by electrons. The electron. What do you call them?
It can be explained that way,
Orbitals.
but it doesn't mean that that's definitively what it is.
Okay, well, I mean, it's explained, explained in it.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, Karen.
Well, no, so it doesn't make sense without it, and with it, it makes sense, and it's explained. It's explained utilizing them. So, oh yeah, and the other thing, just real quick, when if you don't want to attribute it to a particle, and maybe just the property of the atom itself, that wouldn't make much sense, because the atom itself could, it becomes a different atom when you add another proton electron. So increasing the number of electrons is going to change the well, no, so actually no, it'll make it an isotope or ionic or whatever. But regardless, if you change the number of protons and electrons, you're going to have a different atom. So it just becomes a different thing.
Yeah,
but if you want to say it's a property instead,
again is an explanation.
But if you want to say it's a property of a field, like the ether, it's just a property of the ether or something like that, well, then you'd be more in line with quantum physics, because that's what quantum physics says, is that the electron, this energy that we realize as a particle, but it's really just an energy excitation in that field at the location. That's all that's claiming.
So then I have a problem, because you've just gone round to something that I think, based on the conversations we had in the past, you can see where I'd be in some agreement with, but you're kind of contradicting what you presented earlier, which was asked about quantum in the first place, wasn't it? So which view do you actually hold?
How's that contradictory?
Well, because because now you're going down like the rest of the route of quantum that presents the electron as if it, even though you choose it to be a particle, it's not. So which is it?
Okay, so that's not contradictory. What I told you before was the basis for quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, what quantum field theory states is that everything that we experience as particles, like the real material stuff, everything that exists is really just a perturbation in these fields, right? And energy and matter being one and the same isn't a new idea because it's derived from Einstein's special relativity, the E equals mc squared or whatever.
Goodness. Well, then what do you do when you want to actually present the model that you mentioned in terms of chemistry earlier? Where's the evidence for that? And then how is it that you're saying the explanation of what we receive or what we perceive, I think was the word you used, as particles, when we're not actually ever perceiving anything as particles in that sense? It's just been described as particles, or better said, interpreted as particles.
Sure, but they can isolate each of the particles, and they can how? Well, if you want to strip the charge off of and the nucleus and separate them, there's ways to strip and ionize a hydrogen atom, for example. You're going to strip the electron from it, and you're going to have just just a proton, just a nucleus.
This is something that's like woven into everything that you've said. You're explaining, you're describing and explaining how you're doing something, but with this theory that you have yet to actually define, like not define, but definitively proven. So you're saying, right? You're saying that this effect or this thing that you can do, for instance, what you said about the hydrogen atom, right? You're saying that you're stripping the electron. You're doing something, and an effect has been reached, and a state has been changed. But you're saying that the way you're doing that is by stripping the electron. Is there actually any definitive proof that that's actually what's happening, rather than you're doing something and it's causing an effect, and you have given it an explanation, but that's just an explanation so that there's some logic or some understanding grasp, rather than you don't actually know the real thing and you're just putting a placeholder in?
Well, the largest camera in the world at CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, where they actually photograph these interactions of the protons of the nucleus of the hydrogen atom. This is what they get after they strip the electron. So you can, you can see that there's obviously something different about a proton that is stripped of an electron and a hydrogen atom. So there's something there. On top of that, there's electrons have been well, I don't want to use the term weighed, but they have been weighed. There's two techniques I've seen.
They've been isolated.
Yes.
Like viruses.
Not like viruses. More.
I had to put a little joke in there, but for real, where's the isolation? Can you provide a citation for this so other people could?
Go isolate some ether, buddy.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Kosher, do you have a citation that I could spend some time going over for that?
I'll find you a few examples on.
It's not likely that I'd be able to respond today on that, but that's where I just
you got a citation for me, a little ball of ether.
You don't even understand the conversation that's being had, do you, mate?
I know, but I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you just ask questions in a quick succession.
I'm not making an argument. I opened up this discussion with Kosho to try and understand his position more, because that's what people were trying to do earlier, but everyone was being retarded and wasn't getting anywhere. And if Kosho is in agreement with me, I think we've at least got somewhere, whether he thinks it's productive or not. At least there has been a progression. That's an unnecessary deviation, really, Mayok. So just sit tight while Kosho continues.
It's just a never-ending series of questions of you got proof, you got proof, you got proof.
No, that's not it.
That's what I hear. Okay.
Yeah, because you're not paying attention. Anyway, Kosho, Whenever you choose to respond.
Sorry. Respond to what? Say again.
Well, I guess I was just waiting for the citation.
Oh yeah. I'm just I forgot there's something called a penning trap. I'm trying to see if that will be suffice, and then I'll just post this real quick too. This just talks about studying the studying the electron isolated, but I think a penning trap is made to separate. I forget if it's used to separate photons or separate electrons. Let me find out.
While you're finding that, I got some questions. You know how I opened up about how it's termed, or how people choose to give it the name electron, etc., and then kind of give it entity status to a degree. If you were to remove all of these terms that everyone kind of gets hung up on to a degree, and argues over, like ether, quantum, electron, all the rest of it, proton, etc. If you were to kind of put them in the wind and just ignore them and do more how something is understood, what would your major disagreements and agreements be with the general idea that's talked about, at least within the realms of sensibleness, when it comes to the ether and the quantum and how those ideas overlap, etc.? Did that question make sense?
Yeah, I believe so. I understand what you're asking. It's like I said earlier, the quantum field. I'm sorry, the ether. Unless, like, when you're talking to somebody and they bring up ether, it's extremely necessary to actually get them to define what they're talking about when they say ether, because there's so many different iterations of it and ideas of it, and so once it's narrowed down to being related to things that are actually experienced and tested for in nature, or that make scientists today will describe, they're actually talking about what are now known as the quantum fields, which are and the thing that they have in common is it's this ethereal medium, so to speak, but it's really a field that pervades all space and is the background for everything, and that kind of thing. And that way they have that in common. Yeah.
Right. So would you be happy for those words you just mentioned, field and medium? Would you, assuming that it's explained clearly, would you be happy for those terms to be interchangeable?
No.
No. Okay. Why not?
There's a field. A medium implies material substance, like actual substance, and a field can be abstract, just a description of values.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's such a useless response. Does the field? Can you just repeat what you said about the field again? Because
the number one main distinction of just about the field. Well, the main distinction is the medium requires substance, implies substance. A field doesn't. That's not a necessary component, and is more focused on the each position and some sort of like a quantity, a value, a magnitude, a vector. It's one of these attributes. So it's got an attribute for each position.
Okay, I think I got it. Then does the field, given that, does it have to be limited to that? Does it have to be without substance?
No.
That's phrased correctly.
Like what's his name? 50 said earlier, like an example he gave was like with the wind, and that requires substance, right? So, or like a pressure field, like some sort of a field that's a description of the pressure of some medium or something like that. That would require substance, right? So
would you be completely against any notion of any medium at all then?
No.
So would you consider that what you described about the field could have an interplay with a medium, and that maybe the people who are just using medium as the be-all and end-all are limiting themselves?
Sure, yeah. I mean, and I even would say that quantum fields, in some aspects, are sort of a medium in nature because they, their description of like the energies or whatever, the perturbations become particles or whatever. So it's like, in some ways you could argue that is, has properties of a medium or something. So as long as people are being clear and,
Yeah.
on what they're saying.
So, you remember the conversation? It might have been hard to remember because you've had so many, but we talked about, I think it was you, me, Witsit, and some other people, but we're like the main ones going back and forth. And I was pointing to what Tesla was talking about and some of the tests that he did or demonstrations, and how he went to the line that Mendeleev brought up about the potential for a subhydrogen atom or subhydrogen element or a state of hydrogen that was lighter or above in the hierarchy. Would you if you remember that? If you don't, do you understand what I mean?
I do understand what you mean. I don't remember this conversation, but
okay, cool. Then would you be willing to entertain the idea that what we just described about given a correct or a clear description of the field and the medium, that could be part of it, that could be in like an element of it, for want of a better word? Because
I mean, I'd have to understand more of what they meant when they said something subhydrogen. But I mean, like today we know subhydrogen as any subatomic particle. They could be talking about the electron. They could be talking about plenty of things. But I'm not sure
I
if
think
that.
this gets a little somewhere. I can help give a few descriptions, because some of the descriptions were according to Nicholas' notes and stuff were that, and this is where the medium thing comes in, is that he was doing I don't know, what would you call them, excitations, and he was blocking them with what he supposed was an insulator, but he was still getting the physical effects through these insulators, copper plate and glass and everything. And he was kind of curious, like, okay, what the flip's going on? And then after he'd been able to perfect this, rather than it just happening by accident, he was able to repeat it and all these different things that we can go on a different day. He then goes, okay, so if this thing is permeating everything, and this is where the medium discussion is this is part of the all permeating medium, as you've probably heard that phrase before. So I think, given what you've just said previously about the field and the medium and how we can kind of come to some agreement there, does that make more sense as to what I mentioned? And do you think that those things could be connected?
I mean, sure. Like I said, whenever people use medium in these terms, like I said, I would be pressed to just make clear what was being expressed. But it sounds like if these experiments basically later became what's known as these quantum fields, right? Like, so that now we know that, like electromagnetism doesn't need a physical medium to propagate. It just needs these quantum fields, like the electron field, the photon field.
When you say physical medium, what do you mean?
Like, I mean, like what we know as substance and material, like what can be.
Okay, then would you be of the opinion then that at that there's like a delineation point, maybe to do with the subhydrogen or whatever, that it will go from substance to other than substance? Is that how you're viewing it, or am I off?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, the field itself.
Okay, that makes it easier for me. That makes it easier for me to understand your position, because some of the names and the terms is what gets people all lost. But that I can understand more. I wouldn't necessarily phrase it in that way, that's not substantive, but I get why you're saying that. So it's actually easier to kind of see where you're coming from, and that's where I think I would still be in disagreement with some of the things connected to the quantum stuff, as like, especially the particle perspective. But if the perspective is the disagreement, then that's not really that important. if the actual, like, for want of a better word again, substantive understanding is can be agreed upon, then that makes more sense. We can actually get somewhere, because really a lot of what the arguments tend to be with you, I can't speak for everyone else because not everyone else even understands what they're talking about, right? Are actually more semantic disagreements. Oh, pardon me, 1 second.
Yeah, sometimes they are. Yeah. I'll agree with that. I'm trying to find a GIF right now that expresses. I don't store them properly. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry about that. What did you say? I had to step away for a second.
No. So I'm trying to find this GIF that expresses what I'm getting at better. But hold on.
I think my main issue is that because some of these things, they're clearly up to something. They're clearly getting something done, results done, etc. to a degree. I think the bigger issue is that a lot of the worldview that goes along with that and is presented as if because it's lined up with this thing that they're actually doing, it gives veracity to the worldview. That's my issue. And obviously you know that because you're not in agreement with how we describe the way the world is, or how the world describes the way the world is, and then the rest of what that entails. But it doesn't mean we have to disagree on things that can actually be, understood.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the only thing I'll say about that is that, like what you said about the electron, we talked about the electron earlier, and what we understand, like when you see what the description of it is, the proper, it's just like the model for an electron is just a collection of its properties that, and not properties that have been assumed or guessed or something, but the ones that have been experienced. So, I mean, that's all I was gonna say about that. I posted this GIF. It's just a sort of description. It's not a description. It's like a visual description of like these fields and what is claimed to actually be happening and how they interact with each other and that kind of thing. But they exist everywhere. They're constantly fluctuating because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and so when there's a sufficient excitation, like in the electron field, for example, an electron's there, and it's able to propagate in a vacuum because it's the field is there even in a vacuum. So the charge, the relationship between the charge and the magnetism and that kind of thing will exist even in a vacuum.
So I have maybe a term that you might have an easier time with then, because of what you said about field and medium. It's what if you were to say it in? Let me see how you would arrange the words. A substantive field. How about that? Get what I mean?
Say it again.
A substantive field. Because of what you said about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because until I kind of got down to like you make a delineation between that substance stops at where I'm talking about, like with the hydrogen like the difference between that line. Because if I hadn't have asked these questions, I don't think I ever would have got to that thing, and it could have just been an argument. It's like, what do you mean non-substantive? But I understand it more now because you put that threshold line there. But yeah, because ultimately I would say that at least in simplistic language, everything is gonna have to be substantive. Just because we can't get our hands on it physically or really understand what we're doing, like, why would it not be substantive? But then, if you want to be hyper specific, I can understand that.
I mean, like I said, this is just how the quantum field theory explains it. But yeah, they just say that.
Hey, so I have another question because you were accused of something, and I know this accusation goes out to most of your lot, but I'm not sure if that's where you're in agreement with. Are you of the opinion that time is a thing in the way that you were I don't know if it was Essie or someone said that you hold to.
I do believe time is a thing, yeah. That it's not just abstract.
How do you justify that exactly?
Uh,
I can make mockery of that like I've done before, but I'm curious where you come from at that point.
Well, I mean, time is a very real thing. I mean, it's a progression of events. Progression of events is direct evidence of that. So would be any duration. So the same way distance is a length, like distance, a length. Like these things are the experience between 2 points. Like a duration is a distance between 2 moments, and the progression of events has to be legitimate because you're not gonna experience a grandson before a grandfather, right? Let's say there's a grandfather, a father,
I need
a
to
son.
probably rephrase my question then. Are you saying that it's independently substantive then?
Outside of human thought? That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Carry on with your explanation now.
Well, I just said those two things, like the duration would be one way, and also the progression, the specific progression of events, the order of events would be another way. But they would be independent of human thought, I would think.
So then, can time be manipulated?
How so? Like it can be experienced faster. It's
No experience are actually manipulated.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You can make it go faster in your model, Kosho. Yeah, sure, you can manipulate it.
Well, it's reference frame dependent, so you can be in a reference frame that is experiencing different rate of time than some other reference frame. But
like I can basically slow down your time for me.
Yeah,
you can manipulate, huh?
We can be in 2 different reference frames and experience 2 different rates of time.
So it's time. Would you put time in a field or what? Would you put it in?
Sure, I'd put it in the space-time field.
Is there an absolute reference frame?
That's it.
No.
No absolute reference frame, huh? It's all just kind of subjective.
Can you at least acknowledge that some of this stuff both strains credulity and requires belief?
I would say that these 2 ideas that we're talking about, specifically special and general relativity and quantum field theory, are the 2 most verified ideas in science. And by verified, I mean that they've gone through the most rigor and successfully so. Yeah.
I would disagree with the first part of that, perhaps Einstein's nonsense. But no, I was asking specifically about what you said about time. So would you acknowledge that it both strains credulity and requires belief, the way you describe time?
No. No. I believe so.
Okay.
I believe even
That's funny, but okay.
I think even if there wasn't people here, a tree, for example, will be a seedling before it grows and before it dies and rots. I believe that order of events is independent of me existing or experiencing it. Yeah.
So okay, in the hypothetical that time is just chilling on its own, if you can allow that phrasing, what is it?
It's the collection of things that have happened, and
I have to pause you there. I'm putting a hypothetical, right? So in the hypothetical, it's on its own.
Okay.
So you can't use the reference frame stuff in what I'm asking you, right? So
if it's on its own, then it doesn't exist.
Okay, that's enough. That's fine. Thank you.
It's not. Yeah, it doesn't exist on.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha, but you understand why I said what I said earlier now, right?
I mean, pressure on its own doesn't exist. Right? That doesn't make sense. But
yeah, but see, I'm not arguing. Look, see, I would be in agreement that something like pressure is similar to time in that it's a byproduct, a derivative, whatever you want to call it, Yeah, this one, pressure is a substantive one, right? I'm not saying that the passage of time is not something that's tangible. Doesn't quite work, but you get my meaning, right? Tangible-esque. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when it's given this thing as if it's its own independent thing, and then when I ask, okay, in the hypothetical that it's on its own, and then you say it time on its own wouldn't exist, then I'm like, okay, you see where I'm coming from when I can say, no, I disagree with that, the whole framing of it as if it's its own thing. That makes
when
sense?
you asked if it was on its own, I was responding to it being independent of human thought and outside of our conception. I wasn't saying like it exists on its own, regardless of there not being any material or any physical reality. Like it's a property of reality, so it's a property of.
It's not a base. It's not a fundamental property, though, is it?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's where I'm kind of holding you to. You're saying it's a fundamental property. I'm saying it comes of, or it is from the fundamental properties. So I'm giving it because part of this is like what I think what SE talked about. Like he was just being a bit glib about it, but it's a good point in that you present this what do you call it, time and space, the fabric of time and space. But space is something that we can go and measure, we can go and handle, we can go and deal with, right? Again, it's not, I wouldn't say it's fully fundamental, but at least space has something to it. Time, you have to experience it. So the fact that it's an experience means that it's not well, no, hold on. The fact that you have to perceive it means that it's not exactly fundamental. Whereas the tree, for instance, very crude, the tree stands alone. Whether I experience it or not, it's still a tree. Right? And I know that's crude and base, but you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, but the difference here is I'm going to use this example. I can change it if it's not satisfactory. But if I wanted to make an experience in Blender, I can use all the resources in there to make a tree, or I can use whatever. And I would certainly need the space, the space provided. That would be one of the things that I need. And I also would need the time. And if I wanted to make like an image, for example, that would just be a single frame. But if it's not if it's an actual experience or animation, then that time would need to be a necessary component. If I don't have the space or the time, none of the other stuff can come about. So that's a part of the construct.
I get where you're coming from. I just think you're putting time in the wrong. If you were to consider the whole of what I call creation, that in terms of a hierarchy, you would be making the error, from my point of view, of putting time above its hierarchical position. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't agree with it though, because I guess
okay, that's fine. Yeah, well, obviously we don't have to agree. Just whether you understand, and it's also for whoever cares and is listening. Because we can kind of leave that there, because unless you have something else, sorry.
Well, no, but what you said about the hierarchy, that's what I brought up. Like in Blender, for example, there is a difference between the things that you can create in the world and that kind of thing. But then there's the construct itself. And that's what, space-time is basically this construct that in itself is not, it's a different kind of component than the stuff that you're creating in the animation, as I gave it as an example. But the space-time is different than the material. It's the actual construct that everything's existing, like the existence is dictated by this construct. Like if the space or the time weren't there,
and that's where we're disagreeing. I understand that. That's where we're in the disagreement. You saying that it necessitates time or not?
What's the associated particle for time? Is that like a chronoton or something?
Got here.
What's that?
You must have just got here.
I've been here, man.
Okay. Well, what I just said to Elijah was that there's a difference between what you can create in this animation, for example, and the analogy being the material stuff in the world, in the universe, right? There's a difference between that and the construct itself, which is still a physical necessity, but it's not the same kind of, it's not the same, it's not of the same it's not the same, it's not the same kind of component as the stuff that you're building this world out of. It's the actual construct the world is built in. So space and time, they have physical effects, but they're not this thing that you can, bottle up and sell to somebody or give to somebody, or.
So is there an example outside of the description you gave where you can, showcase this to be existent?
You mean in reality? Yeah,
I
mean, I can.
More of a theory, isn't it? Oh no, not a theory. It's a philosophy.
Well, I mean, space, just like in the Blender, there's space in reality. I can build something in reality just like I can build something in Blender, and the time required to share it with you or to experience with you or whatever, that can be recorded and shown that that's a real thing. So, I mean, it's got all the every attribute of that example is real as well.
Shown a progression, a series of events. The progression lead to something, but I mean, you haven't shown it for itself. Just like, I mean, it just seems like you're prematurely merging these two undefined things together to create this other fictitious thing that you're now leaning on to base all phenomena from. It's just weird, dude. I don't know, bro.
What two undefined things?
Space and time. You haven't defined space and time like to anyone's satisfaction. And then you're prematurely merging these two things together to create this third concept.
At least, come on.
Well, it just doesn't have any logical weight. I mean, it's all just loosely defined description, and that's fine. Like I can go along with the fairy tale, but let's get back to reality here and like try to hold weight here on the things that we're identifying and basing reality to be upon.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, it's kind of a waste of time to keep expressing our disagreements because it's obvious, right?
Okay. But again, like let's be honest. Let's be honest and say that I have to go along with the leap of faith to, support and regurgitate this.
That's what I've kind of got him to present. He disagrees, but he at least acknowledges where it comes from. But I wanted to say.
I mean, I heard a little bit. But...
I wanted to. Yeah, but he's gonna defend himself. I'm not gonna wring his neck about it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, but at least be honest and accept that it's a belief system rather than evidential.
Yeah, but he can do that if he wants to. But if he is fully convinced that what we would describe as a belief system is just is, then why would he say anything?
Again, it boils down to what's your caliber of scrutiny to base evidence upon. Like, what's your standard of evidence?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you refute what I'm saying instead of simply saying that it's silly or wrong or whatever? Why don't you actually give me? If I tell you, for example, time is the process that, like I said before, that brings like the unknown things in the future into the recorded past via the present. If I were to say it like this, right? And I were to say that it's the progression of events from and the progression and order of events and moments, right? If I said this is time, why would you agree with? Why would you? What about that would you disagree with?
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, you're right. It's a series of events. It's a progression of events, but again, you have to have physical interaction to have this series of events. Like to say that you can have time existent without material makeup, like
as if there's like not paying attention.
Some fundamental.
You got past that part of the conversation where that wasn't said. It was actually the opposite of that was said. He asked that specifically, and I answered.
What you just said, I have a disagreement with. If you wouldn't mind not rephrasing it, but restating it. So.
Well, which part? Because I said about the time being the process that brings the unknown future into recorded past.
Yeah, that's enough. It's the way that you're putting that. Now, whether you're doing it intentionally or not, I'm not too sure. But you're saying that it's bringing, right? So that the onus is on time itself. What I'm saying, what I'm stating, and just I think reality speaks for itself, is that time is a derivative or an effect or an offshoot, right? It's not. You're like I said earlier. You're putting it in its wrong position. You're kind of usurping its another thing, right? In terms of the hierarchy of creation, as I would state, or whatever you would state this existence as, right? Or maybe just existence. So what I'm saying is, when you say that it's bringing forth, no, not possible. It's a denotation. It's useful, yeah, but it's not bringing forth, because that gives it a level of authority, almost as if it's part of the creation itself.
I need to make this clear.
No, hold on, let me rephrase. Almost as if it's creating the passage of itself. That's an issue.
But you're making a big deal.
I know I said a lot, but is that what you meant? And
No, it's not what I meant. It's obviously poetry, right? And obviously the part that came after that, when I said it's the order of events, it's the progression of events, it's the duration between moments. Like, this is what time is, right?
Okay. Then
So what I said before that was a poetic description.
independent?
Obviously, time is not thoughtfully taking things from the future, bringing it to the recorded past via the present. That's just it's a poetic way of saying the part that followed it.
Okay, that's why I was saying. I'm not sure whether you necessarily meant that. It's not always obvious you're being a poet.
I know. I was trying to get to
so
it.
we've clarified a little bit. Now, carry on.
What was it? Was I'm saying. So what about, like, so is there a disagreement about what time is if I describe it in that way, which I've only done?
When you clarified just then about the poetry, it's like you put it in a third order position, but you still earlier state that it's kind of it's in a first order position, as if it's an independent entity, and you meld it together with space.
Fundamental, right? Is how we put it. Fundamental.
Yeah, you meld it together with space, and that you have that this is like the fabric of existence. That's a contradiction.
I didn't say those words, fabric of existence, or anything like that. And
okay.
So when I said it,
when you say that space and time is this fabric of,
what I said was this construct that everything exists in. So the word I used was construct. I didn't use fabric.
Okay, then elaborate on what you mean by construct.
Well,
convention. That's what he meant.
I can only repeat myself and tell you that in the example of the animation or experience that you make in something like Blender, you can build stuff in it, but the construct that's required is going to be the space that is that you're building it in, and the time that the experience is going to be required. So you have to allocate the amount of time. The time is the duration between.
Yeah, even in that,
the time is the duration in which this change is occurring.
But even in the way you phrase it, I have to allocate the time. I'm the one who has to make the space, right? So how can you then base like so much of the worldview and the theories that you're holding to on something that is only ever a denotation of what's occurring, basically? Flipping old school comedy right here. What's occurring? It's just happening. That's what I'm saying. It's a derivative.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yeah, where's the precursor?
First of all, you guys are requiring something that doesn't need to be required. So something that is just happening is not a problem. It's not a problem that something's just happening. But that's something that's just happening, I happen to call time. And it's not required that somebody put it there. It's just a requirement that it is there.
What I think what Elijah's saying is you're only touching on the phenomena and associating that phenomena within time, rather than ever getting to the precursor being the noumenon, the substrate which all phenomena resides under. So
You know, it'd
Can
be
you
easier
ever
if
touch
Ken
on
Wheeler
that?
was here and I could just talk to Ken Wheeler, because in that way I could, ask him a question
I
and
mean,
then
how's that not valid, bro? How's that not a valid question, dude? We want to identify the unmoved mover here, in
I
which
gotta
is causing.
I gotta Google this word you said. You said numenon or something. What was that word?
Yeah, numenon.
Yeah, I gotta Google that. So give me a second.
Numina.
Mate, you don't have a dictionary at hand? Come on. Come on, Kosho. Anyway, I don't think there's much point in exhausting this any longer. We clearly understand at least kind of where we're coming from and that we're in disagreement. I just think it's somewhat contradictory, some of the things you say about time, but whatever.
A numenon. Why did you use this word numenon, Dyslow?
Because it's the precursor to phenomena.
Yeah, but why don't you just use a word that people know? I mean, it's just a thing. Numenon is just a thing. Why not
Well,
just use that word?
it's the thing that the thing is based upon, dude. Is the whole point of contention that we're trying to associate with you, and you're identifying this like time field and like all these different fields associated with particles, and then we're asking you. I mean, you're making all these illogical contradictions upon yourself, and we're just trying to lead you to the water, dude. That's all.
I have a question, Kosho. If you'd allow yourself to hypotheticalize your brain for a moment. I know that's probably not English. Could you hold to the majority of the positions that we've kind of been discussing this last half hour or whatever? If you had come to the conclusion that you do in fact reside on a stationary plane? Or would there be some fundamental problems with your express worldviews and having that understanding?
No, so I don't see how that is in any way relevant to getting from one place to the other. I could see how somebody who has come to that conclusion has also come to other conclusions, not based on that conclusion, but based on the reasoning they used to come to that conclusion. But I didn't say that those conclusions are in any way related to one another. But just real quickly, I just want to just on the time thing. When he says numenon, and we're talking about something that exists independently of sense, right? So it's a thing that exists independently of sense. So is there some kind of claim by either of you guys that if none of us were able to sense a thing happening, it wouldn't happen? Or that is to say that if nobody existed and there was a block of ice, that the ice wouldn't melt? Do you guys disagree with that?
I'm not. Hold on.
I think that's a paradox. I mean,
you asked a negative. State it again.
Are you guys under the belief that if you guys didn't exist, nobody existed, if there was no one to experience an event such as ice melting, would you guys claim that that wouldn't happen?
No, I wouldn't claim that.
Okay, well then we're disagreeing with each other about something that you guys actually agree with, because that claim is what I'm claiming time is. Time is that event. Time is what is required for that event to occur. In order for ice to melt, time is the thing that is a necessary component of that.
Hold on.
If for something to change or progress, time is that function.
No, because you're giving time the power. The procession of life is denoted by time, or the procession of existence is denoted by time, but it's not that time is causing existence to happen.
No, you're right, but it is that process. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not a process. It's a denotation. Like, for instance, the creation. You don't want to call it that, or I don't know whether you have an issue with that, but just listen for a second, right? The creation is split up into day and night, summer, winter, spring, etc. All these denotations, right? but it just continues. But it's not as if that the denotation itself holds any sway. It's just putting you in the correct position.
Okay, but for instance,
one last thing. Sorry. So we live in a clock.
Okay.
The clock serves a purpose, and we call that like in English. By the way, the word time is gonna have an issue when you go to core languages.
I want to respond to the other
yeah,
thing.
no, but we use the word time. It's just it's not like that. It's being given too much. Again, an issue with what we were saying earlier, but it's been given too much substance.
I stopped listening because I'm trying to respond to the other things. I don't want to add more things to
Fair
respond
enough.
to. But what I'm responding to is when you said day and night and they're split up. If there was a mountain, for example, such that on that mountain it was sufficiently cold at night for the water to create ice, and then in the morning of the day it would be sufficiently warm enough to melt. It wouldn't matter if people were there to denote the use night and day as, counting one day and this kind of thing. That idea of time would not be necessary for this event to progress day in and day out. So the days and the nights and the effects of them they're not necessary that somebody experience them. You know what I mean? So
I never said they were, though, did I?
So say it again. Somebody made a noise.
But I never said they were, though, did I?
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, then time is there regardless of people being there.
So just to sum it up in one brief paragraph
I never made
from start to finish.
The counter argument of that. I'm putting the position that this giving time a substance position is erroneous. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not giving it
because it's a side effect. It's a byproduct. It's a derivative. Whatever word you choose to use. But it seems to always be presented as if it's a thing.
A substantive thing? No, it's not. I don't give it substance. It's not.
What you do.
That's the
basis.
The implication that comes off. That's the whole reason I went down this route.
I know, but it's not. It really isn't. And actually, the main distinction I gave you between a field and a medium was substance, and this being part of space time, which I would consider a field, but more directly, it's a construct. Regardless, it's not a medium. It doesn't have substance. I wouldn't give it substance.
So then there's no fourth dimension.
What does that have to do with anything?
The bending and warping of space-time.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with what I just said about the substance, the medium, anything like that? It doesn't.
Are you kidding me? There's no connection between your bending and warping of space-time and the understanding of time and space separately.
Yeah, so warping or bending a field or two different durations, or sorry, two different rates of time being in two different frames. This isn't a substantive thing. This isn't based on substance. This is it's based on the different reference frames.
So gravitational time dilation isn't based on any substance. Got it.
Yeah, it's not based on substance.
Interesting.
If time exists in your mind, does space exist? And then it takes a little bit of a stretch to merge them together to understand that time is progressing, always. And if the time and space fabric is warped, i.e. time dilation, then that path will be distorted.
Hey, time's not always progressing.
Time doesn't
because
do anything.
Hold on, he's dead. What he said in his own paradigm isn't even right. When a photon travels anywhere, it doesn't experience any time.
Time does not.
It's not always
anything.
progressing everywhere.
Time can never do anything. If you hold to that position, it's foolish.
No, he didn't say it did something. He said it was warped. Like in the blender example, if I made some special
and neither can time be done anything too.
If I made some special blender iteration where the more material or information I put in any region would actually change the way that the space in that region, it would no longer be Cartesian and squared, it would curve in some way. And also the time, if I were in that region, would also be warped. But that's not that I can actually really build this. I could build a program that did that, because it's the construct itself that's warping. It's not some some physical substance or something like that. It's the construct itself that is warping, and everything.
And that warping affects the physical, right?
Is going to act accordingly.
It can affect the physical.
And the warping affects the physical. That's the problem. What you're doing is saying that the non-physical can affect the physical, which is, completely supernatural, dude, in a belief system.
Is a light photon physical?
Yeah.
Is a photon physical?
Kosho, it was a good run while we had.
There's no photon.
I had a point to make too.
Photons don't exist.
Photons do exist. We have pictures of them. We see their.
You don't have to let
They're not
Xanax
physical.
take
They don't.
over,
They have no
Kosho.
rest mass.
No, I do.
We do know that the non-physical of the photon can experience a transformation, and this transformation is called electricity. It can be turned into electricity, which is physical.
Yeah, I do. Zanuck is my friend. Also, he's another person in here. I'm not going to hog the mic, so of course I'm going to pass the mic to Zanuck. But
All right.
I'm just saying. I just want to correct. First of all, I disagree with something that Zanuck just said, but also I disagree with whatever Dyslow said about.
Yeah, Zanuck said so many things wrong.
No. I agree with what he said. I just disagree with the thing I disagree with that there's physicists that don't agree with this that time is physical, but the way that I describe things that are physical.
I didn't say time was physical.
No. That's what I'm saying. I know you didn't, but you also said photons weren't physical. But I would say photons, space, and time are all physical. I say that, but that doesn't mean that.
Wait a minute! Didn't you say it was
non-subjective? That's what I'm saying. Because now we have to define.
Hold on,
physical.
dude. Because I'm not going to want to be in a conversation when I say something I don't have time to explain it, and then have to wait.
You did this to me weeks ago. We got to the crux of this.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just let Kosho finish, and then you can go next.
Fault.
I'm just saying that when I say that these things are physical, that's because my definition of things that are physical are things that have a physical. They can affect other things physically.
Yeah, that's what you said last time.
Hold on, Dyslow.
Dyslow, dude. I'm not gonna respond to anything you say, Dyslow. So don't interrupt me to fucking say something, please.
Okay, just wrap it up, Kosho, and then Dyslow can go next.
Oh yeah. Just go off what you assume I said.
I just steel manned you. That's all I said. You just said things can be physical without physically existing, and just have physical effects.
I'm saying I didn't fucking say that. I want to call you fucking names, and just because I respect the Geo, I'm not going to do that. But this is why I don't fucking
thank you.
What happened, man?
You fucking interrupt me to do what I say wrong, dude. So just fucking hell.
I think everyone needs to rewind
let's
and
also
listen to the last 45 minutes to see how it's
define physical, Kosho. Go ahead. Define physical.
He's not going to engage. Leave it.
Anyways,
you lot should take notes. Me and Kosho had a go, and we completely opposed.
Well, this is where you left. This is where you're gonna leave off, and this is where you need to pick up the next time you interact with them, I guess, because this is where I left off, and this is where we haven't been able to get to any agreeable, logical, concise answer from Kosho when defining physical. So that's why I said he needs to understand principle versus attribute, right? Because he has no understanding of that. What something is versus what something does.
If you want to explain where you come from, explain it. If you want to talk about someone else in the third person like that, it's a waste of time. Because everyone can go back. Everyone can go back and listen to the interaction that I had with Kosho, and whether they're in agreement with me or him or a combination of the two, there was something reached. There was some semblance of clarity there.
Well, Kosho is right
because there was patience and there was respect. That's the core of it. The rest of it's kind of irrelevant.
Yes. So
everyone has their positions, and no one's going to give them up.
So let's go back to what Kosho said. I think I agree with Kosho, and I think when it depends on how you define it. That's why it's more of a semantical argument what physicality is. But yeah, in the general definition of physical, it can easily be extrapolated to what Kosho was pointing to.
What, an effect?
It can
rather than material existence.
Yes, anything perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind. So if it's in the mind, it's not physical. But if the senses, as in your eyes, can see something, that is considered to be physical by definition of the word.
I'll repeat it. Like I said, I can understand why you didn't hear it, Daiso, because you were interrupting while I said it. But it sounds like Zanuck heard it. And so specifically what I said was the way I define physical, which may not be correct, but it's the way when I describe something as physical, it's because it has a physical, it has the ability to interact with something else. Like there's a real physical interaction that it can, so if something can have a real physical interaction, I consider that physical.
But I don't think you're saying materially. I think you're just saying some kind of interaction. It could be any kind of interaction. And so he's defining definitions. Kosho is absolutely correct. But you guys are just trying to get people on. Gotcha, semantics.
Well, no, because
why not just hold on? Why not just look at the word and look at how it's been defined, and then evaluate it on within the constructs of his explanation? Why make it go a different path? Why go around what he's saying?
Because what he's doing is he's associating an effect with something being is or as actually existent, which follows back to this old difference between principle and attribute, and he's associating what things do versus what things are incorrectly. And when we're talking about time, and he's saying that time exists on its own without the material.
I specifically said the opposite of that. So there you go.
Well, but that's what it goes back to, Kosho.
Well,
That's where the contradiction lies.
Elijah asked me that, and I specifically said no, I don't agree with that, because he asked me would it exist if on its own if nothing else there, and I said no, time if there was nothing in existence, time wouldn't be in existence. There wouldn't be a progression of anything, so there wouldn't be anything. Like, there would just be time wouldn't be a thing. Time is the progression of of change. So the change in a state or in a thing.
There you go. Time is a delta, which is exactly what I was saying earlier. It's a derivative. But what I think other people fail to do it in a way that doesn't rally up the wrong
byproduct.
Kosho, hold on. What other people fail to do, Kosho, is to express to you how the other things you say about time imply that it is substantive and you're putting it above its position. Even though it's a delta, you're putting it above the delta. That's what we're talking about. I don't know if you don't mean to do that necessarily. I get that. And like you said about the physical and you define it, maybe it's wrong, maybe it's different. But that's the implications of what you're saying. And that's where we're coming from. But people kind of do it in a just, jump down your throat.
But that's what's required to invoke physicality for their model to be supported. That's the problem. I mean, it's a leap of faith.
I'll bring it back to the blender thing because I think it's a fine example. But if, as I said, if I made it my own iteration of Blender where I put a thing in there that so like you can change the duration of time in any thing you make in Blender. Like you can say I want it to be 250 seconds or whatever. So the duration, not talking about. But if I added a thing in there that said that any information I put into Blender, like if I built a structure that had this much information, this much going on or whatever, all the more stuff that I added, the mass and energy or whatever, that would distort the spatial arrangement of that region and also the time if you were experiencing it in that region. So all that would do is it would make that duration of time longer or shorter, right? And so these are things that you could build into the construct, and they wouldn't necessarily have to have physical substance to do that. They would just they're the construct that the physical substance exists in. So it's going to react to that warping or whatever, but that warping isn't an actual physical substance.
Don't you think that's somewhat like you're doing too much? Because isn't it so much simpler to just say time is the delta, end of story?
Yeah, but you guys are disagreeing with the fact that it can be warped, and that warping can have a physical effect. A difference between two experiences.
Yeah, because you can't warp the delta. The delta is the delta. You can warp your perception of the delta. You can You can take segments of the delta, etc., etc. But the delta itself is the delta. It stands alone, and how you interact with it is up to you. But you can't warp the actual delta itself.
From an experience from a different frame, yeah. Like in that specific frame, no, you're right. Time is going to be
exactly.
Time is going to be.
That's where I think you need to stick to, because I understand that you have this warping thing that you want to hold to, but the delta itself cannot be warped.
Yeah, let's say I've made an animation that shows a cigarette, a bunch of cigarettes burning, and in some places there's larger masses, and so the time and space are warped there. In those locations, and if I'm experiencing it, from that region, the cigarette burn is like from that region. It's still going to be it's going to take the same. It's not like it's going to burn out super quickly or burn out take a long time. But in comparison to another region, it will. But in that region, it's going to be like a regular cigarette burning. Like the event's going to take place just slower than a different location, only in comparison to it, right? So I'm saying like the delta itself is not changing. It's just the rate at which it's happening in comparison to another frame is where the difference is. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it makes more sense than what was being implied earlier. But I think it's somewhat waste of time. I understand that you're holding to positions that we're just going to disagree with because of where you go elsewhere with the warping stuff. But fundamentally, it's so much easier to say time is the delta and nothing can be done to it itself. But how it's experienced, oh, well, that's a whole different story. And then just leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The experience thing, but the only thing I'll say about that is that the experience isn't necessary for that difference to be there. So it's like, let's say like there's cigarettes burning outside of people smoking them. If one of the cigarettes was put onto some rock that went super fast and came back, and like I don't know, went this massive orbit and came back, the duration of that cigarette would actually be burnt differently than the one that would have stayed.
And that's where you lose me, because the example you did, you had to invoke a whole model, a whole worldview that you can't necessarily prove.
Okay,
especially
so
not within the framework. Hold on, Zanuck, please. Especially within the framework of what we were just discussing, which was time, and that it's just the delta and can't be changed.
The problem sometimes is thinking in terms of how Whitsitt described it, which is a little correct.
No, the problem is interrupting.
I thought I was adding.
When I asked you please, and you did it just.
Yeah, I didn't. I stopped. I thought you
end.
stopped. Okay, go ahead.
No, you didn't. Don't be.
I
like
did.
That. I'm not even being aggressive today. I'm being calm.
I know
you. You just
I thought
can't
you
help
stopped.
yourself.
You said, "Let me talk," and I stopped.
Think silently. Don't think out loud.
No. You.
Anyway,
stopped,
Kosher, you get the point.
Go ahead.
So I mean, I'm gonna allow Alexander. Like I said, I'm not trying to hide the mic, so I don't mean to be rude.
I know.
I do appreciate it
because I was talking to you, though. That's my point.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation though, because I was wrong on my assumption first or whatever. But like I said, I don't want to do that. I don't think it's fair, because I don't like it when Zanuck does it to me. I don't want to be. If he wants to get in and say something, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you can get in now. It's just that he interrupted just at
the
time, because I was literally.
I thought I did initially. I thought you were done, but you weren't. And then you want.
Some people.
I thought it adds something that might give a little color to your misunderstanding of.
My
misunderstanding of your objection. Just let me.
I'm so glad I'm done with the conversation.
Let me finish a sentence. You might get what I'm saying, Elsha. Seriously, thank you. So you said it's where you lose me. Well, the point is why this cigarette or the time, the clock would actually register a different time when it came back. It really amounts to the foundation of that thought or that idea is because of time dilation. It means really not so much that time slowed down, is that the distance became less. So if you look at the twin paradox, it explains it pretty easily there. It is mind-bending. It doesn't make a lot of sense at first, but if you start reading it or reading up on it, understand what they're actually saying, why these things happen, then it makes sense, because things in a frame that are going some certain speed relative to something else, they don't experience any time dilation. There's no length contraction in that frame. It's only relative to something else. But they can be manifested in something you can actually see a difference in when something takes off from the Earth goes near light speed and decelerates, takes a U-turn and comes back, decelerates and stops. It's not so much that its clocks are different. It's that the reason that the clocks are different is not so much time slowed down, is that the distance it traveled was less.
What you've just described is the essence of illusion.
Essence of a vision?
No, the essence of illusion.
And
how one can be
measured
deceived.
illusion is what I call an illusion that's measurable. Yeah, like looming is illusion. Yeah, it's measurable. I don't know what that means. If you're just in denial about it, that's okay. I mean, there's no reason you can't question it, and it is confusing. But don't just say, I don't understand.
No, it is confusing, but it makes sense, dude. It's illusion. What you've just described is illusion.
Okay.
It's how an illusionist gets on. It's the essence, the core of how an illusionist gets on stage. It makes you believe you saw something.
Right. Okay.
No, you're talking about misdirection.
No, it's illusion.
Not illusion.
An illusionist is performing illusions.
No, they're performing misdirection.
Misdirection is a tactic within illusions. But I'm talking about the essence of the whole thing. It's illusion.
I think I addressed the essence.
Anyone who's actually paying attention understands what I'm saying. If you disagree with me, that's fine, Zanuck. But that's what you've done. And,
so are you saying that
this is the head of the
is
hour,
no actual
so
time dilation?
Of course not.
Well, then how is it measured?
It's
Red
not.
and blue shift.
It's an illusion. That's the whole point. You're not paying attention. Time is the
Okay,
delta.
so
The
how-
delta cannot be changed. It's
Then
not
how
that
is it
hard.
measured to change?
Through illusion.
No, you can't
How
measure
so?
illusion in your terms, in your definition.
You can't just say that it's done through illusion without being able to explain how. At least Zanuck explained how it was done.
Yeah, he explained how the illusion happens. Why do I have
Okay,
to
you
explain it
tell
for
me.
you?
So you tell me how it's an illusion.
Because you're getting two different results from the delta that never changes. The delta is the delta. So if you then get something, if you then get something that's warped, right, and that delta is now no longer in line with itself, and you've done something. You've performed an illusion. You've tricked yourself.
Okay.
If you believe
First of all, delta is change in physics. So how are you saying change doesn't change?
But the change itself doesn't change.
The change doesn't change. I'm going to disagree with that word salad.
That's terrible.
You weren't paying attention to what we were discussing earlier.
I understand.
Visible isn't invisible.
No, I understand. Go ahead, Elijah.
No.
Well, no, because I understood when you said that originally. That's why I brought the cigarettes, and that's why I give it examples because you're right when you're saying that the delta doesn't change. And Zanuck said the same thing. He's saying that in that the actual change that's occurring is not there's nothing different happening. What's the only difference is when you compare two different frames and the rate of that delta. Right,
but he said time didn't change; the distance changed.
So then why is it called time dilation if you're just doing distance dilation then?
Well, that's a great question.
Because they're intrinsically linked.
This is why I make a statement like
exactly right.
you've described illusion.
If you just understand it and tell us in terms that we understand
Why is it intrinsically linked?
Hey, Elsha, I was talking.
Why is it intrinsically linked?
You keep changing the goalpost. Fucking let him answer, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, so Chucky gave you the idea.
You made the
statement. Explained it to you.
Holy fuck! Can you let him talk, dude?
Yeah. I'll show you. It's like you're doing exactly what you told me not to do. I tried to give you space when you asked me to, and I did. But I know it's tough over the internet. I mean, over this, But we talked about those things intrinsically being linked, and Chucky just said that a second ago. And that's how it's described. That's the fundamental basis of why these things occur. These measurable deltas that we've talked about occur because of this phenomena of bending, warping space-time manifesting themselves in things that you can see, like the difference in time for two objects, or a length contraction that they can actually measure well. All these things happen.
But why? Again, my question still stands. Why are they intrinsically linked, and how?
Maybe they're the most basic building blocks of reality. We don't know.
Okay, well, that's definitely in disagreement with. I'm pretty sure where Kosho is coming from, and by virtue also where Zanuck's coming from.
You think time dilation is not intrinsic link to bending, warping of space time. That's a fundamental relationship. They can't exist without each other.
No, did you hear what Chucky just said?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I said. Space time is the fundamental
of reality. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they say so the fact that time dilates.
So the delta is the fundamental. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
The reason that space time is warping.
Yeah, but you're making the link
why
between
can't
the
I finish
delta
the
and space.
Dude, why can't I finish the sentence? Right. So the reason that space and time get is because of time dilation.
That's
Wait,
more
hold on.
evidence.
Time dilation is intrinsically linked because of itself. Is that what you just said?
Where did you get
Because
that
of
from?
space time. You're really getting confused here. Maybe you should.
I'm not the one getting confused. It's not that hard to
Why don't you just look
understand
up
what I said
just look
earlier.
up
Why aren't you listening to the words that are said?
And how what you described the first time round, Zanuck, was illusion.
No, I didn't. I never said there was an illusion.
You said it was an illusion.
No.
And you haven't been able to
described as the
substantiate that.
basis of illusion. Yeah, because
said
you're
no.
getting a delta that is constantly itself, right? It has it is a delta, and that's the delta that it is. If you want to put an arbitrary formula to it, fine, but that's not the point, right? And then you're saying that you'll get different results from this when you input these two different objects and this distance, right? But what you've done is eluded yourself from the actual reality that this thing doesn't change, and you can't meld two things that aren't together, and you can't then say that this is intrinsic and the basic building blocks of reality when it's a flipping delta in the first place.
So measurably, satellite clocks and ground-based clocks do progress.
Is anyone else awake? Because
only
I don't
only
have the
clock.
patience nor the time to have fun with
Elijah.
I start talking.
Hold on, Zanuck. When I'm trying to mod, I can't. You can't. You got to stop. Just let him finish, and then you can go next. Come on.
All right.
So the most simplest example of this is GPS or satellite clocks. They all have been measured without any exceptions to run slower than clocks on the ground. All of them. Every single one. Never been an exception.
Measured to lose time relative to the clocks on the ground.
Right.
It's a nonsense notion I don't even have to go into the nitty-gritty. It's a nonsense notion just on the fundamental first principles of what we've discussed and what time actually is, which is the delta.
And yet it's measured.
So if you're saying you're saying it's something else, that's cool. But you can't actually present that and then put that back to the fundamental and go, oh, this fundamental is actually something else. No, you've done something.
What's the reason why there's a disparity?
You've finessed yourself. Hence the flipping accusation or the assertion of what you described as illusion earlier.
Well, then why would you think there's a measurable difference?
And I'd like you to actually do that with something other than an atomic clock. Because
Zanuck, I came in late. Did you say?
It's weird that you lot have to go about this with an atomic clock. Why can't you just do it with a hyper-accurate normal clock?
That is an atomic clock.
No. A hyper-accurate normal clock that isn't gonna be able to be finessed. Or why can't you do this actually?
What's more accurate than an atomic clock?
Why can't you do this with enough warping with something like a flipping? Hold on. Why can't you do this with the sands of time?
Hold on, man. I wasn't paying attention. Why is there so many people talking?
You think an hourglass is more accurate than?
No, make yourself pick the grain for grain, right? Make yourself two identical grain for grain hourglasses.
That's
get
ridiculous.
Get yourself a setup that will input enough delta in the distance that you were talking about earlier, Zanuck, or however you described it, right? To get this quote unquote warping of time, and then tell me if you can recreate this. Go and have fun with that. That's my last remark. So if you want to respond, that's good, but I'm not going to be then responding after that.
What's interesting is all this kind of manifests itself in things we actually can observe. Something as simple as an object falling kind of tells you that what we're onto here, not me. I'm not a physicist that sets these rules. People like Einstein and others, they've found that these objects are predicted to have no forces acting on them, and they don't. Yet they do have weight. which is a paradox, and that is due to all the things that led up to that analysis: bending, warping of space-time, time dilation, general and special relativity.
No forces acting on objects falling.
No, it's completely inertial.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
Einstein said that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was right, and it's proved to be right because we have not come up to any exception to that idea to prove him wrong. Now, if you have an idea or example where that is not the case, somebody say, "Oh well, I dropped this feather and it doesn't accelerate," or "I see this helium balloon go up," then you're just not getting it. You're just looking at things that.
Right. So no, essentially what Einstein's saying is gravity's not a force. Then, like, what the fuck?
Not a force. It's not a force.
He's calling it a pseudo force. But engineers treat it as if it is. Well, they treat weight as if it's actually a force.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what they deal with, every day of their working lives.
How bad does my microphone sound?
It's much simpler to use Newtonian mechanics.
Well, the words coming out don't make a lot of sense, but voice is okay.
What, by saying that Einstein said gravity's not a force, by saying there's no forces acting on things falling, that doesn't make sense?
That makes
he calls it a pseudo force.
Fictitious force. These are forces that don't have.
I still call that a
right.
force.
Yeah. Okay. So not an actual force then.
It's a fictitious force.
But it works
right,
like
not
one.
an actual force.
Depending on
but it is a force. It's just we can't call it a force because of reasons.
No, to be specific, it's not exactly a force. It's a fictitious or a pseudo force, but it acts like a force, so engineers treat it as such.
The instantaneity separates it from other forces. Is that the word instantaneity means? So since it's just like you're in a car and you take a turn, that is a fictitious force also. And is that if that door suddenly opened, you would fly out the car instantly. That instantaneity is what separates the fictitious forces from the forces. They're the forces that reference are independent, and they are without a source.
Not everybody agrees with me, although I agree with myself. But I consider fictitious forces to be a subset of forces. It just has a specific definition. Yeah. It has a specific definition.
This only applies with forces, though. Like, you can't have like fictitious tires. It's only forces.
You can have pseudo feet.
Pseudo feet.
I don't know if
you can have pseudopods. Yeah, they act like feet, but they're not feet. Pseudopods. Clams have.
Yeah, like amputees would have and shit.
You can have spiders.
What Kosha was saying was exactly what I'm saying. Actually, if he maybe misunderstood what he said, that it's a subset. We all think those forces still have action and reactions. We still see the effects of pseudo forces or fictitious forces. They are real. They're only the only thing
real, Sonic.
Hold on.
Will you sell me something and I pay you with fictitious money?
Almost done. The only thing that separates them, as I said earlier, was the fact that one has an instantaneity and the other one does not. But they're both forces and they both can have values that are.
We already know that words are meaningless with you guys.
I wasn't going to agree with Kosho if he disagreed with himself, but since he agrees with himself, I agree.
Yeah. That self-agreement is
also.
Do you fictionally agree with him?
No, I agree with Kosho.
You agree? Okay, not fictional. Because you can have a fictional agreement that has the same effect, but you call it fictional.
Silent zero.
Pseudo agreement.
Compound words don't have the same meanings as the words individually. Like camel spider doesn't have really much to like. There's no resemblance to a camel and a camel spider, right? But it's in the name, so it's like a fictitious force doesn't necessarily mean it's fake. It's just a way. It's a word that's used to help describe what it is.
It's not a force. A camel spider is not a fucking 8-legged camel.
Yeah, but it is a spider.
Otherwise, you would just say, "Hey, look, this camel spider and this camel's the same thing."
Yeah, but a camel spider is a spider, so that argument doesn't.
Yeah, which is a camel.
Yeah, I know.
You're trying
just
to
like a fictitious force isn't fake.
Yeah. It's just not a camel.
Yeah, a camel spider is not a camel, but is a spider, and a fictitious force isn't fictitious, but is a force. Right?
Oh wait. Okay, so
why
like
call it fictitious?
Because it's just part of the name. It's a help. It's
why call it that?
That's why some people call it inertial forces or pseudo forces. But inertial force is a way that will eliminate that sort of confusion or whatever. But it doesn't mean that. It just means that it's reference frame dependent. It's still it's a force that will be experienced, but it's just not a force.
But what is the point of calling it fictitious though? That's
It's not a force on its own. It's a force that is reference frame dependent.
You're not listening to the question. What is the point of calling it fictitious? What is the end of?
It's one way that they you chose to describe it because they don't want you to confuse it with other forces. Like it masquerades as if it's a force in itself, but it's actually not.
So it's not a force pulling things to the center of mass on the Earth.
No, it's not a force that you can't. There's not a force that you can actually say this thing is doing this action. It's a force because of the reference frame that we're experiencing it from. Where and the frame is being accelerated, and so we're experiencing this acceleration, and we're going to attribute that to a force. But that force is actually a inertial force.
So depending on what frame of reference you're in, it changes from not being a force to like being a force.
It's always a force in the interaction. The interaction is always a force. It's a pseudo force, though. So when you have weight, that's a pseudo force. It's still a force. You still have weight. You fall off a building, you still crash to the ground, and this brain splatters. That took forces to break your brain apart, crack your skull. That took forces. That force was a fictitious force.
Is there anything else that's a fictitious force, or anything like that, or is it just gravity?
Yeah, you're in your car and you slam on the brakes. Fictitious force when you smash into the dashboard. You get pressed into the back of your seat when you accelerate. Fictitious force. These are
centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force. You make a turn, fly out your door, or don't fly out your door, but hit your head and crack the window, but still stay in the car. Fictitious force.
No, that's gravity, though, right?
That's not. But you created a pseudo gravitational field. That you've done, but it's still a fictitious force. So don't tell me if I'm giving you the examples, they're not wrong. You just have to accept them or challenge them and say why they're not right, but they are right. Centrifugal force is known. Centripetal force is a proper force, but centrifugal force is not. It's fictitious. You need both to have a ball on a string swinging around.
This may be a stupid question, Zanik, but I thought maybe you might know something about. I don't know if you know much about shot put, but when the shot put person when they spin around, is that to create a centrifugal, like it's to add a centrifugal force to?
Yeah.
That is, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so then there you go. That's an example right there. It's like it's a very real effect. It's going to improve the distance you throw it, and it's considered a fictitious force, but it's only because it's in the meaning it's just reference frame dependent.
You've accelerated it with using a centripetal force, the guy's hand holding shot put to his chin, and then centrifugal force if that shot not wanting to be driven in a circle. Since things going in circles require forces, by the definition of acceleration, change of direction or change of velocity, you have a force there. And once that guy decides to not hold on to his knee, his chin anymore, it's released and it flies out at 50 miles an hour. It travels that distance, and it was accelerated due to the application of a pseudo force, counteracting the centripetal force.
Talking about?
Which force? The centrifugal force.
Oh, with sport, like you guys use like an Olympic.
I was talking about shot put. There's a shot put when they throw that. They have that big.
That's the one they're holding like the little tiny bowling ball.
Yeah, they throw it from their chin and they spin around. Yeah.
So I know there's also the one where they put the thing in like a net and swing it, and it's got like two big balls attached to it or something.
Is that a sport?
I thought it was like some Celtic thing.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's how they catch people running away from them. They throw that ball attached to a string, two balls of a string, and wraps around. I think Batman did that too.
It's called a bola. It's called a bola, and they actually make shotgun rounds, 12 gauge rounds.
I've seen
those.
Ebola is what made your eyeballs bleed. One of the symptoms. Whatever happened to Ebola? No, I think
Yep.
I'm thinking of something different.
My eyeball can't bleed, bro.
Huh?
I said my eyeball can't bleed.
That's the name of Jeremy's autobiography.
Fictitious eyeball.
That should be the name. That should be the name of your autobiography, man. My eyeball can't bleed.
Stupid.
Okay. Dude, my friend, I think I told you this before, but she's got one eye and she is so self-conscious about it. Like, I guess not really self-conscious about it, but like she'll get really offended. Like she told me the story, like one time somebody for Christmas, they got her like binoculars, but it was like just half of binoculars or something.
That's great.
Yeah, but she was really upset.
What, did they just break the binoculars in half and give it to her?
Yeah,
Like,
I
here,
guess
you only
so.
need just... Can't they just get her like a fucking...
Yeah, I know. One of those telescope things, yeah.
Oh, whatever, that's fucked up.
Yeah, some people are different. Jeremy's a trooper, but you know, some people.
That's like giving a crippled, like, a guy with like one leg, one fucking rollerblade.
I have a good idea for Pete's next birthday. Thank you.
Yeah, then you can follow it up in the next year with the other half. Yeah. Just, I don't know. You just tell him it's it was built wrong.
I don't know. It's just the whole listening to the whole subject about time dilation. It's that it's like green elves and purple unicorns prove, you know, that leprechauns are real. It's just you guys talk about
the equations predict much more accurately, even beyond what Newtonian mechanics predict. It's amazing that they're just made up unicorns.
Yeah, but you can make equations for anything that doesn't even exist.
No. We've made these theories. So we made these theories about what we think happens. They did experiments to show that, wow, that's what is happening. And then what are the effects?
What
we
experiments?
think, can I finish? So then they make these predictions of the effects, and yet those come true as well. They're far more accurate. It's not just made up. If it was made up, it wouldn't have been more accurate in predicting things.
What experiments did they do?
You name it, they did it.
For time dilation, there's tons. I'll tell you my favorite one. There's one we always talk about, but my favorite one, which is nobody's impressed by it, but it's the most impressive one I can think of, was when these scientists observed a lensing effect of a supernova. So an event that is not currently predicted. I think you can predict it 6 hours prior if you receive neutrinos, but that's another story. But other than that, it's not. You can't predict when a supernova is going to happen as yet. But so they saw the supernova event lensed around a star or around some fucking thing, and they predicted when the other region that wasn't lensed yet, like the fourth region, they thought was going to lens again, and based on the mass that was in that area, they predicted when that was going to occur because the time difference was a time dilation effect. It was a gravitational lensing effect, and so it was all these different effects that you would need to you would need them so that you can predict when you would observe the other one. And then they rented the Hubble on the day they predicted. And I think it just the next day, one of those days, it showed up. So they were either a day off or they were a couple hours off or whatever. But still, that's impressive.
Kind of sounds like the Mayans predicting an eclipse and causing other tribes to like commit suicide.
Yeah, except for those are cyclical, aren't they?
And this happens all the time.
Yeah, but supernovas aren't cyclical.
We can see this.
Yeah, supernovas aren't cyclical, and the lens, specifically this lensing effect, is certainly not cyclical because it's that same non-cyclical supernova, but just delayed because of time dilation. But yeah, they were able to predict when it was going to occur by putting that into the calculation. But obviously, the answer that we mostly give you is like the airplane experiment where they had 3 airplanes, the 3 sets of clocks, You know, and then there's GPS, which each GPS satellite has 4 atomic clocks on them, and they have to be calibrated for time dilation to work correctly. There's all those examples.
The one with the supernova. So
They've all been debunked
12,
too.
Yeah, like 12 people saw something in 1900 and it never happened again. It was just a one-time thing, and that's proof of.
No.
I mean, okay. I mean, I guess there's a reason why a lot of people think that example sucks because it's not very good. I mean,
Sure.
I'm not trying to be an ass, but.
So they weren't listening, those people, because what actually happened was a group of scientists in about 2015, they observed a supernova event, not just a regular one, though, one that was being lensed. And so there's something called an Einstein ring, and that's when like a star is lensed around another massive object such that it looks like a ring. Sometimes you can have a star repeat around an object because it's being lensed. In this case, it was a supernova being like being lensed around an object. So it was, you saw like 3 iterations of it, and there was a 4th iteration that hadn't yet occurred, and they predicted that sometime in the next 9-10 months, a year, sometime later, they predicted when they would see that other one occur, and they made that prediction by using time dilation and gravitational lensing.
Something that only specific people can see, that no one else is able to look at.
Oh, well, they rented the very public Hubble telescope.
They're not pointing glass like a telescope into a sky and looking at this with their eyeball. They're fucking looking at a computer screen and shit.
Well, they're looking. They rented the Hubble telescope and they saw it.
Yeah. There's no place where they can point and say, "Hey, it's this way right here," and and you can see it for yourselves either. Oh, but there's one group of scientists can. Kind of seems like they're the Aztecs up on top of the pyramid, chopping people's heads off.
You can put in a request to rent the Hubble telescope yourself, and the catalog of information that the Hubble telescope collects is available on a website that they make available to everybody. You don't have to have a password to sign in or anything. You can just sign into the Hubble catalog, and there'll be a collection of all the data that they collect. So that's.
And will I be able to lay eyes on this telescope when I rent it?
We'll be able to do what, sorry?
Like it could be a password on a website. I mean, so what?
Yeah, so I'm saying the information they collect is available publicly, and you have the opportunity also, like I said, to rent the time on the telescope. If they, if they see that it's usually you have to be with so like Chronic, for example, he can rent time on it, but I think anybody can put in a request for it, and depending on the request, they'll consider it or they won't.
How would I rent a telescope that's floating up in space? How am I going to have access to that?
You have to rent time on it. And yeah, so what that'll allow you to do is they can point it in in some direction depending on where you specifically are trying to look at.
You also can't X-ray your own broken leg, but that doesn't mean it's not broken, does it?
Why can't I not X-ray my own broken leg?
Have you ever X-rayed your own broken leg?
Is it physically impossible to do that, or have someone that I know standing next to me and look at it, I can see the fucking broken leg on the screen?
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, it's not like someone takes a picture of my leg and sends me back X-rays. Like
that's exactly what happens.
Listen, dude, no. Dude, what you're saying is it's not like a satellite flies over my house and takes a picture of my broken leg and sends me back the X-rays, Like I'm there in the room while they're.
Yeah, an X-ray. But how do you know that's your leg?
Oh,
you just trust them?
And you think that's the same equivalent to renting?
Yes.
Renting the telescope.
Yes, you trust competent people all the time, just when it doesn't suit your narrative.
You mean just when the X-ray is not physically taking place to my leg? So you're pretty much saying that I'll get to go up in a little craft and see, and I can look out the window and see the telescope from space, and then fucking have the little joystick control it around, right?
No, that's the exact opposite of what I said. I said you will trust experts whenever it's convenient for you, but when it goes against your narrative, you won't. Did you hear me
False
this time?
equivalency. False
I don't
equivalency.
understand how
How is
getting
that a
my
false equivalency?
broken leg x-rayed versus renting time for the people on the stage. Is it Sophia? No, not Sophia. Is the airplane. What telescope? The Hubble. How
Okay.
is me getting my leg x-rayed on versus me renting the Hubble the same fucking equivalent?
It's about trusting experts. That you seem to do sometimes, but not all the time.
Are you? You have low blood sugar right now? Are you confused? How is me going to a
Well,
hospital?
part of the problem with the broken leg analogy is that you can go to multiple doctors where you only have one reliable source for your Hubble.
Yes, but it is reliable.
Supposed reliability.
Oh, supposed reliability now.
That's what's at question right now. That's what we're questioning. Yeah, you have no third party unbiased either.
Well, it was a third party, wasn't it?
If you're getting an X-ray because your leg is broken, you have an awareness of your leg being broken.
Right. And they had a reason to rent the Hubble. They didn't build the Hubble. That's a third party.
You mean they're fans of science fiction, so they subscribe to some bullshit on the internet?
I think
no, they're scientists.
And you're pointing at to getting my leg X-rayed on to prove that it's broken?
They're scientists that had a theory. They needed Hubble that they didn't build to help them verify it. They rented Hubble. It helped them verify the theory.
I think Shines, who's a flat earther, she was in the server last night. Her father-in-law, I believe, he's passed away now, but her husband's father was one of the scientists who he's one of the lead scientists who developed the Hubble. So she's got. I mean, she obviously doesn't believe what they show and stuff, but she has firsthand, interactions with somebody who's actually put it up there. So,
and she's a flat earther.
That's quite disrespectful.
Do you think that's helping?
Right.
Do you think that's helping you out in any way at all? I mean, that should show the unbiased there.
She's basically like, "Fuck you. Your work is fake."
Well, no. She's talked about interactions with him, and she said that actually, it was respectful back and forth, but she did say that he sort of admitted something on his death. I think for it sound like what she said was on his deathbed, like.
Oh, of course he did.
He basically said, like, listen to your wife, basically, or something like that.
Of course he did, Kosha. They all.
My father would say that too. My father would say that, but it would have nothing to do with anything other than respect.
I should let her talk about it when she's in here, but she called this move.
Wow.
They always admit on their deathbeds. It's right. Darwin denounced his evolution theory on his deathbed.
Never when they can actually profit from it.
Do you mind with the background noise, whatever that is, Chunky? You do?
Yeah, I'm shoveling. I'll put on mute.
I've posted some pictures from. Oh, you know what? You're here now, Jace. We had a long conversation earlier about quantum field theory. Although I think what's his name is gone. Although Dyson's here. But yeah, we were talking a little bit about the. I don't want to change the subject too much, but about quantum fields. I think Dyslow. He always wants to know what the definition of field is, even though he gets told it every day.
I know I've given these guys the definition like probably 20 to 30 times now.
Might want to deal with that freaking dog chewing on your leg.
No, that's fine, man. He's walking his dog, man. He loves his dog.
I'm walking my dog.
Everybody's gotta love somebody, man.
I think I could use some lessons, bro. I don't know. It sounds quite vicious.
Dog park. There's other dogs. It's this whole thing, man.
I'm about to change Jace's name to Jace and his dog.
Yeah, I should do that.
Somebody did ask a question that I don't know. You probably have a better response for it, but it's just like it's a really kind of ridiculous sort of question. But they're asking like what is it that's there? Like there's this field.
You're like breathing down the mic, bro. Chill out.
It's right. He is, man. He is. But then what we hear you talking about it more.
It's the wind. My bad. It's the wind is blowing.
Yeah, but it wasn't so much an interruption as much as his actual interruption.
Mute yourself, then. Fuck.
Dude, it's fine. I can.
It's muted.
Yeah. Anyways, the question was.
Ask the question.
Yeah, Dysel, maybe you or Jeremy, whoever wants to word it better, because I'm just going to reiterate what they were asking. But it was just basically like, what like if you're claiming that there's fields there and these particles or perturbations in the field or whatever, then like given a field, like what is it that's actually there? And they ask specifically like when the value in that position is 0, like what can you say is actually there? Something like that. And I know that you'd be able to express it better.
Oh yeah, that question. Okay.
Well, in quantum field theory, the value never goes to 0, right? It always, because of the uncertainty principle, all the properties contained in the field always fluctuate around 0, but they're never exactly 0.
Okay.
So they always that's the
hang on,
background
give me like 1 minute.
Okay.
They're always presuming that the field's always there, Kosho, like through a calculable, quantifiable value.
No, but yeah, but that's just. I mean, I said that earlier about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Basically, makes it so the field's always fluctuating. But I would think that even that fluctuation sometimes would be 0. But I mean, if he says it's not 0, then
Well, that's why I told you, like it would be logically bankrupt to imply 0, like nothing, but yet still existent, like without the. I mean, that's why I was trying to like ask you, like, what do you mean by? We got in this whole semantic argument about your caliper of
let's
distinguishing existence.
Let's ask him, because I would still think that if it's so fluctuating, like there's when a particle's there's particles there, but when it's like not there and there's this fluctuation, I would think it could be like randomly, in between some range, and sometimes that could rest on 0. I mean, unless he says otherwise.
He says near 0, not 0. Like you could get like within maybe 100th of the value, or whatever he's going to tell you. But point is there's always at every point a quantifiable, measurable value. It's never at 0, because if it was, then your whole system would have to fall apart.
Yeah, it's never really at 0, because the uncertainty principle says like you can never point out if it was at 0, then you could never have infinite certainty at what time it was at exactly 0. So there isn't really a definition for the moment where the field value is 0 at an exact time t. That doesn't really exist. So due to the uncertainty principle. So the field is never really at 0. If you take your precision to an infinitesimal value for the time at any moment t, then your uncertainty in the value of the field is quite large. So it's always fluctuating at that moment.
Right, can I just ask
that helps?
Yeah, can I just ask in this dark energy thing though, where space is being created, right at the moment when the space has been created, there must be nothing there, right? Because I mean, is the field being created with space?
Well, quantum field theory and dark energy are different things in my viewpoint. But yes, if that it was true that space is being created, it would have to be being created. It's happening in this universe, so it would have to be occurring with the fields that exist in this universe.
So you have something coming from nothing, basically.
Hey, Jace, real quick. Does that, when you said that it's never 0, does this have to do with the 0 point energy? And like the assumptions on what that value is? Because if you were to describe the energy in the electron field of some given volume, You know, like if there were electrons there, you describe it that way. But if there was no electrons there and it was just an empty space, more or less, but you were trying to describe the energy in every position, every position wouldn't be zero. So would there just be some? Is this what they're trying to calculate when they try to quantify the 0 point energy?
It's any right. So the things that are fluctuating, the 0 point energy specifically, yeah, it's a specific calculation of the lowest, the state of the field when it has no particles in it. That would be considered the 0 point or the
It's
zero
yeah,
particle
purely an inertial state.
And with that, right, it can never be zero because it's an energy measurement, and energy and time in quantum mechanics don't commute. So you can't measure the two with infinite precision. So like the statement that at time t, let's say t equals 2, at time 2, the energy, the 0 point energy was 0. That doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't mean anything because if you have precision in your time measurement, you cannot have infinite precision in the value of the energy measurement, right? So it would have to be at time 2, the energy of the 0 point, the ground state or the 0 particle state is 0 plus or minus, 0.1 or 0.001, whatever your uncertainty is.
Okay, so can I ask you this question then, and maybe this makes sense? In the same way you said that if you make a measurement of the time, that's going to make the energy basically go through the roof, like that goes up because you're getting a smaller and smaller precision of the time. So not the energy. I'm sorry. The probability of the energy, right? Or the uncertainty. I mean, the uncertainty goes up basically because the precision goes up because the precision goes up on the time. So is it the other way around too, that if you increase the time so that you're saying like in the span of 1 trillion years or even some greater length of time, you could say in that time frame the energy was this value, but I guess you can never get to 0 unless you stretch it out into infinity, right? Like you can never say like in this amount of time the energy there was 0.
Yeah, to have a specific, if you want a, definite specificity of the energy value, like it's exactly 0, that would mean that your uncertainty in the time at which it was 0 is infinitely large. So you have no clue at what time it was 0. That's why I say that those kind of statements don't really meet, they don't have a definition in this context. They don't really mean anything.
So like even if you try to say, well, I can at least say in 1 trillion years it was 0, because that still isn't precise enough. Like that still isn't a wide enough uncertainty to say that with that precision. Like you'd have to have an infinite amount of time, which is not existent right now.
Yeah, you'd have to have an infinite amount of time. And you also have to consider that these fields, even if the energy of the 0, let's say hypothetically the energy of the 0 particle state could go to 0, it's to exactly 0, it still has energy and like its momentum and its position properties and its spin properties and things like that. So the total energy is never really 0. Like even if one of the energy of the ground or the 0 particle state goes to 0, it still has energy in terms of momentum and position and spin and stuff like that.
So back what I was asking then, remember while we talk about how like there's that stuff that Michio Kaku says about the 120 orders of magnitude off between the vacuum state or the 0 point energy and the vacuum
measurement.
Yeah, right, yeah. So, but this is based on him adding together the different quantum fields, and so is that again in the same? That's an assumption that's how you would quantify that energy. Yeah, like in any given volume of like if there's just a vacuum, there's nothing there. You're trying to quantify the energy in that vacuum. Obviously, there's not a agreed upon way that to describe that, right? I guess that's why there's
Yeah, well, there is. It's just it's not the way he did it. For what he did, right? He used something called perturbation theory, and basically he took, like, say we have the electron field. He took the energy of the zero particle state of the electron field plus the zero momentum, the zero position, the zero spin, all the properties of the field, their values as they fluctuate around zero. He would take like the average of those for one field, sum them all together and get the overall value of what the energy for that field should be. Then he did that for every field. But the problem is, and sum them all together, all their properties for each individual field to get their total zero, what you can call the zero energy state or the ground energy state. And then he sums all the individual fields together to get the total value that he got. But the problem with that is that it works for quantum electrodynamics. QED is a renormalizable theory that you can use perturbation theory to do the calculations with. But it falls apart when you try to do that. So you can get the values for QED, like the electron field, the positron field, the photon field, etc. You can get those values. But when you start to include quantum chromodynamics, the quark fields and the gluon fields, you can't do it the same way. You can't do it the way that he did it. It doesn't work. It's not a renormalizable theory that perturbation theory is applicable to. Like you can do the calculation, but you get erroneous values like he did. When particle physicists and nuclear physicists and stuff are doing calculations with protons and neutrons and stuff, they're not doing the calculations the way that Michio Kaku did them. They do it through something called like lattice QCD or a different kind of similar method, right? So it's the methodology that he used that nobody ever does calculations in QCD that way. But he did for this one specific thing, and it's not really valid. It's not a way to do it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, because I'm real interested. I don't want to bore everybody, so I'm not going to ask you. I'm just going to look into it right now. But I'm real interested in how what you said, like the zero particle state of a system is calculated, and I'm just curious, like what goes in to quantifying that amount of energy, like how much energy is there. But I'm gonna look into that myself. I want to ask you a more interesting question, which was about this. I saw an article the other day that talks about they have this graphene that they at MIT, I think, that they oriented it in a way and they put it between two layers of like boson. What is it? Boson nitride or something like that. Anyways, they put it between it, and it's a way they oriented it that allows them to supposedly turn on and off the superconductivity of the material. I don't know, have you seen this or heard of this or anything?
Say that again. I'm sorry, man.
I'm gonna get it right what they call it. They call it like the magic.
They put graphene between
boson nitride or some
boron.
Yeah, nitride? Boron. Yeah, what I say? Boson. Yeah,
boson.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, boron nitride, which I guess is like the element below and above it. And anyways, they put it between a layer of that on each side, and the way they oriented it was in such a way that when they apply certain amounts of charge, they can actually, or certain currents, they can actually turn off and on the superconductivity of the material. Is what they're claiming. I don't know if you heard this.
No, I haven't really heard anything. Well, I mean, I know people are doing experiments with that kind of thing, but I haven't heard anything about this specific thing. So what was
call it
they're
magic
claiming?
angle. They call it magic angle graphene superlattices.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm always weary of those kind of things.
Huh.
Did they publish it?
Yeah.
In an actual journal?
Yeah, well, the thing I just saw, it's not the article. This is actually fucking 5 years old, but this is yeah, let me find something else because I gotta find what I'm talking about. This I mean, this is the same. This is what it was called in the article. That was called magic angle graphene, but this is 5 years old. It's in Nature, but let me
I've heard that term before. Right, once you mentioned it, that's why I said, always weary of those things, because I've heard that term before, and I've never heard really, at least the people that I talk to, the chemists and stuff that I talk to, and the biologists, whatever, physicists. I haven't heard them, give good praise to those kind of things.
I sent it to you in DMs and posted it also, but yeah. So the thing I read it from was a Science Daily article, and it says, yeah, this is titled basically the same thing. It says, MIT physicists discover way to switch superconductivity on and off in magic angle graphene.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, if they can, figure out how to do that with specificity and how to control it well, it could be an interesting development.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be interesting because I know you do like that sort of crystallography or whatever, and
yeah, but I'm doing it more in the context of biology, more rather than like I'm not really concerned with superconductivity and stuff. I'm looking for like what the active site of enzymes and proteins and receptors and stuff look like, and things like that.
Yeah.
Why don't you look into how the magnetic fields affect all those biological substances, depending on the south or north facing field.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we put the crystals in huge magnetic fields.
Rawls and Davis did a ton of research on this, but you don't really hear it talked about much. But they showed how seed exposure to these magnetic fields can rapidly increase the size and growth and lessen the amount of time required, and just have all these crazy effects on
give you
pretty much
and stuff. If you have had
maybe it could be the ultimate Viagra. You never know.
There's another question, Jace, but like I said, the person who asked was Elijah. He's not here anymore. You can respond to that too. I was just going to say that the other question was about the. I'm not adequate at answering some of his questions, but he was asking about the. We were talking about the proof of the electron, for example, like the evidence of electron being an existent thing. And I gave what information I had, but I know you'd be much. You'd be better versed at that.
Well, right. Like, what does he mean by proof? There's tons of evidence of an electron, right? An electron is just a definitional thing. It's a particle that has X, Y, Z, W, T, S, and P properties, right? And we can show evidence for all those properties. We can show evidence that, right, it's a particle that has an electric charge as a combination of the weak isospin and the weak hypercharge that equals -1 electric charge, and that has a region of charge density that can be measured. It's a spherical region that has a specific radius that can be measured. And
he agreed. He agreed with what can be like with what the like the physical effects. Like he agreed with that, and he agreed with that for the most part. And basically, when we were talking about it, the problem he had was attributing it to a particle, like an entity, a single entity particle. And his example was like other than like attributing it to like maybe just a property of the Like the charge, for example, is just a property of the atom or something like that.
Property of the field itself. Like you guys are associating the peaks, valleys, and troughs of the field itself with an identifiable particle rather than the expression of the field itself. This is how we get instantaneous action at a distance, simplified and easily explainable.
Well, the field, if your theory is anything like a field theory, then instantaneous action at a distance is still going to be a problem for it, because field theories are inherently local theories. But nonetheless, you can't discount the observation that why we call these things particles is that when they hit detectors, they hit them in a point-like fashion while exchanging properties with the detector. Right? When a photon hits a CCD,
interpretation.
When a photon hits a CCD, it hits the CCD in a point-like fashion at which it exchanges energy and momentum with the detector, and that's how it's detected. And after that, the original photon can't be detected anymore.
Well, whether or not it's localized to a point doesn't necessarily give it some sort of physical makeup, like being some sort of hollow-like sphere.
He didn't say that.
Yeah,
well,
no one
that's what you're
says that
invoking.
these things are hollow-like spheres. They're not made. They're what composes objects like spherical basketballs and things like that. They're not made. They themselves cannot be made of the things that they're composing.
So what's the geometric expression of this particle you associate as an electron?
He didn't describe one. He described
particle
the
particle is a point. A particle is a point. A particle is a
Okay.
point in a Cartesian.
And is a point two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
It's one-dimensional. It's just
Zero-dimensional.
three coordinates. Yeah, zero-dimensional. It's just three coordinates. That's what a particle is. It's just a point.
That's how they're expressed as, right? Because that's like Jace was saying, like its effects can be described that it can be seen as being spherical. The way that it's
the charge density is spherical. There's a region. If you were to send protons or positrons at an electron, you can make a 360-degree region around that electron at a specific radius where the proton or the positron can no longer get any closer to the electron. It's scattered away in a 360-degree spherical structure.
but a property of the electron isn't necessarily a volume, right? It's just
yeah, that doesn't mean the electron itself is spherical. It's charge density, the region of space that its electric charge is having an effect on, has a radius and is spherical.
But that's fine for the charge. But what about the particle itself?
Particle is just a mathematical expression.
Okay, so there's no physical makeup for the particle itself.
There's no claim to what it physically is. There's just a claim to what is physically measured.
Does it Cartesianally exist?
That's what a particle is. It's a Cartesian point.
Yeah, but but I think the physicalness is those properties, and it's described like
what Jace was just describing.
Point, like the volume doesn't go outside that.
What Jace was just describing was the physical part. They measuring the field in a sphere, around a certain point. That's what's physically being measured. The particle itself is just a way of expressing where it's physically located.
Abstraction.
Pretty much, yeah.
Within the measure.
That's what I would say. Yeah, an abstraction to facilitate with mathematics, basically.
Right.
Because there's no claim to what it actually is, because all you can measure is its effects. So you can only you can only make your claim based on what you're measuring, right?
So when we're asking for the validity and the verifiability of the electron's existence, and we're only talking about the charge, but nothing in the regard of the actual particle itself, other than facilitating within the establishment of the charge, then it's unfalsifiable to a large degree, it seems, right?
You know, Jace gave other properties other than just a charge.
Yeah, it has a whole, electrons have a whole bunch of other properties. They have momentum, energy, they have position, they have spin, they have an electron number, a baryon number. There's a whole bunch of other properties that can be measured.
Just sounds like descriptions. That just sounds like descriptions of the field itself, rather than the actuality of something being existent as an associated individual.
The combination of those properties and how it interacts with other fields, other particles, is what the electron is. It's not some kind of substance. Like, we can't say it's substance X, and here I can show you, here's a handful of it. That's not what elementary particles are. They're defined by their properties and their interactions.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like no different than saying ice, water, and steam are all three different things, and ice is the field of water, and like these are all just different expressions of one and the same thing. Analogous to, you know, what you're associating as being this particle versus just a value within a specific field.
Yeah, I mean, you're free to say that. There's many people who have tried to, you know, go that route of showing how these things can be unified and all that. But it's quite difficult to do. There's over, I think it's like 108 or more quantum fields, and they're all different kind of objective structures and geometric structures with different kind of connection.
It just seems like unnecessarily complexity. It just seems like over redundant, unnecessary, you know, complexity, rather than getting to the unity and simplifying, like, as you so put it, like you're working the other way, separating rather than unifying.
No, the problem is the complexity that you see in experiment is hard to unify under one umbrella. That's what people struggle with, and they try to do that. That's the one of the, you know, pretty ideas or compelling ideas in physics, is that,
well, just look at the
it would be nice
variable.
if all these things could be unified, but
yeah,
it's just
simple.
very
just
hard
look
to
at
do.
The irremovable variables.
And
what are the variables that are ever so existent within every phenomena that permeates through all the cosmos?
You know, Daiso, why don't you because you, I mean, if you probably could be right that that's redundant, unnecessarily complex, but I think you would be rewarded if you were to simplify that for everybody, right? That we can have a simplified version.
Yeah, you'd be rewarded
version,
with a bullet in the
there's
back
only,
of the head. You'd
there's
be
only
rewarded
one
being
field.
6 feet under.
That's the simplification. There's only one field, that being the ether itself, man.
But
the different expressions of that field is what gives us the differences between perceivable expressions of phenomena.
The GIF I posted shows the problem in that, and at least from what Jace had helped me understand, was that the way you know the fields are distinct from each other is the fact that they interact with each other and they have you know, just distinct interactions with one another based on their, you know, differences. So it being the same field seems like that would make that difficult, right? I don't know, Jace can.
Yeah, the problem is that they're all the way that physicists use these things is different than just combining all the existent fields into one field. They have to kind of get rid of or change the existing field, because like the electron and positron fields are spinor fields, whereas the photon vector field, gluons are vector fields, the quarks are spinor fields, and then you have just regular scalar fields. So all these, they're all completely different objects. They're different physical objects. So it's hard to just say that they're all the same thing when they're like completely different structure wise. So the way that they do that in physics is by unifying the symmetries and getting rid of the different structures, combining them into one.
Yeah, the electromagnetic field is the one.
Isn't there other, not only fields but forces? Like there's like two other quantum forces at least, right?
Yeah, that's like 3/4 of the universe is not accounted for if you're just considering electromagnetism.
As a part that I don't get about electric field or electric universe people is like, they make it sound like it's like profound to say that like oh dude, can't you see there's electricity everywhere, there's all this like in this part of the universe. And the thing is that other people like quantum field theory people or astronomers or whoever, they don't disclude electricity or electromagnetism. Like it's part of that theory too. So of course it's a main component of, you know, the structure of the universe, but it's not the main component, right? So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, you can never separate. You can never separate the magnetic component from anything. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and I've been telling you. Like everything in the universe is either ferromagnetic, paramagnetic, or diamagnetic.
Which
there's
one
only
is
one
light?
field. There's only one field. It's the geometric expression between the toroid being the magnetic and the hyperboloid being the dielectric side, together being inseparable.
Right, but which one? You said everything
one
is
another
one of
that
those three things, but which one is light?
Light is electromagnetic radiation.
I know, but you said those. You named paramagnetic, diamagnetic,
spectrum. Visible light is what you associate as light.
I know, but which one of those is light? Is it ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, or paramagnetic?
Or are we talking
Didn't he
about
just say
visible,
electromagnetic?
No. But he a second ago he said that everything in the universe is one of these three things.
Yeah, he just said light is electric and
I know,
magnetic.
but he didn't.
Electromagnetic.
When he said these three things, he didn't say electromagnetic. He said paramagnetic, diamagnetic, and ferromagnetic.
Also, it's yeah.
He said everything.
Good question, actually.
These three things. They're all. They're all.
It's a good question, actually. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of both, because it compresses and reifies upon its central coaxial nexus, kind of like beads on a necklace, where it's manifesting and demanifesting, i.e., analogous to the beads on the necklace being the refraction and the necklace itself, the string being the compression as it travels along, its propagating pathway.
Okay, I get it now. That makes sense.
Cool.
Not really. I'm gonna go get some food.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how that explains anything.
That's what you guys conflate as the photon.
Well, how does that work for something like a Stern-Gerlach device, where you can send a positively charged object through and it deflects one way? You can send a negatively charged object through, it deflects the other way. But light, send a laser through, it doesn't deflect at all.
Well, you're talking about a point source versus non-point source differences. So a laser is point source, where non-coherent light is non-point source. So.
Send a rainbow through, it doesn't change.
Yeah, you can send a incandescent light bulb light through a radio wave, laser. It doesn't matter what kind of light. It doesn't deflect in the magnetic field of the Stern-Gerlach device.
What's the magnetic field strength?
You can have it whatever strength you want, really.
I mean, is it equivalent to or stronger than the light in question itself?
It depends on the experiment. You can have it, you can have the Teslas larger than the frequency of the light or small. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, if you're going to set experiments up in such a way, to presume the nature of light prior to the experiment and set it up in such a way for, the outcome to come in your benefit, then I don't know what to tell you, man, but it's not really doing science. And it seems like most of experiments on light already has like this preconceived notion of confines that they are like understanding it through. So I don't know, man. Like I said, if you can't separate the magnetic component from any phenomena, then why wouldn't you just like hold to the fact that that's obviously the fundamental field that permeates all existence, and we need to understand it a little bit better instead of just saying, oh, it's the emission of virtual photons, which makes no absolute sense at all. I mean, it just really sounds like you guys are upholding a belief system rather than getting to the crux of what reality is and how we define things. Like, I don't know, it just seems like a real big issue in modern science being like this echo chamber of consensus rather than like defining things.
All right, I brought up a specific thing, right? You can do the Stern, you use a Stern-Gerlach device, doesn't matter what the field strength is, you can have it higher than the frequency of the light that you're using, lower, doesn't matter, right? And you can use any kind of light that you want. You could use a light bulb, you can use a laser, you can use radio waves, X-rays, doesn't matter. It doesn't deflect the same way. It doesn't deflect at all, but definitely not the same way that charged positive or charged negative objects do. And these phrases that you've given me don't really explain that. They don't explain experiments. They're just like clever little phrases.
Did you bring up virtual photon?
Did you just say he's a sophist in a nice way, basically? You're giving phrases that have no meaning is what he said, basically.
Did you? I just came in, but were you the one that brought up or said a virtual photon?
Yeah, I did. Why? What's up?
Yeah, virtual photon.
No. Whoever was doing the explanation did some Glober or someone. I don't know who brought up the virtual photon.
Maybe it was Jace.
I brought up the virtual photon. I said at the highest, most astute level of understanding from academia, they say that light is the emission of virtual particles and that magnetism is the emission and exchange of virtual photons. And that this is the best understanding they have to explain away magnetism. Yeah.
Well, no one's trying to explain away magnetism all the time in academia. And also what you said, that description is wrong. The emission of light has nothing to do with virtual particles, virtual photons. Magnetic fields do, but I highly
I guess you need
what is a virtual photon, virtual particle? In real life.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I can read you the definition if you'd like.
I was asking Jace maybe like what he said that doesn't have anything to do with it, but
magnetism has virtual particles?
Well, it's quite complicated, right, to actually give the real meaning
That's always
of
what they
that.
say.
It has to do, right, with perturbation theory, so how we use a specific type of series to perturb the coupling values between the electron and the photon field, and how that's renormalized. Knows when the electron is around in its field, there's something called renormalization. It's how it's affecting both the electron and the photon field, right? And the way that it's affecting those fields, some people sometimes refer to those as virtual photons or virtual particles, depending on what fields you're talking about. But really, it's how it's affecting the values of properties like energy, momentum, position, spin, lepton number, things like that in those fields, and how that has an effect on another particle, like say another charged particle, how it would have an effect on that other charged particle due to the presence of the first particle. But to simplify all that, people just say, oh, it's these virtual particles that pop into and out of existence. But that's not,
All right.
slightly not.
So I'm gonna read.
Giving the whole picture.
I'm gonna read
of what it really is.
I'm gonna read Richard Feynman's definition. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they're very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out.
Yep, totally agree.
So you don't have a
of
problem with that,
magnetism and light.
No, I don't have a problem with what Feynman said there, but if you were to look at Feynman's work, you would see that where this concept, right, he didn't want to have to explain all these complicated things like perturbation theory and renormalization, how renormalization affects interactions and the coupling constants between particles, right? So he developed the concept of, well, let's just call it that there's these virtual particles that can carry properties and mediate interactions between particles. It's more understandable for the general population.
Yeah, I'm glad you were honest. Go ahead.
No, I mean, go ahead. I was just going to say what he just said actually was that they're questionable at best and are only really useful for making balancing out of equations. You can't take a picture of it, right? You can't take you can't show me a picture of a virtual photon, right?
So back to the original point.
That's why they're called virtual, because they're not really particles
it's a
at
made
all.
up concept.
So back to the original point. We should probably try to understand magnetism a little bit better than just coming up with loosely defined concepts to make your equations balance out and to keep your paradigm continuing.
Well, Feynman, when he said that quote, wasn't really talking about magnetism. He was talking about quantum electrodynamics, just the interaction between electrically charged particles.
But aren't you kind of missing the point? What he's saying is that it's questionable at best and really only used to balance out equations when there's no other explanation. If I hadn't had an explanation for something, I said, I have a virtual explanation for it that you're just going to have to accept. You wouldn't accept that, right?
He understood what they really
I think
were.
It seems
if
to
you
me
look
like
in Feynman's work,
seems to me like he's alluding to the fact that the theory is incomplete, and he thought that someone else would complete it later on.
No, Feynman completed quantum electrodynamics.
But he right there is he's literally admitting right there that virtual photon, whatever the fucks. Yeah, he's literally admitting right there about the virtual photons that they're not
he's admitting the
actual
simplified
reality.
concept. Yes, he's admitting the simplified concept of these virtual particles popping into and out of existence.
Yeah, as an incomplete part.
Really,
as it's incomplete.
in his
So
work,
what I said originally was right.
God.
and you're just
No,
fucking
in
poo-pooing what I
his
say to be a
work.
contradictory fuck.
Before it gets
Is it
crazy.
called a contradiction? What are they called? Contrarian? You're just saying no to what I said
Yeah,
and then
you can just
repeating what
keep
I said
talking, bro.
later. No, you're being a
No, so you
contrarian.
were interrupting him. Okay, you're both interrupting everybody, right? Okay, but the point. All right. So once this particle apparently blips into existence, can I take a picture of it?
No, they're not real things, man.
Oh,
Right?
so
As
what
Feynman
are we
said.
talking about then? So what exactly
As
are we talking
Feynman
about?
Feynman's
said.
literally alluding to his theory being incomplete and the virtual particle not being a complete explanation. And then you
Yeah,
come in
you
and
can
say,
just keep
no, that's not
pretending
right.
that,
And then
bro.
repeat what I say. Yeah, you're going to repeat what
Yeah,
I
because
say.
you're not
And
letting me
simultaneously,
finish.
you're going to simultaneously say I'm wrong, but then go on to repeat exactly what I said.
Yeah,
That's called
you're
contrarian.
terrified to let me finish.
No, it's called being a
Yeah,
contrarian.
you
Go
are,
ahead.
dude.
Go ahead. Finish, contrarian.
Yeah, Feynman knew that this concept he came up with of virtual particles popping into and out of existence wasn't right. He openly admitted that, and that he used that as a tool to portray the idea of what was going on to other physicists and to the general population because it's more understandable. But when you look in his work, he knew damn well what he's really talking about, that when you perturb different coupling constants in the theory and
You
you
ever heard the old bar
renormalize
saying?
them.
You ever heard the saying, if you
Yeah,
can't
just
explain
don't
it to
let
a
me
barmaid,
finish. You're fucking
you really don't
terrified.
know?
Yeah. No,
Nobody's
terrified.
terrified.
Jason,
Nobody's
to be honest,
terrified. We don't need you
yeah,
taunting
yeah.
people. Nobody's
You're
terrified.
terrified.
Nobody's
Jace, hold
scared
That's
on,
of
why
you.
you
Can't
hold
even
on,
can't let
walk
me
your
Jace.
dog,
finish.
bro.
Everyone stop.
Hold
You
on.
That's
can't
why you
even walk
can't
your
let
I'm
me
here.
dog.
finish.
I'm just gonna
Nobody's
temp.
terrified.
I'm gonna temp mute people. You're just if you're talking right now, you're just gonna get temp muted for a second. So since everyone's going at Jace with this virtual photon thing, we can put him on the hot seat, and then I'll make a list of who wants to have a little, quick little one-on-one
Yeah,
with
put
him,
me
and we
on
can go
right
one
now.
at a
Put me
time.
on.
We can go one at a time, nice and in this coherent manner, right?
Jason, go first. Go ahead, Jason.
No, Jace is on the hot seat, so he's going to be going back and forth with
How about
whoever.
I
So
finish the thought? How about that?
Yeah, finish your
go
thought
ahead.
without taunting people. For
So
fuck's
we'll
sake.
do Jason type.
Can't even walk your dog.
Yeah,
We'll
you're
do
terrified.
Jason die slow first, and then whoever can go next. So go ahead.
Yeah, so Feynman knew that the concept, the oversimplification he was using to portray the concept to other people wasn't exactly right, because he knew in his work what he had to do to develop the theory, which was perturb coupling constants and use renormalization, where the presence of a particle in its field changes the properties of that field and how it interacts with other particles or other fields in its vicinity. He knew all about that stuff, but that is much harder to portray to regular people and even to other physicists who aren't in particle physics. So he made a simpler oversimplification that is easier to portray to people, and he openly admitted that that's not the right thing.
So you have to give some dumbed down
exactly
version. Yeah,
Hold
some
on,
dumbed
let
down
Die
version,
Slow
because
and
we're not.
hold on one second, Die Slow. Let Die Slow and Jace hash this out, and then you can go next, Noah. All right.
So when Richard Feynman was asked, and we all seen the interview, I'm sure there's like hundreds of copies of it on YouTube, where the reporter asked him, and he sits back in his high chair with his fucking cup of whiskey and chuckles what magnetism was, and basically he starts explaining something about some woman tripping and falling, which had nothing to do with magnetism at all. So what you're saying, you had to give some dumbed down version of the emission of an interaction of virtual photons to explain away what he couldn't explain, because we're not on his level of understanding, but somehow you are, and it all makes logical sense, and we should just accept it.
Yeah, all
That's
you
what
have
I'm
to do
hearing.
is read his papers. It's
Well,
not
there's
hard.
an old saying, right? There's an old saying, like, if you understand something well enough, you should be able to explain it to a barmaid, and it should make sense. And virtual particles and virtual photons, clearly based on his own definition, doesn't even exist, makes no fucking sense. It's only useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. That doesn't sound like an honest definement. That doesn't sound like an honest definement upon what's this one fundamental thing permeating through all of existence that no one's been able to understand, but you somehow are well understood upon the decoupling and all this crazy
Yeah, you just got
nonsense
to
that you're
read
trying to
his
go on.
work. All
Right,
you have
right,
to do
right,
is read his papers, right?
right,
And he
right.
wasn't talking about something that describes all of reality or whatever you're trying to say. Richard Feynman worked on quantum electrodynamics, which is
You
just a
understand it, right?
theory of the U1 symmetry that outlines electromagnetism and its interaction with charged particles. That's what he worked
Understand it,
on. He
right?
wasn't working on all of reality. And yes, I
Is it?
use it almost every day. So I think
Can
I
I
have
ask
a good
a simple
grasp
question?
of it, Dyslow.
Hold on, let Dyslow hash this out with him,
Because
and
I always
then
thought there was an old a
I think
quote
Noah's
by
next.
a quote by was it Leonard Susskind that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. Is that accurate, or did I get that mixed up with Richard Feynman or?
It's Feynman who said that.
So
And
what
what
did
do
he
any
mean
of
by
these
that?
quotes have to do with reality to begin
What did he
with?
mean by that? Like, was he
Quotes
inaccurate
of
in
the
quoting that?
guy.
You claim to understand it, and he's outright saying that if you think you understand it, you probably don't. What did he mean by that? Can you elaborate?
Noah, you're next, Noah. When Dyslow's done, you're gonna go next, then Fuzzy.
It was a quote he said, man, what he was thinking, who knows? He knew quantum mechanics is hard, it's not intuitive, and that's probably what he was alluding to.
So if you think you understand it, you probably don't. You agree with that, or was he wrong in making that statement?
I think in the context that he said it, it's perfectly fine. But if you're going to sit here and pretend that physicists and chemists who use these concepts every day, that they just don't understand it, then you're out of your mind, in my opinion.
Does
As you're
quantum follow
literally
logic?
talking on a device that uses tons of principles from quantum mechanics. But the people who develop those devices, they must have no understanding, right? Feynman said they don't understand any of it. It's amazing how they put the device together.
It's logical and intuitive, this quantum?
No, it's not. That's what Feynman was referring to. It's logical, but it's not intuitive.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. All right, go ahead. I think Noah had some questions. I would disagree with the logicalness of it. I think it
Honestly, I
defies
don't really.
whatever. Go ahead,
I don't
Noah.
really have any questions. I made my statement earlier. The virtual photons are a placeholder, and then Jace went ahead to just say no, that's not what it is, and then go on to literally explain that that's what it was. Yeah, no, buddy, you're a sophist. You literally say no to what I say and then repeat what I'm saying back to me.
No, I didn't at all.
That's just called being a contrarian.
No.
You saying no and then repeating what I said back to me is called being a contrarian and a
Yeah, I
sophist.
didn't repeat
Thank you.
what you
Thank
said
you.
back
Yes,
to
you did. You definitely did.
silly.
100%. You 100% did. Thank you.
Oh yeah, because you're well aware of perturbation theory and how renormalization works. What is renormalization trying to do?
Before this evolves into absurdity,
Fuzzy, right in the middle of him talking, you want to ask a question?
They're both
They're
interrupting each other.
terrified,
I'm trying
Jeremy.
to they're both
Man,
interrupting each
Fuzzy.
other. I'm trying to stop
Everyone
them both.
stop one at a time. Fuzzy, it's Noah's turn. You're next, bud.
I deferred my time. You guys
Still gonna let Jace finish, regardless of what happens now. We're still gonna let Jace finish. Stop interrupting, please, guys.
That's what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do.
You were trying to let Jace finish by interrupting him?
No, I was trying to interrupt both of them interrupting each other to tell them to stop. You both. It was devolving into craziness.
I know. Go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, I said what I had to say, right? I did not repeat what Noah said. I don't even think he knows what perturbation theory and renormalization is. So how could if he never said those words, how could I be repeating them? That they're totally different concepts. And yeah, that's that. You can sit here and pretend like you understand virtual particles and oh my god, it's such a joke, better than physicists and chemists, but it just looks ridiculous to me.
Yeah, so see how he doesn't really respond with anything, just insults, like nothing of substance.
I got a question.
I already gave you the substance that you can't respond to.
So
I had a question.
What substance is that? You're just
As soon as
literally elaborating and confirming what I said earlier, and instead of admitting, oh yeah, that's what you said, you're saying that's not what I said.
Yeah.
Like you're
So
talking out.
what's
You're a double speaker.
renormalization?
You're a double speaker.
What's
And now you're asking
renormalization?
now you're
That's what
asking
you said.
non sequitur questions because you're a double speaker. You double speak and then ask non sequitur
The
questions. That's
2
it.
points
That's all
I
you have
brought
to
up
know.
refute your
Yeah, those
thing.
points have
Those
nothing
are
to do
non
with what I
sequitur.
Hold
said.
on, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Noah, let Noah finish. Got this. Let Noah finish, and then Jace, you can go next. Dice Slow, you had your shot. You
No,
defer
go
to
ahead.
Noah.
I
Yeah, I'd
defer
like to
my
get
time.
back in line. I'll get back in line.
Okay, fine.
I defer my time to die.
Well, Jace was going to respond to what you were saying. I think he was very antsy to get in. So antsy that he. Go ahead, Jace.
He's just gonna repeat what he said earlier. But go.
I don't care. He's still going to be able to say it.
Yeah, I mean, what's it? It's very clear. I explained what I had to explain. Had nothing to do with what he said. He doesn't even know what those words mean. So how could
You
they?
didn't refute a single point I put up.
Yo, let him finish. Noah, what are you doing, man?
They're not non sequitur to the point because they're what Richard Feynman was actually doing in his work that he simplified into an easier concept for everyone to understand. And you're sitting here pretending like you like physicists don't know that it's a simplification.
That's
like
not
you have
even what
this
I'm doing.
magic
So now you're
bump.
strawmanning me.
Hold on, before
You're
hold on. So
he's making
right,
claims about what I'm doing, but he
Yeah,
doesn't
Jace,
even
were
know
you
what
done?
it is.
Jace, were you done?
Yeah, whatever. I'm done.
So hold on, Jace. If you're saying that he did something
1 second,
as
Noah. 1 second, Fuzzy. 1 second. No, are you done? Or?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I had a
in order,
question.
do you think it's logical or appropriate
Forget about me, Jeremy.
in a way to explain something to someone that you literally invent something that doesn't exist to tell someone that this is how something works?
Yes,
does that make any sense? That does make sense to you?
Yes, because
How?
if he was to say, well, so what we're really doing is we're perturbing the coupling constants using Taylor series, and then we're renormalizing certain properties and how that affects other interactions. And if he said things like that, no one would have a clue what he was talking about. So, because at that time, that wasn't a well-known thing. He developed it in his work. That's why he got the Nobel Prize, right? And he simplified that into a concept that people at the time, physicists and regular people alike, could understand, had an understanding of. And there's nothing wrong with that. He openly admitted that you shouldn't. This is just an analogy. It's a way to think about things.
Wait,
but
that's
it's
what I
not the
said.
underlying reality that's going on. The underlying reality going on is what's in my work, the stuff having to do with renormalization and perturbation theory and those things.
That's literally what I said.
How about
You literally just
Leonard?
repeated what I
Hold
said.
on, man. Yo,
Oh my
guys,
goodness.
you guys understand what's going on here, Noah? We're doing
Yeah,
we're
he
doing like
literally.
a little list thing. I let
He just
I let
finished.
Die Slow go. I let Die Slow go. Then I let you go. Now it's Fuzzy's turn. You can go back after Die
I got
Slow.
back in line, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back
My
after
bad.
Die Slow if you
It's
want,
just
but
he
we're
just
letting
literally
Fuzzy
repeated
finish
me
it up.
again.
Guys, man, what the fuck? Why are you talking over me? Why are people talking right now?
I
That is
wasn't
a
really
weird
done,
thing to be
Jeremy.
happening. Just hold on.
Wasn't done, Jeremy.
It's literally what I said.
I was just taking a breath.
Okay, just hold on, man. I'm trying to moderate. You hear me trying to moderate the room? Noah, you can get put back on the list after Die Slow because it's going to go Fuzzy, then Die Slow, and then Noah, okay? But just don't jump in. Just let everyone finish their thing they want to do with Jace. So go ahead. Or it's Jace and Fuzzy right now, but Jace is going to continue.
Yeah, the last thing I was going to say is the difference between what Feynman said and what's trying to be, put forth here is that Feynman not saying that this concept of the work that he did is just all wrong and all bullshit. He was saying, don't think too seriously about this analogy that I'm giving you. That's what he was saying. He was not saying the underlying work, the theory of quantum electrodynamics, is just all wrong and bullshit. That's not what he was saying. Now I'm done.
Okay, Fuzzy.
Go ahead, Fuzzy.
I'm breaking up. If I don't think I have service right now.
So you're good? Okay. Die slow.
Yeah. So I had a question about where I left off because we were talking about, quantum and if it was, logically sound and intuitive, and you said that it was non-intuitive but logical. But I'm just curious. Leonard Susskind, I'm sure you know who he is. He's a professor of theoretical physics.
Yeah.
He made a quote. He said, "Where common sense and intuition failed, we had to create a new form of intuition based on abstract, meaning unreal, mathematics." And he finished the statement with, "When common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense."
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
intuitive, but that doesn't mean it's not logical. It's still consistent. It's perfectly logical. It's just not intuitive.
He said it's abstract, like meaning like unreal mathematics to like try to fill in the gaps. Like it's a method of trying to explain what they can't through mathematical assertion to try and consistently keep making their predictions or their model, float.
I don't think that's what he meant. I think he was referring to it being abstract in the sense that the results are surprising and you have to think about what's happening in the experiments that lead up to those results in a more abstract way than just tennis balls colliding with each other or tennis balls going through slits and things like that. It's a much more abstract thing that's going on in these quantum mechanical experiments. I think that's what he was referring to. Not that, oh, it's just this total bullshit that we made up, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's at all what he was saying.
Well, speaking of tennis balls, yeah, exactly. They don't exist, and that's he openly admitted that. So.
Tennis balls don't exist? What?
No.
Tennis balls definitely exist, but things blipping in and out of existence don't exist.
Yeah, no one's saying that.
Die slower, done. There's no.
I was just gonna tell Jace you should look into the tennis racket theorem, also known as the Jabinikoff effect.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, because this is also included with trying to explain the magnetosphere and why it's essentially reversed its direction, supposedly recently discovered. So I don't know what your take is on all that, but with your understanding, your authoritative level of understanding upon magnetism.
Ooh, I am the authority. No, I'm just playing with you. I don't know what do you want from me, man? I've done things with like minerals and stuff, and you can definitely see that the domains of the iron and the mineral have changed. They're in one portion of the mineral, they'll be facing one way, and the other they're facing a different way, which is kind of indicative that the magnetic field that they're aligning with had changed. But I'm sure, because that's too common sense and logical of a conclusion for you. I'm sure you disagree with that.
I mean, wouldn't that be consistent with like the T-handle experiment that they did in zero gravity conditions, supposedly in free fall, where it was dancing back and forth? I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen them. It's the intermediate axis theorem they're demonstrating there. Right, you're talking about where the thing is spinning and it kind of just flips back and forth on the ISS.
Right. And if you were to put a pen on the end of that and like extrapolate the geometry from that, like it would extrapolate a toroidal three-dimensional force vector.
Okay, what I'm having trouble with is seeing how this relates to the magnetosphere and things like minerals on the Earth.
Well, it's all, I mean, the minerals would be consistent with like the Lamar precession or Lamar frequency, and which is no different than what I'm saying with this Jabinikoff or tennis racket theorem or this geomagnetic precession or ether histories. It's all one and the same thing. This is all pertaining to magnetism itself and having this three-dimensional force vector, which extrapolates out this toroidal field geometry, which is obviously witnessed in multiple levels from macro to micro. But we're still trying to explain what magnetism is, and I haven't really heard a concise explanation coming from you other than the fact that I'm not smart enough to understand it.
Yeah, never.
I mean, he
never
literally
said
repeated what I said. He was like, "It's a placeholder for describing perturbations and renormalization." It's like, yeah, so what I said, and then he's like, "No, that's not what you said." And it's like, that is what I said.
No,
fucking
It's not
ridiculous.
at all what you
It's
said.
fucking
real
ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, real quick. No, Dice Law, are you done?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Noah.
Well, that's all I had to say. Dysol was done, so I just said my one sentence in here.
Yeah, the thing with the hammer or whatever it was that they're spinning on the ISS, I don't know. I've never heard of it referred to in this magnetic context. I've only heard about it being the intermediate axis theorem, which is, you can do this. There's people on YouTube who have done it with objects here on Earth. It's just to do with how things rotate around axes. I don't know, this thing about magnetism, I don't know where that really comes in, but I never said no one wasn't smart enough to understand magnetism. I'm saying that this portrayal that magnetism isn't understood in academia is absolutely ridiculous. It's of course it's well understood. We don't know every single thing about it, but just saying that it's completely not understood is just ridiculous. It's a silly notion.
Do you have any, whatever it is you're talking about, whatever example that happened on the ISS, do you have any other example of what it is you're talking about that doesn't happen to happen on the ISS?
Yeah, you can go on YouTube, or if you need me to, be the adult and do it for you, you can search on YouTube intermediate axis theorem.
By the way, I really don't need that kind of bullshit.
So here, I got a simple.
Well, I already told you this before.
I'm asking a specific question related to something you just said.
Yeah, and he gives attitude.
I got your
like
answer.
a girl.
I've already told you.
You could buy a.
No, you didn't. I asked something very specific.
Yeah, it's like a
Can
girl.
we stop with all the condescending and name calling and whatever is going on here? Just stick to the argument, guys. Come on.
You could buy a $10 gyroscope, dude. All right, that's shielded, meaning it's got like bars going all the way around it, so that when it flips, it doesn't stop and hit the table. And if you spin that thing up and let it go on the table, it'll flip itself continuously. That's the same effect as the T handle spinning in free fall.
Yeah, so there's a video by Veritasium called "The Bizarre Behavior of Rotating Bodies," where it looks like he's got like two nuts or something like that he's spinning around an axis. You can look at that video. There's a few of them here.
Okay, thank you. That was a much better answer than the condescending one you started with. Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, it's all the same observation, which is explained through ether field theory, but doesn't seem to have a logical explanation coming from the other party. But this is all prevalent.
Something called the intermediate axis theorem. I'm not a mechanical engineer, so I don't know the very specific details of that. But that's the name.
So if I were to ask you,
anyone who's interested, can look that up and see what it is and what it's about this rotating up that happens.
So if I were to ask you, an answer to the cause of the Earth's magnetosphere changing its direction, would this be consistent potentially with your answer, or would you have a different answer?
It could be. I don't know. I'm not a geophysicist. I don't worry about the Earth's magnetosphere. From what I've heard, the outer core, the inner core, them seems to be slowing its rotation rate. That may be having some kind of effect.
Wait, so not only a core, can you show us this core turning or spinning or moving?
Oh yeah, I'll come. I'll bring a handful of it to your house.
Oh, so it's just so you can't actually see it? We're just having to take someone's word for it then?
Yeah, no one. I don't think anyone claims that you can see it.
You can see the core? What are you talking about?
No, I don't think anyone has claimed. I've never heard a scientist claim
You
that
just
you can
said.
see the core.
But you just said that's what the core is doing. How do they know? Do we know about this core?
By
What is
taking
the core?
measurements.
Measurements of the core.
Yeah. Yeah, if you are interested, you can look up the primary literature from you can start with the news articles. Some of them will give you the link of what the primary literature they're referring to is. And I would click on those and see what kind of measurements those researchers were doing and why they think that the core might be slowing down. That would be a good place. That's where I would start.
I got you. I was wondering about the core in general. What's the primary article on that? Where does that exist? That prove that there's a core?
I would think things like seismic measurements and P&S waves and things like that, probably.
That doesn't
That'd
show
be a
us
good
a core,
place
though.
to start.
Well, I hear you, but that's not like something we can see or prove, right?
Yeah, you yourself can take measurements of P&S waves and
that's not what I
different
said.
kind of seismic.
I definitely said proof of the existence of, right? Like, how do we know there's a core other than an assumption based on
No, well, like I said, I'm not a geophysicist. I don't know all the details of why they think there's a core. I gave you a good starting point as to where you can start. You can look up what they say about P&S waves and what that says about the core, and the other measurements that they take that support that as well, to give more credence to the idea, because I'm sure that's not the only. Right, people who were honestly interested, rather than asking me on Discord to know all these offhand things you're asking me, they would look up the information themselves.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is that we have, and what I'm asking you is if you're assuming that it's already true, I'm assuming you must have sought it out, unless you're just taking someone's word for it, which is the problem.
I didn't say I was assuming anything.
Well, you absolutely. I'm sorry. You just said I'm not a geophysicist, so I don't know.
Yeah,
and you're going to have to take someone else's word for it.
True. No,
but you're assuming it is based on all of your other explanations are assuming that this thing to be true.
No, it means I shouldn't assume it to be absolutely true or absolutely not true either. It means I don't know, right?
Okay, so you don't know that there's a core. That's fine. That's an honest assessment.
Oh, no, when I honestly look back at the situation I see geophysicists and even some biologists and geochemists and stuff who do seem to think that there's a core. Right. And there's measurements that they have done. There's measurements that they have done.
Like I said, though, you're
and
taking their word for it.
That gives me more reason to lean on there being what they say, or at least something very similar, rather than you sitting here telling me that there isn't, just using the genetic fallacy that I haven't done it myself. So how could I know that it's true? Right? That's not good.
What you just said, you're contradicting yourself when you said that you don't know, and I asked you, so you're just taking these people's words for it, and you said no, I da. And here you are saying that you've seen geophysicists say this, and you didn't do it yourself, so they're in point in fact are taking their word for it.
I'm not saying it's absolutely true or it's absolutely not true. What I said is I've seen more reason to believe, to lean towards the side that it is true, other than the fallacious reasons I've been given to lean towards the side that it's not true. And so I can evaluate my position based on that. And as I said, I would lean towards more of it being probably true.
Yeah, so you're taking their word. I get it. So that's fine.
You said you've looked into this, but you're asking me for examples of measurements. That doesn't make any sense. If I looked into something, I would know what kind of measurements have been taken. I don't need to ask anyone what the measurements are. Maybe I need to ask the people who did the measurements for more clarification, but I don't need to ask anyone what the measurements were if I've actually honestly looked into something.
But that's also, okay, right. But if you're taking someone's word for it, you didn't do the measurements yourself. You're assuming that they're correct on a number of other, you're already assuming that something else is correct.
Do you have good
You're
reason for me not to lean towards the side that they're correct? If you do, present them.
Haven't you been in this conversation for roughly a couple of years now?
I have. That's the thing. I'm yet to hear any good reason. If you have a good reason, present it.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about fallacies, and if you're talking about affirming the consequent in this situation, how is that not a fallacy? And how would I, like?
Give me 1 minute. I'll be back in 1 minute. Sorry.
How we're doing it from now on. When multiple people want to go at one guy, instead of having it be a shit show, we can just have everyone go one at a time, right?
And someone can go if they want when he comes back.
Otherwise, if Fuzzy, Die Slow, and Noah is all trying to get at Jace, like, it's going to be a mess, right?
I'm back. Bring the heat.
I mean, we all know Die Slow wants the shit show, but I mean, you know, it's not what we're doing here.
Well, it seemed like Noah was the one with the shit show to me.
Jeremy, you're hot micing, Jeremy.
I know.
I love it. Okay, so other than a logical fallacy, can you prove the sphere you're talking about, or assuming, or taking other people's words for it?
Well, I can ask the same question. Can you prove the flat earth that you're thinking about assuming, taking other people's words for?
No, I've never seen it curve. It measures flat. It doesn't rotate underneath any airplane or drone that are flying. It doesn't appear to do anything that the heliocentric model tells us that we are, other than that we can't trust our eyes and that it actually is.
Interesting. I'm yet to hear heliocentric model proponents, or I guess you'd say airplane engineers, say that the Earth should rotate underneath an airplane. That would be kind of silly with just basic physics principles of like conservation of momentum and things. But the measurements, though, wow. Can you show me those measurements?
Can you measure the speed of the Earth? Where do you measure that?
The speed of the Earth. Can you be a little more specific? You're talking about like the rotational angular velocity?
Any of them. pick any speed. The Earth is supposed to be going in like what, multiple different vectors at the same time. Pick one.
Well, I appreciate the reversal, right? That's a implicit admission that you don't actually have a measurement of flatness. But yeah, of course, we could use interferometers. We could use interferometers and interferometric gyros to measure the angular velocity of the Earth.
Are you saying that the black swan is not a just as an example? That's not a measurement.
No. Well, what measurement
Oh?
is done there?
From the beach to one of the oil platforms is not a measurement of distance.
Okay, that's part of a measurement. You're not considering any of the other variables. We're just going to call it quits there. We're not going to measure any of the other ones.
You're disregarding that it's a measurement, though?
Well, I mean, I was referring to a complete measurement, right? Not just looking for something
for a second.
Well, how is that
not just something that confirms our bias, right? We shouldn't be doing that, right? We get a measurement that confirms our bias and we leave it at there. That's bad methodology. We should take all the variables into account.
What bias? From the beach, a location A on the beach to location B at the oil platform. What bias exists?
Go ahead, Chucky.
Yeah, two questions maybe.
No.
Who took
the B? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How is that not an accurate or a biased measurement of a distance from A to B?
Because it's what you're looking for. You went into it looking for the person who took that video, BMSL, whatever his name is, right? He was looking for conditions perfect for that kind of thing, and he found that day. So he went out and he took that video or the measurement, whatever you want to call it, and just disregarded the other variables that allowed him to be able to take that video because it affirmed.
Sorry. Hold on. Really quick.
It confirmed his belief in the Earth being flat. So he left it at that.
Guys, this is a mess. Fuzzy, your mic is all like staticky. I don't know. You're trying to interrupt him. He's not letting you.
He's avoiding the question. I don't.
Well, we gotta wait till he's done. I know. We gotta wait till he's done.
Well, someone else is interrupting too, and I was just really curious as to what bias does a worker for the oil company, going from the beach, taking a boat to the platform, what bias exists on a certain day? Does that distance change?
You took the
day to day.
You took the measurements.
I don't really care who took the measurements. You don't have to. Reality doesn't work by only things that you can do yourself. That's not how things work. So it doesn't matter who took the measurements. But what does matter is that, he found the day where the platform would be in front of the horizon, right, because of the conditions. And because of that, you can draw your desired conclusion from that and leave it at that rather than taking into account all the variables that are present in the measurement and then drawing your conclusion from there. You're going the confirmation bias.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not. All I'm talking about is a measured distance from the land to a fixed location in the water, because the oil platform doesn't move, correct? All I'm talking about is that measurement. That you're saying that is not a measurement, or that's a measurement that has a bias? That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what conclusions you can draw from it.
Sure, whatever. You can do that measurement. It tells you nothing about the shape of the Earth.
So, okay. So, but on a different day, you can use your bias to say that that's actually a hump of water that's separating, and that's totally fine.
I'm not the
unbiased?
one. I've never said that. You're the one trying to present this.
You're implying that.
No, you're the one trying to present this as some kind of flat Earth evidence. I was just skipping the bullshit of defining what a measurement is, and is this a measurement, and all that childish shit, to the point where you're going to say that this person measuring the distance from the shore to the platform, and because of this video, the platform being in front of the horizon, you're concluding that that is evidence for the flat Earth. And I'm saying that is a confirmation bias type of conclusion because you're not considering all the variables.
I got you. Okay, so when Neil deGrasse Tyson or the director of NASA or fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy says that a boat going over the horizon is proof of the Earth curvature, that's a biased opinion then, right?
Well, I'm none of those people. I don't care what they say.
I'm
but
asking,
Chucky
is it a biased opinion or not? Is it a biased opinion or not? That's all I'm asking.
Sure. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they say.
This guy is a fucking clown. All right, whatever. Go for it. My God.
My question.
Chucky wants to go, so let him go.
Yeah, my question was just to point out the hypocrisy of him thinking that you need to take the measurements. He claimed he took measurements, but he's taking VMSLV's word for it.
Yeah, that is true. It's fallacious around the board. It's ridiculous.
I do trust experts, and I think JACE does too. And there's a reason why JACE trust experts.
So, okay,
well,
but
yeah,
he just admitted that those, so the director of NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Bill Nye the Science Guy are not experts, or they have biased opinions?
Experts in their field, yes.
So it's okay to have as long as you're an expert in your field, it's okay to have a biased opinion? That's funny. That's adorable.
You asked two questions.
That's adorable.
Are they experts in their field? Yes. Do they have a biased opinion?
It's okay to have a bias. Are you serious?
I never said that.
I just said that. And you said, yeah. If they're an expert in their field, it's okay to have a bias.
What a distraction play, Chuck.
No, I said they are experts in their field, and it's not okay to have a biased opinion. There are two different questions.
So on the same day that if oh my God, you don't see it? It's right in front of your face. You don't see that if they say that a boat going over the horizon on these conditions of this day is proof of the Earth curvature, but if on that same day I can either zoom into it or I can look at it if a different optics and I can see that it's not curved over anything, is that a somehow different biased? How is it biased or not?
If they said it was proof, they're wrong. If they presented it as
that's all. That's it. That's great. Right. That's exactly what it is. I've seen countless videos online where they say where Neil deGrasse, where the director of NASA and Bill Nye the Science Guy both say seeing a boat going over the horizon is proof of Earth curvature. It's so simple. I can't believe how so many people are so dumb.
Thank you. Certainly is evidence. It certainly is evidence.
Well, that's no. I have evidence for that. That same evidence could be used to promote a flat Earth. Right?
You have evidence of severe extraction, a severe refraction. That you have.
Well, but you have
Did he cut out or something?
If it can be used for a bias on one way, it can be used for a bias the other way. You don't see that?
Well, we should examine why. Why are people saying that, right? And I think if you do that examination, right, you start with the horizon, right? How are we seeing the horizon, right? The photons, the horizon is the photons that the furthest distance x from you that can make it to your eyeballs to send a signal to your brain to form the image of the horizon. Now, how can those photons be blocked? How can they not reach your eye? Well, the most logical, the most apparent reason is that they're hitting the surface of the Earth. They're being blocked by a physical material like we always would see. But then you have to consider...
I have a flashlight far away.
You can't leave it at
Will I
there.
see it forever?
Hold on, let him finish. Try to be a little bit more concise, though. Hold on, let him finish. Yo, can you hear me? Fuzzy.
I thought he was. I'm sorry.
Try to be a little fuzzy.
It's
try to be a little more concise, please, because you do go on for a very long time. So try to be more concise, please.
Yep. Well, the last thing I was going to say is that right, that would be confirmation bias if I just stopped there. So we shouldn't just stop there. We should also consider effects like how does the turbulence in the atmosphere, like how does the extinction coefficient work in the atmosphere, and we should also consider refraction effects, right? And when you consider those, then you should form your conclusion then. And in my humble opinion, it still leads me to the fact that the Earth is curved. I haven't heard an alternative explanation that matches what I can do and measure and experience with light and whatnot.
So, okay, if I can, I have a flashlight really, really far away, and I back up, I can't see it anymore. That's because either the earth is in the way or there's dirty air. But if I can zoom in and now go see that light, it clearly wasn't blocked by the surface of the earth, right?
Yeah, in that sense, because it's a different effect, right? We'd have to examine that and see what the mechanism is for blocking the light.
Okay, so when we can't see boats, or when we see a boat going over the horizon, like you said, that's due to the most obvious because of Earth curvature, right? You just said that. And if I can zoom in and now see that boat, the Earth wasn't curving, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, but I think there's more analysis that goes into it than just that, at least for some people. Some people are considering the atmospheric extinction kind of effects and the refractive effects and those kind of things. And they're still coming to the conclusion that it doesn't work with this flat Earth idea thing. There's no explanation that matches other scenarios we experience that can explain that.
You're confusing boats going over the horizon with disappearing because they got too small.
No, you are.
Nope.
Because if something goes far enough away, it'll disappear bottom up because it got too far away.
No, it disappears in all dimensions equally.
But if there's a mostly obscured thing where you're standing on, then it's going to disappear where the most obscurity exists.
Say that again.
Like if I'm looking down the long hallway and I'm in the middle of the hallway, up, down, left, and right, then the thing is going to disappear, like you just said, in all different parameters equally. But if my eyeball is on the ceiling, it's going to disappear from the top down. If my eyeball is on the right side, it's going to disappear from right to left, and vice versa all the way around.
Incorrect.
So wherever
all the way around.
No. What do you mean? If I put my eyeball left, it's going to disappear from left to right. If I put my eyeball on the bottom of the floor, it's going to disappear from the bottom up because the most obstruction exists there. Yeah, that's how optics
Chucky,
works.
you can't just say no. Hold on, Chucky.
Okay,
you can't just say no because it's demonstrable. It's
I
demonstrable.
could expand my answer if you would shut up, but I won't.
So you're disagreeing with what's the fucking word? I can't think of it.
Did you just say that in a hallway?
Your nuh-uh is duly noted.
Well, you weren't really
my
letting
answer will be expanded upon when he lets me.
Go for it.
The position of your eyeball is irrelevant. It's going to disappear in all dimensions equally, unless your ceiling or walls or floor are slightly curved.
That's patently false. I mean, that's demonstrably not how it works.
Can you post your orthographic explanation of why you think it's false?
So can you, in your own words, can you describe what the angular resolution of something is?
Yes, it's the angular size of something, and it gets smaller as it gets further away in all dimensions.
Okay. So, all right, if I'm at the bottom, now that's just not how it works. I don't understand how to explain something that's demonstrably happens in reality and you don't get it. Like it's hard to explain that to someone.
Well, where in reality does this happen, bro? Because the only time I've seen this is when people are being kind of disingenuous and putting like quarters on kitchen tables and putting the camera slightly below the edge of the table. That's the only time I've ever seen that happen. When I'm in a hallway, when I'm in a hallway, I don't.
Yourself, Chase, you would understand why you have to go underneath.
When I'm in a hallway, I don't see things disappearing from the bottom up.
Bottom of the floor.
Hold on, everyone.
Hold on. Are you gonna hold me on?
Guys. Not everybody can talk at the same time. Jace, please try not to pause for a lengthy period of time and then continue to try to power through people if they come in with your pause. All right, everybody just be courteous.
Is it optics time now?
Can I add something to his hallway thing? If the more turbulent air is at the bottom of your hallway, like in the atmosphere, y'all agree that the more turbulent air is at the surface, and you're in the middle of the hallway, like your eyesight is in the middle from the ceiling to the top, but the more turbulent air is at the surface of the hallway, the floor, then you will get. You don't agree with that? And if so, which part? Okay, so silence probably means
you barely paused, but it's. I do agree relevant and
with that. So in the atmosphere, when we see something, go. You want to talk about into the minutes? Just want to give an answer.
Your connection is bad, Rakia.
Yeah, Rakia, you're breaking up real bad. It's hard to understand anything you're saying.
That just sounded like there were two of you.
But so okay,
It's optics time, right? Are we going to talk about angular resolution? Because I'm here now.
Well, it's
Of
just
course.
I don't understand. So
It's like all they have.
If you're that's how optics work.
Well,
can we talk about angular
get an
resolution?
ophthalmologist on here to agree with you that you would spot that.
Well, all right. So if an obstruction exists, like okay, let's use that coin in the table. If the camera was under the table, he wouldn't be able to zoom in on the quarter because it's under the table, right?
Nobody said the camera was under
they,
the table.
They put it.
That's what you just
they
said.
Put
he
it
said
slightly. They put it slightly
Right.
under the edge so that the bottom of the object gets obscured.
And you understand why
that's
But I'm sorry, but he doesn't, because when he zooms in, you can see the bottom of the object. You can see the
Because
quarter.
your physical.
You guys are
Is
going to
the
have to
camera on a
understand
tripod
center
and is the
lines.
zoom
You
controlled
brainiacs.
remotely?
Can you brainiacs understand center line? Center line of a lens to the surface of a table, right? You understand that? Like, so in the case of like most cameras, you might actually have to put them below the table to get center line, which is going to most accurately represent the observer on the land kind of concept, right? Is that what the whole idea is supposed to mirror?
And if
why
you
is
were
it
able to,
disingenuous, Chase? Can you explain that to me slowly and breathy as possible, please? Thank you.
Okay, so the coin on the table trick, the center of the camera's lens is slightly below the level of the surface of the table. And when the person zooms in,
What the fuck do you
see
sound
the
like?
coin
Not
again,
that guy I was
and
talking
when the
to.
person,
Right.
oh, for
It's
fuck's
not
sake.
Jace. Plus,
No,
plus,
hold on.
Here's the thing.
When you
Nobody,
hold on a second.
Yo, why aren't we letting Doofus finish? He's right in the middle of his thing.
He's doing fine.
Hold on a second. When you zoom in with that camera, with the center of the lens below the level of the surface of the table, the aperture opens because on a complex lens system, zooming in lets in less light overall, so the aperture widens. More of the paths that light can take are now allowed into the lens.
Can I just add one thing?
No, hold on a second, Bacon. We need to move away from the quarter on the table example because nobody brought that up. That's a complete straw man, and you guys are trying to use that as if that's the only demonstration.
He
If
did
nobody
bring it up.
brought it up, then why were they asking about it?
Yeah, Jace brought that up.
Jace brought it up.
I brought it up with the hallway nonsense.
We need to stop using quarters.
Yeah, why don't you explain it mathematically with the orthographic view?
So, can you explain orthographically how, from a 6-foot observer height, the ground to the horizon fills 50% of your field of view?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then can you explain everything above that field of view?
Yes.
No, you can't. That's the problem.
Why
So
not?
when you set that horizon, when you set that horizon line, you know what I'm talking. When you set the horizon line at like 3 miles for a 6-foot observer,
sure.
Orthographically, can you demonstrate how 50% of your field of view is covered by the ground? And then orthographically, what would be represented at anything that is above 12 feet height?
When we take landscape design or another design course, we know that
I already
your
have
eye is drawn towards. your eye is drawn towards levels of contrast. So the ground and the sky are the highest level of contrast. So your eye is drawn there, which causing it to be your center of view, even though it's not the center.
Slightly below.
Yes, half your view is going to be above, and half your view is going to be below because your eye is drawn towards the horizon. Next question.
So orthographically, when the horizon is at a specified point based on an observation, what takes place with anything that crosses over that horizon point? That's one, on the ground, and two, what are objects' relationship to that field of view that's been ramped up when they're extremely high above you and moving away in the distance?
Well,
those are
moving away. Things that move away will never pass the quote unquote center of view or vanishing line. I don't understand your first part of the question. I just got to text my son here.
Right, because
when you said things that are on the top of the level line will never cross the horizontal line.
Yeah,
that's
not true.
For example,
that's incorrect.
Yes, it is 100% correct. When a sun that's above you is moving away, it will never cross the vanishing line. It will go towards it, but it will never pass it.
Okay, if that was true and things never crossed the horizontal line, then why do we have George Hanachuk measuring the horizon above horizontal?
It's George Natchuk, and the reason we have that is because of refraction.
So things do cross the horizontal line. That should be on the opposite, the opposing side.
Jeremy, is refraction things going away, or is refraction things appearing to be higher than they are because of the curving of light?
Well, I just want to be clear. That thing that you said never happens. It definitely happens.
No, No, I want to point out that it doesn't happen because it's not about the horizon moving farther away. It's about the horizon refracting upwards.
Yeah. So things that I'm just going to say one last time. I'm just going to say one last time. Things that are above or below the horizontal line do cross the horizontal line. That is a fact. That's not even an opinion or whatever. That's how it works.
Not due to them moving away. So nice straw man.
Yeah, we're not just talking about things moving away. We're talking about how things appear, how we see them.
That's funny, Russ. Yeah, because I was saying things moving away, and he interrupted me to correct me about something that is not a correction. So try to with the argument here.
The farther you get away, the more refraction there will be, and then things will start moving above or below the horizontal line.
Oh, Fuzzy wasn't arguing about
no
refraction.
straw man. No straw man. That's just how it works.
Fuzzy wasn't arguing about refraction. I think he was arguing about angular size, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you can't just argue. You can't just argue about one thing, and when you're talking about how we see something in the distance.
Okay, as things move away due to perspective, they will never cross the center line. They may in atmosphere refract, usually upwards or downwards, but that would be the entire or the majority of the image at that point, at that distance, let's say.
So, all right, let me use a better example. Well, all right. If take a big basketball court, inside all the atmospheric effects are taken account for, right? Basketball court. Take that.
What's up, kiddo?
We're on the floor. Okay, so we're in the basketball court. We're on the floor. We take that quarter and we push it all the way to the other side of the basketball court. Am I going to be able to still see that quarter in my camera from that far away?
Depends if the floor's flat or not.
I mean, zoomed way out.
You probably won't because the floor is not level.
The floors aren't made flat.
No. Well, okay, let's assume that it's completely flat, right? And it's perfectly smooth and level. Do you think that in my camera, you think that you're going to be able to see that tiny quarter get further and further away as it gets, like my camera's on the ground and that quarter is on the ground moving away, and its size is getting smaller and smaller as it goes away. At the far end, do you think that you're still going to see that quarter?
You know, if you
zoom on it or not.
Without zooming.
No.
Right. But if you zoomed in, you could then see that quarter, correct?
Probably.
When we have objects moving farther away from us, they aren't shrinking to a point. They're disappearing in a specified direction.
Right, bottom up, because the floor is in the way optically. The floor is optically is getting combined with so small a distance of a thing, so small of a size of a thing and the distance of it, that it becomes obscure. It becomes unresolvable.
All right. The cool thing about angular resolution is that you can get an optical device that has a better angular resolution and resolve details that you couldn't resolve before.
I agree.
When we zoom in on something in the distance that we see the surface of the Earth is in the way, that doesn't happen. We don't see more of the object. We just see the part that we could see before is now clearer.
Or larger.
You can see right down to the water line.
Yes, you can see to the water. No, you can't. You can see where the water.
Yes, you can.
Bro, you can see there are so many videos of boats being zoomed in to where you can see they were completely obscured. They're unresolvable when the camera zoomed wide out at 24. But when it zooms in to like 1,000 millimeters, you can now see where the boat is right there, where the water line is, and you can see the horizon beyond it.
Okay, now
it's not over the horizon, then, is it?
You said specifically.
But, so therefore, Earth is not a radius of 3959, is it?
Hold on a second.
That has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. Good luck, guys.
Okay, for fuck's sake. You said specifically that the boat became unresolvable. That's correct. However, when we see something in the distances behind the surface of the Earth and we employ more zoom, we don't see more of that object. The amount of the object we could see before is now clearer, but we cannot see more of it.
Yeah, but we're seeing past your curve. That should be obstructing that object. That's the whole point. Not sure how y'all are so smart, and then don't bring up looming. You have to bring up looming in your model, remember. That boat is being loomed up. Yeah, you have to, because we're seeing past your geometric curve, sir.
Yes, you can see further than the horizon.
Resolution.
The only way we could see past the geometric curve of the radius given is if the object is being loomed up. Don't forget. You get confused. Let me help you out.
Okay,
yes, you said no.
About angular resolution.
So you said that. You said no. We can see further past the geometric curve of your radius Earth with something other than looming.
Yes.
What?
Like the sun, for example, or distant ships.
No, you're not. That's being loomed up. That's the only way you could see it, if it's loomed up over the curve.
No, you can see it if it's
otherwise the radius is not 3959.
What are you talking about? That's the only way you could see an object over the geometric curve of your Earth.
No.
Oh my God.
As soon as the ship passes the geometric horizon by 2 meters, it's going to start to disappear, and you can still see the higher parts of it until it's farther away, more over the horizon.
We're seeing it way further. Way further.
Yeah, if they're really tall.
Yeah, and then you see the horizon behind the boat. You see the horizon behind the boat. Therefore,
this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work with Rocky and Fuzzy going at him. Let's pick one, and then the next, someone else can go next.
Go for it, Rocky. I'm sorry. This is unbelievable. This guy is saying this.
Okay.
No,
he just comes in every time and says that Jeremy allows it every day.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Pete! Happy birthday, Pete!
Pete, I got you one roller skate, bro.
Jeremy,
I got you one roller skate. Happy birthday!
And frustrate the crowd again.
Okay. All right, let's let Chucky finish, and then whoever can go next. This is good practice for not interrupting.
I'm just saying happy 51st to Pete.
Thank you, bud.
I think I got it right.
Thank you, bud. And I guess you knew, is your birthday as well?
Nope.
I think it's Davros' birthday as well, but continue, though. Continue.
Yeah,
Rakia or Fuzzy?
Well, I think that was Fuzzy. Doofus was going to explain to us how they can see a boat that is further than their geometric curve, so it's being obstructed bottom up without looming. I would love to hear that. I've never heard this.
Yeah. Right, it wasn't me, but thanks.
At best,
whoever the
he's about to explain how the Earth is not 3959 radius. At best.
Okay, well, what Fuzzy was talking about was something not over the horizon, since he says the horizon is behind it. So that was not at all relevant.
Well, I'm asking you, Chucky. This is not the other guy, whoever, whatever. You hear me, right? Rakia, I'm asking you. You said that it's something other than looming once it goes past the geometric curve of Earth and is obstructed bottom up. So obviously it's gone enough distance to be over the curve and be obstructed. I have a picture to post if you want me to. And if you say we see it because of something other than looming, I would like to hear it.
Yeah, as soon as you go far enough away from an object, or it goes far enough away from you that it goes over the horizon. So we'll use a boat that just begins to disappear bottom up. The top part is beyond the horizon, but we can see it because it's tall.
No. In the examples I'm talking about, the entire boat is gone. You can't see anything. All you just see a horizon, the wide angle. No, you're wrong in your assessment.
In your example, you said the horizon is beyond the boat.
Yeah, when you zoom in on it.
Then it's not disappearing bottom up, is it? It's just getting too small to resolve until you zoom in.
Oh my God.
But it's
How is that
further
wrong?
than your
Show your video.
It's further than your geometric curve.
How do you know? Are you watching his video?
Well, I'm posting a picture, so I know.
Right.
So don't
Rocky,
get smart.
You're not talking about the same thing as fuzzy.
Well, I'm talking.
Yeah,
can I ask? Do you mind? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
Because this
there
is
was
the same thing
between people and fuzzy, and then you came in with a different topic.
Yeah. Well, okay. So my picture is bottom up obstruction. Same topic. Can someone answer how a boat like this, it's a shrimp boat, that is less than 4 miles away and the observer is 8 foot, the water appears to be rising up and obstructing the boat bottom up, not Earth curve. So what would this be? Take your time. I ask every day.
Yeah, it's the photons from the bottom of the boat. Their path is intersecting with the water, and it's not leading to your eye. It's being stopped with the water. That's what the horizon is. It's the furthest distance x that the photons reaching your eyes can be.
Okay, but the water is appearing to rise up, and the boat is further than the horizon. I agree with that. The boat is further than my horizon, but the horizon makes the water appear to rise up, but the boat is further, so it's further down. It's like in its actual position, and the water is obstructing it bottom up. That has nothing to do with Earth curve.
I'd have to see what here. I didn't look at the picture. I'd have to see.
I posted it like 4 times in chat.
The horizon has to do with Earth curve.
I ask this every day.
I was just going to say that, and you beat me to it.
Yeah, it sounds to me like the boat is beyond the point where the photons from the bottom of it can reach your eye. They're intersecting with the water, creating the horizon.
Okay, so why is the boat obstructed bottom up though? Like I heard your answer, but you're saying that the boat is lower than the water. Hang on, I'm asking the other guy. You don't seem to get it. He seems to get it.
The boat is vertical.
Why are you answering? The photon
because
guy.
you don't get it. Well, I don't expect you to get it when anybody explains it, so I'll let it.
Yeah, I don't know why you're insulting me because I'm asked the photon guy directly. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah,
I'm trying to learn.
Oh, right. You have light coming off the boat at all angles from all portions of the boat, but the paths of the ones at the bottom up to a specific point can't make it to your eyes, so you don't see that portion of the boat because the photons from those portions are intersecting with the water before they get to your eyes. But there's portions of the boat, the top portions, the photons coming off of those portions of the boat, their paths do still make it to your eyes.
I agree with that also. Can we stop there though? I agree with you on both those points. Now, the water that we do see, the top of that water, my horizon on this particular day, is that higher than the bottom of the boat?
I don't know what you mean by higher. Right, the boat is
in
beyond that
altitude,
point.
elevation. Is the boat lower than the top of the water? I mean, I can reverse it. I don't know which part you didn't understand. Is that just apparent water?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand, but let's give him a chance because he's he's civil.
If you, I don't know, I'd have to look at the picture, but to me it seems like if you were to make an absolute map of like your absolute space configuration, then yes, the boat would be below you.
What are you basing that on? The boat is less than 4 miles away.
Like I said, I'd have to see the
It's in chat.
image, but there's two.
The image is in
There's
chat.
two things you have to
434.
consider. You have to consider the distance that the boat is at, and also
Less than 4
the
miles.
refraction too, because the refraction is what bends the path of the photons, right? You can have severe refraction,
I agree.
and that causes more paths to not be able to make it to your eyes. Which
So
would,
are you saying because of refraction that the water in the foreground, which is closer to the viewer, which is me, than the boat is, could be refracted up, appear higher, and be obstructing that boat that's further away? Refraction alone.
no, it's just that's where the horizon is being formed. That's where the water, the photons from the water, that's the furthest distance that their paths can make it to your eyeballs. The boat is beyond that distance. Yes.
So it appears lower, but it might not be. It's not actually lower, right? We're not talking about a great distance. Like the water may be about 3 miles, and the boat may be less than 4 miles, or let's just say 4 miles. Neither one has anything to do with Earth curve. Half the boat is obstructed.
Yeah,
so it's
the
just
paths
refraction,
of the
right?
photon. This is how the horizon works.
I've heard you
It
say that
doesn't
several
have
times. I've
anything to
told you I
do.
agree with it. Okay, go ahead and complete. Doesn't have anything to do with what?
It's not just a distancing. It's not just a geometric thing. That's what, ultimately leads to it, is that you have this kind of curving going on. But it's the
I think
paths
we're
of
in
the
agreement again. I think we're in agreement again. You don't have to mention the paths of the photons again. We're all adults here. We heard it 10 times. I agree with you, right?
Well, you keep asking the same question.
Did you agree
dude.
with me? Hang on.
So you
hang
clearly
on.
don't.
Hang on. Did you agree with? Hang on, buddy. Do you agree with me that it can't not curved water? It's just refraction, because that's what I'm agreeing with on this particular picture. Because of distance, because of viewer height, it can't be anything to do with curved water. It has to do with the photons not getting to my eye because of refraction. You agree with that?
Yeah, but the thing is, the photons from the water, from the furthest distance in the water you can see, and the photons from the boat are still there. They have the same refraction acting on them, so they have the same curve rate. So it still presents an issue as to how can the water be getting in the way of those photons.
So you're saying it might not. Hang on, let me
It
finish
leads
this
to
up.
the ultimate. It leads to the geometry that's going on.
No,
is
maybe
how
it's a
that's happening.
mirage. Would a
Well,
mirage
you can
be
say
different than
that.
refraction? Well, I'm asking, would mirage be different than refraction? Because we know,
Yeah,
I
sure.
know personally, it's not Earth curve unless we live on a really small Earth. So I'm trying to figure out what phenomena. So is there a mirage that would cause the foreground water to rise up, appear higher, and obstruct the boat that's just a little bit further? Could there be a mirage line right there?
Yeah, you're free to show that that's what's happening.
No, I'm
But
asking you. I'm asking you.
Well, anything's possible, dude. It's what you can
Just give
show
us an
is
alternative
happening.
to your Globerg model scenario.
What would cause that type of mirage? Would it be atmospheric conditions or something else?
Yeah, but the atmosphere is acting on both the boat and the water, right?
Yeah, but they're different distances. So we could have different things happening because let me explain to you why I say that. Because on a different day, okay, possibly today, because I'm right at that spot, I'm probably 300 yards away from where I took that picture. Possibly today, I could get a shrimp boat at the same distance, judge it by the oil rig that I just fished at about an hour ago, right? And see the entire shrimp boat on this day. I have pictures of that. You understand what I'm saying, right? So it can't be Earth curve. It's nothing physical doing it. It has to be an optical phenomena. So I'm asking you, do you know if that could be a refraction, miraging, whatever? I think it's a mirage. Of course, I kind of lump all them into one thing, you know, optical illusions. That's not where
That's a
the
bit
actual
magical,
water
Dave.
is. The boat. Well, I mean, this guy's being cool. I mean, he's obviously educated on it.
Well,
What
he's
do
a
you think about that?
He's a man of science, but he's been here before.
That was kind of my last question to him. If he could answer, I'll go on mute. What do you think about what I just said? Are you still there, bud?
I have to
Okay,
go.
maybe he had to
Sorry.
step.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
go
no
so
problem.
someone
He
else
had to
can.
go. No problem. He's taken it further than anyone else, but I think he got to a point where he didn't. You know, he had to go, so that's
Can't
fine.
go any further.
But
Yeah.
that's further than anybody else. Everybody else,
No.
everybody to a man. Let me summarize. Everyone to a man when I post this picture says I'm lying.
No,
Every man.
there
Yeah.
definitely could be refraction causing the water ahead of it to loom up, but it's uncommon, but it could happen. I got to go. My son is here. Cheers.
So he agrees that it could be looming of the water or some type of mirage. I think that's what it is. I mean, the water on that particular day appeared to rise, you know, for whatever reason. I just say it's because of the atmosphere, because that's really the only thing I've learned. That's the only thing I've been taught. So on a day like today, there's less wind. It's clear and cool. I can go out there and take pictures of shrimp boats. I can post shrimp boats right now of the same size, owned by the same man, basically the same boat, right? That I can see the water line. I'll do that.
If you're waiting for an explanation from JS, hopefully JS will come in and answer your question. But what I'd like to hear your best explanation for it as well, what's going on. But that's a different matter. Hopefully JS will come back in now. Yeah.
I think it's an optical illusion. I think it's a mirage caused by the atmospheric conditions of that day.
Right. But it's over an extended span, isn't it? You have to entertain that you're looking over a flat, extended span of water. And the problem is, can I just say before JS comes in, hopefully, that the ball earther will never entertain what may happen when you're dealing with an extended flat span of water.
You can. I've said.
Rocky, you're roboting.
Roboting, but they always limit, Jeremy, while Dave is reconnecting, they always limit what we can see according to the geometric horizon. So if they're at eye level at the beachfront, they know for a fact, in inverted commas, that the limit of the water or the horizon is 3 miles away. So everything then has to be explained in terms of this direct vision, because everything beyond the 3 miles is dropping away. But it's just fair enough. It's according to their model. But the thing is, in order to test their model, it should be capable of entertaining an oppositional point of view, which is a flat Earth point of view. Well, it's not that the water is dropping away after 3 miles. It continues on, but there's conditions in play that will give the illusion of something different. Okay. Go ahead, JS. Chuck, for fuck's sake, anyone? Silencio, I knew it, because they can't for a moment entertain what may happen over a flat, extended span. They can't entertain it for a second. All they can do is evoke magical explanations when it comes to Fata Morganas, inferior mirages, etc., blah, 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 etc. You know what I mean? I know that's their Achilles heel, but sorry for interrupting. JS, why aren't you not coming in again, bud? Fucking hell.
Be fair, they ask me how I know, and things that I know I've done myself. I've taken thousands of pictures. I've asked thousands of questions. I've asked both sides what do they think about all my videos and pictures. The video that shows the rock and then you zoom out and it shows the bridge beyond the rock. I think that's the top of the lens was above the rock, and when you zoom, the top of the lens lets in light. I don't think our eyeballs act like that. Zoom lenses, I think, act a little differently.
In a sense, it's very sort of hypocritical in this. The ballers are telling you we can't rely on our senses, but then they see images like whatever, not necessarily your images, Dave. And I'd love to see your top 3 images, because I know you've collected many, many images to show that we're living on an extended span. This is what it's about, isn't it? Whether it is a cutoff in where the horizon, definitive horizon, or whether it's just an illusory thing, and we're living on a flat extended span, which ultimately, as you're looking over water, is going to contain or consist of water. But yeah, these people can't go to the opposing point of view, which is totally unscientific then. Science tell you they can't deal in facts. They can never declare anything. They always and ever are trying to test their current thinking against new hypotheses in order to strengthen where they're at the minute. But the Ball Earther, JAs, someone else came in as well, Chuck, yeah, Brad, but they can, all they have is their model. All they have is their delivered, determined truth, and there's no alternative. Totally anti-science. It gives the game away. It gives the game away. Completely. They'll be in again tomorrow, Dave. Rest assured they'll be in next week or next month. Say the same things that they said last year. And can I just say, Dave, I know you're sort of betwixt and between, but when you do consider that in a flat extended span of water, not necessarily the conditions you're talking about here, when you're looking at heavy waters, the tide comes in. We have a surge of the tide, so depending on the ground surface as it approaches the beach, you might get a bigger or a lesser or lower swell, and then it will block or what do you call it? But in terms of ideal conditions, wherever you have an inferior mirage, Ballers will explain this in terms of some sort of airy-fairy fantasy. Forgive the pun, but that's what it is, airy-fairy fantasy. But a flat earther then can think in a different sense. We know it's water all the way back. Reflections require a reflective surface, and because it's water and we're looking at it over a greater expanse and an ever acute viewing angle, the further you get especially, then at least we can consider that any inferior miraging or underside reflection can be occurring over the surface of the water. And the last thing I will say, and you can prove this to yourself, when you look at a target over water and you see a reflection in the water, the target is the other side of the water, that reflection that you see can be many times the height of the building itself. It just depends on your viewing angle. So I hope that's clear as well. I'm not saying that's the truth, but the fact that Jay Ace, a scientist, and Brad, a seasoned a baller defender, can't
Oh my God, wrap it up,
you,
Pete.
Dave. Can't come back. It's telling. I'm done now. I'm done.
Respond to that. No, we good. All right, what else we got? What's up, Bacon?
Hey, what's up? How are you doing?
Lounging, lamping, maxing, relaxing,
Cool.
waiting to see what happens. That's waiting. Everyone wants to all talk at once now, right?
Jeremy, let me say something. You ever see the movie Groundhog Day? The thing about
Never
Groundhog
heard
Day,
of it.
he revised his actions, his determinations at every new day because he was familiar with every previous day, right? The thing is about here though, that there's no revision. It's just all the same guys come in. You encounter the same. I'm talking about the bowler, the antagonist, right? And everyone just reacts the exact same way. It's like we're stuck in Groundhog Day forever, in a sense. We're just living the same day, but there's no changes. It's just the same thing. And that's a bit concerning, I think.
Been like that for several years now.
No, that's what I'm saying. No.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to the 15 people watching us on YouTube.
Some of these encounters will go down in history, in a sense. We've already debunked all of science in a way. Einstein is a joke. It's all a joke, but there's something else to it as well. So it doesn't matter the number of people watching.
Didn't debunk science, debunk pseudoscience.
Persuado. Persuado
no one
science.
can. No one can answer my questions about Einstein. What was the raison d'etre for Einstein in the first place was to counteract the Mitchell-Morley results, right? So relativity explanation regarding ultimately whether the Earth
I'm gonna
moves or
spawn
not.
with it.
It's not. Listen. This is all going back to whether the Earth moves or not. Do you know, Bacon, that the only way the ball can develop is if the decision is taken in the mind of man to have the Earth's surface moving? That's a truth. That's a truth. But we're told, according to the official story, that, the ball was suggested first. Pythagoras, a Hellenistic Greek man, he was suggested the ball first, and then its only movement came later. So once again, arse about elbow. The only reason the ball can come into existence is the decision to have the Earth moving and not the background stars. Very good. No way around it. There's no way around it.
Yeah, anyone on YouTube, feel free to just jump on in here and talk if you want, or ask us a question, or just listen. It's fine.
Can I just say
happened to solve this
to
confusion
Season,
thing
you say
yeah.
the same thing for 7 years, it's been more than that. But when we get to the deeper decoding, and Einstein is said to have solved the universe in a sense via his brain. He was sitting in his armchair imagining riding on a light beam. He spent his life searching for the gut. So we think of a relationship between our brain and our gut. In a sense, it's like you take an air horse to your brain, Jeremy, and you blow the shit out of it and you put it in your belly. But he spent a lifetime looking for his gut, which is the gut, the grand unifying theory. And he was said to have died without any epitaph or without any final words, but of a heart aneurysm, which is a connection between the heart and the gut. It's some sort of valve blue or some vein blue or something like that. And it's all it's all a story. It's all an encoded story for us to consider. And I mean that especially to the flat earthers. I think the ball earthers know better anyway. That's why they're back here defending the same, in a sense, lie. But it's not a lie. It's not a lie because the lie is built on the truth. Something of Earth is moving. Can I just tell you this? That's their trick. They've told you now, when you look at the sky, you're looking at something that is not just a separate from Earth, it's ultimately separate because all of the different skylights are ultimately on different orbital planes. While as flat earthers, what if everything's brought back to the same plane and we're not dealing with material bodies? I think this is the point, the deeper decoding there for us, awaiting us. When we arrive at a certain point, maybe it takes 7 years to realize that having the same arguments against the same people is sort of redundant at a certain point.
Hey Pete, can you give me a second?
Ed.
Still here, Fuzzy?
Yeah, sort of.
Right. So anyone wants to ask Fuzzy a question?
What's up? Why'd you put him on the spot like that?
I don't know. I just had a feeling someone would want to ask him a question.
Well, I was curious if Fuzzy got over his angular resolution confusion.
Oh, I'm not confused about it. You don't seem to think that. So, okay, where does the most amount of angular security exist?
You're a bit muffled, at least on my end.
Did you say angular security?
Where in angular resolution? Where is the most amount of noisy resolution, or where's the most muddied resolution when it comes to angular resolution?
Is he quiet to everybody else, or is it just me?
He's pretty stuffy, if that's the word. I don't know.
Yo, say it with your chest, Fuzzy.
Well, I can't necessarily, but in angular resolution, where is the most amount of muddiness or lack of resolution?
In angular resolution, where's the least angular resolution? That doesn't make any sense.
Where is it most? Where does it resolve the least?
You mean in a camera?
In any optic.
In any
That
optical
changes.
device, the angular resolution is what it is. It is lower when it is lower. It is higher when it is higher. The question doesn't make any sense.
So right, in angular resolution, right, there's an angle that goes further and further down from the eye to the floor to the object that we're looking at, right?
That's not angular resolution.
The more acute the angle is, what are you talking about?
Right. The relative angles between objects is not angular resolution.
My eyes, the height of the observer to the thing we're looking at, right? That creates that angle, right?
What angle?
Angle.
Is anyone else confused?
I'm very confused. None of what you're saying is.
Not you. Anyone on the other side? Are you guys confused?
I'm not
Yeah,
in
you're
the
not
same
making
side.
sense. You're not making sense. Say it again. Maybe
Where?
use different words.
So the angle of resolution, the angular resolution. There's an angle, right? Where does that angle exist?
Where does the angle exist? What the fuck?
I still don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know, Fuzzy.
Yeah, Fuzzy, you gotta study a little bit so you get the vocabulary right.
Shut up. I'm gonna mute you if you're gonna treat me like that. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it to you guys.
Right, but angular resolution doesn't have anything to do with the relative positions of objects. It's got nothing to do with that.
Well, then what causes the angle? How does that angle get defined?
Nothing causes the angle, dude. Okay, angular resolution is the smallest angular distance between any two details that you can uniquely resolve those two details.
I wasn't mistreating you, Fuzzy. I'm just saying.
Where does the angle exist? You said I have to study up on it.
Yes, but I wasn't.
Trying to figure out what I'm trying to say.
One
I
second.
don't know what I'm talking about.
Did you hear what I said next? I said I recommend you to study it because the vocabulary you're using isn't making sense. So maybe well, let me finish.
I got you. Well,
okay, you got it.
I'm trying to put it in really simple terms. Okay.
Those aren't simple terms. Those are confusing terms.
Yeah, they're just
trying to clarify it. Not because I don't understand it. It's because I'm trying to clarify it for you.
I didn't say I don't understand it. I'm saying you're using bad vocabulary to try to explain.
Oh my God! Just let him clarify it, please. It's gonna take forever.
All right. If I'm looking at something off in the distance, what angle? What?
All right. If it helps move the conversation along, I can tell you.
Get on with it, Bacon. For God's sake, get on with it.
Pete, that's not helpful.
Are you
if it
yelling
helps
at
move the
Bacon?
conversation for you, I can tell you what my position is, and then you can tell me if you disagree or not. Angular resolution is the angular separation as resolved from the optical device That's where the separation, the angular separation is between two details, whether or not you can make those two details out individually. So the angle, if you want to know where that is at the optical device, nowhere else.
So what determines whether or not you can resolve something? The distance to that optical device, correct?
No, the distance has nothing to do with it. Angles are irrespective of distance.
So the further away something goes from me, I can still resolve it?
The distance has nothing to do with it. For example, if I have a fly in the distance, it takes a lot less distance for me to not be able to resolve that than a building. So the distance is not the important factor. It's the angular size of those details.
That's what I said. I said an object that I'm looking at. Could be a fly, could be a building.
Right, but it's not to do with distance.
It has everything to do with distance. If I can't see a fly 1,000 yards away, but I can 1,000 millimeters away.
Because the angular size is different.
Right. It's
If
not to do with distance. It has to do with the angular size of the details you're trying to resolve.
If
two things, I could stand next to a giant building and put my thumb in between me and the building, which my thumb has obviously a smaller angular size, and still not be able to perceive the building.
No, it has a bigger angular size.
Distance does play a part.
No, you're wrong. Your thumb, if it's covering the building, has a bigger angular size than the building.
It's Dyslow.
It hasn't changed its size, only perceptionally, and that's why distance plays a part.
That's what the angular size is. It is changing the angular size. I didn't say it changed the size. I didn't say the size of your thumb is smaller than the building. I said the angular size of the thumb is smaller than the building. That's what the angular size is.
Yeah, so distance is a variable on that.
The distance determines angular size. If something's going to be resolved or not depends on the angular size, not on the distance.
Well, again, my thumb has a much smaller angular size than the building, but depending on which one is in front of which is going to depend, and that depends on distance.
No, if you can't say...
Now, hold on. Nip this whole thing in the bud right now. End the conversation with, if the thumb is covering the building, it has a larger angular size, not smaller. Stop the nonsense.
Well, what gives it the larger angular size? It's the distance, right? Between the two objects.
Sure, no one's saying distance
smaller
isn't
physical
related.
object can have a larger angular size. Nobody's disagreeing with that. What the question is over whether or not something can be resolved has nothing to do with distance and only angular size.
It actually has everything to do with distance. What are you talking about?
Can I
give me an example using a fly in a building?
Yeah, if the building is too far away, I can't see that either.
Great, but you can see you can see the building farther away than you can see the fly. So the distance is not the variable that you're concerned with, is it?
It depends on the object. Every object depends on its distance and its size.
Okay, and its distance and its size can give you its angular size, which is what the actual important factor is, correct?
Okay, can I try? Can I try? So if there are two objects with like one is very far, the other is very close, both of them cover 1 arc minute of my field of view. So both of them cover the same portion of my field of view. Do they have the same angular size, Fuzzy?
Okay. All right. I guess
It's a yes or no question. Simple yes or no question.
What I was trying to get to was the angle at which something is. All right. Let's just use the basketball court again. Right. If my eyeball is on the floor of the basketball court, do you think I'm able to see the painted lines on the other side?
I couldn't understand what you said.
If I'm on a basketball court or an ice rink, right, and my eyeball is on the bottom of the floor, do you think I'm able to see the lines on the other side, or is it kind of obscured based on the fact that it's just like a chessboard, right? The checkerboard pattern is going to become obscured in the distance, correct? The longer and the lower you are to the ground, and the higher up you can see further, right?
It won't
basic
become
concept.
obscured. It'll become unresolvable because the angular size
Yeah,
of the
you're right. I'm
square.
sorry. You're right. I should have said unresolvable. Right.
Yeah, the angular.
That part where the thing becomes unresolvable happens further away, lower to the ground, or the lower you are. How do you? Is there anyone else who can explain this better? I don't understand.
Right. You're
understand
looking
what
at the details on the surface, right? Those details can get below angular resolution limits much more readily if they're in the distance and you're very close to that flat surface. They're not standing up on the surface.
Right.
The
And if I
problem
stand
is
up, I'm able to
we're
see
not
them.
talking
Right?
about the problem is we're not talking about angular resolution for distant objects. Things that are obstructed in the distance behind the surface of the Earth, it's not down to angular resolution because those don't follow the same rule.
You can't just say behind the earth there. That's what you're trying to prove, not assume.
No, visibly that's what we see.
No, you still haven't.
Yes,
No.
definitely. That is
He
exactly what we see. If we
just
see
said
the
that
water in the
math is
distance
wrong.
is in front of the bottom of the object, then definitely the surface of the Earth appears to be in front of the distant object. Correct?
And if his distances are correct, then the Earth 3959.
That's not what I see. I see an optical phenomena. Yeah, don't apply that to everyone because that's not what I see. I don't see a globe. I see optical phenomena, which I know occur 100%, no matter
In
what
that
the surface
optical
is.
phenomena, we see the surface of the Earth, and the bottom of the object is behind that.
Yeah, behind the apparent position of the water or the ground that's in front of that other object,
Right.
foreground
So
and
if you agreed
background.
with me, why did you come into this
I don't know why
conversation?
you started talking when I was almost like 2 words from being done, but go ahead. You seem excited now once you brought up the it has to be a globe or nothing can disappear bottom up or appear to. That is
Right, I
just
didn't get
ridiculous.
there
And if
yet.
that's the statement you want to go with, go right ahead because
Right, I
people
didn't
now
get there
know.
yet. I didn't get there yet. So if you agreed with me that you do see it like that, like it looks like the surface is in front of the object, why did you come into the conversation?
To tell the audience that it doesn't have to just be the surface. It can be. I think a 2-year-old can figure out that a curved piece of ground would hide something as it went over the curve, but it doesn't have to be that. It can be just optical phenomena over a plane surface.
Right. The
Do
question
you
that was
agree with
posed
that?
to me was what it looks like, and
Do
I
you
said
agree
what it
with
looks
that?
like, and you agreed with
It
me.
looks like both. Do you agree with that?
What it looks like is the surface of the Earth is in front of the object in the distance. That's what it looks like. That was
Over
the
a flat
question posed to
plane,
the room,
something
and
is
that's what I
being
addressed. And you came in here to not disagree with me and just keep saying more words. Thanks.
I'm not just saying words. I'm very clear on what I say. Over a flat plane, let me repeat it. You don't have to repeat it. I don't care if you ever do. But I will tell people every time you assert that it can only happen one way, and that's how I see it, that's not how I see it. I see it as over a flat plane, the object, such as water, appears to rise up in front of distant objects and obstruct them bottom up because of optical illusions created by the atmospheric conditions.
Cool. That wasn't the question being asked at the time. Okay, now back to the angular resolution conversation. Angular resolution can't do that. Do you agree? Fuzzy?
Can't do what specifically?
Angular resolution cannot make an object appear to be behind another object.
What do you mean? I can put my thumb up and block a building?
That's not angular resolution. Your thumb is in the way.
Yeah, the building is physically behind your thumb. Doesn't appear to be
I
behind.
get it. But if something is far enough away, and it could appear that it's being, or it can appear to be disappearing bottom up due to its unresolvable nature at lower angle.
That's not how the term angular resolution is defined. If the
But
object
that's how
is
optics work.
below, if the details on the object are below a threshold, all of their light merges together, you can still see the whole thing. The light from every part of that object is still making it to your eye. However, you can't make out individual details on the object. What instead we see is that the distant object has details, and some of those details are behind the surface of the Earth. Angular resolution cannot explain why that happened.
I agree with that.
I'm trying to check out of the grocery store right now. Hold on.
Yeah, resolvability is different than bottom-up obstruction due to like a more turbulent air at the surface or whatever. I know we don't want to go into that, but that's exactly what the topic is. Why something appears in the distance to be obstructed bottom up over a flat plane. The possibility of that. Because if we're not talking about that, then why are y'all here?
Well,
we already know that over a curved piece of water, things would be obstructed bottom up. So of course you're here to discuss how things possibly could be obstructed bottom up over a flat plane, right?
The reason why this particular conversation started was because I overheard, and I heard in this room, that angular resolution was the reason. Now that the conversation progressed, we know why that's not possible, right?
Well, I don't think it's ever just perspective or angular resolution. That's my whole point.
Dave,
It's
they're truth
because we're
seekers. They're always looking for a
viewing
viable
things over
opposition.
distance through the atmosphere.
That might not be your claim, but it is some people's claim. And it was Fuzz's claim that Fuzz understood.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Bacon.
maybe
I
I
was
used the
just going to say
wrong
to
term.
Dave that they're truth seekers, Dave. They're always looking, scientific man, looking for a viable opposing idea, whichever makes sense, then they'll go along with it. That's what they are, right? Yeah. Go ahead, Bacon.
I was done.
Have you entertained a viable opposing idea just for the sake of, strengthening your own currently held position, Bacon? What if the Earth was an extended plane and the water always continued as opposed to, well, the horizon, which is it's always an illusory aspect as well. This is the official definition of it. Have you considered that? What would happen in those circumstances?
You already asking me that. I said if someone can show that there's a consistent model of that, I will entertain it.
Have you done it yourself? Have you tried to entertain in your own brain what if Earth is an extended span? How can we explain some of these phenomena which you explain so magically away in your currently held paradigm or model? Waiting for someone
If I
else to
see
do
a
it for you. That's
model that makes
science.
sense,
You're a
I'll let
man
you
of
know.
science, Bacon. Bacon, the man of science.
And he had to use the word magic.
Yeah, if I see a model that makes sense, I'll let you know. Don't worry.
Okay, very good. You'll wait for someone else. Otherwise, you'll hold true to your own model. Totally
Yeah, I can't make
non-scientific.
other people job for them.
So the
Yeah, but
basic alternative. One second. The basic alternative is a flat Earth. It's extended span of water. So now, when you're looking at a target or the many targets that Dave points out to you, he's after presenting you a model in a sense. You have a different flat Earth setting. Now, can you imagine a possible alternative explanation for the phenomena? Yes or no?
No, I can't imagine that. If
Yes,
someone
because you
can, I'll
can't do
entertain
it.
it.
Okay,
But
go ahead. Go ahead,
that's my
Dave.
point. I'm giving you an alternative model, right? I'm giving you extended planes on some days, and then clear obstruction bottom up on other days that can't be what fits your model. It's clearly
Breaking up,
not your
Rakia.
model at all. So it has to be some type of optical phenomena. Now, use works and perspective work, yeah, clear, because and if they can occur at that distance, right, where Earth curve isn't a possibility, then you would have to acknowledge logically that when you increase the distance and go 15 to 20 miles out, that those type of optical phenomena could actually occur more easily.
Sorry about laughing a minute ago, Rakia, but your conversation was carrying on. Some of it was getting thrown further and further into the past. And then it tried to catch back up by cutting out chunks of your conversation all along, and it just became unintelligible. And I don't know, it was funny.
Your point came
Yeah.
through, Dave. You broke up a little bit, but your overall point came through. And it was
A little
about
bit.
because their model doesn't work, that's what they're looking for is an alternative, or they can surely entertain an alternative possible scenario. But Dave, you have to present a flat Earth model in its entirety before they'll take any serious note of what you have to say. That seems to be
I've
the
given
bottom
flat
line.
Earth models. I've given
Have
distances,
you?
and I've given things that are not clearly not a globe. It has to be an optical phenomena. So
Right.
if it
That's
happens
exactly
at
what I
that
said.
distance, then they would have to logically agree. Those same phenomena would happen more easily with less temperature variation or whatever the cause is. So
Yeah.
over 15 miles, the bottoms of buildings would be hidden. If within 4 miles, the bottom of a boat is hidden by the same phenomena.
Yeah.
You really don't have to know anything about perspective or angular resolution or what a mirage is to agree with that.
Yeah. I think they want an entire model, though, Dave. They want you to plot out the whole of the Earth, all of its enclosed environments, the stars, etc., and then they can to make a comment on your picture. That's what
I
I think
No.
personally
David is
don't think that's going to
requiring.
happen in our lifetime, but you can model it out with your table and some clay and a couple pumps and some rivers, and then put a glass globe over it and introduce some heat and cold into it. You're going to get condensation and water movement
Right.
and all that.
That's what I
A
think
pretty good
Bacon
globe.
is requiring before he answers your question directly.
Yeah, I don't really care about
Nah.
individuals like Bacon or anybody else. That's why I pipe in and tell the entire group,
Yeah.
that it can happen over a flat plane. I have examples. It doesn't have to be a globe. It could be, right? But I
Yes,
think
it
that
could be.
globe model would easily be measured over 1 mile to show 8 inches. If you telling me we can do all these measurements and calculations to the millimeter, but can't measure 8 inches over
Yeah.
1 mile over static water, then I have a real problem with that.
And greater than that, Dave, the biggest killer of all, the black swan. Ranty's view, and of course this has been taken many times by other people, but over from Blackpool to Barham Furnace said Dr. John Dees from the coast of England over the coast of France, they could see shore to shore. Black Swan, obviously a different scenario. You could see directly to the what do you call it, the oil rig and beyond. But yeah, shore to shore in the other scenarios. The thing was that they were down and fucking below a foot above the water surface. Of the water surface, you
Yeah,
see directly to the target. Yeah.
I
So
like the black swan for several reasons. If you're saying that the second oil rig is heavily refracted, but the first one isn't, you need to look at why. Well, distance is definitely a factor, but also that first oil rig, from my research, isn't a working oil rig. It's shut down. The second one is working and has 3 or 4 huge generators, plus that what they call a crane is not a crane. It's actually a flare tip which lets off gas and exhaust,
Yeah.
and that's continuously running. So if you get that heated exhaust coming off of that oil rig, you're going to get more refracted around it.
Hold on. Who said
Distortion in
that?
the air, yeah. Hot air, we
so
can all
can,
appreciate, will
yeah.
distort our vision. Go ahead.
Who said that the
Well,
closest
I have to.
platform was not subject to refraction?
I didn't say it wasn't subject to. It's just not as heavily refracted as the second one that's more further away and is a working oil rig and has a flare tip, not a crane that y'all keep calling it a crane. That's actually a flare tip letting off hot gas.
I don't call it a crane.
So
I call it a boom.
If it's a flare tip and it's
whatever.
letting off hot gas, it's going to interfere with your vision, right? Like on a sunny day when the water's evaporating from the ground, you're going to get these wavy, vague conditions. Yeah, come on.
Right, and
So I have to
you're
go. I have
helping
to go, but I
confirm the
wanted to say
existence of
one
refraction in
thing.
air.
Go ahead. Whoever has to go ahead, bud. If you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to do this angular resolution thing, and before I have to go, I mean, maybe I was using the wrong term, but let me put it in a more visual perspective here, or a visual idea. Okay, so we're going to use that flat chessboard. Okay, super long chessboard. We can all agree that the lower your eye or the observer is on that chessboard, the less you're going to see in the distance of all the squares of the checkerboard.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. Correct.
Like that amount of not obscure that unresolvable spot is going to be further away, and then you're not going to be able to tell where the black and white squares meet. It's just going to be a bunch of gray mush, right?
Right.
Now,
And that's not obstruction.
if you were to put a chess piece into where that green mush is, or that gray mush is, what?
Go ahead,
Right.
bud.
So you're seeing the light from all those squares. The light is getting to you, so it's not obstructed.
Let him finish
I
his
didn't say
example.
obstructed.
When
I
you put a
said
chess,
unresolvable. It's in a spot where it's unresolvable. At a certain point, the chessboard becomes unresolvable. Correct? At a certain distance, it's just muddied.
Yep. The individual squares become unresolvable.
Exactly. Okay. So in that spot where the individual squares are unresolvable, because that's due to it's a tiny angle of where the light has to hit my eye from where I'm sitting, right, where I'm standing. Okay, if I were to put a chess piece, a big old chess piece, right at the base of I literally put it at that where the squares become unresolvable, I'm not able to see the bottom of that chess piece anymore, too, correct? Because at that point, everything is just unresolvable. It's just a mess of resolution, correct?
No.
No,
I'm
you
not.
just said that that's unresolvable.
Any detail that is below the angular resolution of whatever optical device you're using will not be able to be discerned from its surroundings. At no point will any detail in any place anywhere be obstructed. It'll still be light that makes
I
it to the
didn't say
optical device.
obstructed. I
Right,
said unresolvable.
Right, but
I will not be able to see the base.
the question that was put in front of you is, why is an object behind the surface of the Earth? That's obstruction, and that has nothing to do with angular resolution.
No, what I'm not talking about that. I'm
He was
talking
trying to
about a
get you to
goddamn
stick to the
chessboard.
topic, doofus. For God's sake. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead. You're talking about the chessboard.
You agree that the chessboard is going to be unresolvable. The individual squares at a certain distance, at a certain height, is going to be unresolvable, correct?
The individual squares cannot be resolved from the squares neighboring them. That's correct.
Okay, so if I were to put a big-ass chess piece at that point where you can't resolve those pieces, I'm not going to be able to see the bottom of that chess piece, correct?
At best, you could say that the angular resolution of whatever optical device you're using can cause the bottom of the chess piece, the light from it, to merge only at that angular size with its surrounding. So, for instance,
right,
if the optical device you're using is only able to resolve down to 1 arc minute in angular size, then the bottom 1 arc minute of that chess piece may have the same may appear to have the same physical location as the bottom or as the chessboard.
Right, and to the top of I can see the top of the chess piece, but I can't see the bottom of it.
No, you can still see the bottom. It's just merged with its
No,
surroundings.
it's in the area where it's unresolved. I can't resolve anything at that angle, that low to the ground in that area. I can't resolve the difference between white and black squares. And if I put an object or something in that area, in that same height, that same part of that area where I can't resolve it, then I can't resolve it.
Right.
What is confusing about that?
The light from the object, which in this case is the chess piece, is still making it to the optical device.
I didn't say it's not. I said it's unresolvable or
the only amount of the object that fucking Christ, dude. The only amount of the object that you may not be able to resolve from its surroundings is the angular size of the smallest detail that optical device can resolve.
So you already agreed that we're talking about an area where It is unresolvable. I cannot see the difference between a white and a black square. Are we in agreement with that?
Right, and you're going to go back to the chess piece again.
Or a mountain. Pick a
They've
mountain. How about
already
a
had
mountain?
this answered.
How about a
I've
mountain?
given you the same answer. I've already given you the
How
same
about
answer.
instead of a chess
Oh my
piece,
God, dude!
a big
I've already
tower?
given you the same answer 5 fucking times.
I
If
know,
you
and you
ask
still
the
don't get
question
it.
again, you're going to get the same fucking
Hey,
answer.
Doofus, take it easy. We all know you're a fake fuck. Take it easy.
Right, thanks for nothing, Pete. If the angular resolution of the optical device only goes down to 1 arc minute, then you will not be able to resolve something smaller than 1 arc minute from its surroundings. The things that we see in the distance, the details that we can make out on them, are smaller than the amount that is obscured by the surface of the Earth. So the reason why that happens cannot possibly be due to angular resolution.
So do you agree that bottom up obstruction, when you include angle of resolution, perspective, the atmosphere, how our eyes work, more dense layer usually being at the surface, more turbulent air being at the surface, you put all that together, that bottom up obstruction could happen over a flat plane?
Not answering, Dave. Isn't it funny? We have to rack our brains to come up with the best question to catch them. Because we know they're so reluctant to admit,
It's not
even
the
the
best
scenario
question,
given,
Pete.
they're even so reluctant to engage in the scenario given.
Why are you talking over Pete
It's
and
not
not,
the
do
best
you want to
question,
answer?
Pete, because I've already gone through this exact question with Rakia several times.
Okay, well, just answer yes or no then.
Right. We have to look at each of the effects that you listed because each of them have predictable results, the ways that they can change the outcome. If we're
Okay, is that
talking
a
about
yes?
refraction, we have to know which direction that light is being deflected to.
Okay,
which
is that a
you
yes?
curiously like to leave up in the air, and nobody knows which way it's going to possibly go in any given observation.
Let's just
2,
take a more dense atmosphere, right? Closer to the ground over a flat plane. Would that cause bottom up obstruction?
no, we don't see the atmosphere in the way of something in the distance. We see the
I
surface
said
of the
more
Earth
dense.
in the way of something in the distance.
So a more dense layer, a medium that you're looking through wouldn't distort the image more, and you would lose that information quicker than you would the higher, less dense atmosphere?
Distort in what way? Which goes to the point that I already said.
Distorting in the way where the light doesn't reach the viewer.
Okay, no. If it's a uniform density gradient, the light isn't going to suddenly just not have a way to
I
get
didn't
to
say
the observer.
uniform. That was my whole point. Not uniform. More dense
Yes,
at
gradient.
the surface.
Gradient. The word is gradient, Rakia.
Okay, but if you
It's a
have a
pleasure to have you
gradient,
as a
then you have
guest,
a more
bud. It's a
dense.
pleasure to have you as a
Yeah,
guest.
if you have a gradient, you have more dense at the surface. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's the
So would
typical
that
arrangement.
distort the image bottom up then?
No.
Okay. So you would see the bottom of the object just as clear as you would the top, even though the bottom is more turbulent, more dense, all of that.
More turbulent. Okay, now you want to bring in turbulence.
No, I brought in turbulent a while ago. You just don't want to obfuscate until you leave, or you just don't answer yes or no.
The doofus.
Don't even, Pete. Pete, don't even.
Is this who this is,
So,
doofus?
So Rakia, if we're talking about the density of the atmosphere, denser closer to the surface and less dense up above, that's a separate topic from turbulence.
All of it. I mentioned all of it.
I understand. Each one of those things that you mentioned individually has effects that you have predictability on. You can
take all of them, all the effects.
You can, when given the information, you can predict what those effects will do to the image that you're seeing.
Could you ever predict bottom-up obstruction due to more turbulent air over a flat plane? Yes or no?
They wouldn't look like the surface of the Earth is getting in the way of the distant object. No.
I didn't ask that. I said, could you, over a flat plane, predict bottom-up obstruction just using more turbulent, more dense air at the bottom, the surface?
In the
I know
way
you
that we
won't
see
answer,
it,
but I'm just
no,
making you
Rocky.
look
The answer will
foolish.
still be no.
Yeah. So nothing can create bottom-up obstruction except, right, except for Earth curve.
No, that's not
Is that what
precisely
you're
what I
saying?
said either. In the
Okay,
way that we
then
see it
what
in the
can?
typical, in the way that we see it in the typical observation, what we see as the surface of the Earth is in the way of the distant object. What you
Okay, I
want to
get
go
it. I
to,
agree with that.
what you want to go to, what you want to go to is observations in which the bottom of the object is distorted. It doesn't look like the surface of the Earth is in the way of the distant object. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking
Okay, that's
about
what I
is the
asked,
common
though. I started
observation.
this conversation. You don't remember me asking you specifically over a flat plane if something can be obstructed bottom up due to whatever, and now we're here. You can't even answer that.
That was your
No,
initial
I
question.
definitely did, because in the common observation,
No,
it
you
doesn't.
definitely did not
Yeah,
answer
okay,
it. I
thanks,
don't think
Rocky. Yeah,
anyone
thanks
could
for your
repeat your
opinion,
answer.
you fuck.
Hey,
In the common
What'd you call
observation,
me?
you're the
in
fuck
the
What
here,
did you
common
call me?
Doofus. You're the
observation,
fuck here for
in the
not answering the
thanks,
question
What did
honestly.
you call
Thanks
me?
for your input, Pete.
What did you call me?
Thank you again.
What did you
Everybody,
call
thank
me?
you. You're fucking retarded.
What did you call me?
Exactly.
Yeah, what did you call me?
You know, you heard
Exactly.
him. Yeah.
What did you call me?
Exactly.
Hey, I love you
What
guys.
was it? For asking simple questions that you think you answered, in my opinion, was not granted any authority, right? You want to call me names now?
Called you a fuck.
Where are the
Yeah.
mods now?
Called you a fuck for answering a question. You actually got
And then
back to the
something
initial question you
retarded.
asked him, Dave. Yeah. Called you a
Hey,
fuck.
Pete, let me ask you the same question. Pete, over a flat plane, can you tell me what would cause bottom-up obstruction?
Yes, an ever-increasing acuteness of viewing angle, just like the example of the massive chessboard that was given beforehand. So as you look into the great distance, you cannot determine the squares anymore. So the same thing, the bottom would all of any target into the great distance would seem to blend in to the greater background, according to your viewing position and the acuteness of viewing angle. So that's my answer to that.
Okay, to what degree,
So
Pete, would
if
the
I'm the
angle of the
viewer,
amount, would the angular size of the amount obstructed
guys.
on the
I just
distant
didn't want to
object be
call names.
larger
Now
than the
you want to
angular
answer
resolution,
out
or
of
would it
turn.
be that?
To me.
Pete was answering me. Can I rebut what he said without you calling me names and interrupting? So thanks, Pete, for answering that. I agree. So if I'm the viewer and an object goes further into the distance, decreasing the angle and everything we've talked about, angle resolution, perspective, more dense atmosphere,
Distance
everything
as well,
like
yes.
that.
Yeah, good.
Distance is definitely a key. You would think that an object would appear to me as the viewer to be obstructed bottom up and give that appearance. You agree with
Yes,
that?
that's the only way I can ever imagine it. Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. No name
Sorry
calling
about
either.
that I answered you straight
Yeah.
right, and I didn't even call you a fuck in the meantime, Dave. So I don't know, bully for
Look,
me.
yeah, but just always try to always just take the high road, I guess. It's like if people still say that things wouldn't disappear from the bottom up, or there'd be no horizon, and sunsets are impossible, and you would see forever over a flat earth, they're not really even worth talking to about those things, right? I mean, if they've been in this conversation for years and they still say that stuff, it's like there's a 0% chance.
Exactly, bud. That's what I said earlier on. Exactly. No.
I switched to Pete and he still couldn't stand it. He still can't shut up.
Now, can
Yeah,
I say
if
one thing?
everybody
Just
wants to
one
keep
second,
waffling
Doofus,
and
just
not
in
let me
response
address
to
what
Why
Dave.
is he still able to talk when he called me the F-bomb and called me retarded and all that? Why are you still here, dude?
Oh, can
Okay,
I just say one
while
thing?
we keep waffling and not let me address what Pete actually
One second,
said.
Because you
Doofus,
called
let
me
me just
names and
respond
that's
to
not
Dave.
allowed here. You should be given a timeout or something.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Hey,
Can I just
on a way
respond before you come in?
cooler.
Can I just respond before you come in, Doofus, to both Witsit and Dave? So now, as we have entertained the extended span, as opposed to what Doofus maybe hasn't done, or if you haven't, if I wronged you, Doofus, please come in after what I have to say. But you remember I mentioned the Black Swan, Ranty, Barrow and Furnace, Blackpool, Dr. John Dee, and that they got their direct views from from shoreline to shoreline at 6 inches above the water. Now, because this is to Whitset and Dave, now because we've entertained the extended span, and it's full of water, and we know the properties of water, are we getting below the reflection sort of angle? The acuteness of angle is reduced so much that we're actually seeing through almost in a tunnel to the target. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that. Go ahead, Doofus, if you want. Now you were dying to get in.
Right. So Pete, you said earlier that it would appear to be obstructed bottom up. By how much would that be, Pete? Would it be larger than the angular resolution of the device, or would it be the same as the angular resolution of the device?
Okay, I will answer you that. Draw me out the scales. If a target, if a 30-foot boat or less, 20-foot boat is 10 miles away, do me a diagram. Do me a diagram. You have to take
Simple
all of
either
that
or
greater
question,
distance
Pete.
expanse into consideration, which you haven't done. You will invoke all manner of magical explanations according to your definitive globe-earth divide, which is the horizon. But now do the scale drawing. Do the orthogonal drawing, please. Show me the height of the viewer. Doesn't matter about the viewing instrument. Show me the height of the viewer. Show me the distance at which, along the base, which it's traveling to the target, and show me the height of the target. Now consider what's in between. Go ahead.
Okay. Pete, it was a simple either or question. You said that due to angular resolution, the surface details would become unresolvable, and you put an object there, then the bottom will appear to be obstructed. By how much? Would it be greater than the angular size that the device can resolve, or would it be the same as the angular size the device can resolve?
No, it's got to do with the conditions themselves. It's not about the angular resolution. I think you have to take sort of certain conditions into consideration as well. But it's not about the angular or the device's resolution. It's about the greater setting or the scenario. And once again, globe Earth versus flat Earth. The flat Earth allows an extended span that we're looking directly at. If we can't see a certain aspect of the boat, it's because it's been blocked off by this extended span of water, and you don't know what the conditions are. Maybe, let's say, for instance, another consideration that you haven't taken into account, Doofus, that you don't know what the conditions are. Let's say you're looking over 20 miles, 10 miles away. You might have some sort of outcrop of ground which is causing a swell or something like that. But in general, if we take it, see, I can't even take it as a completely still, because then you're going to get fucking mirroring, and you're going to get inferior miraging, and you're also going to get a blockage of part of the boat. So in general, though, I would say rather than the device itself, it is the conditions that we're looking over. So I hope that answers it.
Right. That's a really long way for you to retract your earlier statement.
Yeah, you're right. There's the ball, man. Let's move on.
I don't know what to say about that. All I can say, Doofus, is have you considered that you're looking at Dave's targets over an extended span of water? And here's what I think about a lot of flat earthers as well, that they don't consider that we have two oppositions here. We have the sky and we have the ground. If the ground is extended and it's water, the water will compress over the greater distance. So as you're looking at these increments, the closest to what the parent horizon, that's going to potentially contain a mile of water. I don't know, 2 miles of water. We're looking at an ever decreasing level, right? So water, when compressed to our vision, water is reflective. For fuck's sake, I was busking last week, and the road, they just put a new road down in Limerick. A light drizzle of rain came on, a little film of water, and every car that passed by, I could see the underside of the car. So the reflective nature of water is pointed out, and we're all familiar with it as well. But Doofus, have you considered this extended span and how things might be explained within this consideration, which is ultimately what Dave was asking you? Would it work in a flat earth setting? Have you considered that? And how have you ruled it out if you have?
Oh, man. Oh, bro.
Okay, that was a really long way to ask me what my opinion is. I've already given it.
Okay,
you
cool. Then we
consider
don't
the
need to
extended
again.
span is my question.
He's already given it. We don't have to give it again. Okay. So anyway, here's a depiction of
go ahead.
azimuthal grid. Here's a depiction of an azimuthal grid of vision. So this azimuthal grid of vision, people call it the personal dome, but more accurately, azimuthal grid of vision. When you run it through this program and you move the light source, you see how each individual observer has a different observation of the sun, and then you'll have it rise and set just like we do. So, well, that's convenient because that's how the eyes work. We have a limit to how far we can see, contrary to the elementary position of anti-flat earthers in 2023. So we have an arc of vision, we have peripheral vision, we see in a circle, and we see hyperbolic visual space. We have an azimuthal grid of vision, and the sun is going to be a personalized observation relative to that arc of vision. And there's a picture of it.
Okay, how many different words do we need to string together? Hyperbolic spaces, as far as perception is concerned, has nothing to do with what direction the sun is.
Sorry that you don't understand concepts. You should research it.
Yes, I have researched it, which is why
No, you haven't. You're lying.
Yes, I have. When Gleam posted this thing years ago about hyperbolic spaces and perception, I already knew he was full of shit because it has nothing to do with which direction the sun is.
No one's talking. See, I'm sorry that you don't understand basic things, but to the rest of the room that wants to actually understand things and not just like lie about what was said and then to personally attack someone that's not here because you love toxicity, we're just going to talk about how we see we have an arc of vision. We do not see in Euclidean geometry. That's retarded. So if we know we don't see in Euclidean geometry because that's retarded, then we're going to talk about what we actually see, which is we have a limit to curved visual space. This is objective. But no, the anti-flat earthers, they say you don't understand basic perspective from 7th grade. And I can show them a PhD mathematician professor from Australia going in depth about how the Euclidean geometry applied to perspective has incredible flaws and that is more accurately defined as hyperbolic. But no, just Gleam. Let's talk about Gleam. So, you know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Right, if
What's
you
it? The
could
problem
post
is,
your source.
okay, go ahead.
No. If you could post your source about how hyperbolic spaces are involved in human vision, that would be fantastic. Because if it involves human perception, that's not going to tell us what direction the sun is.
See, now you're just why are you hyper focusing on the idea of the direction of the sun?
Right, because the direction of the sun and which way that devices can lock in on where it is has nothing to do with the human perceptual system.
All the devices, buddy, all the devices uses lens. Okay, we're talking about the curved lens. Yeah, because what you're saying is ridiculous. You're basically trying to say strawman me as if I'm talking about the brain's interpretation of data. But no,
That's exactly what that paper is about.
What paper? Did I cite a paper, or are you just obsessed with another dude that you have to keep talking about?
Then bring the citation. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Okay.
Go ahead and bring the citation that's about the perception.
See, there's no way to
hyperbolic
grow in
spaces
knowledge
that
with
the human
conversation with
perceptual system interprets.
Yeah. We can't learn or grow with anything in a conversation with you. You think that your current understanding is the climate.
Citation, Witsit. Post the citation.
Hey,
Keep waffling instead of posting the citation.
I'm actually walking right now,
Prove
and I'm
me
just chilling.
wrong. Instead of proving me wrong, you'll continue to waffle, though.
Why are you interrupting me?
The walko.
So anyway, so there are some people with their diluted worldview think that we know everything, and their current understanding is the complete full answer of all things. When you actually look at science, they know we don't even understand a fraction of how the eye works. But if you ask them, and here they'll say we know exactly how the eye works. So that's just an example of how talking to these people is kind of a futile pursuit. But the point is that we have an arc of vision we see in hyperbolic visual space. We already know that we had to make changes to Euclidean geometry to try to apply it to perspective. And we know that we have curved retinas. The front and the back are curved. So our eyes are curved. Lenses are curved. Everything that we use to make any observation of the sky, including tracking this stuff in the sky, is curved. So it's always based on that observer position and the way that the information is received through visual space. And that is not a 1-to-1 ratio with tangible reality. And something as simple as railroad tracks prove that.
You didn't post the citation, did you?
I'm walking.
He did not.
He'll post it later, doofus. Can I just respond
Yeah,
there?
bullshit. He will not post it later, Pete.
Okay,
You know
let me just
fucking
let me
post
just
it.
mention
Dude, how
something
about you
here.
go look up the book, The Geometries of Visual Space.
Yes, that's about human perception, you dingbat.
Oh, you've read the book? You just lied.
Who do you think brought it to my attention first? Was it Gleam? Did I mention that?
Hey, did you read the book?
Yes. When
You're
Gleam
lying.
brought it to my attention years ago.
You have to buy the book. You have to buy the book. You're lying. You literally are lying.
First, did you really read the book? Tell him.
I had to spend $70 to get the book. So this is the point. I'd rather just talk to someone that wants to like learn things and grow, and not just like try and tear other people down. So.
Well,
let's learn
Doofus, did
together,
you,
Pete.
Doofus, if you really
Let's
read the
learn
book,
together
did you
with
buy
it
it for
post
$70?
citation.
All I know is I come in here and you and Rocky are going at it, and you're just being super toxic. You just want to tell everyone how you think you know all the answers to everything, and everything's already figured out. But when we go to the higher levels of academia and science, they admit that we don't understand
Let's learn
optics.
together with it. Why don't you go ahead and post it?
Did you read the book? You already read the book, you said. Why would you need to post the
Post it
reference
with
that you
it.
already read?
Bring
You can't post the
support
book
for your argument.
You can't post the book. The book's not available online. You have to buy it. That's how I know he made up that he read it.
Oh, nice one.
Not
Caught by the
available online.
balls, Doofus.
I can't get somebody who already has it. I can't
Oh, that's
get in touch
possible
with
as
them,
well.
right?
Maybe he's not caught by the balls.
Now you're gonna double down and say you got someone that
I
already
don't
has
know.
it.
I'm confused. The
Right?
dodo was
Steve
torn
didn't bring
between the
this up to
doofus and
anybody
the
else.
witset.
Anyway, it's all good. I'm just saying, like, when we look at railroad tracks, we know in reality, tangible reality, they are parallel. But we also know that's not how we perceive it. So there's a distinction between how we perceive reality and what it is. This is just objective. And this goes for all optics, all lenses.
Now, Witset, can I ask you a question as Doofus is looking up the book and gathering some information to prove to you that he actually has the book? Okay. But can I ask you a question regarding that? Obviously, lots of detailed or involved words, but you know Dr. John Dee's, you know about the Black Swan, of course, Dr. John Dee's capture from the coast of England to the coast of France, and also Ranties from the coast of Blackpool, England, across the way to Barrenford. It's about 20 miles away. The thing that they all have in common is that they were all very, very low to the ground. Now that we've considered, so here's my question, now that we've considered an extended flat span where the water continues to take up half of the consideration, do you think, okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think that inferior mirages now, as to use the baller term, could be actually reflections along the surface of the water somehow?
I think a majority of what we see over bodies of water do involve reflection, yeah.
Very good.
And
So when we can
Fathom
actually, so
Morgana is,
according to the stipulations of the limitations of our eyes or how our eyes work, when you can see from 6 inches all the way across to the coast, and there is no inferior miraging, does that not tell us that there are limitations? Our eyes are not so limited after all. It's just what we have to encompass or take in to consideration or decode, which is the confusing aspect. Because we can see directly at these low levels right through to the target. So there mightn't be any such limitations on our eyesight, except, just positioning in relation to the greater span and its composition. Just saying, I haven't read the book, by the way. I haven't read the book, and I probably won't buy it as well.
yeah, fair enough. I just this is just the actual reality. It's well known that Euclidean perspective doesn't work perfectly, and the way that people try to pretend it does is really weird to me.
No, I know that, but we know Doofus is a professional troll here, so I guess, I mean, that's what I said. You echoed my words exactly. Groundhog Day, I said, but the difference between Groundhog Day, the movie, is that the character in the movie learned from the daily experiences over and over again. We don't seem to hear. Doofus
Well, yeah,
will be
that's
back
why
tomorrow.
I was trying to.
Posho will be back next week. We'll do the same.
Well, that's why I was trying to disengage. I was just showing, like, for the rest of the room, if you guys see that illustration, we put it in the program. We created different azimuthal grid of visions, which is literally what we know happens in reality. And then when we looked at the light source, you can see the picture. It's pretty crazy. Each person would have a personalized view of the sun.
Yeah, I'm with you, bud. I'm with you. Doofus, maybe not so much.
Pete, you see the pic?
Yeah, I see it, bud. I see it. That's something else, isn't it?
So each person's in there seeing that, and then this is the same type of effect that's all throughout.
Yeah.
Which is why we have the coffee cup caustic and stuff. Yeah.
That's something else.
I'm not going to
The
get that.
truth is there all before us all. And it's just about developing the proper mind, I guess, to be able to see through it. And maybe that's where Doofus and his kind come in to help us. They push us, they push the individual away from the official story and then, make our own personal progress.
Well, Pete, have you
All
heard
I'm
that we're
doing is
also
I'm
going to take
asking
the
for you guys
ISS
to
away
support
from
your
them?
argument. And right now
you
I'm
heard that
asking Witsit to support his hyperbolic spaces argument. Right now he's not supporting his argument.
Okay,
That
you're
should be
right.
an
I'm not,
indication to other people in the conversation what's happening right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. You're intellectually superior. I made it up. You destroyed me. There you go. Anyway, so also, Pete, I don't know if you heard, but we're also like taking the ISS away from them. So, they love to say the ISS proves the globe. And how could it go that fast, right? If it's not free falling around orbit, how could it go that fast over a flat Earth? It's impossible. And
I
we
know what
just
you're going to
recently,
say, by the way, because we talked about this yesterday. Is it 8
Yeah.
kilometers per second ether wind?
Yeah, and Miller proved
Nice
it.
one. Brilliant.
And this is what you'll not hear one anti-flat earther speak up and respond after I say this one. And whenever they did the test, it showed that there was a gradual change over the course of the year, which refutes the claim that the fringe shift is actually because of instrumental error, because it was a gradual progression of change throughout the year that reached its maximum right at the fall equinox and reached its minimum right at the spring equinox, which objectively refutes the claim that it's instrumental error. And
Okay, excellent.
no flat earth, anti-flat earth will even respond.
That's excellent. I was over at Gem Pandas and they were taking the piss out of you. I was saying, hang on, I was talking to Witsit. So they made apparently Witsit made the claim that he debunked science or made a different claim. But they also made a judge, a high court judge or something, or a judge resign. I say, well, I was already talking to Witsit about how he debunked orbital mechanics, and that's with the 8 kilometers per second. So I did mention that amongst all of the fucking lines over there.
I literally did make a federal judge resign.
Getting the judge to resign. I said I can easily understand that if a man of truth goes into one of their fucking establishments and speaks the truth, well then who knows who he may affect. So yeah,
dude, it's documented on the government's own Pacer
government. How
court
did you manage to get him to resign, man?
Because I sent in a judicial complaint about what he did and how he didn't keep his employees in the chamber, in line based on what's called the judicial canon. I sent it in. They tried to pretend they didn't get it and tried to get rid of it. I resent it in again, and I made him file. And then he stepped down, transferred the case to someone else. A 20-year federal judge.
That's fucking excellent, man. You see, these people, once you know what you're doing, these people are they're flaccid, they're helpless. They know they're subservient to us, and they know they're interlopers in our affairs, in a sense. But brilliant, man. Very good, excellent. Now, Doofus, what did you want to say? What did you want to say, man? And did you really read the book? Did you really buy the book and read it?
I don't have to buy the book. I've read the contents, Pete.
No, you didn't. You did not. So you're just assuming that everything Gleemus sent you is from that book or something, but it's not, and you're just basically saying it. I haven't even finished reading the book. I know you haven't read the book.
Okay, so where does it come from?
Well, this is just me using common sense. Common sense, I know that we have curved.
You made a specific claim, Witsit. You said it's
about
that
we have curved
spaces, human visual spaces, right?
Yeah, geometry is a visual space.
It's not just common sense. Where does it come from?
Well, you're really freaking out, okay? But when light enters, quote unquote, enters the eye, okay? Well, we know our eyes are curved, okay? So it's literally and physically impossible that light could enter a curved lens and remain perfectly straight. In fact, that is the stupidest thing I can imagine. You can just shoot a light through a curved piece of glass if you want to. We all know this is just objective. our eyes are curved. So it's insane to think that light travels and goes in a perfectly straight line through our eye, bounces off the back of our eye, comes back out the front of it, and all of it's perfectly straight. Because that isn't how the reality works. The light wouldn't be straight through a curved lens.
Hold on. Bounces back out the front of the eye? How do you think vision works?
That the information hits the back of the retina and it sends back to the front. So thanks for playing.
Why did you say the front of the eye?
Because it bounces from the back of the retina to the front. You see how you're doing anything but addressing my point? When the light enters the eye is a curved lens, okay? So it can't remain a straight line, period.
Right. The purpose of a curved lens is to focus light. I hope you're aware of that.
You can't respond.
I am responding.
Okay, so I think you should just disengage.
Why don't you gaslight me one more time? Gaslight me and lie to my face again.
All right, you're probably right. Euclidean geometry perspective works perfect, and anyone that would dare question it has to be a stupid idiot flat earther, except for that PhD mathematician professor. Okay, so
can you post where that came from yet? Witsit?
Yeah, the professor. Yeah, I can in a second. I've done it many times. You're not going to read it. You're not going to listen to his lectures. You just want to find a way to dismiss it. And then when you find out he did say what I'm saying, what you're going to say is, "Oh, he's just a quack." He's just a quack. Everyone else just agrees with him. He's just a quack. Just like you say, no scientists say that there's an ether. I post a scientist from Cambridge, post a scientist from Harvard. Oh, well, they're just quack. So it's just a waste of my time. I'm trying to elevate this year where I don't just continually waste my time. So the other thing that I was talking about that I said that none of the anti-flat earthers can respond to, and you'll never hear them, is that you got 8 kilometers a second, which gives you 17,800 miles per hour, which happens to be right around what they say the ISS travels, which it does appear that there is something that may actually go that fast in the sky. And whenever we look at that, that's from the ether wind from the Miller experiment in 1925 to 26, which he did it for like 2 decades straight trying to figure it all out. And he set it up where he did the Michelson-Morley continually around the year and kept it going. And what it showed was there was a gradual change throughout the year, that it gradually changed throughout the year and then reached its maximum at the fall equinox and its minimum at the spring equinox, which shows that it cannot be claimed that the reason it detects friendship is simply because of instrumental error.
What direction is that ether wind that they said they measured? What's it going at for any given location?
East to west.
Yeah. Why are you not responding to what I said?
I am responding. This is me responding. What direction?
No, that's not. Well, then you're not responding. Sorry. See, it's not that I can't answer. It's not that I can't answer your question.
I mean, me responding is a response, isn't it, Witsit?
No, you're asking me a question, avoiding the point I made.
You said I wouldn't respond. I did respond.
Not to the point I made.
Respond to his point, though, and then ask your question.
Detected, Witsit. Which direction for a given location?
You remember I told you guys that none of the anti-flat earthers will actually rebut the point? It's because they can't.
Right. If that's what I'm in the middle of doing, what direction was the wind detected to go at any specific location, Witsit?
Hey, how about this? Could it be that the friendship was because of instrumental error if it was gradually changing throughout the year and then reached its maximum and minimum perfectly on the equinoxes? Yes or no?
Perfectly on the equinoxes. I would say no.
Oh, thank you.
What direction was it going, though?
Why does that matter?
Because if it needs to be able to explain some certain effects that you want to explain with it, you need to know what direction it's going or what it's going to do.
Oh, well, it's a vortex within a toroid, so you could actually attain different directions within that if you're going to catch it.
The vortex within a toroid.
You don't, yeah. Did you not know that everything's comprised of little vortices? Hey, something else, so I just want to build for the room to actually think about deep things and not. Anyway, so something else that's funny is, dude, I had this weird synchronistic confirmation because like Glober's always asked me to speculate a replacement for their misunderstanding of quantum and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, well, I think everything is energy. And really energy is not properly defined in mainstream physics, blah, blah, blah. Everything is little vortices. Everything's a little vortex, okay? And I'm like, and everything is comprised of a toroid. And what they call an atom is actually a torus field. You have a little vortex in the middle. And just like Tesla said, whenever the ether's thrown into infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity, which just means really small, really fast vortices, then that's when you get things that manifest in the material world. And whenever that energy resides, it reverts back. And then I found a physicist that was giving an interview, and he's like, telling the story about how like late 1800s, they're like, I wonder what's inside the atom. And then they supposedly find the proton and electron and neutron. And they're like, I wonder what's inside of this later on, right? And that's what birthed quantum mechanics, which completely blew all of physics out of the water. It didn't work with anything that they found that there's nothing physical inside of that. Actually, it's just a bunch of little vortices. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? I started looking at this. Dude, it's everywhere. They're now updating cosmology to potentially having superfluid with little vortices everywhere. They're now they're acknowledging that all these atoms and electrons and all these things on the quantum scale are actually vortexes, like vortices. So it appears that is correct. And of course, you have that from the micro to the macro. Anything that's going to explain physics is going to have to work from the small to the big, right? Because of course, the quantum scale makes up everything that's big. So the physics doesn't just change. So long story short, it's a vortex from small to big. Everything has this geometric expression of a torus field. And that's what the Earth is in that giant torus field with that giant vortex. And that's what you're detecting with the ether drift. What a coincidence that it directly refutes the claim that Michelson-Morley was just instrumental error, which is what Einstein claimed. And then when you go to Wikipedia, it has the list of all the other Michelson-Morley experiments. But on this one, it says, quote unquote, unclear findings. The data was unclear because they can't explain it and it doesn't work with their narrative, right? And then you take the 8 kilometers. What a coincidence. That's 17,800 miles per hour, right at the speed that they claim that the ISS goes. So they could just catch the magnetic field. Then we take the ISS, we take its trajectory, we map it on a flat projection, and it does a perfect toroid. It fits perfectly within a toroid, like the flower of life, if you will. It matches perfectly with the magnetic field. So they're just catching the ether drift within the toroid that is what we call a magnetic field. So there
Very
you go.
good, Whitsitt. That was brilliant. Are you catching Whitsitt's Austin's drift?